Chapter 1 Awakening Insects. On February 2nd, the dragon looked up. In the twilight, in a secluded place called Mud Bottle Lane, there is a lonely and thin young man. At this time, he is following the custom of holding a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, shining on the beams, walls, wooden beds, and other places. He uses the peach branch to knock and beat, trying to drive away snakes, scorpions, centipedes, etc. With words in his mouth. It is an old saying passed down from generation to generation in this small town. On the second day of the second lunar month, the candle shines on the beam, the peach hits the wall, and there is nowhere for snakes and insects to hide in the human world. The boy's surname is Chen and his given name is Ping'an. His parents passed away early. The porcelain in the small town is extremely famous. Since the founding of this dynasty, it has been entrusted with the important task of supervising the burning and offering of sacrificial vessels to the tomb. There are court officials stationed here year-round to supervise the affairs of the official kiln. The young man, who had no one to rely on, became a porcelain kiln maker at an early age. At first, he could only do some miscellaneous and rough work. He followed a bad-tempered halfway master and worked hard for several years. He just figured out a little about the way to porcelain firing, but the world was unpredictable. Suddenly, the small town lost the talisman of the official kiln-making office. Dozens of kilns around the town, which looked like dragons, were all ordered to shut down and shut down overnight by the government. Chen Ping'an put down the newly folded peach branch, blew out the candle, walked out of the room, sat on the steps, looked up, and saw the starry sky shining brightly. The young man still vividly remembers that the master, surnamed Yao, who only accepted himself as half a disciple, was found sitting on a small bamboo chair in the early morning of late autumn last year, facing the direction of the kiln, with his eyes closed. However, there are only a few people like Mr. Yao who are so obsessed with trivial matters. For generations, the small-town craftsmen who only knew how to burn porcelain dared not overstep the bounds of the official kiln for producing tribute, nor did they dare to sell the porcelain stored in the treasury to the people without authorization. They had to find another way out one after another. 14-year-old Chen Ping'an was also kicked out of the house and returned to the Mud Bottle Alley, continuing to guard this already dilapidated old house. It was almost a bleak scene of a penniless family. Even if Chen Ping'an wanted to become a defeated son, he had no way to start. After being a wandering ghost for some time, the boy couldn't find a living to earn money. Relying on his small savings, the boy barely fed his stomach. A few days ago, I heard that an old blacksmith from a foreign village named Wan came to the Qilong Lane a few streets away. He announced that he would accept 7 or 8 apprentices to forge iron without paying wages, but managed to eat. Chen Ping'an hurried to try his luck. He didn't think that the old man just glanced at him and turned him away. At that time, Chen Ping'an wondered whether the job of forging iron depended not on strength, but on appearance. You should know that although Chen Ping'an looks weak, his strength should not be underestimated. This is the physical foundation developed by the young man's years of burning porcelain and pulling bricks. In addition, Chen Ping'an also followed an old man surnamed Yao to travel through the mountains, rivers, and waters within 100 miles of the small town, tasting the flavors of various soils around him. He is willing to do any dirty and tiring work without hesitation. Unfortunately, Lao Yao never liked Chen Ping'an. He despised the young man's lack of intelligence and his unfamiliarity, which was far inferior to his senior disciple Lu Xianyang. No wonder the old man was biased. His master let him in, and his cultivation was on his own. For example, Lu Xianyang's skills in just 6 months were equivalent to Chen Ping'an's 3 years of hard work. Although he may never need this skill in his lifetime, Chen Ping'an still closed his eyes and imagined that there were bluestones and wheels in front of him, starting to practice drawing blanks. Practice makes perfect. About every 15 minutes, the boy would take a short break, shake his wrist, and repeat this cycle until he was completely exhausted. Chen Ping'an then got up and took a walk in the courtyard, slowly stretching his muscles. No one has ever taught Chen Ping'an these things. They are the tricks he came up with blindly. The world was originally silent, but Chen Ping'an heard a piercing, mocking laughter and stopped. As expected, he saw the same age squatting on the wall, grinning and not hiding his contempt. This person is Chen Ping'an's old neighbor, and it is said that he is the illegitimate child of the former supervisor. The supervisor was afraid of criticism from the Qing dynasty and impeachment from officials. In the end, he returned to the capital alone to report his work and entrusted the child to a successor official who had a close personal relationship to help take care of him. Now that the small town has inexplicably lost its qualification for official kiln firing, the supervisor in charge of supervising kiln operations for the court, who is already a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, is in dire straits. He doesn't even care about the illegitimate children of his colleagues in the officialdom. He left some silver money behind and rushed to the capital in a hurry to establish connections. Unconsciously, he has become an abandoned neighbor boy, but his life is still leisurely, wandering around the town with his personal maid all day long, idle all year round, and never worrying about money. The yellow walls of every household in Ni Ping Lane are very low, and in fact, the young neighbors don't have to stand on tiptoe to see the scene of this courtyard. But every time they talk to Chen Ping'an, they like to squat on the wall. Compared to the crude and vulgar name Chen Ping'an, the neighbor's young man is much more elegant, named Song Jisun. Even the maid who relies on him for survival has a refined title, Jigue. The girl was standing on the other side of the courtyard wall at this moment. She had a pair of almond-shaped eyes and was timid and weak. On the other side of the courtyard, a voice sounded. "Do you sell this maid?" Song Jisun was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to follow the voice and saw a young man in a brocade robe with a smile on his face, standing outside the courtyard with a completely unfamiliar face. Standing next to the young man in a golden robe was a tall, old man with a fair and kind face, gently squinting his eyes to observe the two young girls in the adjacent courtyard. The old man's gaze swept over Chen Ping'an without stopping, but there were many pauses on Song Jin and the maid, and the smile gradually became stronger. Song Jisun squinted and said, "Sell. Why aren't you selling?" The boy smiled and said, "Then tell me a price." The girl widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief, like a panicked young elk. Song Jisun rolled his eyes, extended a finger, and shook it, 10,000 taels of silver. The young man in golden clothes looked normal and nodded, saying okay. Song Jisun saw that the young man didn't seem to be joking, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "It's 10,000 taels of gold." The young man in brocade curled his lips and said, "I'm just joking with you." Song Jisun's face was gloomy. The young man in golden clothes paid no attention to Song Jisun and shifted his gaze towards Chen Ping'an. "Thanks to you today, I was able to buy that carp. After buying it back, the more I looked at it, the happier I became. I thought I had to thank you in person, so I asked Grandpa Wu to bring me all night to find you." He threw out a heavy embroidered bag and handed it to Chen Ping'an, smiling brightly as he said, "This is a reward, and we are both clear." Just as Chen Ping'an was about to speak, the young man in golden clothes had already turned around and left. Chen Ping'an frowned. During the day, I accidentally saw a middle-aged man walking down the street carrying a fish basket and catching a golden carp with a tail and palm length. It was jumping around vigorously in the bamboo basket. Chen Ping'an only glanced at it and felt very happy, so he asked if he could buy it for 10 cents. The middle-aged man was originally only thinking of rewarding his 5 organs temple, but seeing that it was profitable, he sat down and raised the price. The lion opened his mouth and insisted on selling it for 30 cents. Chen Ping'an, who was short of money, didn't have so much spare money and couldn't bear to part with the golden carp. He followed the middle-aged man eagerly, trying to cut the price to 15 won, even 21. Just as the middle-aged man showed signs of loosening his mouth, the young man in brocade and the tall old man happened to pass by. Without hesitation, they bought the carp and fish basket for 51. Chen Ping'an could only watch them walk away helplessly, staring intently at the backs of the grandfather and grandson as they walked further and further away. Song Jisun withdrew his fierce gaze and jumped off the wall, seemingly remembering something. He said to Chen Ping'an, "Do you still remember that 4-legged figure from January?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "How could I not remember? It's just fresh in my memory." According to the customs passed down for hundreds of years in this small town, if snakes crawl into one's own house, it is a good sign, and the owner must never drive them away or kill them. On the first day of the first lunar month, Song Jisun sat on the threshold basking in the sun, and then a small creature commonly known as a 4-legged snake rushed into the house under his nose. Song Jisun grabbed it and threw it out of the yard. Unexpectedly, the 4-legged snake, which had already been thrown into a mess, became more and more brave. Time and time again, it infuriated Song Jisun, who had never believed in ghosts and gods. In a fit of anger, he threw it into Chen Ping'an's yard. Unexpectedly, the next day, Song Jisun saw the coiled-up, four-legged snake under his bed. Song Jisun noticed that the girl tugged at his sleeve. The boy had a telepathic connection with her and instinctively swallowed back the words that were already on his lips. What he wants to say is that the peculiarly ugly four-legged snake has recently developed a bulge on its forehead, resembling horns on its head. Song Jisun changed his words and said, "Jigawei, and I may be leaving here next month." Chen Ping'an sighed and said, "Be careful on the road." Song Jisun said half truthfully and half insincerely, "I definitely can't move some items. Don't steal things recklessly when there's no one in my house." Chen Ping'an shook his head. Song Jisun suddenly burst out laughing and pointed at Chen Ping'an with his finger, saying with a playful smile, "You're as timid as a mouse. No wonder there's no noble son in a poor family. Not to mention being bullied in this life. Maybe you can't escape in the next life." Chen Ping'an remained silent. Returning to their respective rooms, Chen Ping'an closed the door and lay on a hard wooden bed. The poor boy closed his eyes and whispered softly, "Broken pieces are flat. Every year is safe. Broken pieces are safe. Every year is safe." Chapter 2. Opening the door as dawn broke. Yet before the roosters crow, Chen Ping'an had already risen from his slumber. The thin bedding hardly retained any warmth, and during his apprenticeship in porcelain making, he had cultivated the habit of rising early and retiring late. He opened the door to his humble abode and stepped into the soft, earthen courtyard. After taking a deep breath, he stretched lazily and ventured out, only to turn around and spot a frail figure. Bent over, she was hefting a wooden bucket of water, using her shoulder to nudge open her family's gate. It was Song Jisun's maid, who had likely just returned from drawing water from the iron lock well in Xinghua Alley. Chen Ping'an redirected his gaze and dashed through the streets towards the eastern part of the town. Mud Bottle Alley lay to the west of the town, while the eastern city gate was overseen by an individual responsible for the comings and goings of merchants and the enforcement of nighttime curfews. This person also collected and forwarded letters sent from afar. Chen Ping'an's task for the day was to deliver these letters to the townsfolk, earning a copper coin for each letter he successfully conveyed. This was a hard-won opportunity for him to earn some money, having arranged to take over this venture after the second day of the second lunar month, known as Dragon Raises His Head. In Song Jisun's words, he was destined for a life of poverty. Even if fortune smiled upon him, he, Chen Ping'an, could not hold on to it. Song Jisun often spoke in cryptic phrases, likely drawn from the book she read, leaving Chen Ping'an perplexed. For instance, just a few days prior, she had mentioned something about the chill of early spring freezing the youth, a sentiment that completely eluded him. Though he understood the concept of enduring a prolonged winter only to face an even colder spring, he could not comprehend the term spring chill, which he likened to the deadly counterattack of a cavalry charge in battle, claiming many fell victim to such perilous moments. The town was devoid of surrounding walls. Indeed, not only were bandits and robbers rare, but even petty thieves were seldom seen. Thus, the so-called city gate was merely a haphazard row of old, rickety fences, providing a makeshift passage for pedestrians and vehicles, serving as the town's faade. As Chen Ping'an jogged past Xinghua Alley, he noticed several women and children gathered near the iron lock well, the creaking of the wells will echoing in the air. After turning down another street, he soon heard the familiar sounds of reading emanating from a nearby village school, established through the collective contributions of several prominent families in the town. The teacher was an outsider, and during his childhood, Chen Ping'an often hid outside the window, listening intently. Though the teacher was strict in his lessons, he never reprimanded those children who were merely eavesdropping on his teachings. After Chen Ping'an became an apprentice at a dragon kiln outside the town, he had not returned to the school. Continuing on, he passed under a stone archway, known locally as the Crab Arch, constructed with 12 stone pillars. The true name of this archway was disputed. Song Jisun insisted that an old book called the Local County Chronicle referred to it as the Scholar's Arch, a tribute from the emperor to commemorate a historical dignitary's achievements. In contrast, the unsophisticated Lu Yongxian argued that it was simply the Crab Arch, a name that had been in use for centuries, dismissing the notion of any obscure title. Lu Yongxian even posed a question to Song Jisun. How large could a scholar's official hat be? Is it larger than the well's opening? This inquiry left Song Jisun blushing with embarrassment. As Chen Ping'an circled the arch, he observed that each side bore 4 peculiar characters, each distinctly styled. Act with honor, speak with integrity, seek not beyond, and spirit like the bull. According to Song Jisin, aside from the four characters, the remaining inscriptions had been obscured and altered over time. Chen Ping'an, still in a state of confusion, had never pondered their meanings, and even if he wished to delve deeper, it would be futile, as he had no understanding of the local county chronicle that Song Jisin frequently referenced. Not far beyond the arch, he soon came upon a sprawling old locust tree. Beneath it lay a trunk that had been moved there by an unknown hand, slightly hewn and propped up at both ends with two slabs of bluestone, serving as a makeshift bench. During the summer months, the townsfolk cherished this spot for respite. Affluent families would often retrieve a basket of chilled fruits from the well, while the children, well-fed and content, would gather in groups beneath the shade to play and frolic. Accustomed to the rhythm of life, Chen Ping'an approached the gate, pausing at the solitary yellow earthen house, feeling neither breathless nor anxious. The town saw few outsiders, and with the decline of the official kiln, it was unlikely that new faces would appear. In his lifetime, Old Yao had once drunkenly boasted to Chen Ping'an and Liu Yongxian about their unique official kiln trade, crafting porcelain for the emperor and empress, that he warned that any commoner, regardless of wealth or status, who dared to interfere would face dire consequences. On that particular day, Old Yao had radiated an unusual vigor. Today, however, as Chen Ping'an gazed beyond the gate, he noticed several unfamiliar faces waiting for entry, no fewer than 7 or 8 individuals of varying ages. They were all strangers. The local townsfolk rarely used the eastern gate, preferring other routes for their porcelain or agricultural endeavors, as the road leading east offered little of interest at that moment. Chen Ping'an and the outsiders exchanged glances across the wooden barrier. In that instant, the youth, clad in self-made straw sandals, could only envy the thick, warm garments worn by the strangers, which surely afforded them protection against the cold. The individuals outside appeared to be divided into several groups, not a single cohesive unit, yet all cast their indifferent gazes toward the slender boy within, with a few already looking beyond him toward the distant town. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of curiosity. Did these people not know that the court had prohibited all dragon kills? Or did they, aware of the truth, see an opportunity? A young man wearing a peculiar high hat and adorned with a green jade pendant grew impatient, stepping out from the crowd to push open the unlatched gate. Just as his fingers grazed the wooden door, he abruptly halted, retracting his hand and folding his arms behind his back, smiling benignly at the boy, yet saying nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ping'an noticed the varied reactions of those behind the young man. Some disappointed, some amused, others frowning, and a few mocking. Their emotions were complex and diverse. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged man swung open the door, hurling insults at Chen Ping'an. "You little rascal! Have you fallen into a money pit? Coming here so early? Are you eager to meet your dead parents?" Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes, unfazed by the man's sharp words. After all, living in a rural area with scarce literature, if he were to take offense at every insult, he might as well leap into a well to end it all. Moreover, this middle-aged gatekeeper was often the butt of jokes among the townsfolk, especially among the bolder women, who not only verbally chastised him, but occasionally resorted to physical reprimands as well. This man also took great pleasure in boasting to children in breeches, recounting tales of fierce battles at the city gate, where he supposedly had defeated several formidable foes, leaving blood and teeth scattered across the mud-laden road. He grumbled at Chen Ping'an, "Save your trivial matters for later." The townsfolk hardly regarded this man with any seriousness. Yet, the power over who could enter the town lay firmly in his hands. As he approached the wooden gate, he reached into his trousers. This man, with his back to Chen Ping'an, opened the gate and began collecting small embroidered bags from passers-by, tucking them into his sleeve before allowing them entry. Chen Ping'an had long stepped aside, and the 8 individuals seemed to form 5 distinct groups as they entered the town. Aside from the young man in the high hat with the green pendant, 2 children, around 7 or 8 years old, followed. The boy wore a festive red robe, while the girl, rosy and delicate, resembled fine porcelain. The boy, shorter than Chen Ping'an by half a head, opened his mouth as he passed, though no sound emerged. The shape of his lips clearly indicated a taunt. The middle-aged woman guiding the boy coughed lightly, prompting the child to temper his demeanor. The girl, trailing behind the boy, was led by a burly elder with a head full of gray hair. She turned to Chen Ping'an, chattering away, occasionally pointing at her peer. Chen Ping'an could not decipher her words but surmised she was likely complaining. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the straw, sandal-clad youth. At that moment, Chen Ping'an instinctively stepped back, akin to a mouse sensing a cat. Witnessing this, the once chattering girl lost all interest in inciting further trouble, turning away as if a lingering glance at Chen Ping'an would tarnish her vision. Though Chen Ping'an had little worldly experience, he was not oblivious to the nuances of expression. Once the group had passed, the gatekeeper inquired with a smirk. Curious to know what they said? Chen Ping'an nodded. I am. The middle-aged man chuckled. They were praising your looks? All good things. Chen Ping'an merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking, do you take me for a fool? The man, seeing through the boy's thoughts, laughed even more heartily. If you weren't a fool, would I let you deliver letters? Chen Ping'an refrained from retorting, fearing that angering the man would cost him the copper coins he hoped to earn. The man turned back to the outsiders, rubbing his scruffy chin as he murmured, that woman just now, her legs could crush a man. Chen Ping'an hesitated, curiosity piqued. Has that lady practiced martial arts? The man was taken aback, looking down at the boy with a serious expression. You, my lad, are truly naive. Chen Ping'an remained baffled. The man instructed him to wait, striding toward the house, and returned shortly with a stack of envelopes, neither thick nor thin, approximately a dozen in total. After handing them to Chen Ping'an, he queried, fools have their fortune, and good people are rewarded. Do you believe that? With one hand holding the letters and the other open, Chen Ping'an blinked. You promised a copper coin per letter. The man, feeling embarrassed, slammed 5 copper coins into the boy's palm, then waved grandly. The remaining 5 coins will be put on credit. Chapter 3. Sunrise in a town of moderate size. Home to over 600 households, Chen Ping'an was well acquainted with the doorways of impoverished families that as for the affluent. Their thresholds were high, too lofty for a boy from the mud-laden streets to cross. The spacious alleys bustling with the wealthy were territories he had yet to tread. Those streets were adorned with large slabs of exquisite bluestone, ensuring that on rainy days, one would not find oneself splattered with mud upon stepping on them. These finely crafted bluestone slabs, polished smooth by countless feet and wheels over the centuries, gleamed like mirrors. The surnames Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song were prominent in this town, their families contributing generously to the local school, while most possessed 2 or 3 grand dragon kilns beyond the city limits. The residences of the kiln supervisors were situated on the same street as these affluent families. Unluckily for Chen Ping'an, the 10 letters he was tasked with delivering were predominantly directed to the town's most illustrious households. This was only to be expected. After all, dragons beget dragons, and the offspring of wealthy families were likely to have the means to venture far and send letters home. Out of these letters, he had actually visited only 2 locations: Falu Street and Tailleur Alley. Upon his first step onto the enormous bluestone slabs, akin to bedboards, the boy felt a flutter of anxiety, but he slowed his pace, suddenly feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as if his straw sandals sullied the pristine pavement. The first letter he delivered was to the Liu family, who were said to have received an imperial jade talisman from their ancestors. As he stood at their entrance, his discomfort only grew. Wealthy families were known for their elaborate customs. The Liu residence was not only grand, but also flanked by 2 imposing stone lions, towering like sentinels, exuding an air of authority. Song Jisun claimed these creatures could ward off malevolent spirits, yet Chen Ping'an was oblivious to such notions, his curiosity piqued by the stone lions, which appeared to cradle the round stone orb within their mouths. How had it been sculpted so? Suppressing the urge to touch the orb, he ascended the steps and knocked on the bronze lion door knocker. Shortly, a young man opened the door. Upon learning that Chen Ping'an was there to deliver a letter, the young man displayed no emotion, pinching a corner of the envelope between his fingers before swiftly retreating into the house, shutting the ornate door emblazoned with images of the god of wealth. The remainder of Chen Ping'an's delivery journey was similarly uneventful. At the corner of Tailleur Alley, he encountered a less renowned family, whose door was answered by a kind-hearted, diminutive elder. After accepting the letter, the elder smiled and said, "Young man, you've worked hard. Would you care to come in for a moment and have a sip of warm water?" The boy shyly smiled and shook his head, dashing away. The elder gently tucked the letter into his sleeve, not hurrying back to his home, but rather gazing into the distance, his vision murky. Finally, his gaze shifted from high to low, from afar to near, resting on the peach trees lining the street. It was only then that a flicker of a smile graced the face of the seemingly senile elder that he turned and departed. Not long after, a charming little yellow bird alighted on a peach tree branch, pecking delicately at the tender shoots, emitting soft chirps. The last letter Chen Ping'an needed to deliver was intended for the teacher at the local school. As he passed by a fortune-telling stall, he noticed a young Taoist clad in an old robe, sitting upright behind the table, wearing a tall hat resembling a blooming lotus. Upon spotting the boy jogging past, the young Taoist eagerly called out, "Young man, don't miss this opportunity. Come draw a fortune stick. I shall assist you in divining your fate, offering insights into your fortunes and misfortunes." Chen Ping'an did not halt, but turned his head to wave his hand dismissively. The Taoist, undeterred, leaned forward, raising his voice. "Young man, in the past, I charged 10 coins for a reading, but today I shall make an exception and only ask for 3. If you draw a good fortune stick, feel free to add another coin as a token of gratitude. Should you be fortunate enough to draw the best stick, I shall only request 5 coins. How does that sound?" Chen Ping'an's footsteps hesitated momentarily, and the young Taoist quickly seized the opportunity, proclaiming, "This morning, you are my first customer. I'll be generous. If you sit down to draw a stick, I will write some talismans on yellow paper for you, ensuring blessings for your ancestors. I cannot promise a great fortune, but perhaps a little luck is worth a try." Taken aback, Chen Ping'an turned back, sitting on the bench in front of the stall that a humble Taoist and a scruffy boy, both embodiments of poverty, sat across from one another. The Taoist smiled, gesturing for the boy to take the fortune stick. Chen Ping'an hesitated before suddenly stating, "I want to draw a stick. Could you simply write a yellow talisman for me instead?" In Chen Ping'an's recollection, it seemed that this itinerant Taoist had resided in the town for at least 5 or 6 years. He had not changed much and was always amiable, often helping others with fortune-telling and occasionally composing letters. Curiously, the bamboo container on the table, filled with 108 sticks, had never yielded a worse fortune or even a single good fortune throughout the years. Every stick drawn had been mediocre at best. Thus, during festive occasions, townsfolk would spend 10 coins merely for the sake of good luck, but when faced with genuine troubles, no one would willingly become a fool here. To label this Taoist a complete charlatan would be unjust. The town was too small for someone who solely engaged in trickery to remain. Therefore, it was evident that the young Taoist's true abilities lay beyond fortune-telling and stick-drawing. While he could cure minor ailments with his talisman-infused water, many had found relief after consuming it. The young Taoist shook his head, stating, "I operate honestly, and as agreed, a reading and a talisman would cost you 5 coins. Chen Ping'an quietly countered, "But you said it was 3. The Taoist laughed heartily. "If you draw good fortune, it would indeed be 5 coins. Resolute, Chen Ping'an reached for the bamboo container before abruptly looking up and asking, "How did you know I just so happened to have 5 coins?" The Taoist sat upright, replying, "I possess an acute sense for discerning one's fortunes and wealth." Pondering this, Chen Ping'an grasped the container. The Taoist reassured him, "Fear not, young man. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Approaching the unpredictable with a calm heart is the wisest course." Chen Ping'an placed the container back on the table, his expression serious, and asked, "Taoist, I will give you all 5 coins, but I want to draw a stick. Could you write the talisman more meticulously than usual?" The Taoist, maintaining his pleasant demeanor, considered for a moment before nodding. "Very well." On the table, ink and paper were prepared. The Taoist inquired about Chen Ping'an's parents' names, birthplace, and birth dates before selecting a sheet of yellow paper and writing swiftly and skillfully. Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to the contents of the talisman. Setting down the brush, the young Taoist blew gently on the ink, saying, "Once home, stand at your doorstep and burn this talisman outside." Chen Ping'an solemnly accepted the talisman, carefully stowing it away before placing 5 copper coins on the table and bowing in gratitude. The young Taoist waved him off, signaling that he should attend to his own affairs. Chen Ping'an dashed off to deliver the final letter. The Taoist lounged back in his chair, glancing at the coins before bending down to gather them. At that moment, a petite yellow bird flew down from above, lightly pecking at one of the coins before losing interest and flitting away. The yellow bird wishes to carry flowers, yet your family's peach blossoms remain unbloomed. The Taoist recited languidly, before dramatically sweeping his sleeve, sighing, One must not seek what is beyond their fate. In this gesture, 2 bamboo sticks slipped from his sleeve and fell to the ground. The Taoist exclaimed softly, quickly retrieving them, then furtively glanced around to ensure no one was watching before heaving a sigh of relief and returning the sticks to the loose folds of his sleeve. Clearing his throat, the young Taoist straightened his face, resuming his vigil for the next customer, that he mused that it was indeed easier to earn money from women. The 2 bamboo sticks hidden in his sleeve comprised one best fortune and one worse fortune, both intended for lucrative purposes, details too delicate to disclose. Unbeknownst to the boy, he continued with light steps until he arrived outside the schoolhouse, where dense bamboo groves flourished, dripping with verdant life. Chen Ping'an slowed his pace, and within the building, a middle-aged man's rich voice resonated. The sun rises, and the lambskin is wet with dew. Following this, a harmonious chorus of youthful voices chimed in unison. The sun rises, and the lambskin is wet with dew. Chen Ping'an looked up to see the sun ascending, casting a glorious light. The boy stood transfixed, lost in thought. When he regained his composure, the children were reciting a passage with enthusiasm, as instructed by their teacher. In the season of awakening, the world flourishes, and all things begin to thrive. Rise early and walk freely in the courtyard. The gentleman walks slowly, allowing his aspirations to blossom. Standing at the entrance of the school, Chen Ping'an hesitated, words caught in his throat. The middle-aged scholar with graying temples turned to him and stepped lightly outside. Chen Ping'an offered the letter with both hands, respectfully stating, "This is a letter for you, sir." The tall man in a blue robe accepted the envelope, speaking gently, "In your leisure time, feel free to come here and listen." Chen Ping'an felt awkward, as he was unsure if he would truly have the time to attend the lessons, and he did not wish to deceive the man. The man smiled, understanding, and said, "No matter. The essence is contained within the books, but the art of living lies beyond them. You may return to your duties." Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and took his leave. After running a considerable distance, he inexplicably turned back to glance. He saw the teacher still standing at the door, his figure bathed in sunlight, appearing almost ethereal from afar. Chapter 4. The Yellow Bird. If Chen Ping'an had never ventured to Falu Street or Taoya Lane, he might have never realized the dim and narrow confines of Nipping Alley throughout his life. However, rather than feeling a sense of loss, the boy in straw sandals felt an unexpected tranquility. With a smile, he extended his hands, palms brushing against the yellow earthen walls on either side. He recalled that approximately 3 or 4 years prior, he could only reach the mud wall with the tips of his fingers. Upon arriving at his home, he discovered the courtyard gate wide open. Assuming a thief had intruded, the boy hurriedly dashed into the yard, only to find a tall youth lounging on the threshold, leaning against the locked door, yawning in boredom. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, the young man leaped to his feet as if ignited by fire, rushing to grasp Chen Ping'an's arm tightly and pulling him towards the house, lowering his voice to say, "Quickly, open the door. There is something urgent I need to discuss with you." Unable to extricate himself from the stronghold of this fellow, Chen Ping'an was compelled to follow him and unlock the door. The robust youth, 2 years Chen Ping'an's senior, quickly released him and stealthily approached Chen Ping'an's wooden bed, pressing his ear firmly against the wall to listen intently at the base of the adjacent wall. Curious, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Lu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall youth ignored Chen Ping'an's question, and after about half a stick of incense had burned, Lu Xianyang returned to a semblance of normalcy, sitting on the edge of the wooden bed with a complex expression, tinged with both relief and regret. At that moment, Lu Xianyang noticed Chen Ping'an engaged in a peculiar act, squatting within the doorway, leaning outward and burning a piece of yellow paper with a candle reduced to the size of a thumb, the ashes falling onto the threshold outside. It seemed Chen Ping'an was muttering something, but Lu Xianyang at a distance could not discern the words. Lu Xianyang was a disciple of the renowned Master Yao from the old dragon kiln, while Chen Ping'an, whose aptitude was deemed lacking, had never truly been recognized as a disciple by the elder. In this locality, a disciple who had not offered the master tea, or one who had not been served by the master, was regarded as lacking any formal relationship. Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite distant. The reason Lu Xianyang had introduced Chen Ping'an to Master Yao stemmed from an old grievance, as Lu Xianying had once been a notorious troublemaker in the town. Before his grandfather's passing, there was an elder to keep him in check, but after his grandfather's demise, at the tender age of 12 or 13, he grew tall and strong, becoming a bane to the neighborhood. For reasons unknown, Lu Xianying had angered a group of Lu family youths, who cornered him in Nipping Alley and gave him a sound beating. The opposing youths, brimming with youthful vigor, were not concerned with the severity of their blows, and Lu Xianying quickly found himself vomiting blood. The 10 or so households residing in Nipping Alley were predominantly humble craftsmen from the small dragon kiln, who dared not intervene in such matters that that time. Song Jisun showed no fear. Instead, he gleefully perched on the wall, relishing the chaos. In the end, only a frail child stealthily slipped out of the courtyard and ran to the alley's entrance, crying out in anguish, "Someone's dead! Someone's dead!" Upon hearing the word dead, the Lu family youths were jolted to awareness, looking down to see Lu Xianying, bloodied and barely conscious. Those wealthy young signs finally felt a pang of fear and, after exchanging glances, fled from Nipping Alley. Yet afterward, Lu Xianying harbored no gratitude for the child who had saved his life. Instead, he frequently came to this side to tease and bully the orphan. The resilient orphan, regardless of Lu Xianying's torment, steadfastly refused to cry, which only fueled the youth's frustration. However, a year later, Lu Xianying observed that the orphan surnamed Chen seemed unable to endure the winter. Finally, his conscience stirred, and having already apprenticed at the dragon kiln, he took the orphan to the dragon kiln located by the Baoxi River, a trek of several dozen miles through deep snow. Lu Xianying still could not fathom how that little fellow, resembling a piece of charcoal with legs as thin as bamboo shoots, managed to reach the dragon kiln. Ultimately, although Old Master Yao allowed Chen Ping'an to stay, the treatment of the two was worlds apart. Lu Xianying, as the closing disciple, faced both scolding and punishment, yet even a blind man could perceive the underlying care. For instance, there was a time when Lu Xianying was struck hard enough to draw blood from his forehead. The resilient youth felt little pain, while Old Master Yao, who had been stern with his disciples, regretted his actions, unable to voice his concerns out of pride, and spent the better part of the night pacing in his home, still uneasy about Lu Xianying's well-being. In the end, he called upon Chen Ping'an to deliver a bottle of ointment to Lu Xianying. For many years, Chen Ping'an had envied Lu Xianying, not for his talent, strength, or popularity, but rather for his fearless disposition, his carefree demeanor, and his apparent lack of concern for the burdens of solitary existence. No matter where Lu Xianying went or whom he encountered, he swiftly formed bonds, calling others brothers and drinking merrily. Lu Xianying, having taken on responsibilities early due to his grandfather's poor health, became a natural leader among children, adept at catching snakes, fishing, and raiding bird nests, with skills in using wooden bows, fishing rods, slingshots, and bird traps. He seemed capable of anything, particularly in the countryside, where he excelled at catching loaches and fishing for eels. Undoubtedly the most skilled in the town. In truth, when Lu Xianying left the village school, Mr. She had even sought out Lu Xianying's grandfather, offering to waive any tuition fees. But Lu Xianying adamantly refused, insisting he wanted to earn money rather than study. Mr. Chi proposed hiring Lu Xianying as his personal attendant, but Lu Xianying remained unmoved. In reality, Lu Xianying was living quite well. Even after Old Master Yao's death and the dragon kiln's closure, he was soon noticed by a blacksmith in Qilong Lane and began constructing a thatched hut and stove south of the town, keeping himself busy. As Lu Xianying watched Chen Ping'an extinguish the candle and place it on the table, he quietly asked, "Have you heard any strange sounds in the mornings like?" Chen Ping'an sat on the bench, patiently awaiting further explanation. Lu Xianying hesitated briefly, his cheeks flushing slightly, like the cries of cats in spring. Chen Ping'an queried, "Is it Song Jisun imitating a cat, or Jigui?" Lu Xianying rolled his eyes, dismissing the question, and propped himself up on the bed, slowly bending his elbows before extending his arms, lifting his backside off the bed and his feet off the ground. With his rear suspended in the air, he smirked derisively. "What Jigui? It's clearly Wang Zhu." The Song kid has always loved to show off. He must have seen the character of Gunware and misused them, without considering whether the meaning was appropriate. Wang Zhu has such a young master. He must have sinned in his previous life, or he wouldn't be suffering by Song Jisun's side. Chen Ping'an did not echo the tall youth's sentiments. Maintaining his position, Lu Xianyang scoffed. Do you truly not understand? Why do you think after you helped that girl Wang Zhu with her bucket, she stopped talking to you? It must be that petty Song Jisun, who got jealous and threatened Wang Zhu not to flirt with you, or else she defaced the family's discipline, breaking her legs and tossing her into Nipping Alley. Chen Ping'an could no longer endure Lu Xianyang's tirade and interrupted. Song Jisun treats her well. Lu Xianyang, feeling insulted and furious, retorted, What do you know about right and wrong? Chen Ping'an, with clear eyes, softly replied, Sometimes when she works in the yard, Song Jisun sits on a bench, reading some county annals, and when she glances at Song Jisun, she often smiles. Lu Xianyang stared blankly. Suddenly, the frail wooden bed could no longer support Lu Xianyang's weight and broke in half, sending the tall youth sprawling to the ground. Chen Ping'an crouched down, pressing his hands to his head, sighing in frustration, feeling a headache coming on. Lu Xianyang scratched his head, stood up, and offered no words of apology, merely giving Chen Ping'an a light kick and grinning. Come on, it's just a rickety old bed. I came today to bring you some tremendous news, worth far more than this shabby bed. Chen Ping'an looked up. Lu Xianyang, brimming with pride, continued, After leaving the town, my master Wan mentioned digging a few wells by the creek to the south. Initially, they lacked manpower and needed help, so I casually suggested you, saying there's a little fellow with decent strength. Master Wan agreed and said you should head over in the next couple of days. Chen Ping'an sprang to his feet, about to express his gratitude. Lu Xianyang raised a hand, interrupting, Stop right there. No need for thanks. Just keep it in your heart. Chen Ping'an grinned despite himself. Lu Xianyang scanned the surroundings, noticing a fishing rod leaning in the corner, a slingshot lying by the window, and a wooden bow hanging on the wall. He hesitated, then held back his words. Striding over the threshold, he purposefully avoided the ashes of the talisman scattered on the ground. Chen Ping'an watched the tall figure depart. Suddenly, Lu Xianyang turned back, facing Chen Ping'an at the threshold, and without lifting his feet, took several steps forward before throwing a powerful punch, then straightening up with a loud laugh. Master Wan told me that with just a year of practice, I could kill a man with this fist. Lu Xianyang, seemingly not satisfied, performed a bizarre kicking motion, chuckling. This is called a good leg must meet the groin, kicking the donkey to death. Finally, Lu Xianyang pointed his thumb at his chest, boasting, When Master Wan taught me the fist technique, I shared some of my thoughts with him, like my insights on Old Master Yao's unique skill-jumping blade in pottery. Master Wan praised me as a once-in-a-century martial arts talent. Just stick with me, and you'll enjoy the finer things in life. Lu Xianyang caught a glimpse of the maid Ji Gui entering the house, and suddenly lost interest in playing the hero. He casually remarked to Chen Ping'an, By the way, I passed by the old locust tree earlier, and there's an old man claiming to be a storyteller setting up a stall. He says he has a treasure trove of interesting tales to share with us. You might want to check it out when you have the time. Chen Ping'an nodded. Lu Xianyang strode out of Nipping Alley. Numerous tales circulated in the town about this solitary and defiant youth, who liked to claim that his ancestors were generals who commanded troops in battle, hence the ancient armor his family had inherited through generations. Chen Ping'an had seen this so-called treasure once. In truth, it was quite unattractive, resembling a wart on a person or a scar on an old tree. However, Lu Xianyang's peers had a different narrative, suggesting that his forebears were deserters who fled to this town, marrying into a local family and narrowly escaping the clutches of the authorities. They spoke as if they had witnessed Lu Xianyang's ancestors fleeing the battlefield and their tumultuous journey to this town. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, squatting by the threshold and blowing away the ashes. Unbeknownst to him, Song Jisun stood on the other side of the courtyard wall, accompanied by her maid Ji Gui, calling out, Would you like to join us at the locust tree for some fun? Chen Ping'an looked up. No, thank you. Song Jisun smirked, boring. She turned to her maid and smiled. Ji Gui, let us go. I'll buy you a whole jar of peach blossom powder for the general's belly. Ji Gui blushed. A small cricket jar is enough. With her hands clasped behind her back, Song Jisun strode confidently. As a member of the Song family, renowned for our culinary prowess and noble lineage, how could we be so petty? Would that not tarnish our family's reputation? Sitting on the threshold, Chen Ping'an rubbed his forehead. In truth, when Song Jisun refrained from making odd remarks, she was not unpleasant to be around. Yet, in situations like this, had Lu Xianyang been present, he would undoubtedly have expressed a desire to strike her on the back of the head with a brick. Leaning against the door, Chen Ping'an contemplated the coming days, which would likely mirror today, and the days ahead would follow suit, continuing in such a manner until he ultimately found himself akin to old Master Yao. Life would be an endless cycle of toil, with the earth consuming man in return. Finally, closing his eyes, when he opened them again, it might very well be the next life. The boy gazed down at his straw sandals and suddenly burst into laughter. Walking on the bluestone slabs felt distinctly different from trudging through the mire. As Lu Xianyang exited the alley, passing the fortune-telling stall, the young Taoist called out, "Come, come! This humble Taoist sees your complexion burning like oil, a sure sign of misfortune, but fear not, for I possess a method to help you avert disaster." Lu Xianyang, taken aback, recalled that this Taoist had previously offered fortunes and omens, but had never actively sought clients, relying solely on those willing to engage. Could it be that with the dragon kiln's closure, the Taoist too had fallen on hard times, resorting to desperate measures? Lu Xianyang scoffed. "Your method is simply to lose money to ward off misfortune. Isn't it? Go to hell. You won't swindle me out of my coins in this lifetime." The young Taoist, unfazed, shouted back, expecting this year to be prosperous, who knew calamity lurked in your fate. Without disaster, you refuse to honor the deities, desiring peace while neglecting to offer incense. That you should burn incense. Without warning, Lu Xianyang pivoted and sprinted toward the fortune-telling stall, cracking his knuckles and shouting, "Burn incense, huh? I'll start by setting your stall ablaze." The Taoist, evidently startled, abandoned his stall and fled, clutching his head. Lu Xianyang stood beside the stall, watching the Taoist's comical retreat, and burst into laughter. He noticed the fortune sticks on the table, casually knocking over sending the bamboo sticks scattering in a fan shape across the tabletop. Lu Xianyang pointed at the Taoist, who had stopped at a distance. "From now on, whenever I see you, I'll give you a beating." The young Taoist clasped his hands together, pleading for mercy. Only then did Lu Xianyang relent. Once the tall youth had walked away, the Taoist cautiously sat back down, letting out a sigh. Times are tough, and people's hearts have grown cold, making it hard for this humble Taoist to make ends meet. At that moment, the Taoist's eyes brightened, and he quickly closed them, proclaiming loudly, "The pond is full, and the frogs croak chaotically. The heart of man is as piercing as a dagger. Here, success is like a water lily, only suitable for the wind to stir in all directions." The young couple clearly heard the Taoist's words, but alas, they showed no intention of stopping. The Taoist, slightly opening his eyes, realized he was about to miss another opportunity, and slapped the table, raising his voice. "The top scholar is but a child of the world. The prime minister is merely a person among men, knowledgeable and renowned, brimming with spirit." Song Jisin and her maid Ji Gui continued on their way. The Taoist, disheartened, muttered softly, "Life is unbearable." Unexpectedly, the youth turned his head and tossed a coin toward the young Taoist, beaming, "May your words bring good fortune." The Taoist hastily caught the coin and, upon opening his palm, frowned, realizing it was the smallest denomination. Nevertheless, he placed the coin gently on the table that in an instant, a yellow oriole swooped down onto the table, lowering its head and gently pecking at the coin before lifting its gaze to the young Taoist, its eyes sparkling with intelligence, akin to that of a human. The Taoist softly urged, "Go, do not linger here." The yellow oriole darted away. The young Taoist surveyed the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze on the distant towering archway, perfectly aligned with the plaque reading, "Chi Chong Donyo," lamenting, "What a pity." Finally, he added, if it could be sold outside, it would fetch at least 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver. Chapter 5. The Revelation under the sprawling old locust tree. Song Jisin arrived with his maid, Jigui, only to find the shaded area densely populated, nearly 50 souls occupying the benches they had brought from home, with children tugging at their elders to join the fray. Standing at the edge of the shade, Song Jisin observed an elderly man beneath the tree, one hand cradling a large white bowl, the other resting behind his back, his expression fervent as he proclaimed loudly, "I have previously outlined the general direction of the dragon vein, and now I shall speak of the true dragon. Ah, this is truly remarkable. Approximately 3,000 years ago, an extraordinary celestial being emerged in the world, initially retreating into a certain cave paradise to diligently cultivate, achieving enlightenment, and then embarking on a journey across the realm, wielding a 3-foot sword, his brilliance undeniable. For reasons unknown, this individual was at odds with the flood dragon, and for 300 springs and autumns, wherever there was a flood dragon, he would slay it, until no true dragon remained in the world, after which he vanished without a trace. Some say he ascended to a lofty realm of profound wisdom to discourse with the Tao ancestor, while others claim he ventured to the distant western Pure Land to debate with the Buddha. There are even whispers that he personally guarded the gates of Fengdu, preventing malevolent spirits from wreaking havoc upon the living. The old man's words flowed fervently, yet the townsfolk remained unmoved, their faces a canvas of confusion. The maid, with a hint of curiosity, whispered, "What does 3-foot sword mean?" Song Jisen chuckled. "It refers to a sword." The maid retorted, "Young master, this old man is rather fond of flaunting his knowledge, isn't he?" His words are hardly coherent. Casting a sidelong glance at the elder, Song Jisen, with a smirk, remarked, "There are but a few literate souls in our little town. This storyteller is merely throwing flirtatious glances at the blind." The maid further inquired, "What is a cave paradise? Can anyone truly live for 300 years? And Fengdu, isn't that a realm for the dead?" Stumped by her questions, yet unwilling to reveal his ignorance, Song Jisen casually responded, "It's all nonsense, likely derived from a few lowly historical texts meant to deceive the simple folk." At that moment, he keenly noticed the elder casting a glance in his direction, albeit fleeting, yet he captured it nonetheless, dismissing it as mere coincidence. The maid gazed upward at the old locust tree, as dappled light filtered through the leaves, instinctively squinting her eyes. Turning his gaze, Song Jisen was suddenly taken aback. His maid, now with a face beginning to shed its childhood roundness, bore little resemblance to the frail little maid from his memory. According to local customs, when a woman marries, it is customary to invite a fortunate woman, whose parents are both alive, to remove the fine hairs from the bride's face and trim her bangs and sideburns, known as opening the face or lifting the brows. Having heard of a custom absent in their town, Song Jisen, on Ji Gui's 12th birthday, had procured the finest newly brewed wine, retrieved a beautifully glazed porcelain bottle he had stealthily hidden, filled it with the wine, carefully, sealed it with clay, and buried it underground. Suddenly, Song Jisen spoke. "Ji Gui, although that fellow surnamed Chen, according to our scholarly ancestors, is deemed rottenwood uncarvable and a wall of dung unplasterable, he has nonetheless accomplished something of significance in his life." The maid remained silent, her eyes downcast, her eyelashes faintly trembling. Song Jisen continued, "As for Chen Ping'an, he is not a bad person, merely too rigid. He adheres strictly to principles, which is why he became a potter. And no matter how diligently he practices, he is destined not to create anything of true spirit, hence why Lu Xianyang's master, that old man Yao, looks down upon him with such disdain. His perception is astute, for he embodies rotten wood uncarvable. As for a wall of dung unplasterable, it implies that even if a wretched soul, like Chen Ping'an were, to don a dragon robe, he would still remain a clumsy peasant." As he reached this point, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "In truth, I am even more unfortunate than Chen Ping'an." Uncertain of how to comfort her master, the maid remained quiet. In this small town, Song Jisen and his maid had become the subject of gossip among the affluent of Fulu Street and Taoye Alley, thanks to Song Jisen's benevolent father, Lord Song. The town lacked prominent figures and turbulence. Hence the kiln supervisor dispatched by the court was akin to a paragon of virtue, and among the many supervisors throughout history, Lord Song had garnered the most goodwill from the populace. Unlike previous officials who maintained a lofty distance, Lord Song immersed himself in the affairs of the imperial kiln, being hands-on in the production of porcelain, resembling the common folk more than the artisans themselves. Over the span of more than a decade, this scholarly man had become sun-kissed and robust, dressing like a peasant, engaging with people without any airs. Regrettably, the imperial porcelain produced by the local dragon kiln, whether in glaze quality or form, consistently fell short of expectations, even slightly inferior to previous standards, leaving the old kiln masters perplexed. Ultimately, the court, recognizing Lord Song's diligence and effort, transferred him back to the capital with a commendable evaluation. Before his departure, he generously funded the construction of a covered bridge, and later, when it was discovered that his departing caravan had not included a certain child, the prominent families in town suddenly realized. It can be said that Lord Song had forged a significant bond with the town, and coupled with the current kiln supervisor's deliberate favor, the young Song Jisun had enjoyed a carefree life in the town, free from want. As for the maid, now named Jigui, her origins were shrouded in mystery, with local gossip suggesting that one winter, amidst a heavy snowfall, a girl from afar collapsed at the threshold of Song Jisun's home while begging, and had it not been for someone's timely intervention, she would have perished. The elderly worker at the official office had another tale, adamantly claiming she was an orphan purchased by Lord Song in his youth, intended to be a companion for his illegitimate son, Song Jisun, to remedy the loss of their father-son bond. Regardless of the truth, once the young maid was named Jigui, their father-son relationship was solidified, for the town's elite were well aware that Lord Song held a particular fondness for a certain inkstone, inscribed with the characters Jigui. Snapping back to reality, Song Jisun's face brightened. For some reason, I am reminded of that tenacious little lizard. Jigui, think about it. I tossed it into Chen Ping'an's yard, yet it still seeks to return to our home. What does that say about Chen Ping'an's doghouse? That it is so undesirable that even a small snake refuses to enter. The maid pondered seriously before responding. Some matters indeed rely on fate, don't they? Song Jisun extended his thumb, laughing heartily. Precisely. Chen Ping'an is merely a person of shallow fate and scant fortune. He should be content to be alive. She remained silent. Song Jisun mused aloud. After we leave this town, will Chen Ping'an keep an eye on our belongings? Might he not pilfer from us? The maid softly replied, Young master, surely not? Song Jisun chuckled. Oh, Jigui, you understand the term guarding against theft? The maid blinked her bright, autumn-like eyes. Isn't it the literal meaning? Song Jisun laughed, gazing southward with a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. I have heard that the collection of books in the capital exceeds the flowers, trees, and shrubs of our little town. At that moment, the storyteller continued. Though the world may lack true dragons, their kin, such as flood dragons, horned dragons, and she-dragons, still exist in the realm, perhaps. The elder intentionally paused, noticing the audience's indifference, their lack of engagement prompting him to elaborate. Perhaps they are hidden among us, as Taoist immortals refer to it. The lurking dragon in the abyss. Song Jisun yawned. Suddenly, a locust leaf drifted down, lush and vibrant, landing squarely on the young man's forehead. He reached up to grasp the leaf, twisting its stem between his fingers that as he approached the old locust tree to collect his debts at the east gate, he too noticed the falling leaves, but hastened his steps to catch them. A gust of wind, however, carried the leaf just beyond his reach. The agile boy swiftly sidestepped, attempting to intercept the leaf midair. Yet, the leaf spun gracefully in the breeze. Unfazed, the young man persisted, twisting and turning, yet ultimately failing to capture the locust leaf. Chen Ping'an, resigned to his fate, continued onward to the scholarly boy, skipping class, brushed past Chen Ping'an, unknowingly carrying a locust leaf upon his shoulder. Chen Ping'an pressed on towards the east gate, determined, even if he could not collect any money, to at least urge for it. Meanwhile, from a distance, the young fortune-teller, with his eyes closed in meditation, muttered to himself, Who claims that heaven's fortune favors the worthy? Chapter 6. The downer Chen Ping'an arrived at the eastern gate and beheld a man seated languidly on a tree stump by the fence, basking in the gentle rays of early spring sunlight, eyes closed, humming a tune, while rhythmically patting his knees. Chen Ping'an squatted beside him, finding it exceedingly difficult to broach the subject of debt collection as a young lad. Thus, he quietly directed his gaze towards the expansive road stretching eastward, winding and lengthy, reminiscent of a robust yellow serpent. Habitually, he scooped up a handful of earth, cradling it in his palm, and began to knead it slowly. He had once traversed the mountains surrounding the small town with Old Man Yao, burdened by a heavy pack filled with various tools, including an axe and a hoe. Under the elder's guidance, they would meander from place to place, stopping intermittently, and Chen Ping'an often had to eat dirt, taking a handful of soil and directly placing it into his mouth, chewing and savoring its flavor. Over time, he became adept at discerning the texture of the earth with just a touch of his fingers, Consequently, later on, when he encountered fragments of porcelain from age-old kilns in the marketplace, he could weigh them and ascertain not only the kiln from which they originated, but also the specific artisan who had crafted them. Although Old Man Yao was reclusive and unsociable, frequently chastising Chen Ping'an, there was a time when he, in a fit of frustration over the boy's perceived lack of understanding, abandoned him in a desolate wilderness, returning to the kiln alone. After traversing 60 miles of mountainous terrain, the boy, nearing the dragon kiln, found himself wandering under the cover of night during a torrential downpour. But as he finally caught a glimpse of light in the distance while trudging through the mud, the stubborn youth felt an overwhelming urge to weep for the first time after struggling to fend for himself. Yet he never bore any resentment towards the old man, nor did he harbor any grievances. Coming from a humble background, with no formal education, he grasped a truth that transcended the confines of books. Aside from one's parents, no one is inherently obliged to treat you kindly. Alas, his parents had departed this world far too early. Chen Ping'an, with a patience born of introspection, found himself lost in thought, while the slovenly man, sensing the futility of evasion, opened his eyes and chuckled. It's merely 5 won. A man who is so miserly will never achieve great things. With a resigned expression, Chen Ping'an replied, "Are you not being calculative?" The man grinned, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth, and retorted, "Well then, if you don't wish to end up a bachelor like me, don't dwell on that 5 won." Chen Ping'an sighed deeply, lifting his gaze earnestly as he said, "If you're short on copper, let us forget about the 5 won, but let it be known that in the future, 1 letter will cost 1 copper coin. There shall be no further debts." The man, exuding an air of mustiness, turned with a smile and said, "Little one, with your kind of stubborn disposition, you are bound to face significant losses in the future. Haven't you heard the old adage, loss is a blessing? If you are unwilling to endure small losses." He caught sight of the soil in the boy's hand, paused briefly, and added with a sly grin, "It seems your fate is to toil endlessly." Chen Ping'an countered, "Did I not just say that I don't want the 5 won? Does that not count as a small loss?" The man, somewhat taken aback and irked, waved him off, saying, "Get lost. It's truly exhausting to converse with you." Chen Ping'an released the soil, rose to his feet, and remarked, "The stump is damp." The man looked up, scolding him lightly, "Do I need you to teach me? In youth, with vigor aplenty, one could fry a pancake on their backside." The man then glanced at the youth's retreating figure, smirking and muttering what sounded like a curse upon fate. Today, Mr. Chi, the tutor, unexpectedly concluded his teachings early. Behind the school was a courtyard, with a small, low wooden door on the northern side leading to a bamboo grove. When Song Jisin and his maid were listening to a story beneath the old locust tree, they were summoned to play chess. Reluctant, Song Jisin only complied because the messenger insisted it was Mr. Chi's wish to observe their progress in chess. Song Jisin held a peculiar regard for the stern Mr. Chi, a blend of respect and trepidation. So when the tutor himself issued the command, he felt compelled to attend, though he insisted on waiting until the storyteller had finished. The young man delivering the message had to return home first, reiterating his admonition that Song Jisin should not arrive too late, droning on about how Mr. Chi was exceedingly particular about rules and did not tolerate dishonesty, among other things. At that moment, Song Jisin, with fingers in his ears, impatiently acknowledged, I know. When Song Jisin arrived at the schoolyard with his maid, Jige, a gentle breeze stirred, and the cultured young man in the blue robe was, as usual, seated on a bench to the south, back straight and posture formal. Song Jisin plopped down opposite him, facing south that Mr. Chi occupied the western side, typically silent as he observed the game. Jigue would always take a stroll in the bamboo grove whenever her young master played chess, to avoid disturbing the 3-inch scholars, and today was no exception. In this small, remote town, there was no such thing as a scholarly lineage, rendering scholars a rare breed. According to the old rules established by Mr. Chi, Song Jisin and the young man in the blue robe had to guess who would play first, with the black pieces going first. Both boys had commenced their chess journey around the same time, yet Song Jisin, with his sharp intellect, progressed at an astonishing rate, swiftly surpassing his peer. Hence, when it came time to decide who would play first, it was Song Jisin who reached into the box and withdrew a handful of white pieces, the number kept secret from his opponent. The young man in blue would then select 1 or 2 black pieces. Upon guessing the parity of the white pieces, He would gain the advantage of going first at end their first 2 years of playing against one another, whether controlling the white pieces or the black. Song Jisun had never tasted defeat. However, Song Jisun's interest in chess waned. He played sporadically, while the less gifted young man, being a student of the village school and serving as Mr. Chi's assistant, spent every waking moment with the tutor. Even merely observing Mr. Chi as he sat and studied brought him significant insight. Consequently, the young man in blue progressed from occasionally securing a win when playing black to achieving a 50-50 standing against Song Jisun whenever he played black. The disparity in their skills was evident. Mr. Chi, however, remained a silent observer, his hands folded, watching the ebb and flow of their skills. As Song Jisun was about to reach for a piece, Mr. Chi suddenly said, "Today, you shall play a game of seated chess, with the white pieces going first." Both boys were puzzled, utterly unaware of what seated chess entailed. Mr. Chi spoke calmly, meticulously explaining the rules, which were not overly complex, merely requiring them to place black and white pieces on the 4 star points. The middle-aged man's movements were fluid and practiced, a sight to behold. The typically rule-abiding young man in blue, upon hearing this bad news, was left speechless, staring intently at the board, finally murmuring, "Sir, it seems many established strategies will no longer apply." Song Jisun furrowed his brow in thought for a moment. Then his expression brightened, and he relaxed, saying, "The board's layout has indeed shrunk." With a hint of pride, he looked up and asked, "Right, Mr. Chi?" The middle-aged scholar nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Song Jisun raised an eyebrow at his opponent, smiling as he inquired, "Shall I let you go first with 2 pieces, or else this fellow is bound to lose?" The young man opposite him turned crimson, stuttering, for he was acutely aware that his increasing victories were not solely due to his rising skill, but also because Song Jisun had become increasingly inattentive to the game over the past 2 years, occasionally allowing himself to lose intentionally or playing carelessly even when he had a clear advantage. For Song Jisun, the enjoyment of the game took precedence over winning. For the young man in blue, from the moment he placed his first piece on the board, the pursuit of victory had consumed him. Mr. Chi turned to his student, saying, "You may proceed with the white pieces." The young man in blue moved cautiously, taking his time with each piece, while Song Jisun played swiftly and boldly, his moves flowing like water. The contrast in their temperaments could not be more pronounced. However, after 80 moves, the young man in blue found himself utterly defeated, head hung low, lips pressed tightly together. Song Jisun rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin on his hand, fingers gently tapping the table as he gazed at the board. According to Mr. Chi's rules, a silent resignation was the only acceptable form of conceding. One must never utter the words, "I lost." Regardless of his reluctance, the young man in blue slowly placed his piece down. Mr. Chi instructed his student, "Go practice your calligraphy. There is no need to tidy up the board, write forever 300 times." The young man in blue quickly rose, bowing respectfully before departing. Only after the boy's figure had vanished did Song Jisun softly ask, "Will you also be leaving, sir?" The silver-haired scholar nodded, saying, "Within 10 days I shall depart." Song Jisun smiled. "That is perfect. I can see you off, sir." The tutor hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "There is no need for farewells. Song Jisun, once you venture beyond this town, remember not to be overly ostentatious. I possess nothing of value, merely 3 elementary texts on learning. Elementary learning, ritual, and music, and observations. You may take them and study them frequently. Remember that reading 100 times will reveal the meaning. If you can read 10,000 volumes, your writing will flow effortlessly, and the true essence of this knowledge. You will come to understand in due time that as for the 3 miscellaneous books, subtle arts of calculation, chess strategies, and essays on mountains and seas. Feel free to peruse them at your leisure. They may provide some amusement and enrichment." Song Jisun was taken aback, feeling a bit awkward, and mustered the courage to say, "Sir, it feels as if you are entrusting me with your legacy, which is quite unsettling." Mr. Chi smiled warmly, gently replying, "It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. Life is full of encounters. Surely, we shall meet again." The tutor's smile was like a refreshing spring breeze that he suddenly added, "Go pay a visit to Zhao Yao. Consider it an early farewell." Song Jisun stood up, cheerfully saying, "All right then, please tidy up the board." The youth dashed off full of enthusiasm. The middle-aged scholar bent down to gather the pieces, seemingly haphazardly picking them up, yet following a sequence. First the black pieces, then the white, starting from the last black piece placed by Song Ji-sin, each one retrieved in perfect order. Unbeknownst to him, the Meiji Gue had returned from the bamboo grove. Standing outside the wooden gate, without stepping into the courtyard, he did not turn around but spoke somberly. "Take care of yourself." The girl, having grown up in a humble alley, bore a bewildered expression, fragile and timid, exuding an air of vulnerability. The refined scholar, subtly revealing a hint of anger, slowly turned to look at her, his gaze cold and detached. The girl remained in her dazed state, innocent and unassuming. The middle-aged scholar rose, elegant and poised, directing his gaze towards the girl, and coldly remarked, "You wretched spawn." The girl gradually collected herself, her expression shifting from innocence to icy resolve, a mocking smile curling at her lips as if to say, "What can you do to me?" They remained locked in a steady gaze. Within the courtyard, it was as if two serpents were poised against one another, each regarding the other as an adversary. That in the distance, Song Ji-sin called out, "Jigui, it's time to go home." The girl immediately stood on her toes, obediently replying, "Yes, young master." She pushed open the gate and scampered past the tutor, pausing a few steps later to turn around and bow deeply, her voice sweet and melodic. "Sir, Jigui is leaving now." After a long while, the scholar sighed. The spring breeze was gentle. The bamboo leaves swayed like the sound of turning pages. The young Taoist, adorned with a lotus crown, was tidying up his stall, sighing deeply. When familiar townsfolk inquired about the reason for his unusual demeanor, he simply shook his head, offering no reply. The last woman who had once sought his counsel on matrimonial matters passed by, and, noticing the young Taoist's peculiar behavior, shyly halted her steps, her voice soft as she posed a question, yet her glistening eyes lingered appreciatively on his handsome face. The young Taoist discreetly glanced at the woman, his gaze drifting downward to a rather inviting sight. Then he swallowed hard and muttered a cryptic oracle. Today, this humble Taoist has drawn a fortune for himself. It's a downturn, a dire omen. Chapter 7. The Well of Water in Xinghua Lane. There exists a well known as Tieso Well, where a chain as thick as a robust young man's arm has hung at its mouth for countless years. The origins of this well and the peculiar iron lock remain shrouded in mystery, with no one alive able to discern the truth, not even the oldest elders of the town, who can only offer vague tales. It is said that once an inquisitive townsman, disregarding the warnings of the elders about the ancient adage that states, "For every foot of chain pulled from the well, 1 year is deducted from one's life," attempted to measure the length of the chain. After an exhausting effort, he managed to extract a considerable length of iron. Yet the end remained elusive. Fatigued, he left the chain coiled beside the well, vowing to return the next day, dismissing the warnings as mere superstition. However, upon returning home, he tragically succumbed to a violent death, his eyes wide open in his final moments. Despite the frantic attempts of his family to close his eyes, they remained stubbornly ajar until an elderly resident, who had lived near the well for generations, guided them to the well, where he returned the chain to its depths. Only then did the deceased finally find peace, his eyes closing at last, an old man and a child, the latter still with remnants of childhood innocence, approached the iron lock well. The child, with a nose still adorned by 2 trails of mucus, spoke with surprising clarity and eloquence about the tale, far beyond what one would expect from a mere child who had only recently begun his studies. With wide eyes like 2 dark grapes, he turned to the storyteller, who held a large white bowl, and inquired, "I have finished my tale. Now you must show me what lies within your bowl." The elder chuckled, "Patience, my young friend. Once we sit by the well, I shall reveal its contents." The child, with a mock serious tone, cautioned, "No backing out now, or you shall meet a terrible fate, falling head first into the well, or perhaps struck by lightning and reduced to cinders. I would then be forced to gather stones to crush your remains." The elder listened to the child's relentless stream of darkly humorous threats with a headache, hastily assuring him, "I shall indeed show you. But tell me, from whom did you learn such words?" The child retorted confidently, "From my mother." The elder marveled, "Truly, a remarkable talent in a place rich with culture." The child suddenly paused, frowning. "Are you not cursing me?" I know some people twist fine words into insults like song jisin. The elder quickly denied this, shifting the topic. Are there often strange occurrences in our town? The child nodded. Tell me more, the elder urged. The child pointed at the elder, seriously stating, for instance, you carry a large white bowl, yet refuse to let anyone drop coins into it. Before you finished your story, my mother remarked that your tales are muddled and deceitful, so she sent me with a few coins, which you adamantly refused. What truly lies within that bowl? The elder found himself in a humorous predicament. It turned out this child had been brought by the storyteller, who had previously shared tales beneath an old locust tree. Initially reluctant, the child was persuaded by the elder's claims of the bowl containing something extraordinary. The lively child, often described by his parents as one who forgot to grow a backside at birth, had a penchant for wandering with the local rascals. Yet, to catch a fish, he could remain motionless under the sun for an astonishing length of time, displaying remarkable patience. Thus, when the elder proposed to test the weight of the bowl, the child readily agreed, thinking it harmless. However, the elder struggled to lift him, attempting 5 or 6 times without success. The child, glancing at the elder's frail limbs, mused that even Chen Ping'an, a notorious scoundrel, possessed far more strength than this elder. Yet, yearning to glimpse the contents of the bowl, the clever child refrained from uttering words that might embarrass the elder, for in the vicinity of Mud Bottle Lane and Xinghua Lane, this child was renowned for his sharp tongue. The elder approached the well, but did not sit at its edge. The ancient well, built from blue bricks, seemed to weigh upon him, and as he drew near, he felt a heaviness in his breath. The child, with his back to the well, leapt backward, his bottom just grazing the edge of the well. This sight sent a chill down the elder's spine. One misstep could send the child plummeting into the depths of the ancient well, where retrieval would be nearly impossible. The elder took a cautious step closer, squinting to inspect the iron chain, one end firmly bound to the well's wheel. A place of great fortune, unrivaled in the land, he mused, surveying the surroundings with a flurry of emotions, pondering to whom this significant artifact would ultimately belong. Extending his free hand, he scrutinized the lines in his palm, intricate and modeled that a new line, slowly emerging like a crack in porcelain, caught his attention. The elder furrowed his brow in astonishment. In but a short half-day, such a dismal scene has unfolded. What of those others? The child, now perched on the well's edge with arms akimbo, impatiently urged, Will you show me the white bowl or not? The elder, exasperated, replied, Come down quickly, and I shall reveal it to you. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, the child finally leapt down. The elder hesitated, his expression solemn. Young one, we are fated to meet, that I will unveil the mysteries of this bowl, but you must promise not to speak of it to anyone, not even your mother. If you can uphold your end, I shall grant you this privilege. If not, even if you plead, I shall not show you a glimpse. The child blinked. Let it begin. The elder solemnly approached the well, only to discover the child had now adjusted his position, sitting with both feet dangling over the edge. Regretting his entanglement with such a reckless child, the elder composed himself, facing the well, fingers gripping the base of the large white bowl. He began to incline it slightly, a movement nearly imperceptible. The child, growing impatient, noticed no change in the bowl above him. Just as his patience began to wane, a stream of water, the width of a finger, cascaded silently from the bowl into the depths of the well. The child grinned, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints, but suddenly his mouth snapped shut in surprise. Gradually, the child's expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to fear, and he abruptly leapt away from the well, racing home. The elder had poured forth a quantity of water far exceeding that of an entire water barrel, and yet it continued to flow from the bowl. The child, convinced he had encountered a ghost, fled in terror. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyang, a tall youth, whimsically practiced swordplay with a freshly broken twig, his movements wild and carefree, raising clouds of dust along the path. Exiting the town toward the south, he approached the covered bridge built with funds from Lord Song, and after a few more miles, he would arrive at the forge run by the Ruan family. Always proud, Lu Xianyang was captivated by Master Ruan's words, which left him in awe. We are here solely to forge swords. The thought of possessing a true sword filled him with excitement, prompting him to abandon the twig and shout joyfully as he ran. He practiced the few martial stances Master Wan had imparted, displaying admirable form and vigor. As he neared the bridge, he spotted 4 individuals seated at the northern steps. A voluptuous woman cradling a boy clad in a bright red robe, who lifted his chin like a victorious general. At the opposite end sat a tall elder with a head full of white hair, gently comforting an irate little girl, whose delicate features resembled a finely crafted porcelain doll, her skin translucent in the sunlight, revealing delicate veins beneath. The 2 children had just finished quarreling. The girl was on the verge of tears while the boy reveled in his triumph. The elder, robust as a mountain, seemed oblivious to the apologetic glance cast by the woman beside him. Below the steps stood a young man named Lu Jingchun, the direct descendant of the Lu family, whose lineage was well regarded in the town. Though he was a native, Lu Jingchun's appearance was somewhat diminished, having been depleted by a life of indulgence. The Lu family's dragon kills were unmatched in both number and scale, and their descendants frequently ventured beyond the town to establish themselves. Yet, the once formidable Lu Jingchun now appeared anxious and pale, his demeanor tense, as if he feared retribution for any misstep. The boy spoke in a dialect that the townsfolk could not comprehend. "Mother, is it true that this Lu fellow is descended from that esteemed lineage?" As he was about to name a figure, the woman swiftly covered his mouth, admonishing, "How many times did your father remind you before we left? Here, you must not speak names lightly." The boy pried her hand away, eyes blazing with fervor, and whispered, "Is it true that they have inherited treasures and ancient texts?" The mother, affectionately ruffling his hair, replied softly, "The Lu family guarantees that 2 precious items are hidden within that boy's home." Suddenly, the boy pouted, "Mother, can we not trade for those treasures? The armor we have planned to acquire is simply too hideous. Imagine, with the sword text, we could slay foes unseen, far superior to any turtle shell." Before she could elaborate, the girl nearby interjected angrily, "What makes you think you can lay claim to our long-lost town's treasures? We come here with rightful intent, unlike some shameless rogues who resort to thievery." The boy turned to her, grinning mockingly. "Oh, but you just said it's the mountain treasure. Merely a matter of lineage. How impressive." His expression shifted as he stood, looking down at the girl with a condescending gaze, as if admonishing a naive student. "The path to immortality is fraught with struggles, and you seem oblivious to the responsibilities that come with your heritage. The descendants of Xinjiang Mountain are bound to elevate it by 100 feet every 30 years. Do you think your grandfather and father accomplished this effortlessly?" The girl, momentarily deflated, hung her head, unable to meet his gaze. The elder, towering and imposing, warned, "Madam, while children may speak freely, should my young master's resolve falter due to such folly, you must reckon with the consequences." The woman smiled sweetly, pulling her sulking child closer, and remarked, "Children argue and bicker. There is no need for such gravity, Elder Yuan, that we wouldn't want to jeopardize the centuries-long friendship between our families." To her surprise, the elder retorted with fierce conviction, "Xinjiang Mountain has stood for 2,600 years, repaying kindness and grievances alike. We bear no grudges past the night." The woman chuckled lightly, not wishing to escalate tensions. Each individual in the town harbored significant burdens, especially her, who wagered her life savings, her son's future, and her family's legacy in this endeavor. Though dressed modestly, she exuded an air of grace, yet the townsfolk, unaccustomed to such poise, were oblivious to her deeper significance. Throughout this encounter, Lu Jingchun remained turned away from the covered bridge steps. In a previous meeting at the Lu family estate, his younger brother, overwhelmed by youthful exuberance, had momentarily disregarded his grandfather's warnings and stole a glance at the woman, only to be seized by the elder and beaten in the courtyard, his cries silenced, as if muffled by cotton. Lu Jingchun, present at the time, had neither heard the cries nor witnessed the aftermath. As the courtyard was cleaned by the time they sought the Lu Bin that moment, Lu Jingchun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How could the demise of a person feel less significant than that of a mere dog? Especially as that individual bore the Lu surname, and had only the night before shared dreams of success and glory with him. Emerging from the Lu estate, Lu Jingchun's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Subsequently, he found himself gripped by fear. When questioned by unfamiliar nobles, his voice trembled and his steps faltered, aware that such behavior would invite ridicule and disappointment from his grandfather and shame upon his family. Last year, his grandfather had led the brothers into a secret chamber, revealing that the Liu family would soon serve certain nobles, a tremendous opportunity that required utmost discretion. Success would secure their future, paving the way for unimaginable wealth and prestige. It was then that he understood why he and his brother had been compelled to learn a plethora of dialects from a young As Lu Jingshun observed Lu Xianyang approaching the bridge, a wave of animosity surged within him. This once pitiful boy, whom he had cornered in a narrow alley, now commanded respect from the very nobles he sought, that if not for an unfortunate outcry, Lu Jingshun and his companions would have unleashed their wrath upon Lu. But now he could not fathom why, among these elite, Lu Xianyang was held in such high regard. Lu Jingshun wished fervently for Lu's demise, yet he could not confront the true reason behind this wish. Deep within, he could not bear the thought of someone as lowly as Lu Xianyang perceiving him, the pampered heir of the Lu family, as an equal. Such humiliation was unbearable. The elegant woman turned her gaze, murmuring, "He approaches." The tall youth continued his relentless practice, his punches becoming faster and more fervent. Nearly losing his balance, Tio the discerning eye, his developing technique hinted at a burgeoning mastery of balance and strength. In martial arts, there exists an adage: without understanding the essence of the fist, one remains an outsider for a century. Upon grasping its truth, one can challenge gods within a decade. The woman sighed in relief. Indeed, this Lu youth was the one they sought, displaying remarkable talent that could rival even those from their esteemed circles that in the expansive world of the woman and the elder. Such gifted individuals were the most numerous. Rising, the woman instructed Lu Jingshun, "Go tell that youth to inquire what he desires in exchange for the armor and ancient texts." As Lu Jingshun turned, he bowed deeply and replied in a dialect incomprehensible to the townsfolk, "Yes, my lady." The woman cautioned, "Remember, when speaking with him, maintain a courteous demeanor and be mindful of your tone." The boy, rising to his feet, glared menacingly, "Should you fail this task, I shall flay your skin, and your soul shall serve as a wick, ensuring that your suffering lasts until your light is extinguished." Lu Jingshun, startled, bowed even lower, trembling with anxiety. "I shall not fail." The girl, sensing an opportunity to reclaim her dignity, mocked, "You seem quite formidable before these common folk, yet who was it that was insulted as a bastard on the way here and dared not retaliate?" The elder, harboring a poor opinion of the haughty mother and son, added, "Miss, you are mistaken. It is not that he dares not retaliate, but rather that he fears to speak." The boy, clad in a bright red robe, clenched his teeth, glaring at the girl, yet ultimately chose to smile, his expression radiant. The woman remained focused on the road ahead, her demeanor calm and composed, leaving one to wonder if any resentment lingered within her. The girl huffed in disdain and dashed down the steps to crouch by the stream, gazing intently at the fish swimming beneath the surface. Occasionally, schools of carp glided past, vibrant in both red and green hues. The town's elders often recounted tales of a golden carp that would emerge from the bridge during thunderstorms, with conflicting accounts of its size, some claiming it was no longer than a hand, while others insisted it was as long as a person. As the story circulated, the listening children remained skeptical to that moment. The girl stared into the crystal-clear stream, resting her chin on her hands, utterly absorbed. The white-haired elder, squatting beside her, chuckled softly. "My dear, if the Liu family speaks true, this fortune may have already slipped into another's grasp." The girl turned, flashing a grin. "Grandpa Yuan, perhaps there are two." She displayed her amusing, gap-toothed smile, only to realize her folly and quickly covered her mouth. The elder stifled a laugh, explaining, "Young dragons, yet to traverse the river, are territorial and do not permit others of their kind to draw near. Thus." The girl pondered, then resumed her dreamy contemplation, murmuring, "What if there are?" For the first time, the elder revealed a stern expression, gently pressing his hand upon the girl's head, solemnly stating, "Child, remember that what if is our greatest adversary. Never harbor false hopes, though you are of noble blood." The girl playfully swatted him away, exclaiming, I know, Grandpa Yuan, my ears are going to develop calluses." The elder replied, I shall keep an eye on the situation over there. Though they are our allies, one must be wary of their nature." She waved him off, and he left reluctantly. The elder, appearing more like a servant than a dignitary, ambled along, stooped and burdened. Suddenly, the girl rubbed her eyes vigorously, noticing the water level in the stream visibly rising. Had this been anywhere else, such a phenomenon would have elicited no surprise from her. But it said that all mysticism and powers are inherently sealed here. And the higher the cultivation, the harsher the backlash. She recalled Elder Yuan's words, that even the legendary figures found it challenging to contend here. Shaking her head, she dismissed the riddle from her mind, turning to watch the elder's tall figure retreating. She envisioned the day when the barriers would lift, and she would ask Elder Yuan to relocate the peak known as Piyun Mountain to her hometown, creating her own little garden. Chapter 8. Weeds. After Chen Ping'an returned to the courtyard, his eyelids began to twitch incessantly. The left eye signified fortune, while the right foretold disaster. Thus, Chen Ping'an settled on the threshold, beginning to envision himself molding clay, his hands suspended in midair. Soon, the youth in straw sandals entered a state of oblivion. The diligence of the young boy was one aspect, but the ability to endure hunger was equally significant, leading Chen Ping'an to develop a habit of shaping clay whenever he had concerns on his mind. The craft of porcelain making is profoundly reliant on fate, for prior to the kiln's opening, no one can ascertain whether a piece's glaze and form will align with their desires, leaving it to the whims of destiny. However, shaping the clay is undeniably of utmost importance before the firing process. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an was deemed to possess poor aptitude by the old man Yao, relegated mostly to menial tasks involving clay. Thus, he could only observe closely from the sidelines, practicing alone to cultivate his own sense of touch that a sound broke the tranquility as the wooden gate creaked open. It was Song Jisin returning from the academy with his maid Ji Gui. The handsome youth sprinted forward, effortlessly leaping over the low wall, then crouched down, releasing a handful of pebbles, each the size of a fingernail, in varied hues resembling mutton fat, bean green, and white lotus, among others. These inconsequential stones, of various sizes, were plentiful along the creek banks in the small town, yet one particular stone, a vibrant crimson reminiscent of chicken blood, was particularly favored. Mr. Chi from the academy had carved a seal for his disciple Zhao Yao from such a stone, which Song Jisin found appealing, attempting several times to trade for it, but the other party steadfastly refused. Song Jisin tossed one pebble, lightly striking Chen Ping'an's chest, who remained unfazed. Another was thrown, this time hitting the straw sandal youth's forehead, yet Chen Ping'an remained steadfast. Unperturbed by this, Song Jisin continued, hurling a handful of 7 or 8 pebbles one after another. Though he intended to distract Chen Ping'an with a bit of pain, he refrained from directly hitting the boy's arms or fingers, as he believed that would be an unfair victory. After exhausting his supply of stones, Song Jisin clapped his hands, while Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply, shaking his wrist, entirely ignoring him. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his head, fingers of his left hand forming the shape of a carving knife. The technique known as jumping knife, while not unique among the old potters in the town, was nonetheless highly regarded, particularly the method employed by Old Man Yao, which earned him universal admiration. Old Man Yao had taken on several apprentices, yet none could truly satisfy him until Lu Xianyong arrived, whom he deemed worthy of inheriting his craft. During Lu Xianyong's practice sessions, Chen Ping'an would attentively observe from the sidelines whenever he had no pressing tasks. Lu Xianyong had a penchant for pride and would often intimidate Chen Ping'an with the secret teachings of old Yao, such as, to ensure the knife's path is steady, the hand must not be rigidly so. Ultimately, it is the heart that must be steady. However, when Chen Ping'an inquired about what it meant for the heart to be steady, Lu Xianyong was at a loss. After a while, finding the scene bland and uninteresting, Song Jisin jumped off the wall and entered the house. Ji Gui stood by the wall, just tall enough to peek over with the upper half of her face visible when she tiptoed. Even then, it was evident that she was a budding beauty. After a moment's thought, she gently rose on her toes, scanning the ground around the impoverished youth, eventually spotting 2 stones that piqued her interest. One a translucent crimson, the other a snowy white, both discarded by her master moments ago. Hesitating for a moment, she lowered her voice and timidly asked, "Chen Ping'an, Could you help me pick up those 2 stones? I really like them. Chen Ping'an slowly lifted his head, his movements remaining steady, signaling for her to wait a moment. Zhigue smiled radiantly, akin to the first green bud of spring, utterly enchanting. Yet, the youth had already lowered his head, missing this captivating scene. Her lips curled into a smile, her eyes shimmering with a spark, as if tiny, lively creatures swam within. When Chen Ping'an finally paused his task and inquired about the stones she desired, Zhigue's gaze returned to its usual softness, akin to spring mud after rain. Following her, Chen Ping'an retrieved the 2 stones and approached the wall, placing them atop it just as she lifted her hand. She grasped the stones tightly in her palm. For those with a discerning eye, seeking such treasures is like finding a needle in a haystack, a rare occurrence indeed. Yet for those fated, even without intention, such items are as accessible as discarded goods, contingent solely upon one's mood. Chen Ping'an inquired with a playful tone, "Aren't you afraid of the sniveling brats outside hurling insults at your doorstep?" She refrained from confirming her master's transgressions, yet her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her silent with a smile. In Mud Bottle Alley resided a mother and son duo, notorious for their verbal sparring, with only Song Jisun able to match their prowess. The child, particularly unruly, perpetually adorned with 2 streams of snot, enjoyed fishing and collecting stones from the creek. The fish he caught were kept in a large water tank, while the stones piled up beside it. Song Jisun often teased this little rascal, casually swiping a few stones now and then. Initially imperceptible, the child would eventually notice the absence of his treasures, erupting in fury like a wild cat with its tail stepped on, capable of cursing for an entire hour at the courtyard gate. His mother never intervened, but rather stoked the flames, deliberately bringing up the fact that Song Jisun was the illegitimate son of a former inspector, infuriating him to the point of nearly storming out with a stool to settle the score, only to be restrained by Zhigue's pleas. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Song Jisun, come quick, your maid is flirting with Chen Ping'an. It's clear they've struck a deal. If you don't rein your maid, she might just climb over the wall to knock on Chen Ping'an's door tonight. Hurry out, they say. Chen Ping'an has even touched that girl's face." You should have seen how disgusting his smile was. Song Jisun, unfazed, shouted from inside, "What nonsense is this? Just last night, I saw Chen Ping'an getting all handsy with your mother. When I walked in, he practically had to yank his hands out of her collar. It's your mother's fault, her." Well, let us just say it's rather eye-catching. Poor Chen Ping'an was sweating profusely. A child outside kicked the door furiously, shouting, "Zhigue, how can you stand being with such a cowardly young master? You might as well elope with Lu Xianyong. That big oaf looks at you like he wants to devour you." Zhigue turned and walked back toward the house. Inside, Song Jisun was meticulously polishing a verdant gourd, an antique of unknown origin, one of the family heirlooms left by Lord Song. Initially indifferent, he later discovered that on stormy days, the gourd emitted a buzzing sound. However, even after removing the lid and shaking it vigorously, nothing would emerge. Whether filled with water or sand, it remained unchanged, neither more nor less. Frustrated, and after being berated by Gu Kan's fiery mother, who constantly called him a bastard born of a mother without a father, Song Jisun took a knife to the gourd in a fit of rage, only to find himself astounded. The blade had curled, yet the gourd remained unscathed, showing not a single mark. Years prior, a letter burned by Song Jisun bore the words, "The silver and gold from the official office moved to the small courtyard will ensure you both live comfortably. During your leisure, you can search for antiques that please your heart as a means of cultivating your temperament. Though this small town may be humble, coarse grains can nourish the body, books can nurture the spirit, sights can please the eyes, and solitude can nurture the heart. From today forth, do your part and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon lies in the depths, and blessings will surely come in time." Though Song Jisun harbored resentment towards that man, he recognized the futility of spending money carelessly in a town where extravagant living was impractical. Over the years, he genuinely developed an appreciation for the trade of collecting oddities, filling a large vermilion box with peculiar items like the verdant gourd. However, he had an inexplicable intuition that among the diverse collection of over 30 items, this gourd was the most precious, followed closely by a rusted purple gold bell that, when shaken, appeared to have a clapper striking its inner wall, but produced no sound, leaving Song Jisun both unnerved and intrigued. Finally, there was an ancient teapot inscribed with Mountain Demon, while the other items only garnered his superficial affection, lacking the spark of instant attraction. Outside, Gukin stood, vociferously berating them. Before long, the tirade ceased abruptly. Chen Ping'an then observed as the boy suddenly flung open his courtyard door. Panic etched across his face. After securing the door, he crouched beside it, signaling for Chen Ping'an to join him. Confused, Chen Ping'an crouched next to the child, whispering, "Gukin, what is going on? Did you anger your mother again?" The child sniffled, lowering his voice. "Chen Ping'an, I just encountered a strange person." The white bowl he had could pour water endlessly. You wouldn't believe it, such a tiny bowl, and I saw him pouring for an hour. When he passed by the entrance of our alley, he seemed to pause. Could he have seen me? We're doomed. He gestured to demonstrate the size of the bowl, then patted his chest, lamenting, "That truly scared the life out of Song Jisen's father." Chen Ping'an inquired, "Are you referring to the storyteller under the locust tree?" The child nodded vigorously. "Exactly. That old man barely has any strength. He couldn't even lift me. But that bowl, it's terrifying." Suddenly, Gukin grabbed Chen Ping'an's arm. "I swear, I'm not lying this time. If I am, let Song Jisen suffer a terrible fate." Chen Ping'an raised a finger, signaling for silence. The child immediately fell quiet. Footsteps approached from outside, slowly growing louder, then fading. The once fearless child sat down abruptly, wiping his face with his hand, his complexion pale. It was evident that Gukin was genuinely terrified. He suddenly asked, "Chen Ping'an, you don't think that guy went to my house, do you? What should we do?" With a sigh, Chen Ping'an replied, "Shall I accompany you back to check?" The child seemed to have awaited this suggestion, springing up only to slump back down, a mournful expression on his face. "Chen Ping'an, my legs are too weak to walk." Chen Ping'an stood, bending down to grasp the back of the child's collar, lifting him with one hand while unlocking the door with the other, stepping out of the courtyard. The child's home was not far, merely 100 paces away. Sure enough, upon arrival, they found the old man seated in Gukin's courtyard, and to the child's astonishment, his mother had even brought the old man a stool. At that moment, the child felt as though the sky had fallen, opting to hide behind Chen Ping'an for protection. Chen Ping'an did not let him down, positioning himself in front of the child as a shield. When the rascally Gukin grasped Chen Ping'an's sleeve, an unexpected burst of courage surged within him. The old man, unfazed, sat on the stool, contemplating briefly before the white bowl in his hand vanished into thin air. Gukin's legs turned to jelly once more, retreating behind Chen Ping'an, trembling with fear. The old man glanced at the unusually calm village woman and then at the frowning youth, finally addressing the cowering child. "Little one, do you know what you have in your water tank?" From behind Chen Ping'an, the child shouted, "What else could it be? I caught fish, shrimp, and crabs from the creek, and there are loaches and eels from the fields. If you like them, just take them, don't hold back." His voice trailed off, clearly lacking confidence. The woman brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, turning her gaze to Chen Ping'an, softly saying, "Ping'an." Understanding her implication, Chen Ping'an ruffled Gukin's hair before turning to leave. In the depths of the woman's eyes lay a flicker of guilt towards the youth in straw sandals. She cast aside her distractions, facing the old man. "Esteemed traveler, do you wish to purchase this opportunity or seize it?" The old man shook his head with a smile. "Purchase? I cannot afford it. Seize? I cannot take it either." The woman shook her head. It was so before, but not necessarily so in the future. The once relaxed old man appeared struck by lightning upon hearing this, suddenly sweeping his sleeve, fingers moving swiftly. He sighed deeply. How could it come to this? The woman's expression hardened, mocking. "Do you think this small town has many good people?" The old man rose, casting a deep gaze at the bewildered child, seemingly making a monumental decision. With a flick of his wrist, the white bowl reappeared. He approached the large water tank, swiftly scooping a bowl of water from it. Although the woman feigned calm, her palms were slick with sweat. The old man returned to the stool, beckoning Gukin, "Come here and take a look." The child glanced at his mother, who nodded encouragingly as he approached. The old man gently blew on the surface of the water in the bowl, creating ripples. "Open your mouth," he instructed. At that moment, the old man casually produced a locust leaf from seemingly nowhere, pinching it between his fingers without grasping it tightly. The child gasped instinctively, With a flick of his fingers, the vibrant green leaf slipped into the child's mouth. He stood frozen, soon realizing there was no unusual taste. The old man denied him an opportunity to inquire, pointing to the bowl in his palm. "Take a good look at what's there." Gu Kan's eyes widened as he focused intently, first spotting an extremely tiny black, which gradually transformed into a more noticeable black line, eventually swelling into a small, earthy-hued loach, joyfully rolling in the ripples of the bowl's water. In a moment of clarity, the befuddled child exclaimed, "I remember it. It's the one I caught from Chen Ping'an." The woman slapped her son across the face, fuming. "Be quiet." The old man remained unfazed, calmly replying, "As cultivators, we strive for longevity, which may seem unorthodox. This minor conflict is trivial, and no need to be so tense. What belongs to your son cannot be taken away, and what should not belong to that youth cannot be kept." This child, Gu Kan, weighed less than 40 pounds, yet his root bone was remarkably heavy. Thus, when the elderly man with supernatural powers previously demonstrated a rare skill to gauge his weight, he found the child unmovable. This was the prerequisite for his apprenticeship. Otherwise, a 3-year-old child holding gold in the market would be courting disaster. The old man chuckled, though his eyes were icy as he continued. "Of course, even if it originally belonged to that youth, what of it? Now that I am personally overseeing the matter, it is no longer his." Gu Kan fell silent, trembling in fear. The woman appeared relieved. The old man resumed his benevolent demeanor. "Child, this bowl contains the waters of an entire river, and now houses a little dragon. From this moment on, you shall be my direct disciple. I am a true monarch, just half a step away from being the founding ancestor of a sect, though I belong to a lower sect. That in any case, you will come to understand the significance of the terms true monarch and founding sect in due time." The old man laughed heartily. "It will weigh more than this bowl of river water." Suddenly, the child began to cry. "This isn't right. It belongs to Chen Ping'an." The woman, embarrassed and angered, lifted her arm to chastise her foolish son once more. The old man waved his hand, chuckling lightly. Such a heart is not entirely a bad thing. The child lowered his head, wiping away his tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman discreetly glanced at the old man, who smiled knowingly and nodded to his fellow practitioners. Everything was understood without words. When the child lifted his head, both his mother and the inexplicable half-hearted mentor bore gentle smiles. As Gu Kan turned around, he noticed that as Chen Ping'an departed, he remembered to close the courtyard gate. The small town resembled a vast field of crops, ripe for harvest. Yet some individuals, like the solitary weed amidst the rice, were merely glanced at once, never to be looked upon again. Such was the fate of the youth in straw sandals, walking alone through Mud Bottle Alley. Chapter 9. Though the rain falls wide, it does not nourish the rootless grass that I end the narrow alley of Mud Bottle Lane. A man and a woman turned in. The young man, adorned with a high crown and a green pendant hanging from his waist, resembled a wealthy young master more than the scions of the town's richest family, the Liu clan. The woman's age was indeterminate. At first glance, she appeared as a youthful maiden with supple skin and a pointed chin, reminiscent of icicles hanging from eaves in winter. Upon closer inspection, she exuded the allure of a woman in her 30s, her phoenix eyes captivating, and her figure exuding a charm that was entirely unique to her, as she walked with a grace that no ordinary townswoman possessed. The woman glanced around with curiosity, even reaching out to touch the yellow clay walls, but she could discern no clues. She inquired, "Fu Nanhua, is this truly one of the hidden paradises you spoke of? Why did my ancestors' geomantic chart fail to emphasize this alley?" The young man deflected her question. "If we were to find unexpected fortune here, how would you repay me?" She turned slightly, intertwining her fingers behind her, accentuating her ample bosom. With a half-serious, half-jesting tone, she replied, "You may take your pick. How about that?" The young man was taken aback by her straightforwardness, momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, as they were here on a mission to visit relatives and seek friends, bearing the weight of their family's fortune spanning centuries, he dared not engage in a fleeting romance in the public eye of the town. Thus, he swiftly shifted the subject, gesturing towards the depths of the alley, and remarked, "Kai Shinzi, friends are friends, and business is business. That I must reiterate, as per our previous agreement. There are 2 households in this Mud Bottle Lane, a master and servant pair, and a mother and child pair. You may choose one, and the wager will be your Yunxia Mountain specialty, the cloud root stone, delivered to us in 10 pieces each year. The woman nodded, her smile enchanting. Of course, that is acceptable. The young man continued to walk forward, elaborating. Moreover, should you find an opportunity beyond your family's expectations here, that item must be appraised by our respective ancestors to determine a fair price. Afterward, you will need to provide half the equivalent in cloud root stones. Kai Jinjian, do you have any objections? Or can you assure me that after you consent to this matter, you will be able to persuade your Yunxia Mountain's elders to acknowledge this wager once you secure the benefits? The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression transforming from playful to solemn, as if she had morphed from a fallen courtesan into a regal empress. Kai Jinjian, the woman in question, declared with unwavering conviction, "It is acceptable." The young man narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he halted to face the woman, who stood at a height equal to his own. Let me be frank. Our alliance today is not born of mutual affection or kindred spirits, but rather the result of the dedication and efforts of our ancestors over hundreds of years. Should we falter, inciting the wrath of those elders, neither you, Funan, after all, they are not from Xinjiang Mountain, and cannot be deemed reputable sections. Moreover, I have heard that those two are rather unruly and disregard conventional rules. The tall woman squinted her expressive phoenix eyes, as if teasingly implying, that is precisely why I, Kai Jinjian, have chosen you, young Master Fu. Fu Nanhua whispered, let us proceed with caution. Though this place is safeguarded by sages, maintaining a balance among various forces, it is still wise to be careful. One could easily capsize in murky waters. Ultimately, whether we can leap over this dragon gate hinges on this moment. This renowned prodigy, his resolve growing firmer, silently recited, the great way is within reach. Obstacles shall be removed, whether they be celestial or demonic. He gazed into the depths of the alley, spotting a slender youth approaching from afar that it was their second encounter. The two continued their leisurely stroll, akin to a pair of celestial lovers who had descended to the mortal realm. The tall woman noticed the youth as well and jested. Over there, in the alley, we've crossed paths twice now. Do you think this young lad will? She had only spoken half of her thought when Fu Nanhua, understanding her implication, responded with an exasperated smile. My dear Kai Xinzi, with 600 households in this town, and nearly 5,000 individuals, including servants of the 10 prominent families, there is a limit to the hidden talents here. Moreover, over the years, those individuals with roots and fortunes have long been secretly divided. Our ability to scoop up this time is likely due to those unpredictable, powerful figures intentionally letting something slip. The woman chuckled at her own naivety, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Nanhua continued, I am unaware of how your ancestors impart their secrets, but my father once advised me that upon entering this place, if someone brings you a chill, it is imperative to retreat and maintain a respectful distance, never to provoke or challenge them lightly. After all, this place is home to hidden dragons and tigers, its depths unfathomable. Those who evoke ill feelings are likely competitors in this treasure-seeking expedition. Conversely, those who inspire a sense of familiarity may be auspicious figures from this region, potentially turning into your opportunities. As long as you refrain from taking lives recklessly and adhere to the unbreakable old rules, the rest, whether to buy, deceive, or seize, depends on. Kai Jinjin's lips curled into a smile. Depends on our mood, I suppose. Suddenly, she frowned. Young Master Fu, why did you not allow me to bring along descendants of the Zhao family, given that I learned a bit of the local dialect before my departure? Fu Nanhua interrupted her, shaking his head. Those prominent families have maintained secret channels with the outside world, enabling them to relay inconsequential information under the watchful eyes of the sages without crossing boundaries. Through generations, they have amassed profound resources, and our old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain are somewhat inferior in comparison. Moreover, relying on outsiders is ultimately unwise. It can lead to unforeseen complications and jeopardize our mission. If you prefer not to speak, I shall take the lead. She laughed. It's all right, just some awkward phrases. I am not so delicate. Fu Nanhua smiled in response, and Kai Jinjian chose not to press further. After all, allies forged on the road cannot rival the bonds of family. Furthermore, To those ambitious individuals intent on proving their worth, what do familial ties truly signify? Fu Nanhua maintained a serene and dignified demeanor, akin to a scion of a prestigious family. The reason he disclosed the secrets of the heavens and shared his father's teachings with Kai Jinjian was straightforward. Compared to their previous companions, a dull middle-aged man and a stern young woman, Fu Nanhua harbored an instinctive animosity towards the ally beside him, Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain, from the moment he stepped foot into the town's gates. He instinctively grasped the green pendant at his waist. The old dragon governs the rain, skillfully crafting marvels that a gentleman remains unscathed without cause. Kai Jinjian pondered for a moment, then closed her eyes. After a brief pause, she opened them and declared, Song Jisin Gu Kan. That I choose Gu Kan. Fu Nanhua raised an eyebrow. Very well, that IT is settled. In their line of sight, the youth, having navigated the alley with agility, was about to unlock a door. Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian hastened forward, and Fu Nanhua cheerfully greeted, What a coincidence, we meet again. The disheveled youth, emerging from Gu Kan's residence, turned at the sound, nodding in inquiry. Is there something you need? Fu Nanhua smoothly employed the local dialect. Is this Mud Bottle Lane? I am looking for someone named Song Jisin and a child named Gu Kan. I hail from the capital, and my family has long-standing ties with Song Jisin's father. The lady beside me is of the family of Gu Kan's mother, hence our companionship in this alley. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you agree? It seems everything has come together perfectly. Fu Nanhua's smile was composed. Even when addressing a humble youth, he bent slightly to maintain a respectful posture, ensuring he appeared neither pretentious nor malevolent, but rather courteous and gentlemanly. The youth nodded, a shy smile gracing his features as he softly replied, It is indeed quite a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile widened. So, where do these two families reside? To his surprise, the youth shook his head. Not long ago, I was an apprentice at a dragon kiln, living outside the town for many years. I recently moved here and am still unfamiliar with the neighbors. Perhaps you should ask someone else? Fu Nanhua smiled and paused, seemingly contemplating his words. The tall woman interjected playfully. Little brother, it's not good to lie. Do you think we look like bad people? In broad daylight, what mischief could we possibly do? Chen Ping'an blinked, but I genuinely don't know. Kai Jinjian resumed her usual tone, asking Fu Nanhua, Does this child seem to be expecting a reward? Fu Nanhua maintained his composure. Not likely. The tall woman revealed a barely concealed hint of irritation in her eyes. If all else fails, we can ask each household until we find someone. Fu Nanhua waved his hand at her, patiently coaxing the youth. If you could assist us with a small favor, I would be willing to give you a gift in return. How does that sound? The youth scratched his head, appearing thin and clear-eyed. Suddenly, Fu Nanhua stood upright, noticing another scholarly youth perched on a nearby wall, observing them intently. Nearby stood a young girl, revealing only the upper half of her face, fresh-faced and clean, her eyebrows like dark willow leaves. At that moment, Fu Nanhua felt a profound sense of certainty. This youth was undoubtedly within his grasp. The youth stood and called out, Are you looking for someone? Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian had no choice but to look up. The former responded, Yes, I am looking for you. This lady beside me is trying to find Gu Kan. Can you help us? The youth frowned. Do you know me? Fu Nanhua smiled. Of course, I do not know you, but I am acquainted with the current Minister of Rites, Lord Song. Song Jisin, straightforward, inquired, If I help you find the little snot Gu Kan, what is in it for me? Without hesitation, Fu Nanhua removed the green pendant from his waist and tossed it high to the youth perched on the low wall. It is yours. Upon catching it, Song Jisin felt a rush of surprise but maintained his composure, lowering his head to the maid beside him. Jige, saying, You may go. She nodded and left the courtyard. As the young girl stood quietly in the narrow alley, the entire Mud Bottle Lane seemed to brighten in an instant. Fu Nanhua smiled at the barefoot youth, saying, Little one, let me offer you a piece of advice. Though the rain may fall wide, it does not nourish the rootless grass. Then he was the first to stride towards the young girl. The tall woman remained still, her eyes glinting with interest as she leaned down to the youth, whispering, Do you understand what that means? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued before he could respond. It essentially tells you that you've missed a significant opportunity. This young master, if he were to part with even a fraction of what he possesses, could ensure a life of unparalleled comfort for you beneath the mountain. However, the fortunate part is that you will likely never know what you missed today. Truly a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, you would surely regret it. Fu Nanhua listened, feeling as though she was speaking to a brick wall. Outside the town, the chasm between people, especially in terms of status, was far greater than that between heaven and earth. Kai Jinjian stepped back towards the maid, still facing the barefoot youth. Though the rain may fall wide, it does not nourish the rootless grass. Remember that. The youth showed no visible reaction, but suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out behind you." Kai Jinjian froze in place. The youth lowered his voice, "Dog shit." Chapter 10. The stench of cow slaughter. Kai Jinjian retreated as she walked, fully aware that the moment her foot landed, things had taken a turn for the worse. Nothing could be more intolerable than stepping into dog feces, especially when it was witnessed by others. And even worse was when someone pointed it out, exclaiming, "You've really stepped in dog poop." Kai Jinjian was not a woman of shallow character, nor was she a delicate heiress incapable of enduring hardship. As one of the many descendants of the master of Yunxia Mountain, her ascendance to prominence and the final selection speaks volumes. Yunxia Mountain boasts a total of 18 peaks, perpetually shrouded in mist, renowned for its production of cloud root stones, an essential component in the alchemical practices of the Taoist Danding sect, celebrated for their flawlessness and purity. Thus, those residing on Yunxia Mountain adhere to strict standards of cleanliness and simplicity, often harboring obsessive cleanliness. Kai Jinjian was no exception. Were it not for the significant ties her family had to the small town, she would have never set foot there, let alone tread through the muck-filled alleyway strewn with chicken droppings and dog feces. The most embarrassing aspect was that after arriving, these once exalted celestial beings felt akin to fish cast ashore, suddenly stripped of all support. The families that occupied certain celestial abodes, who could move mountains and command the winds, and wield mystical treasures capable of subduing demons and commanding spirits. Thus, the scene of Kai Jinjian stepping into dog feces unfolded that Fu Nanhua initially found it amusing. The pristine Kai Jinjian from Yunxia Mountain, with a boot covered in foul dog excrement. Who would dare believe such a tale? Yet the next moment Fu Nanhua barked, "Kai Jinjian, halt!" Song GXN, perched atop a mud wall, narrowed her eyes and clenched the carved green pendant in her palm. In the alley, Kai Jinjian seemed to leap directly in front of Chen Ping'an. Her hand, as translucent as jade, swiftly aimed for the crown of the straw, sandal-clad boy. At the instant Fu Nanhua's voice rang out in protest, she abruptly halted her hand, lifting it gently before patting down softly, completing what appeared to be a tender gesture of an elder doting on a younger. She then leaned down to gaze into the boy's eyes, which resembled a crystal-clear spring. Kai Jinjian could almost see her reflection therein. Regrettably, her mood was exceedingly foul, and with a forced smile, she remarked, "Little one, I know you deliberately slowed your speech." Fu Nanhua let out a sigh of relief. Should Kai Jinjian dare to commit an act of violence here, it would likely lead to her expulsion from the town, dragging Yunxia Mountain into utter disgrace. His expression darkened as he formally cautioned her, "Kai Jinjian, I implore you to reconsider your actions. If you remain this impulsive, I may have to abandon our pact. I cannot afford to have my efforts go to waste because of you." Facing away from the young master of the old dragon city, Kai Jinjian murmured rapidly, "Superior quality sees the Buddhas swiftly, inferior quality sees the Buddhas slowly. Truly, there exists a pure land. Truly, there exists a lotus pond." Quickly turning around, she offered Fu Nanhua an apologetic smile. "I lost my composure. I assure you, such a thing will not happen again." Fu Nanhua scoffed. "Are you certain?" Kai Jinjian merely smiled dismissively and returned her gaze to the boy in straw sandals, speaking in the refined dialect of the region. "I hail from Yunxia Mountain, one of the 5 schools of Buddhism, where we emphasize the taming of the restless heart and the binding of errant thoughts. Yet before my arrival, I could not fathom what these restless thoughts truly were, as my elders never encouraged me to rush my understanding that I never expected that today, in your alleyway, stepping into a pile of dog feces would provide me with a glimmer of insight." Chen Ping'an interjected, "Sister, You've been stepping in dog feces for quite a while now. Why not hurry and scrape it off? The celestial woman, who had felt she had entered a state of Buddhist purity, was immediately jolted back to reality upon hearing his words, her complexion turning ashen. Yet Fu Nanhua's warning echoed in her ears, and in a fit of anger, she jabbed her finger forcefully against the boy's forehead, glaring. At such a tender age, has no one taught you that a temperamental disposition is a sign of early demise, and that being sharp-tongued diminishes one's fortune? Chen Ping'an, tough-skinned and unfazed, merely directed his gaze towards Song Ji-Exin, choosing silence. The latter erupted in frustration. Chen Ping'an, what are you staring at? What a stroke of bad luck! Fu Nanhua, somewhat displeased, noted that he had yet to even enter Song Ji-Exin's courtyard, and could not hide his sarcasm. Kai Jin Jian, how amusing! Who would have thought someone would let a pile of dog feces delay their path to immortality? Kai Jin Jian, unusually unperturbed, cast a deep glance at the unremarkable, lean boy before turning away. Suddenly, the boy spoke softly from behind. Sister, your eyelashes are very long. Could such a crude, lowly creature dare to jest with a celestial maiden? Kai Jin Jian's fury ignited, and she spun around. Resolute, she decided that even if it cost her some fortune, she would teach this seemingly naive yet cunning village bred a lesson. Although they had entered this place like prisoners confined within a cage, their hands tied and unable to wield their magical artifacts, the benefits from years of training still lingered, akin to an ongoing refinement of their physical form. While the effects were not as pronounced, far inferior to those who dedicated themselves solely to martial arts, it would suffice to deal with a boy who had thrived in the filth of the market. A mere flick of her hand at critical points could sow the seeds of illness, curtailing his vitality with ease. Yet, in the dim alley, all she saw was a dark face and a pair of bright eyes. The moon rose upon the sea. Kai Jin Jian's eyes brightened momentarily, then a wave of natural compassion washed over her. Gradually, the traces of regret faded from her phoenix-like eyes, replaced by a radiant smile as she came to a realization. To sever her inner demons was indeed an opportunity. It is known that the lineage of Yunxia Mountain, since its founding by the venerable Yunxia, has always upheld the belief that every occurrence of fate is a trial to overcome. Of course, this method of overcoming trials is not fixed. It requires the involved parties to unravel the mysteries themselves. For Kai Jin Jian, she felt that the restless heart she sought to tame was none other than this seemingly innocent yet obstructive boy. Thus, she raised her hand once more, pressing it lightly against the boy's chest, applying gentle pressure. Every motion flowed seamlessly, as swift as thunder. Even if the boy attempted to step back, he could not evade the woman's reach. Fu Nanhua's gaze remained fixed on the enchanting silhouette of the graceful woman, his heart devoid of any romantic stirrings, but rather filled with murderous intent, almost solidifying into a heart of stone. He deliberately concealed his murderous intent, raising his voice in fury. Earlier, you merely tapped the boy's forehead, causing him to suffer from chronic ailments. Such punishment is sufficient. Why must you go further? Kai Jin Jian, have you lost your senses? Do you truly wish to disregard your chance at the great Tao for the sake of a worthless wretch? Kai Jin Jian feigned ignorance to his admonition. Fu Nanhua lowered his voice, regaining the dignified demeanor of a nobleman, and chuckled. The esteemed Kai Jin Jian of Yunxia Mountain is squabbling with a street boy. Should this get out, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Kai Jin Jian turned around and smiled. This little alley truly seems fated to me. Who would have thought it would lead me to an opportunity? Though small, even mosquito meat is still meat. What a good omen. I have even greater confidence in that lad named Gu Qian. Fu Nanhua was taken aback. Could it be that this woman had genuinely come to an epiphany? Kai Jin Jian lifted her foot, observing the unsightly filth beneath, laughing. What a stroke of fortunate misfortune. Song Ji-Exin's expression darkened, her thoughts unreadable. Unnoticed, the Meiji gaze stood silently in place, and at one moment, two pairs of faint golden eyes flickered in her gaze, one eye with two pupils that Fu Nanhua felt an indistinct sense of discomfort, abruptly turning his head to scan the area, yet detecting no anomalies. After scrutinizing the maid, he found no fault, attributing the unsettling feeling to Kai Jin Jian's actions, which had drawn the attention of a celestial being in the town. Kai Jin Jian felt a surge of contentment, as if a dam had burst, releasing a flood of previously stagnant thoughts. This was no mere small opportunity. Were it not for the empty coffers of Yinxia Mountain, which indeed required a significant celestial artifact to stabilize the ebbing fortunes of their sect, she would have longed to retreat to the mountain and seclude herself for a decade or two. Kai Jin Jian approached Fu Nanhua's maid in the shabby alley. The boy spoke from behind. "Did you do something to me?" Kai Jin Jian did not turn around. "Little one, you are overthinking it." The boy fell silent. Kai Jin Jian glanced back and smiled. "You will be dead within 6 months." The boy froze momentarily. She smiled seductively. "You really believe me? I was just teasing." Chen Ping'an grinned. Both Kai Jin Jian and Fu Nanhua, the celestial pair, simultaneously entertained a thought. A frog at the bottom of a well, an ant beneath the mountain, squatting on the wall. Songji Xen rubbed her temples, her expression unusually serious. Even though Ji Gui had already taken her eccentric sister to find the sniveling Gu Can, and that young man who would squander money at the slightest provocation had entered his own courtyard, the perceptive Songji Xen remained squatted in contemplation. In the discerning eyes of the young master, a lean boy stood in the alley, briefly gazing at the tall woman's retreating figure before quickly averting his gaze and heading towards his own gate. Yet the door remained stubbornly shut. Songji Xan loathed this feeling. There was someone who typically kept a low profile but, at times, acted like a stone in a cesspool. If left unmoved, it was bothersome. If removed, it was disgusting. Thus, Fu Nanhua's words behind him went unheard. The young master of Old Dragon City had to repeat, "Songji Xen, do you know there are people in this world who are vastly different from you?" Finally snapping back to reality, Songji Xen turned to continue squatting, looking down at the elegantly attired Fu Nanhua, replying flatly, "I know." Fu Nanhua swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, and asked with a smile, "Do you truly know?" The mysterious town boy's eyes were cold as he scoffed. "Are you implying they can raise the dead, extend life, and possess boundless Taoist powers?" Fu Nanhua nodded, pleased. "We can consider ourselves half-allies." Songji Xian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the neighboring courtyard door, slightly distracted, ill-timed. Fu Nanhua candidly stated, "Then I shall speak plainly. Regardless of what you possess, as long as you are willing to price it, I will sell my everything to buy it." Songji Xen, puzzled, replied, "I can see that your status and position are superior to that of the woman. Since she treats that boy so, why would you wish to treat me so?" Fu Nanhua interjected, "As equals?" Songji Xen nodded, complimenting, "You are quite straightforward. Conversing with you is effortless." Fu Nanhua remained unfazed by the boy's condescension, whether in position or tone. Unlike Kai Jin Jian, who regarded the straw sandal boy as a mere ant, Fu Nanhua felt a kinship towards Songji Xian and maintained a sense of respect for the muddy alleyway. Thus, Fu Nanhua indeed regarded the young boy before him as a kindred spirit on this vast road. As one progresses, distinctions of status, gender, and age become mere illusions, devoid of significance. Songji Xian jumped off the courtyard wall, whispering, "Let us talk inside." Fu Nanhua nodded right. As Songji Xian crossed the threshold, she casually inquired, just a casual question, "What is your relationship with that sister who seems so nurturing?" Fu Nanhua replied without hesitation, "For now, we are allies, but not of the same path." Songji Xian responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," followed by some nonsensical remarks. "Then you two are rather indecisive in your actions. Not at all efficient that I've heard tales of the outside world, gods and demons, so fantastical. But Shunti cultivators resolve their grievances thoroughly to avoid future troubles." The eldest son of the Fu family, having grown up in Old Dragon City and seen his fair share of tumult, displayed no discernible emotion upon him. He asked with a smile, "Do you have a grudge against them?" The boy widened his eyes, feigning surprise. "What are you talking about?" Seemingly realizing that the man before him was skeptical, Songji Xen suppressed her exaggerated demeanor, taking a seat on the hall's chair, gesturing for Fu Nanhua to join her, and earnestly stated, "I've lived next to Chen Ping'an, who lost his parents at a young age, for many years, and we've never quarreled, believe it or not." Fu Nanhua instantly grasped the boy's veiled meaning. The boy next door, rootless and alone, was insignificant that if he were to die, no one would pursue the matter. The young master of Old Dragon City found himself both amused and bewildered as he realized the absurdity of the situation in the little alley. That impoverished boy next door had inadvertently drawn the ire of fate, simply by concealing the address of Song Gxan and her servant. Ironically, it was this seemingly privileged boy from the Song family who sought to use this situation to his advantage, even to the point of orchestrating the demise of another. One strike was insufficient. Another would follow. Funan could not help but feel contemplative, understanding why the ancient saying goes. The offspring of tigers and leopards, though unwritten, already possessed the aura of cow slaughter. In Gu Kan's courtyard, the child had been locked inside by his mother, who sat opposite the elder claiming to be a true monarch. The elder retracted his intricately lined hands, smiling. The situation is set. The woman inquired, "May I ask what the immortal did just now to make that Chen Ping'an?" At this point, she noticed the sudden intensity in the elder's gaze, causing her to promptly silence her tongue. The elder gazed towards the courtyard entrance, lightly waving his sleeve, conjuring a gentle breeze that swirled and lingered in the small courtyard. He then remarked, "As someone of my standing, the deeper I become entangled in this quagmire, the more I find myself helpless. Though I cannot yet say my own safety is at stake, the longer this persists, the more, as that boy Song Jiakan put it, I become mired in a quagmire, only to face a fate fraught with karmic repercussions. The only silver lining is that man, despised by heaven and humanity alike, even if he takes a step back now, cannot escape the impending disaster. What a pity, originally poised to enjoy a legacy of incense for millennia, the situation has taken a dramatic downturn, a sight both tragic and regrettable. At this juncture, I can arrange some plans for your son, to see if I can not only end that boy's life, but also sever the connections of certain sages and immortals, preventing them from pursuing the matter in the future, allowing my newly accepted disciple to ride the winds and thunder on his path to becoming a dragon." The woman sat beside him, intermittently listening, drenched in sweat. The elder chuckled. "Isn't curious? Clearly a recluse who dines on clouds and drinks dew, unconcerned with worldly affairs. Yet in his fervent pursuit of cultivation, he seems to have only acquired this kind of scheming malice. Not much better than you, a shallow village woman." The woman hastily lowered her head, trembling. "I would never dare to think such thoughts." The elder dismissed her concerns with a smile, awaiting the knock on the door from Kai Jin Jian of Yunxia Mountain. On the path of cultivation, the arts are boundless, and the divine powers are infinite. There are distinctions in principles and levels in the Tao. Just as Kai Jin Jian regards you as mere ants, this true monarch also sees her, and Funan Hua, as nothing more than ants. What reason is there to discuss principles with the ants beneath one's feet? Chapter 11. The Maiden and the Flying Sword. Under the archway, a scholarly man with graying temples walked alongside a young gentleman clad in a blue robe, departing from the village school. This esteemed educator, the most learned man in the small town, appeared somewhat haggard as he pointed towards a plaque above, asking, "What is the meaning of the phrase ding RNBRing?" The youth, Zhao Yao, both a student and the tutor's attendant, glanced upward without hesitation and replied, "In Confucianism, the four characters on the plaque derive from ding, rn, bring, ysh, which implies that while we scholars should respect our teachers, we need not be overly modest when it comes to matters of righteousness and morality." "Mr. Chi inquired, need not be modest? What if we altered it to?" The young gentleman, possessing a refined countenance, exuded a gentler charm than Song Jisan's brashness, resembling a blossoming lotus, naturally captivating. Upon hearing this subtly probing question, the youth felt a sense of gravity, cautiously contemplating, convinced that his teacher was testing his knowledge, and thus dared not respond lightly. Observing his disciple's anxious demeanor, the middle-aged scholar chuckled softly, patting the boy's shoulder. It was merely a casual inquiry. "No need for such tension. It seems I have too tightly restrained your nature, sculpting you into a rigid figure akin to a statue in the Wenchang Pavilion, with a stern face, adhering to rules and reasoning at every turn. How exhausting. Yet perhaps it is a blessing in disguise." The youth, somewhat perplexed, found himself led around to the opposite side, still gazing up at the four-character plaque, while the scholar, now relaxed, began recounting amusing anecdotes and intriguing cases to his disciple. The plaque bearing Ding, our NB, our Ing was inscribed by the foremost calligrapher of our time, sparking numerous debates regarding structure and spirit. Discussions on ancient simplicity versus modern elegance remain unresolved to this day. The four essences of calligraphy, rhythm, style, spirit, and form, were all mastered by this individual, leaving little room for his contemporaries. As for the current XYNZRN, it becomes rather amusing. If you scrutinize closely, you'll find that although the four characters share similar strokes and structure, they were actually penned by four different Taoist masters, who engaged in fervent correspondence, each vying to write the esoteric X, unwilling to settle for the mundane En. Then Mr. Chi led the youth to another inscription reading, M11 Ing W I Chi. He glanced around, his gaze contemplative. The village school you once attended will soon cease to exist, as several prominent families plan to shut it down or even demolish it, replacing it with a small temple or erecting a statue for incense offerings, overseen by a Taoist priest or monk, continuing for years, perhaps changing personnel 2 or 3 times to avoid arousing suspicion among the townsfolk. In truth, completing a trivial spell here, if taken elsewhere, might equate to the divine resonating throughout the heavens, a grand spectacle. As they continued, the teacher's voice became faint, almost inaudible, and Zhao Yao strained to listen. Mr. Chi sighed, his tone tinged with weariness. Many matters are celestial secrets not meant for disclosure. Yet here we are, growing increasingly indifferent. However, as scholars, we must maintain our dignity. Moreover, should I, Qi Jingchun, lead the way in breaking the rules, it would be akin to stealing from my own house, a most unbecoming sight. Suddenly summoning his courage, Zhao Yao spoke. Teacher, I know you are no ordinary man, and this town is anything but mundane. Intrigued, the scholar smiled. Oh, pray, elaborate. Zhao Yao gestured towards the imposing 12-legged archway. This place, along with the Iron Lockwell and Xinghua Alley, the rumored bridge beneath which hang 2 iron swords, the old locust tree, the peach trees in Taoye Lane, and Falu Street where my family resides, has its peculiarities, especially the annual postings of the grain rain and double ninth festival notices. Mr. Chi interrupted. Peculiar? How so? You have grown up here and have never ventured beyond its borders. How can you speak of such things without comparison? Zhao Yao replied earnestly. The texts you teach are thoroughly ingrained in my mind. The peach blossoms in Taoye Lane starkly contrast the poetic descriptions found within. Furthermore, as a teacher, why have you only imparted the 3 books of Confucian learning, focusing solely on literacy? After mastering these, what should we read next? What purpose does reading serve? What does J.Y. signify? What does it mean to be a peasant by day and ascend to the emperor's hall by night? What does the emperor values the talented and teaches you all imply? The 2 officials overseeing the kiln work seldom discuss the court, the capital, or matters of the world, yet Mr. Chi smiled with satisfaction. That will suffice. Further discourse is unnecessary. Zhao Yao fell silent. The man known as Qi Jingchun spoke softly. Zhao Yao, in the future, you must exercise caution in your words and actions. Remember that disasters often arise from careless speech, which is why many Confucian sages keep their lips sealed. Those above sages, the gentlemen, practice caution in solitude, treating themselves as precious jade, ever fearful of blemishes. As for the saints, such as the masters of the 72 academies, they can, like the great Taoist sages and the Buddhist arhats, speak prophecies, words that manifest as reality. Once they reach this realm, they are collectively referred to as terrestrial immortals, having 1 foot in the threshold. However, these figures are as elusive as dragons, some high and unreachable, akin to deities in temples, while others are mere phantoms, impossible to locate. Zhao Yao felt a profound confusion, as if shrouded in mist. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Yao asked, Teacher, why do you speak of such things today? Mr. Qi, appearing open-hearted, replied with a smile, You have your teacher, and I too have mine. As for my teacher, it is best left unsaid. I had thought I could linger for several more decades, only to discover that some behind-the-scenes figures are unwilling to wait even a moment longer. Thus, I cannot take you away from this town. You must venture forth on your own. Some trivial truths, harmless in nature, should be revealed to you. Consider them mere stories. Just remember, there are greater realms beyond and others who surpass you. Regardless of how blessed or fortunate you feel, never let complacency set in. The well water descends, and the locust leaves fall. All are omens. The scholar, Chen Ping'an, reminded. Zhao Yao, do you remember the locust leaf I instructed you to keep safe? The young scholar nodded vigorously. I have placed it together with the seal you gifted me. What tree leaf in all the world is as vibrant and fresh as that? Among the thousands in this town, only a few are fortunate enough to possess such blessing. That locust leaf can be cherished, and perhaps, in the future, it may bring you an unexpected opportunity. Mr. Chi's gaze deepened. Moreover, over the years, I have encouraged you to perform good deeds and build positive relations within the town, treating everyone with courtesy and sincerity, that in time, you will gradually comprehend the intricacies of these seemingly insignificant matters. Perseverance will yield benefits that may rival those of clinging to a local chronicle. The youth noticed a yellow bird perched on a stone beam, occasionally hopping and chirping. The scholar stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the bird with a serious expression. The youth could discern no unusual signs. Suddenly, Mr. Chi glanced towards the direction of Mipin Alley, his brow furrowing deeper. He sighed lightly. Insects stir with the sounds of spring, breaking through the earth. Yet, as a guest, skulking beneath the watchful eye of the host, engaging in such deceitful antics, might that not be rather presumptuous? Do they truly believe that a mere half-bowl of water, self-proclaimed, grants them the liberty to act as they please? Zhao Yao, troubled, asked, Teacher? Mr. Chi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this matter did not concern the youth, leading him instead to the final plaque. Zhao Yao suddenly halted, as if struck by a spring thunderclap, his gaze fixed and dazed. Not far away stood a young woman in black with a veil obscuring her features. Her figure was well-proportioned. Neither slender nor plump, at her waist hung a long sword in a snow-white sheath and a narrow green blade, standing beneath the inscription, Qixing, arms crossed and head held high. Mr. Chi found it amusing and coughed lightly. The young scholar, however, remained transfixed, oblivious to his teacher's subtle warning against impertinent gazes. That Mr. Chi, sharing a knowing smile, refrained from admonishing the youth, allowing him to gaze at the maiden. The young woman seemed entirely unaware of the boy's attention, seemingly enthralled by the inscription, Qixing. In contrast to the solemnity of the other three plaques, this inscription was written in a cursive style, exuding an almost reckless spirit. She delighted in it. Abruptly, the youth snapped back to reality as Mr. Chi lightly tapped his shoulders, smiling. Zhao Yao, it's time for you to return to the school and fetch your belongings. Blushing, the youth lowered his head and followed his teacher back to the school. The young woman slowly relaxed her grip on the hilt of her sword. From a distance, the scholar jested. Zhao Yao, I have just saved your life. The youth, astonished, exclaimed, Teacher? Mr. Chi hesitated briefly, his expression turning serious. In the future, when you encounter her, you must take a detour. The elegant young scholar, surprised and somewhat disheartened, asked, Teacher, why is that? Chi Jingshun contemplated for a moment before delivering a definitive statement. She is sharp and unmatched, destined to be a sword without a sheath. The youth hesitated, words caught in his throat. The middle-aged scholar chuckled. Of course, if one merely harbors secret affections for someone, even the Taoist ancestors and the Buddha cannot intervene. Even we, the most rule-bound of scholars, are reminded by our venerable sage not to speak, see, hear, or act improperly, yet no admonition exists against improper thoughts. At that moment, the youth, seemingly possessed, blurted out, She smells delightful. The moment the words left his lips, he was struck dumb. Mr. Chi, feeling a headache coming on, not from anger, but from the awkwardness of the situation, sternly commanded, Zhao Yao, turn around. The youth instinctively complied, turning his back to his teacher. Beneath the archway, the young woman turned her head, exuding an aura of menace. First, her arms hung loosely at her sides, thumbs pressing against the sword and dagger hilts. Then, she began a small sprint, covering 4 or 5 steps before unleashing her strength. The 3-foot-long sword in its white sheath and the slender green dagger flew forth, while she leaped into the air, swiftly grasping her weapons, descending with a fierce strike. Between the black-clad maiden and the pair of teachers, two slender arms stretched, erupting into two radiant arcs of light. This was not a display of magical prowess, nor was it sorcery. It was simply a matter of swiftness. Mr. Qi appeared relaxed, showing no intention of evading. He merely stomped his foot lightly that a ripple surged outward that I in the next instant. The young woman's body tensed, her murderous intent intensifying. The sword and dagger, which had seemed poised to strike, fell short, leaving her in the same position as when she had drawn them. Mr. Qi smiled. Indeed, even a lion exerts its full strength when battling a rabbit. However, I must say, my disciple has indeed offended the lady, but surely the offense is not one that warrants death. The young woman deliberately lowered her voice, attempting to sound mature and grave, as she slowly returned her sword to its sheath, holding the dagger in one hand, pointing its tip at the scholar. How you feel is your concern. I care not. Taking a step forward, she declared, what I choose to do is my business. However, you may try to intervene. With a swift advance, the ground beneath her feet collapsed into two small. Mr. Qi, one hand behind his back and the other forming a loose fist in front of his abdomen, remarked with a smile, in martial arts, speed is paramount. Yet despite the imminent collapse of this realm, even if 10 terrestrial immortals were to join forces, they would merely be like ants shaking a mighty tree. What can you do? In the next moment, the young woman inexplicably found herself 10 paces to the left of Mr. Qi. She paused to think, closing her eyes. That Mr. Qi shook his head with a smile. This is not the illusion you presume. This realm resembles what Buddhism refers to as a small thousand worlds. Here, I am. Ah! He suddenly exclaimed, cutting off his words, as he swiftly approached the maiden, gently grasping the tip of her blade. Who taught you this sword and dagger technique? The young woman did not open her eyes. With her left hand, she gripped the hilt of her sheathed sword, unleashing a cold gleam that swept towards Mr. Qi's waist, attempting to sever him in half. That Mr. Qi, still holding the tip of her blade, commanded, "Step back." A cacophony erupted as dust swirled, revealing the figure of the veiled young woman, standing firmly with one foot forward and one back, a furrow appearing in the earth before Mr. Qi, as if plowed through. Her hands were bloodied and torn. The sword had been drawn, and the dagger had been unsheathed, yet she found herself disarmed, stripped of her weapons. She understood all too well that her opponent had not only constructed the very framework of this realm, but had also suppressed his strength to match her level. This was not a matter of inferior skill, but rather a lack of power. She felt as though she were on the brink of a violent outburst, perhaps unaware that the very air around her was warping in her presence. The scholarly teacher, known for his reasonableness, gently urged, "For now, it is best not to compare yourself with me. It may hinder your martial spirit. Progressing in martial arts requires a gradual approach, which is of utmost importance." His demeanor took on a peculiar quality, one hand holding the sword tip and the other gripping the sword's body. Suddenly he laughed, mimicking the young woman's tone. "Whether you listen is your choice. Whether I speak is mine." The young woman remained silent for a moment before softly responding. "I am grateful for your instruction, Mr. Qi." Nodded approvingly. She was not merely a haughty and arrogant girl, which was commendable. He gently tossed the dagger back to her, saying, "I return your dagger first." He glanced at the long sword, which trembled slightly at his fingertips. This sword possesses commendable quality, yet it falls short of the pinnacle, barely able to bear the weight of 2 characters, somewhat inadequate. Otherwise, with your innate talent, you could surely wield 3 or 4 characters effortlessly. As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and commanded, "Sage." 2 beams of dazzling light shot forth from the plaque inscribed with QCHDUNI. Mr. Qi waved his sleeve, striking the sword twice, infusing it with energy. The characters Q and I remained vigorous, while Xing and Du seemed to represent an elderly man on his deathbed, revived momentarily before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Mr. Qi nonchalantly flicked his wrist, and in an instant, the long sword returned to its sheath, concealed from sight. For the moment, no one could discern the 2 pulses of energy coursing along the blade like a dragon in flight. What transpired next astonished even the seasoned Qi Jingshun. The maiden slowly removed her sword from its sheath, tossing it carelessly into the yellow earth, her veil falling away to reveal determined eyes. "This is not the sword path I pursue, Mr. Qi cast a glance at the discarded sword, feeling an unfamiliar heaviness in his heart, compelled to ask a question unbecoming of his station. "Do you know who I am?" The young woman nodded, then shook her head. "I have heard that every 60 years, a sage from the three teachings comes here to oversee a grand formation, which has been the case for thousands of years. Occasionally, someone emerges from this place, either possessing rare treasures or experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation. Hence, I wish to see for myself. Upon seeing you, I confirmed your identity. Otherwise, I would not have acted so directly." Qi Jingshun pressed on. "And do you understand what you have just relinquished?" The young woman remained silent, the sword still trembling in its sheath, quietly lamented like a heartbroken beauty pleading for her lover's return. The young scholar had already turned his head, cautiously observing the young woman from afar. Mr. Qi, though learned, found himself perplexed, unable to compel the sword imbued with immense energy upon her. Finally, he spoke. "Miss, it would be wise to stow that sword away. The town will soon become quite unsettled. Having an extra means of defense is always prudent." The young woman remained silent, turning to depart, still unwilling to take the sword with her. Qi Jingshun, feeling somewhat helpless, waved his sleeve, embedding the sword high in one of the stone pillars of the archway. Should anyone attempt to forcibly retrieve it, they would undoubtedly disturb the central authority, much like the storyteller, who had previously failed to evade the watchful eye of this learned teacher. After personally escorting Zhao Yao from the school to the Zhao family mansion on Falu Street, the middle-aged scholar walked slowly. With each step he took, subtle glimmers of light flickered and vanished from the hidden corners of the grand residences lining the street. The Qi Jingshun murmured, "How peculiar. Where did this young girl come from? Could she be a child of the immortal families from beyond our realm?" Upon returning to the school, he sat at his desk where a jade tablet, approximately 1 foot long, lay before him, adorned with carvings of 4 mountains representing stability in all directions. The front bore countless small seal inscriptions, exceeding 100 characters, following the rites of Confucian propriety. Only an emperor may wield such a tablet, showcasing the significance of this small town. Flipping it over, the back was inscribed with only 2 characters, written with precision and majestic grace. The strokes were robust, the spirit profound, and on the desk also lay a recently arrived letter. The scholarly man with frosted temples found his eyes slightly reddened. "Teacher, my limitations leave me helpless to witness your disgrace." He gazed out the window, his expression devoid of excessive joy or sorrow, merely a hint of solitude. Qi Jingshun is unworthy of his mentor, surviving a century only to await death. As Song Jisun emerged from the inner chamber with an object, Fu Nanhua could not contain his elation, no matter how hard he tried to mask it. It was an unassuming small jar, inscribed at the bottom with Shan Xiao. Song Jisun leaned forward, hands folded on the table, smiling as he asked, "How much is this jar worth?" The young lord of Longqing paused, finally lifting his gaze from the jar to say, honestly, "In the secular royal markets, it wouldn't fetch even a tael of silver. However, if I were to sell it, I could buy back an entire city." Song Jisun inquired, "How many people?" Fu Nanhua raised 3 fingers. Song Jisun exclaimed, "Oh, so it's 300,000. Fu Nanhua was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, having initially expected Song Jisun to mention 30,000. Meanwhile, in Xinghua Alley, a simple-minded man squatted by the iron lock well, staring at the chain bound to the wheel's base, grappling with how to remove it. The young woman in black, exuding a cold demeanor, wandered aimlessly through the town, now only bearing the narrow green blade, her hands wrapped in tattered cloth. As she entered an unfamiliar alley, a swift object whizzed through the air, stopping obediently behind her, buzzing. The young woman frowned, not turning her head, and spat out a single word, "Leave." Another swift sound followed. The long, drawn-out flying sword that had just soared forth retreated back into its sheath, frightened that a compliant flying sword. Chapter 12. The alley. The girl clad in black ventured deeper into the alley, where occasionally festive crimson lanterns hung outside the homes. Unlike others, the girl wearing the veil had no elaborate family background to speak of, nor any intricate webs of fate leading her here. She was simply alone, boldly stepping into the town. Not far down the alley stood a young man in splendid attire, his hands raised high, cradling a jade seal of a mesmerizing green hue. Its size was akin to that of a child's palm, intricately carved with dragons and tigers, gleaming brilliantly under the sun, with faint wisps of ethereal light emanating from within. The young man squinted up at this treasured artifact, his face awash with rapture. Beside him knelt a tall elder, meticulously wiping the dirt from the boy's boots with his sleeve. The young man, with a sidelong glance, had already noticed the peculiar girl. She wore a lightly draped veil and bore a narrow-bladed, green-sheathed dagger, her steps steady and deliberate. It was evident that she was not a local. However, the young man paid her little mind, continuing to admire the ancient jade seal that had lain silent for millennia. Deep down, he even harbored a wish that the girl might harbor thoughts of seizing the treasure. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. After all, he had already acquired 2 items, his haul exceeding expectations that if he did not find something to occupy his time, he would have to leave with his elderly servant, feeling that something essential was lacking. It was akin to being at his home, miles away from the town, draped in a resplendent golden robe adorned with 9 serpents. Yet regrettably, always missing 1 claw to eye in this town. Each chosen individual could carry 3 tokens, each enclosed within embroidered pouches. Previously, they had handed 1 pouch to the gatekeeper, a requisite toll for passage, regardless of the gatekeeper's status or the dilapidation of the gate. Even a sovereign or a revered ancestor had to abide by this rule. The remaining 2 pouches indicated that one could collect a maximum of 2 treasures to take from the town. Otherwise, regardless of how many treasures one scavenged, be it 10 or 100, they must all be returned. The tokens within the pouches were 3 uniquely shaped coins. One was a celebratory coin used by common folk for raising the beams of a new house. Another was the welcoming coin hung in the palace every spring. And the last was a sacrificial coin held in the palm of the city god statue. Though referred to as copper coins, their composition was extraordinarily rare gold essence. For the majority of the ordinary folk down the mountain, even silver from the officials was a rarity, let alone a pouch heavy with gold, making it enough to entice anyone to part with their family heirlooms. The young man had studied the 3 coins, which were not documented in any official history, yet he could not discern their significance. Ahead, the girl radiated a chilling aura, striding forward, seemingly impervious to the presence of the master and servant. The young man, on a whim, decided to stow away the jade seal into a prepared cloth pouch, fastening it at his waist. Yet he remained standing in the middle of the alley, showing no intention of yielding. The tall elder, with a fair complexion, rose to his feet and spoke in a soft, almost effeminate tone. "Your Highness, this person is a formidable practitioner. Do not underestimate her. Outside the town, it may not matter, but here, even our pure martial physique is constantly subjected to the pressures of this realm, which is exceedingly uncomfortable. If we unleash our full power, it could lead to a flood of chaos, overwhelming our meridians and acupoints, spiraling out of control. Should that happen, it would be one matter if we were to perish, but your safety is of utmost concern. If our negligence were to jeopardize your great endeavor in cultivation, how could we return and face His Majesty and Her Highness?" The young man smirked mischievously, remarking, "Grandfather Wu, since leaving the palace, your words have multiplied. In the palace, you repeated the same few phrases all year, less varied than the foolish parrot my sister keeps." The elder, self-referentially calling himself our family, exuded a sense of obsequiousness, taking pride in his unwavering loyalty as a palace eunuch. Noticing that his young master seemed to misinterpret his intentions, he opted for greater clarity. "Your Highness, this person in the alley may pose a threat to you." The young man lazily chuckled. "Though I have long heard that the path of cultivation is rife with a mix of individuals, many of dubious character and more who tread the left-hand path, what chance do I and she have to cross paths? Is she truly inclined to wealth and murder? That seems highly unlikely. That if everyone up the mountain were like that, wouldn't chaos have already ensued?" The elder sighed, acknowledging the estrangement between the realm below and the celestial beings above, a mutual disdain lingering between the two. The young man felt a tinge of despondency. "Oh well, let us not lay the blame on a mere girl. That would not be the act of a true gentleman." As the girl approached him, her left hand resting on her dagger's hilt, the young man smiled and stepped aside, gesturing for her to pass. The girl in black slowed her pace slightly, tilting her body, her eyes brimming with vigilance from beneath her veil. The elderly eunuch, upon noticing the girl's bandaged hands, furrowed his brow in dismay. Impudent! Suddenly, the elder's voice boomed like thunder, his feet sliding as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the young man, leaning against the wall of the alley and deftly pushing the boy aside. In that very moment, a dull thud echoed as a stone, wielded as a projectile, struck the side of the young man's head with formidable force, enough to pierce through a wall. The elder crushed the stone in his palm, but rather than targeting the assailant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the girl in black. The dagger-wielding girl hesitated, suppressing her instinct to draw her weapon, instead tilting her head just in time to evade the elder's fierce blow. The gale from the punch whipped the veil of the girl, and the elder transitioned from a direct strike to a sweeping blow aimed at her head, executing it with fluid grace and without hesitation. The girl quickly raised her arms, positioning her hands to shield her ears in a crisscross defense, but the next moment, she was sent sliding several paces away. Exhaling a sigh of frustration, she noticed the blood seeping through the cotton wrapping on her palm and adjusted her slightly askew veil. Anger flickered in her eyes as she turned to face the elder, who was now glancing about cautiously, and stated firmly, "Had it not been for me, you would already be a corpse." The elder ignored her, yet the level of threat she posed had diminished in his assessment, now second to the unseen assailant lurking on the opposite side of the alley. Indeed, aside from the duo of master and servant, only two true outsiders remained. Down on the far end of the alley stood a tall, slender figure shrouded in a mask, whose arms were remarkably robust, muscles bulging like iron. He bore two pouches at his waist, filled to the brim with spherical objects that he remained still, as if to convey that the prior ambush was merely a warning. His cold gaze swept over the girl, and a smirk crept across his lips as he licked his tongue, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The girl chuckled lightly, uttering two words, "Come back." As her voice faded, a sword flew overhead, revolving rapidly around her like a child seeking attention. With irritation, she commanded, "Get lost." The sword zipped away in an instant, leaving the master and servant. The elderly eunuch was not shocked by the technique itself, but rather by the realization that the girl could wield the flying sword with such ease in this place, eliciting a genuine fear within him. It transported him back to his youth, the first time he entered the palace, trembling as he caught sight of a senior clad in a vivid red robe, walking beneath the palace walls. It was not the eunuch's identity that instilled fear, but rather the striking crimson hue. Returning to reality, the young man chuckled self-deprecatingly, stepping forward to inquire, "Grandfather Wu, are you all right?" The elder's face darkened as he shook his head. "Exercise caution. If it comes to it, we shall." The young man quickly waved his hand, asking, "Shall we apologize instead?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, then felt a mix of indignation and guilt. The disgrace of the master reflects upon the servant, particularly in the realm of emperors. Yet, the young man had already smiled, saying, "Grandfather Wu, when one errs, is it not simple to utter an apology?" The elder still felt this course of action was inappropriate, but the young man was already advancing towards the girl. In that fleeting moment, the elder was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, realizing that the young man's back bore not a speck of dirt. Chapter 13. Encounter. The girl in the hooded cloak paid no heed to the young man in splendid robes approaching her. Her gaze traversed over his shoulder, resting upon the tall elder who followed closely behind him. With a gloomy expression, she remarked, "Just now, you were ready to kill over a mere disagreement. While you may have your reasons, I find such behavior unacceptable." The young man in brocade halted several paces away, his eyes sincere as he introduced himself. "I am Gao Jun, a native of the Yang County in the Great Sui Dynasty. If my grandfather has offended you in any way, I am willing to offer my apologies and compensations." The tall elder, standing behind the brocade-clad youth, wore a complex expression. The so-called Gao family scion from Yang County was merely a euphemism. The Sui dynasty had a lineage that spanned over 1,200 years, with all emperors bearing the surname Gao, the founding emperor having risen from Yang County. The girl remained unmoved, tightening the band around her hands as she addressed the elder. Were we outside, facing a martial grandmaster who has likely traveled far on the winds, I would not stand a chance. However, at this very moment, if I merely wield my flying sword, your demise is inevitable. The tall elder scoffed. As long as that assassin is aware of your secret weapon beforehand, with his peak small grandmaster physique, if he protects his vital points, what does it matter if you pierce him 10 times? If he can withstand that, what more can I say? I surpass him by 2 realms, one of which is regarded as a formidable divide in martial arts. Young lady, I am at a loss as to where you derive your confidence in declaring inevitable death. The girl furrowed her brow, her hand subtly resting on the hilt of her sword. I am averse to trouble and detest quarrels. Shall we test the truth of our words? The victor shall be deemed correct. What do you say? The elder, seldom threatened, felt a surge of irritation. Were they not in this treacherous place loathed by gods and men? Even with the girl's remarkable skills, he could easily crush 10 of her kind with a single hand. Moreover, were it not for the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the young prince, who bore the hopes of the entire Sui nation, he would have relished teaching this presumptuous girl a lesson. The courage of the inexperienced is commendable, but it does not imply that the ferocious tiger would hesitate to devour the calf. The young man, identifying himself as Gao Jun, hastily intervened. If the lady insists on pursuing this matter, I am willing to offer this as restitution. He lowered his gaze to open a cloth pouch at his waist, retrieving a square jade seal, holding it aloft with one hand as he extended it towards the hooded girl. As a gesture of sincerity, I only ask that you refrain from holding my grandfather's unintentional offense against him. His intentions were rooted in loyalty and not in malice. The elderly eunuch, his hair and brows white as snow, was taken aback, kneeling on one knee in a state of panic. Your Highness, you must not. I am but a wretched old servant. This jade seal is your fortune, a rare treasure of pure essence, capable of carrying the prayers of the people. How can these two be compared? Your Highness, you would be putting me to death. The young noble, born of imperial lineage, wore a rigid expression. The girl seemed somewhat impatient, smirking derisively, a frog in a well, who clings to its own meager treasures. Take that jade seal back. I have always cherished the saying, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. With decisive grace, she turned to leave. The young man, feeling a wave of relief, said, Rise, Grandfather Wu. It is unbecoming to kneel. We of the 12 great Diao temples of the Sui only kneel before emperors, that if the officials from the 6 departments or the Ministry of Rites were to witness this, it would spell disaster for both of us. Now that our expedition to this small town has been successfully completed under the protection of our ancestors, let us not complicate matters further and depart swiftly. Moreover, once we rendezvous with our people outside, we must remain vigilant. The 6 pillar states of the Great Li dynasty, namely the Yuan and Shao families, though they are opposing factions, share a mutual enmity with our Gao family that if you were to encounter any mishap here, it would jeopardize my safe return to the Sui. The elder nodded slowly, rising to his feet. I understand the gravity of the situation and the urgency. As the elder uttered the word urgent, the hooded girl had already taken more than 20 steps away. A sudden gust of wind swept by the young man, causing his hair and the sleeves of his brocade robe to flutter. It was then revealed that this powerful elder from the Sui had not intended to let the girl slip away. In an instant, he lunged forward, his first 3 steps thundering against the ground, the sound echoing ominously beneath them. That be why the 4th step, he had leaped high, striking towards the girl's back with a fierce punch. The girl twisted her waist abruptly, using the tip of her left foot as a pivot, drawing her sword from its sheath that a brilliance, whiter than sunlight, erupted within the alley. The elder descended with overwhelming force, his fist meeting the edge of her blade, and though his hand suffered a mere scratch from the blade's edge, he continued to surge forward, forcing the sword-wielding girl to retreat. He then casually extended a hand, seemingly slow and relaxed, yet it struck her forehead like lightning. Just as he intended to increase the force, to shatter the head hidden beneath the hood, he suddenly shifted his stance, glancing down to find a sharp weapon protruding from his right chest, the tip of a sword. His expression remained unchanged as he pinched the sword tip between his fingers and pushed it back, forcibly extracting the blade that had pierced through his chest. The elder, hindered by the flying sword, could not obliterate the girl's skull with his palm. The girl, propelled backward, seized the opportunity to regain her footing, her movements lithe as a cat, swiftly disappearing into a side alley. The young man's face darkened with fury, his fists clenched as he exclaimed, "Wu Yao, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Why do you refuse to heed my warnings and insist on acting with such bias? Do you truly believe that your Wu Jiao temple is invincible in this small town? We were clearly in the wrong first, and she did not press the matter further. She was willing to let it go. Why then must you be so vicious? This is utterly intolerable." The elder turned his gaze away from the direction the girl had fled, straightening his back with an air of authority as he walked back, each step deliberate and heavy upon the young man's heart. The young man, feeling the suffocating pressure of being oppressed by a mere servant, brimmed with rage, his eyes wide as he gritted his teeth. "Wu Jiao Temple, you are committing a capital offense." The elder retorted calmly, "Your Highness, it is not for me to decide life or death. That must be determined by His Majesty. From my perspective, your safety is of utmost importance, and the existence of that girl from the small town has become a pressing concern. The only way to ensure everything goes smoothly is to decisively eliminate her. Only then can I feel at ease." Noticing the seething anger barely contained within the young man's eyes, the elder sighed, speaking softly. "In over 60 years of service within the Imperial Palace, I have witnessed countless intrigues, both bloody and bloodless, and I have lost all faith in human nature. Just during our journey, I have personally dealt with over 30 assassination attempts. Your Highness, the cunning and treachery of those assassins are beyond imagination, especially the deranged ones who act irrationally. Take, for example, the masked assassin and the girl in the hood." The brocade-clad youth pointed an accusing finger at the elder, his voice dripping with anger. "Silence, you old eunuch. I have no interest in your nonsense. I know for certain that you have ruined my carefully laid plans. Even a blind man could see how exceptionally gifted that girl is, capable of wielding flying swords. Even among practitioners on the mountains, she would stand out as a prodigy. If I were to nurture her for 10 years, at most 20, she would become the most formidable assassin lurking in my shadow. What are you, a mere mortal, count for against such talent? And yet, here I am, Gao Zhen, the future prince of the Sui dynasty. I am your master, you old eunuch." Strangely, the seasoned elder was not incensed by the repeated slurs of old eunuch. Instead, a look of contentment filled his eyes. Once the young man finished venting his anger, the elder smiled and said, "Your Highness, although you may not have personally experienced certain matters, and thus remain unaware of the treachery of the world and the malice of the human heart, you have done one thing exceptionally well, showcasing the demeanor of His Majesty in his youth." The atmosphere grew awkward. After regaining his composure, Gao Zhen realized he had gravely misstepped. Before being officially designated as the Crown Prince, he had shown such disrespect towards an elder who was the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Sui Palace, a man who held the trust of both his father and mother. Thus, the prince opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words as the elder, whom he had insulted, chuckled. "Your Highness, remember this. Do not casually apologize to your subordinates. It is unnecessary and only degrades your status. Even if you feel guilt, it should remain buried in your heart. Bear in mind that an emperor, revered as a true dragon amongst men, is the supreme sovereign." Gao Zhen replied, "Grandfather Wu, given my current status, it is too early to speak of such things." The elder suddenly tensed, as if sensing a great threat, and pulled the young man behind him. He focused on the direction of the masked assassin's corpse that a tall, slender scholar appeared unexpectedly at the end of the alley, slowly approaching the body of the assassin. Then he knelt down and removed his mask, revealing a peculiar face, devoid of eyebrows, with a flattened nose and markings etched upon it. It was undeniable that he had been a convict in life. The scholar remained silent, confirming that this was a premeditated plan, likely stemming from that Confucian temple. Gao Zhen's eyes lit up as he stepped out from behind the elder and bowed respectfully. "May I ask if you are Mr. Chi from the Cliffside Academy?" The scholar rose and addressed Gao Jun. Had you not seized a significant opportunity first, neither of you would have been able to leave so easily today. In this small town, outsiders engaged in mutual conflict, and according to the rules established by the original four sages, the punishments were not severe, but were not light either. Unlike the indiscriminate slaughter of common folk which would lead to expulsion, conflicts among outsiders had a clear loophole, allowing one to salvage the situation. Gao Jun and his two companions had each brought along a retainer, preparing for the worst, so that in critical moments, they could push someone forward to take the blame. After all, a single opportunity could cost half of the Sui imperial treasury. Being a mighty nation, the emperor's private wealth comprised a significant sum, and one could only imagine the stakes involved. Thus, who would willingly become a scapegoat? In simpler terms, it was akin to paying off a disaster. However, the expenses here could be likened to emptying a mountain of gold and silver. The notion of extravagance among common folk was nothing in comparison to Gao Jun. Now under the expulsion order, continued speaking to Mr. Qi, he asked, if there is a chance in the future, could you come to my Sui Academy to give lectures? The Sui would be willing to reserve the position of national teacher for you. The elder pondered but did not stop the young man's presumptuous words that if he could indeed persuade this scholar to offer counsel to the Gao family, the Sui emperor would surely be delighted. Mr. Qi smiled but did not respond. The elder, who had been decisive and ruthless towards the hooded girl, now displayed an entirely different demeanor before this stabilizing figure. Mr. Qi of the Cliffside Academy, as he bowed his head and clasped his hands, Mr. Qi, I apologize for the disturbance that my actions against the junior were truly compelled by necessity. I hope you can understand the predicament of a servant of the Gao family. Mr. Qi waved his sleeve. Leave quickly. Gao Jun and the elder had no choice but to take their leave, coincidentally retracing the path the hooded girl had taken. The young man whispered, Is she dead? The elder shook his head. She is surely at death's door. The flying sword merely bought her a moment's respite, but it is of no real help. Gao Jun hesitated, curiosity piquing. When did you realize that she wielded the flying sword with far less ease than it appeared? The elder replied, Excess leads to deficiency. Her precociousness betrayed her. Gao Jun looked puzzled. The elder led him out of the original alley, speaking softly. May I ask you a question, Your Highness? Having seen so many rare and luxurious treasures in the world, do you still find interest in the ordinary porcelain of a small town? The young prince patted the pocket at his waist, laughing. Of course not. Only this jade seal, or something of similar caliber, could bring me joy. The elder nodded. Precisely. That girl, when wielding her sword to kill, had a heart as tranquil as still water, utterly composed, as though it were merely a matter of daily life. Moreover, once she realized my true martial prowess, she decisively abandoned the thought of fighting, especially fearing that I might see through her facade of bravado. Her real intention was to find a way for both parties to save face, for she feared I might harbor murderous intent and would rather risk killing her than letting her go free. Thus, she had to break the deadlock, though it is evident that she did not handle it well. Nonetheless, at such a young age, to possess such thoughts is no small feat. However, the more extraordinary one is, the greater the threat they may pose if allowed to grow unchecked. The elder lamented, Youth is a time of vigor. Should they be hot-blooded in killing or gallant in facing death, it is not surprising. Yet, to calmly face death after careful consideration, or to kill without a ripple of emotion, is quite abnormal. One might even say that such a temperament can only be forged through experience, and it has little to do with a person's innate talent or qualities. Many gifted individuals perish early due to their evident shortcomings in character, easily leading to ruin when faced with adversity. Gao Jun sighed. Regardless, it is a pity. The elder half-jokingly replied, Your Highness, if the life and death of such a character warrants a sigh, then when you truly stand at the pinnacle in the future, you shall be quite busy. The young man laughed. I do not believe that. The elder suddenly remarked, I wonder if it is merely an illusion, but I sense that Mr. Qi seems to have encountered significant problems in his profound cultivation. The young prince, indifferent, replied, Regardless, as long as I can obtain this Dragon Gate seal, it will be deemed a great success. Who would have thought that this priceless treasure would merely serve as a minor addition to a major transaction? Therefore, it is best for us to take our leave. Speaking of that golden carp, I cannot help but think of that shoeless boy. The elder chuckled. Your Highness is considering finding an opportunity to express gratitude to that youth in the future. The young man shook his head. Not at all. I am lamenting that bag of copper coins. The elder burst into laughter. It seemed that the Sui dynasty might one day have a frugal emperor. In a secluded alley running north-south, the only sound was the clattering of wheels. A young Taoist priest, adorned with a lotus crown, had closed his business early that day. As he pushed his cart forward, he contemplated returning to his dwelling to tidy up and hasten back home, for this mess was one that no one should meddle in. Suddenly, a slender figure clad in black staggered out from a side alley, eventually leaning against the wall, one hand crossing beneath the hood to cover his mouth, while the other pointed at the young Taoist. The young priest quickly lowered his head, muttering, I cannot be seen. That I cannot be seen. Taishang Laojun, I implore you. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. May the Buddha bless me, and the Bodhisattva show mercy. It was rather odd for a Taoist, facing imminent danger, to seek the aid of Buddha and Bodhisattva rather than the three pure ones. Sure enough, the Buddha and Bodhisattva appeared disinclined to respond to disciples of other sections. The hooded girl, summoning her last ounce of strength from who knows where, stumbled toward the Taoist and collapsed heavily, yet her hand clutched tightly around the Taoist's ankle. The young Taoist, cradling his head in despair, looked as if he were pleading with the heavens. Is it not enough that such a heavy karma falls upon me? Does it not brand me with the word seeking death upon my forehead? I have traveled far and wide, braving the elements, often bitten by dogs on the streets. It has been so arduous. Damn the Gao family of the Sui, and that old dog Wu. You shall pay for this. I shall not forget this debt for 500 years, that my Taoist skills are insufficient to bear such burdens. The young Taoist, now nearly incoherent, gazed down, tears threatening to spill. Little girl, have mercy on me, spare this Taoist. In return, I shall help you find a beautiful place with clear waters and mountains, most auspicious for your offspring. That, oh wait, you are still a maiden then. The girl had already succumbed into unconsciousness. The young Taoist, seeing no one around, crouched down, preparing to pry open the girl's fingers. That in a flash, a flying sword hovered in midair, its tip mere inches from the young Taoist's brow. Unfazed, the young Taoist released his grip, wearing a compassionate expression, declaring with righteousness, humans are not mere plants. How could one lack compassion? In this life of mine, filled with glory and clarity, I could never be the kind of person to ignore another in dire straits. Seating himself cross-legged, the young Taoist's handsome face contorted in distress. Deciding where to send you is quite a hassle. The flying sword, still poised inches from the Taoist's brow, advanced a fraction closer. The Taoist explained patiently. To save your master, I need another helper, Dada. Yes, go fetch a locust leaf from the old locust tree over there. I shall use it to stabilize her life force. Your master is rather unique. I do not wish to interfere recklessly, lest I inadvertently hinder her path of cultivation. This new karma would truly lead me to seek a swift end to my existence. The flying sword seemed to hesitate, its tip trembling slightly. The Taoist, irritated, urged, the sooner you go, the sooner your master can return from the brink of death. Delay, and we may all meet our doom. In the blink of an eye, the sword vanished without a trace. The young Taoist muttered angrily, when there is mutual affection, only then can a beautiful couple be formed. But you, Mr. Qi Jingchun, are merely sowing discord, and you do not even clean up after yourself. With one hand resting on his chin, the young Taoist calculated, let me see where I can send you in this town, ensuring you survive while the other party does not suffer ruin. Starting with the Liu family. No, they will not do. They are similar to the Zhao family, who already have their fortunes. Then the Song family. Just as the Taoist's words left his lips, the Song family's doorways on Fortune and Prosperity Street suddenly lost their luster, dimming to obscurity, as wisps of smoke, invisible to mortal eyes, began to rise. From deep within the courtyard, an elderly barefoot man emerged, his weathered visage contorted with rage as he yelled, which bastard dares to conspire against the Song family's legacy? Step forward and face me. The young Taoist cleared his throat, muttering to himself. The Liu family on Fortune and Prosperity Street appears to be thriving. They seem capable of handling matters. The ancient plaque of the Liu family's ancestral hall, which had stood for a millennium, shattered with a loud crash, revealing distressing cracks. An old woman with a robust voice struck the ground with her dragon-headed cane, demanding, "Who is this divine being? Can you please step forward for a meeting?" Feigning ignorance, the young Taoist continued. "What about the Wei family on Peach Leaf Alley? They seem to be virtuous and should be able to bear this karma." Soon, an elder employed a secret technique to transmit his voice, shouting towards the academy, "Qi Jingshun, are you not going to intervene? If you cannot handle this, then step aside and let Wan Xiong take over. If not, is this all a personal vendetta of yours, Qi Jingshun?" A man by the creek south of the town's corridor, leading a group in digging a well, straightened up, his lips moving towards the north. The sound of spring thunder rolled over the streets of Fortune and Prosperity and Peach Leaf Alley, booming, "Enough, do not speak disrespectfully of Mr. Qi. And I, Ruan, shall not meddle in town affairs before the spring equinox." In an instant, the world fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping everything. Meanwhile, the instigator seated beside the cart grasped the girl's hand and placed the locust leaf, brought by the flying sword, onto her bloodied palm. As the locust leaf made contact with her wound, it melted away like snow under the sun. The young Taoist reflected, "Every time I witness such a scene, I feel the need to marvel at the wonders of creation." After much contemplation, he could not find satisfactory words. Finally, the young Taoist gazed down at the girl, who was regaining a hint of color, feeling somewhat troubled. "Since the karma you are entangled with is greater than I anticipated, I must act contrary to my usual path. In this town, with 600 households intertwined, steeped in the aura of this secret realm for generations, while it is easy for me to find someone with fortune surrounding them, it is exceedingly difficult to find a pauper. It is akin to finding a high-ranking official in the court. That is simple enough, yet locating a beggar is akin to climbing to the heavens." The young Taoist exclaimed in realization. He had indeed found such a pitiful soul. However, rather than feeling elated, he was filled with dread, closing his eyes and reflecting deeply. Sighing, the young Taoist declared, "Regardless, I shall wait to see how you choose, and I shall not impose my will. If you refuse, I shall bear this karma myself." He then joined his palms in prayer. "May the Buddha bless me, and may the Bodhisattva show mercy, ensuring I can pass through this tribulation." In Mud Bottle Alley, the young Taoist bent down, pushing a two-wheeled cart, and halted outside a courtyard door, knocking before inquiring, "Is Chen Ping'an home?" In the cart's corner, nestled within a gap, lay a long sword with a white scabbard, its flying sword appearing sickly, as if it resented the young Taoist for having sought out such a dilapidated household. Chapter 14. The 5th day of the 5th month, the young Taoist had prepared an array of eloquent responses to address the question posed by the straw sandal youth. "Who is it?" However, to his surprise, the courtyard door was swiftly opened, and it was evident that the youth from the dilapidated alley had bypassed that particular formality altogether. Mud Bottle Alley was one of the narrowest and most cramped lanes in the town, making it impossible for the Taoist's wooden cart to be left outside, obstructing the path. Fortunately, although Chen Ping'an appeared emaciated and lacking in strength, he actually possessed considerable physical prowess. He assisted the young Taoist in maneuvering the rather heavy cart into the courtyard with relative ease. Throughout the process, the boy remained silent, which rendered the young Taoist somewhat awkward once the door had been closed. It was akin to someone shamelessly knocking on a door to borrow money, being warmly received with fine tea and sumptuous food, yet any guest with a modicum of conscience would find it increasingly difficult to voice their request. The young Taoist, feeling the weight of the embarrassment, thought it better to be forthright and lifted the thin cotton covering from the cart, revealing a black-clad girl curled up on her side. Her tilted hood, precariously in place, still defiantly obscured her features. For some inexplicable reason, upon uncovering the flimsy blanket, a pungent scent of blood assaulted Chen Ping'an's senses. It was at that moment he noticed the girl's attire was soaked with blood. Chen Ping'an had not anticipated that such a small covering could entirely conceal such a strong odor. Taking a few steps back, he inquired, "Taoist, what do you intend to do?" The young Taoist replied, "To save her. She is gravely injured, and no one in the town is willing to assist her. It is understandable, given that they all tend to their own affairs. Thus, after much contemplation, I surmise that you might be the exception." Chen Ping'an struck at the heart of the matter, asking, "How did she sustain her injuries?" With no sign of embarrassment, the Taoist explained, "As I was pushing the cart past the archway, I encountered this young woman from out of town. She claimed she was there to take a rubbing of the inscription Shi Chong Do Nyo on the plaque, equipped with her rubbing kit and brushes, and she climbed up without hesitation. As for the rubbing itself, it is a form of imitation, generally a pastime for scholars with nothing better to do, that I cannot explain it in detail at this moment. Regardless, after she climbed up, she sat precariously on the beam, which made me quite anxious. I had to stop and caution her to be careful from time to time. However, she was so engrossed that, out of nowhere, she fell with a thud to the ground. You know how hard the ground is over there by the archway. It's as unforgiving as the bluestone slabs on Fortune and Prosperity Street. She likely sustained severe internal injuries that I say, monk, I must be compassionate. I cannot simply turn a blind eye, can I? Along the way, everyone rejected her due to her blood-stained appearance, believing it to be bad luck shortly after the new year. Who would want to bring her into their home? I understand this is human nature, yet I had no other option but to come to you. Frankly, if you refuse to take her in, I am no deity capable of snatching someone from the clutches of death. I would simply have to wait for her to take her last breath, and then find a place to dig a grave and erect a tombstone." The Taoist spoke rapidly, his words slightly slurred, clearly attempting to bewilder the youth and navigate through the situation. The hardest part is always the beginning. Once that is accomplished, one can take things step by step, for there is always a glimmer of hope in the darkest of times. Chen Ping'an's expression was complex as he glanced at the hopeful young Taoist and then at the lifeless black-clad girl. After a mental struggle, he nodded, saying, "How do we save her?" The young Taoist's spirits lifted immediately. "Excellent. With your agreement, Chen Ping'an, we are already halfway. There to do not be deceived by her seemingly dire condition, which may appear as though Yama himself has crossed her name off the ledger of life. It is not as grave as it seems. That, of course, what I said earlier is all true. There are various intricacies involved, such as her strong will to survive, and it seems she possesses some ancestral techniques that protect her vital points and inner essence, which is crucial. Additionally, our little town is quite fascinating, filled with peculiarities. Consuming or capturing certain things may prove immensely beneficial." The young Taoist, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, chuckled awkwardly. "But you wouldn't understand, would you?" The boy replied earnestly. "I don't understand, but I can remember most of it." The young Taoist inquired tentatively, "So, when you heard the knock at the door, you immediately recognized it was this fortune-telling Taoist?" Chen Ping'an hesitated before responding, "Yes." The young Taoist asked curiously, "You have an excellent memory? How good is it?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the ailing girl in black, and the young Taoist smiled, explaining, "She is currently in a rather enigmatic state and should not move her body. It is best to wait a moment." Chen Ping'an, still skeptical, remarked, "I find it easier to remember things I see than what I hear others say." The young Taoist pressed, "For instance?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an responded, "For example, at the head of our dragon kiln, Master Yao's jumping knife technique is the most remarkable among all the masters in town. I can remember all the details just from watching it once, but..." The young Taoist interjected, "But your hands and feet never seem to keep up, right?" Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. The young Taoist shared a knowing smile. "Have you ever considered what truly makes Master Yao's skills extraordinary?" Chen Ping'an's expression darkened. "I could never quite comprehend it until Lu Xianying told me that Master Yao said to master the jumping knife technique, one must have a steady heart, and not just steady hands. After hearing that, I began to understand that I had been too anxious. The more impatient I became, the more chaotic my movements were. The more chaotic, the more mistakes I made that I could clearly see where I fell short compared to Master Yao, which only made me more anxious, so I was always the worst at pulling clay at the dragon kiln." The young Taoist remarked calmly, "There is an old saying, the master leads you to the door, but the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. However, the master never intended to lead you in. How can you cultivate?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I am clumsy. It's no surprise that I cannot compare to Lu Xianying or even the average apprentice. It's understandable that Master Yao looks down on me." The young Taoist suddenly laughed. "Chen Ping'an, do you know how difficult it is to comprehend the word steady heart? It is not easy to grasp. Do not belittle yourself." Chen Ping'an still shook his head, It's like catching fish in a stream, that if I bend down to catch a fish in water that is less than knee-deep, that's catching. Some people are good swimmers and dive into deep water, holding their breath for a long time to catch a fish. That's also catching. Both methods result in catching a fish, Taoist, but they are not the same, right? The young Taoist laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying, and suddenly declared, "We can save her now." Chen Ping'an stood dumbfounded, and the young Taoist, equally surprised, urged, "What are you dawdling for? Carry that girl to the bed." Chen Ping'an remained motionless. And then, the Taoist stated matter-of-factly, "Of course, we must first change her into clean clothes, and then we will go to the apothecary to gather some herbs to replenish her energy. At that point, I will need to personally step in and demonstrate my skills." Chen Ping'an asked darkly, "What if she wakes up and tries to kill me?" The young Taoist replied firmly, "She won tea. You are her savior. Surely, there cannot be such an ungrateful person in this world." Chen Ping'an remained silent. The Taoist coughed, the gravity of his earlier statement diminishing. "Well, perhaps not." Chen Ping'an sighed and tentatively suggested, "There's a girl next door named Ji Gui. Should we ask her to help with these tasks?" The young Taoist replied helplessly, "That's not possible. Therein lies the crux of the issue." Chen Ping'an did not press further, squatting down and scratching his head. The young Taoist suddenly asked, "Do you have any questions you wish to ask? Though I may not be able to answer everything, I will do my best to address some." Chen Ping'an sighed, rising to say, "Let us save her first." The young Taoist beamed, "Excellent." He discreetly waved his sleeve, firmly suppressing a restless flying sword within its sheath. Chen Ping'an lifted the girl and carried her into the room, gently laying her on the wooden bed, which had recently been repaired after being broken by Lu Xianying's weight. A stool was placed beneath the bed for support. The young Taoist followed him across the threshold, surveying the surroundings. Noting the stark simplicity of the abode, he slapped his forehead and stepped outside to fetch paper and ink, preparing to write a prescription for Chen Ping'an to gather the herbs. Upon returning, the young Taoist shook his head, deliberately avoiding looking at the bed, thinking that this impoverished youth would surely be unable to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the boy sitting on the edge of the bed had already removed the black-clad girl's hood, revealing a pale face smeared with blood. The so-called 7 orifices bleeding was quite literally the sight before Chen Ping'an's eyes. The boy quickly rose, retrieving a stool from the table and placing it beside the bed. He then hurried to a corner of the room where a small wooden rack held pots, bowls, and utensils. Beside the rack was a small water jar, covered with a wooden lid to keep out flies and mosquitoes, filled with well water drawn from the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Alley. The boy grabbed a wooden basin and a ladle, squatting by the jar to scoop fresh water and pour it into the basin. He then placed a clean cloth over the edge of the basin, carried it to the bedside, and began to clean the blood from the girl's face. The young Taoist turned his head, raising a piece of paper in his hand. "There's a small apothecary on Fortune and Prosperity Street. Take this prescription to gather the herbs." The boy, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you say earlier?" The young Taoist, appearing bewildered, blinked and replied, "Yes, I did say to be cautious when gathering the herbs, not to draw too much attention, to avoid causing a stir and tarnishing the girl's reputation." Chen Ping'an acknowledged, "Oh," while washing the cloth, and then asked, "Do you have money to buy the herbs?" The young Taoist suddenly grew anxious. "You don't have any?" Chen Ping'an placed the basin on the table and gently pressed a golden copper coin, the origin of which was unknown, onto the surface. "Taoist, I can exchange this for ordinary copper coins. As for how we exchange it, I'll leave that to you." The young Taoist pondered for a moment and declared, "This coin on the table is sufficient to purchase the items on the prescription. I will go fetch the money for you." Before long, the Taoist returned with a bag filled with ordinary copper coins and a few silver pieces, handing them all to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an cautioned, "I will take care of disposing of this basin of water later. You needn't assist, Taoist. The neighbor, Song Ji-sin, is rather fond of unusual happenings that if he sees this, it won't be good." The young Taoist replied solemnly, "Chen Ping'an, do you not have any questions you wish to ask?" Chen Ping'an stood still, having mentally assessed the copper coins and silver pieces, ensuring he had a clear understanding before carefully putting them away. He gestured for them to step outside to speak. Once they crossed the threshold, the straw sandal youth raised his head and slowly stated, "I know you are not ordinary people. Master Yao drunkenly mentioned long ago that our town is unusual, full of oddities. Everyone here is peculiar. Yet, he could not articulate what exactly was strange about it, and I certainly cannot comprehend it either. Recently, Gukin spoke of a storyteller who could pour a large basin of water from an ordinary white bowl. Despite Gukin being rather bothersome, I know he was not lying about this, its-like. The boy paused for a moment before continuing. Like today, a very tall woman in this alley outside flicked my forehead with her finger and tapped my chest. Then she told me I would soon die. I know her words were true. The young Taoist's expression turned grave. Chen Ping'an concluded, "You mentioned that the talismans you write could bring good fortune to my parents after being burned, that I truly believe in your words, Taoist. Therefore, when you came to me and asked for my help in saving her, I did not voice any objections earlier. However, I hope you will agree to one condition, that if you do, I will comply with whatever you ask of me next. If you refuse, after I fetch the herbs and help you brew the medicine, I will be on my way." The Taoist inquired, "What is your condition? Speak it." The boy, who had always appeared calm and composed, now seemed somewhat anxious as he replied, "My parents passed away when I was very young. For reasons I cannot understand, I recall many things from my childhood, yet their faces remain blurred and indistinct. After surviving for a while on the kindness of neighbors, I once overheard someone mention that I was born on the 5th day of the 5th month, and from their tone, it seemed it was not an auspicious day." A neighbor spoke even more candidly. The boy had been circling around the topic, but after a pause, he finally got to the point, lowering his head and speaking in a somber tone. "If after helping you save this girl, I were to suddenly die one day, if it were to happen, could you help me be reborn as the child of my parents in my next life?" The young Taoist fell silent. Chen Ping'an smiled broadly, scratching his head. "If not, then so be it. Indeed, such matters are unlikely to occur. I am placing an undue burden on you." The Taoist chuckled bitterly. "And what about that girl?" Chen Ping'an abruptly turned around, facing away from the Taoist, raising his fist and waving it playfully. "She is so beautiful. It would be foolish not to save her." The young Taoist watched the straw sandal youth leave with a facade of nonchalance. As the boy walked down Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly recalled someone, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 15. Suppression. As the youth emerged from the alley of the Mud Bottle, he fortuitously encountered Ji Gui, the maidservant of Song Jisun. After escorting a tall woman to the Gu family, she did not hasten home, but instead wandered through the narrow streets, taking a leisurely stroll along the shops of Xinghua Lane. Though she purchased nothing, her spirits remained high, and she moved with a buoyant, cheerful lightness, reminiscent of a girl nurtured by wild rivers, exuding a fragrance akin to fresh grass, distinctly different from the refined demeanor of the high-born ladies residing in grand mansions with deep courtyards. Upon seeing the youth in straw sandals, she did not lower her gaze as she typically would. Instead, she quickened her pace slightly and paused, gazing intently at this neighbor with whom she seldom interacted, her lips poised to speak yet hesitating. Chen Ping'an offered her a smile as he jogged past, gradually picking up speed. Ji Gui stood quietly at the mouth of the Mud Bottle Alley, turning to watch the scruffy boy sprinting in the sunlight, resembling a resilient wildcat, darting about, unremarkable in appearance yet seemingly impervious to starvation. The girl was not well regarded in the small town, burdened by the peculiar temperament of her master, Song Jisun. Whether drawing water from the iron lock well, or going to the market, or even acquiring stationery for her young master, she always projected an air of being out of place, lacking companions of her own age. When she encountered acquaintances, she seldom engaged in conversation, making it difficult for the lively townsfolk who favored merriment to connect with her. In this regard, Chen Ping'an's situation bore some resemblance to Ji Gui's. The difference lay in the fact that while the boy was also taciturn, his gentle and amiable nature was far from off-putting, but on the contrary, he possessed an inherently warm disposition, devoid of any sharp edges. It was merely the decline of his family that had led him to seek a living early on in the dragon kiln, resulting in a somewhat distant rapport with his neighbors. Indeed, the residents of Mud Bottle Alley harbored an inexplicable apprehension regarding the boy's birthday. The 5th day of the 5th month, marked as an ominous day in local customs, was the date of his birth. Coupled with the untimely demise of his parents, Chen Ping'an had become the last sprout of his family, naturally inciting whispers of superstition, particularly among the older folks who gathered near the old locust tree for gossip. They would caution their children to keep their distance. Yet whenever the children, with faces full of reluctance, pressed for reasons, the elders found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the alley, standing beside the girl. Jigui turned her head, remaining silent, and simply walked ahead. The figure matched her pace, and it was none other than Qi Jingshun, the town's sole scholar and a legitimate Confucian disciple. The girl continued her stride, her expression cold, saying, "Isn't it better for us to maintain a respectful distance? Moreover, let us not forget, it was you who held the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, while I, a mere lowly slave, could only endure in silence. However, it seems your distant temple of the Dharma, situated who knows how many miles away, has encountered some troubles of late, hasn't it? So now, it is I who am the river, and you the well." The uninvited guest, Master Qi, smiled faintly and replied, "Wang Zhu, very well. I shall temporarily adopt the local custom and call you Jigui. Have you ever considered that while you are favored by heaven and earth, do you truly believe I lack the means to suppress you? Or do you think that several millennia ago, the four saints, who were like dragons, merely came here to set rules without leaving any contingencies? Ultimately, you are merely observing the world from the confines of your well. The vastness of the sky and the expansiveness of the earth are far beyond what you perceive from that narrow opening." The girl furrowed her brows. "Master Qi, do not attempt to intimidate me with your words. I am not like my young master, Song Jisin, who would be swayed by your lofty rhetoric. I have never believed in it. You might as well speak plainly. Whether we live or die, whether we part amicably or otherwise, I am prepared for it." The middle-aged scholar slowly stated, "I advise you to extricate yourself from this cage and refrain from overstepping your bounds, for such actions yield no benefit to anyone. Especially once you and he embark on the path of cultivation. Regardless of whether you become partners, you must temper your arrogance and refrain from being overbearing. This is not a threat, but merely my heartfelt advice at the moment of parting." Logically speaking, the two were of vastly different social standings. Yet Jigui maintained a posture of neither servility nor arrogance, even exuding a subtle pressure that seemed to momentarily overshadow the scholar. She scoffed, "Goodwill for thousands of years. You esteemed cultivators have looked down upon us from your lofty heights, treating this land as your farmland, harvesting it year after year, unchanged for millennia. Now, suddenly, you wish to engage in kindness with me, a mere wretch? I have heard my young master say something that many of you hold as a standard. Those not of my kind must have different intentions, right? So, one cannot fault Master Qi, after all." Master Qi continued onward, taking a light step, a smile hovering on his lips. "Oh." With that step, Jigui's expression shifted slightly. They found themselves in a place engulfed in darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Above, countless rays imbued with a sacred aura cascaded down. They appeared as though trapped at the bottom of an unfathomable well, with golden sunlight streaming down from above. The middle-aged scholar, dressed in a blue robe that shimmered with flowing light, emanated an aura of righteousness. Initially, the girl's face contorted in rage, but she quickly regained her indifferent demeanor, murmuring, 60 years of Buddhist chants, like thunder in my ears, unceasing. 60 years of Taoist talismans, gnawing at my bones. Relentless points 60 years of righteous energy, overshadowing the heavens. With no refuge points 60 years of military sword energy, like the upheaval of the earth, splattering everywhere. Every cycle of 60 years is a rebirth. It has been 3,000 years, never a moment of peace. Then I merely wish to know, where is the root of your so-called great way? The black and white words in your books, and the profound wisdom you impart, I can see and hear, yet cannot find. She gazed intently at the formidable middle-aged man, both a nameless teacher from a remote village and Qi Jingshun of the Confucian Cliff Academy, a scholar whom even the powerful of the Sui dynasty would respectfully call master. Suddenly, the girl laughed and asked, "Master, how do you teach me? How do you advise me to do good? If I am not mistaken, your esteemed Confucian sage and one of the Taoist patriarchs once proclaimed education should not be limited by class, right?" The man shook his head. Even if I were to speak 1,000 times of the sage's teachings, it would be in vain. While the girl appeared to be conversing casually with the scholar, she was, in truth, like a tightly drawn bowstring, her peripheral vision scanning for a glimmer of opportunity. The scholar, oblivious to her tension, coldly remarked, "I recognize that you harbor boundless anger, resentment, and murderous intent, that I do not reject the existence of the different. But you must understand that acting on fleeting compassion and indiscriminately bestowing kindness has never been the true doctrine of the three teachings. My young master often says that arguing with scholars is the most futile endeavor," the girl said, tugging at the corner of her mouth, her peculiar golden eyes narrowing. "It seems Master Qi has indeed returned to the light, making you even more formidable than before." He dismissed her words with a smile. "It matters not if reason fails. As long as I, Qi Jingshun, draw breath and hold jurisdiction here, you, the ungrateful wretch, shall not dare to act with impunity." The girl pointed at herself, asking with a smile, "I am ungrateful?" The middle-aged scholar, now visibly angered, retorted, "In your moments of utmost vulnerability, when you had to bow your head and forge contracts, who saved you on that snowy day in Mud Bottle Alley? Who has so gradually depleted his remaining vitality over these years?" The girl replied, "When one is hungry, it is only natural to seek food to fill one's stomach. Is that not a matter of course? Moreover, he never had any great fortune to begin with. Dying early and being reborn might even offer a glimmer of hope in the next life, that if left to languish like a rootless weed in this town, well, that would truly be." The scholar waved his sleeve and admonished softly, "Silence." He scolded, "The profundity of the great way and the clarity of heavenly principles cannot be dismissed by your mere words. Each life has its own fate and destiny. What right do you have to make choices for others?" Above the girl's head, a radiant golden hand appeared, exuding an overwhelming authority, akin to a Buddha subduing demons or a Taoist patriarch suppressing malevolence, swiftly pressing down upon her head, forcing her to kneel, her forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. The sound of her bowing echoed loudly. The girl, her head bowed, propped herself on the ground, struggling to rise, her face obscured, yet she emitted a chilling laugh. "You may force me to bow, but I shall never acknowledge my wrongdoing." The mighty golden hand grasped her head, lifting and pressing down once more, causing another resounding thud. This time, the sound resonated like thunder in spring. The scholar intoned solemnly, "Do not forget, this slender thread of life was granted to you by the sages, not something you earned. Otherwise, do not speak of suppressing you for 3,000 years. 3 tens of thousands of years would pose no challenge." The girl, still held down, rasped, "Your so-called great way is one I refuse to walk." The scholar raised his arm high, striking down at the empty space before him. "Impudence! Be subdued!" From the golden light streaming down from the well, a square white jade seal emerged, measuring a foot on each side, inscribed with 8 ancient characters, some of which glowed a vivid crimson, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. With a command from Qi Jingshun, the colossal seal descended, crashing upon the girl already kneeling on the ground. This immense seal, imbued with the weight of heavenly law, appeared not as a tangible object that would flatten her, but instead, it melded with the wind and thunder, swiftly embedding itself into the earth, vanishing from sight, as if rain fell with thunder's roar subdued. However, an instant later, the girl seemed as if crushed under an immense weight, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly forlorn. Even so, one of her hands clawed at the ground, straining with all her might, her fingers tracing letters into the earth. Qi Jingshun, with an expressionless face, coldly stated, "3 bows are required to show respect to heaven, to the people, to the great way." The girl, with a vacant gaze, did not respond, but Qi Jingshun gently waved his sleeve, dissipating the oppressive aura of authority. "I, Qi Jingshun, am but a mere scholar under the sages. If I can compel you to bow thrice, once you leave, if you act recklessly, do you not fear encountering an even more unreasonable existence that could crush you with a mere finger?" Sighing, Qi Jingshun continued, "While you are indeed confined and restrained here, have you considered that there is no absolute freedom in this world? The various rites established by our Confucian sages are, after all, to seek a different form of freedom for all living beings, that as long as you do not overstep your bounds and adhere to the prescribed rites. One day, with the vastness of heaven and earth, where could you not go? The girl lifted her head, glaring intently at the middle-aged scholar. Chen Ping'an took a step forward. The world returned to normal, and he and Jige reappeared in Mud Bottle Alley, where the sun shone warmly and the spring breeze was gentle. The girl stood unsteadily, her smile pale, revealing a hint of her formidable teeth. "Master, I shall remember your teachings today." Chen Ping'an said nothing more and turned to depart. Suddenly she asked, "Even if I am ungrateful to Chen Ping'an, why, as an exceptional disciple of the sages, do you remain indifferent? Why do you favor your disciple Zhao Yao and my young master, while treating the ordinary Chen Ping'an as inconsequential? Is this not akin to a merchant's dealings? Cultivating the rare goods with care, while treating the inferior with neglect, unconcerned about whether they fetch a good price." Chen Ping'an smiled. "The movement of heaven is vigorous. A gentleman strives for self-improvement." The girl appeared bewildered as the middle-aged scholar's figure vanished at the end of the alley. She instantly donned a disdainful expression and spat harshly. Hobbling back to her own courtyard, she wrinkled her nose and frowned as she passed by Chen Ping'an's home, feeling somewhat perplexed. It was merely due to that accursed scholar's disrupted cultivation that the small town was now rife with revealed secrets, like a leaky boat. She had enough on her plate to manage, leaving little room for meticulous grievances. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, a seemingly insignificant four-legged lizard scuttled out from some corner, swiftly making its way to her feet, only to receive a furious kick that sent it flying. Inside Chen Ping'an's abode, the young Taoist sat calmly at the table, observing his nose with his heart. The girl in black, who had once been on the brink of death, was now able to sit on the bed, cross-legged and without her hood, revealing a face that left a lasting impression. It was not that she was extraordinarily beautiful, but her spirited demeanor overshadowed her appearance. Her brows were not like willow leaves, but rather resembled narrow blades that as she examined the young Taoist with a scrutinizing gaze, he felt an unusual sense of awkwardness, though he had committed no wrongdoing. Clearing his throat, the young Taoist hastily distanced himself, saying, "Miss, I must clarify that while it was I who saved you, it was another who carried you inside, removed your hood, and washed your face. His name is Chen Ping'an, the owner of this dilapidated house, a poor boy as dark as charcoal, orphaned, who once sought a talisman from me. That is about the extent of it. Should you have any further inquiries, I assure you I will answer candidly." The straw-sandal youth had thus thoroughly sold himself out. The girl nodded, not angered but instead sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, Taoist." The young Taoist, feeling increasingly uneasy, chuckled awkwardly. "It was nothing at all. Just a trivial effort, and I am glad you are well." The girl in black inquired, "Are you not from the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent?" The young Taoist retorted, "And you are not correct?" She acknowledged with a soft The Taoist, adorned with a lotus crown, smiled, "I am surnamed Liu, given name Chun. I have no Taoist title. You may simply call me Taoist Liu." The girl nodded gently, glancing at the young Taoist's cap. After a moment's hesitation, the young Taoist mustered the courage to say, though the boy may have acted in ways contrary to etiquette, circumstances necessitated flexibility. "Moreover, I did not anticipate your swift recovery. Thus, any offense taken is regrettable, and I hope you will not hold it against me." The girl smiled. "Taoist Liu, I am not unreasonable." The young Taoist laughed nervously. "That is good, very good." When she raised an eyebrow, the young Taoist's smile stiffened. She scanned her surroundings with a bland expression. "I have heard that the foremost swordsmith, Master Wan, intends to forge swords here, that I followed him here, hoping he would craft a sword for me." The young Taoist sighed. "If it is truly he, having him personally forge a sword is no easy task." The girl in black seemed troubled. "Indeed, it is quite difficult." At that moment, the youth entered, carrying a bundle of herbs in his left hand and a small package in his right. He knocked lightly on the door before swiftly crossing the threshold, placing the medicinal herbs on the table, and softly said, "Taoist, please check if I have made any mistakes. If so, I will replace them immediately." The boy continued to hold the package as he turned to face the girl, who was seated cross-legged on the wooden bed. Their eyes met. The girl in black calmly stated, "Hello, my father's surname is Ning, and my mother's surname is Yao, hence my name Ning Yao." The boy instinctively replied, "Hello, my father's surname is Chun, and my mother's surname is also Chun, so." A hint of awkwardness crossed his face, but he quickly smiled. "I am Chen Ping'an." Chapter 16. No way out. The girl seemed unfazed. The young Taoist could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he soon realized that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss and quickly changed the subject. The tender leaves of the dragon scale Wuya, which we refer to here as 3-spring willow, were picked too late, by about 7 or 8 days. And this bag of longfei grass, commonly known as maiden's waste, was ground in a powder too carelessly. Moreover, this pile of paper flowers from the Yang family shop is utterly unacceptable. We agreed on 3 taels, yet there is a shortage of 1/10 of a tael. The young Taoist, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, pointed out numerous faults, appearing to harbor some personal grudge against the Yang family pharmacy. Ultimately, he made a grand conclusion. The conscience of this shopkeeper has been fed to the dogs. Nevertheless, the herbs on this table are sufficient for decocting medicine to save lives. Of course, this is largely due to Miss Ning Yao's robust constitution, which has at most a half copper coin's worth of connection to the Yang family shop. The young Taoist slapped his forehead, unfurled a sheet of plain white paper, and while picking up his brush to write, admonished, "I almost forgot. I shall write you another prescription for the decoction. This is quite a meticulous task, Chen Ping'an, so do not be careless. This prescription is not only for healing wounds but also for fortifying one's foundation and essence. It is a superior method employed by warriors to maintain an invincible stance while nurturing their strength through conflict. The best part is that it is gentle in nature, causing no harm. The only drawback is that it may take a bit longer, thus requiring more herbs, which is merely a matter of expenditure, that I have detailed when to use high heat for rapid boiling and when to use low heat for slow simmering on this paper, and even the timing for decocting the medicine is of significance. In short, for the next 10 days, you must endure, Chen Ping'an. After all, a man is meant to bear burdens. Otherwise, how could we speak of great men who stand tall and firm? You must not shirk your responsibilities, lest you give the girl cause to look down on you." When he mentioned standing tall and firm, the young Taoist subtly shook his head. A mere half sheet of prescription paper was required for the decoction, yet 2 sheets were used for the instructions, inscribed in conventional small characters, neat and orderly. Chen Ping'an, feeling anxious, inquired, "Will you not oversee things afterward, Taoist? Such matters of life and death would surely be more secure with your personal attention." The young Taoist replied helplessly, "I must depart from this town. Within the borders of Nanjian, there is a ceremony to be held by my sect, and I wish to witness it firsthand." Chen Ping'an, feeling even more helpless, said, "But Taoist, I cannot read." The young Taoist paused for a moment, then laughed. "Not to worry. Miss Ning can read. Before decocting the medicine, simply consult her regarding any related matters." The girl nodded in affirmation. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to speak again, the young Taoist suddenly recalled something, producing a small, exquisite jade seal from his sleeve. He gently breathed upon its surface, then pressed it firmly onto the sheet containing the prescription. After lifting the seal from the paper, he appeared quite satisfied and tucked it back into his sleeve, handing the remaining sheets to Chen Ping'an. "Keep these well. Books in this town are often privately owned and difficult to procure, that if you truly wish to learn, you may start with this prescription." The young Taoist smiled at the girl, saying, "A floating leaf returns to the vast sea. In life, where do we not encounter one another? Miss Ning, until we meet again." The girl in black responded earnestly, "Taoist Liu, until we meet again. I cannot express my gratitude in words, but should you ever require my assistance in the future, you may send a message via flying sword to the upside-down mountain. Just remember to sign your name as Lu Chun, for otherwise, the mountain may not permit your sword to enter." Upon hearing the name of the upside-down mountain, the young Taoist appeared somewhat taken aback, hesitating to speak. The girl subtly shook her head, and he quickly understood her meaning, choosing not to delve deeper. Some matters are better left unknown to the youth within the room. The young Taoist was the first to leave the room, pulling the young man's arm as he said, "Chen Ping'an, I have a few final words for you." Chen Ping'an placed the package on the bed and told the girl in black that it contained new clothes. Afterward, the two stepped into the yard, and the young Taoist quietly asked, With your memory, I trust you have already recognized the characters on the first prescription. Moreover, living next door to a scholar, the claim of not being able to read is not the true reason for preventing me from leaving. Chen Ping'an replied, You Taoist must surely know the reason. The young Taoist chuckled softly. Do you believe you are doomed to die, thus fearing that no one will care for that young girl? Chen Ping'an nodded, saying, Since I opened the door, I must take responsibility to the end. The young Taoist stood beside the cart, his fingers pressed together as he discreetly brushed against the white-sheathed long sword, which had been pressed down by the scholar Qi Jingquan's sword intent. It quietly flew into the room, likely because the girl in black did not wish to frighten Chen Ping'an, thus tacitly allowing the sword's transgression. After a moment of contemplation, the young Taoist habitually tapped his finger against the lotus crown atop his head while pondering the issue, finally stating, Before coming here, I heard a senior brother say that one must reason when doing things and maintain human relationships. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for me to be excessively rigid and harsh. Although all people have their own karmic paths, since the fundamental teachings of my sect differ from those of ordinary Taoist sections. Our meeting is already a form of fate. Since there is a semblance of a good connection, I shall not be overly insistent. As for the divination tube and the 108 sticks of fortune, I cannot bestow them upon you. The karmic ties are too tangled. Once they become muddled, they cannot be severed, and it would be quite troublesome. Regarding that private seal, it carries some weight that if I were to give it to you, once the town loses its restrictions, everything would be exposed under the sun. I would not wish to harm you. Alas, must I resort to gifting you gold or silver coins? That would be rather unrefined and vulgar, and I would feel rather ashamed to do so. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an interjected firmly, Taoist Lu, giving money is indeed significant and not vulgar. The young Taoist smiled playfully. You could not comprehend the previous two items, yet you certainly understand their importance. Why not request them? The young man replied slowly, A white bowl that can hold at least a large vat of water, meant for burning talismans for the ancestors in the underworld. A Taoist who has been severely injured, that strange girl, and that bag containing 28 coins made of gold. Previously, old man Yao would say that we were quite peculiar here, but now I have witnessed it myself. Had I encountered those two outsiders before, I would surely have avoided all of you, and I would not have opened the door today. The young Taoist leaned against the cart and said solemnly, That foreign girl pointed at your brow, a despicable act of forcibly opening one's acupoints, referred to in martial arts as pointing. The methods vary in skill and intention. For instance, if your yard's gate is not secure, she would deliberately strike at it with a hammer. The gate may open, but its foundation is ultimately compromised. Consider this. In the future, during storms and severe weather, the one who opened the gate will have long since fled. But what about you, the resident of the yard? Chen Ping'an hesitated, stating, I can still endure hardships. Observing the boy, who hardly seemed to be joking, the young Taoist chuckled. This was merely her first attempt to harm you. If your bones are strong and your vitality robust, living to 30 or 40 should not be difficult. However, her subsequent action of striking your heart with her palm would be the true fatal blow, damaging your physical essence and severing your path to longevity. To be precise, you originally had a slim chance left. Leveraging the great fortune of this world's upheaval, you might not lack the possibility to continue your cultivation on the grand path. It is akin to a torrential flood. In the river, countless dragons, fish, and shrimp abound. Those fortunate enough will surely reap great rewards, yet even those with the worst luck may still catch a small fish or shrimp. Chen Ping'an displayed neither horror nor panic, standing quietly, without the slightest indication of feigned calmness. The young Taoist neither admired nor belittled him, softly sighing. Chen Ping'an, at such a young age, to regard life and death so lightly is not a good thing. Do you believe that living is the best option? But if it truly comes to it, if heaven does not allow you to live, then death is merely death, and you should not fear, correct? After all, death, in fact, presents an opportunity for a hopeful reunion. Chen Ping'an did not deny this notion. The young Taoist suddenly scolded. Have you ever considered that even if you were to miraculously meet your parents in the vast realms of the afterlife, what would their feelings be upon seeing you? The young Taoist grew increasingly agitated, extending a finger to poke at the boy's head, as if to awaken him from his stupor. In the tales of common folk and strange stories, the figure of the white impermanence, with a tall white hat. Whenever he comes to the mortal realm to detain the souls of the deceased, the dead can clearly see the four large characters written on the hat. You have come too. Chen Ping'an, I ask you, when your parents see you, will they joyfully ask, "Son, you have come too"? Can they rest easy to be reborn? Do you truly believe that very few in this world possess the fortune to be children or spouses across lifetimes? I clearly tell you, do not even think about it. Even those grandmasters whose words could alter the landscape do not have such transcendent abilities, let alone you, Chen Ping'an, a penniless wretch who can hardly secure 3 meals a day. By the end, the young Taoist spoke with a sharp tone, exceedingly grave. The boy stood there bewildered. This was the first time in his life since becoming aware that he felt such profound fear. His hands and feet icy cold, he crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, this time not scratching his scalp. The young Taoist looked down at the small figure. Enough of this to Tio save a life. I owe you a favor that I had hoped to avoid repayment, but now it seems I shall return everything. Afterward, we shall be even. I will tell you 3 things, and you must remember them well. The first thing is that once Miss Ning's health improves, take her to the southern bank of the creek outside the town to find a father and daughter with the surname Ruan. Remember, take her with you, otherwise your 100 trips alone will be in vain. Once you arrive, even if you have to cling desperately and throw a tantrum, strive to become their apprentice and labor for them, whether it be digging wells or moving stones, forging swords, or smelting iron. In any case, find a cool place to rest. This way, Miss Ning can repay her debt to you, and do not feel that you are taking advantage of her. The second matter is that after the 5th day of the 5th month, you must frequently visit the creek beneath the corridor bridge, whether to collect stones or catch fish and shrimp. Do as you please. That I in short. Go often, especially when you are troubled or when you feel a resonance within yourself. As for the results, with your little bit of luck, who knows? But at least it adheres to the belief that diligence can compensate for lack of talent. If even after all this, you still gain nothing, then you must accept your fate. After imparting the first 2 matters, the young Taoist began to push the cart. Seeing that the boy remained crouched and facing him, he commanded, "Get up and help." The boy stood and assisted in pushing the cart, curiously asking, "Did you not say there were 3 matters?" The young Taoist snorted, "I already told you. The third is for you to decide for yourself." The boy was taken aback. The Taoist then offered additional advice. "Those coins are quite precious. Keep them well. In the upcoming period, stay home as much as possible. Smile more. Always frowning with a face that is not handsome. Who are you trying to impress?" He rambled on. The young Taoist seemed more like an elder. Once the cart was outside the yard, the boy offered to help push it down Mud Bottle Alley, and the young Taoist did not refuse. Walking one behind the other in the narrow path, the Taoist finally remarked, "There is something I must say. Based on my calculations, your parents' early demise is not your fault." The young Taoist paused for a long time until the cart was about to leave Mud Bottle Alley, before softly continuing, "Moreover, your life will be fraught with difficulties, and you are burdened by your parents' fate." The boy remained silent. Ultimately, the young Taoist insisted on not allowing the boy to see him off, instead pushing the cart towards the eastern gate, gradually distancing himself. Looking back, he saw the boy still standing at the alley's entrance, vigorously waving his hand with a radiant smile, entirely unlike someone on the brink of death. Chapter 17. Unyielding Dissonance in the Illustrious Old Dragon City. The young Lord Fu Nanhua sat opposite a boy surnamed Song, delicately holding a small pot adorned with the engravings of a mountain demon. He scrutinized the intricate markings as though he were admiring the exquisite form of a breathtaking beauty. Captivated and entranced, for nearly half an hour, he explored the pot from every angle, caressing it with tenderness, his breath a gentle whisper upon its surface. Some objects possess an undeniable allure that captures one's heart at first sight, and for the discerning Fu Nanhua, this heart-nurturing pot was one such treasure. Although the line between an astute find and a misjudgment is perilously thin, Fu Nanhua firmly believed he was indeed fortunate in this instance, and that his discovery was of considerable merit. Old Dragon City ranks among the foremost sects in the southern region of the East Bay of Ping'an, and thus Fu Nanhua was truly a scion of wealth and privilege, a fact that explained the earlier submissive demeanor of Kai Jinjian. Song Jisin stifled a yawn, nestling deeper into his chair as he shifted to a more comfortable position. With a languid air, he inquired, "Brother Fu, now that we have confirmed the authenticity of the item, shall we discuss the price?" Rarely addressed as brother, Fu Nanhua suppressed a flicker of discomfort and reluctantly set the mountain demon pot aside. With a smile, he remarked, "I trust my sincerity is evident to you, young Song. Otherwise, I would not have been so forthright as to disclose the true value of this pot upon our first meeting, nor would I have shown my eagerness to possess it. My intent is to prevent either party from engaging in exorbitant haggling or wasting time, thereby preserving our camaraderie. Young Song, I regard you as a confidant on my future path of cultivation. Thus, we may conduct this transaction with trust, and the fortunes we share or the lives we entrust to each other will hinge upon the solidity of our first step today." Song Jisun extended a finger, tapping lightly on the earnest visage of the young noble. With a grin, he said, "Brother Fu, I confess I am rather mundane and replete with the scent of copper. Friends, I can accept, but when it comes to business discussions, should anyone invoke brotherly ties, I cannot help but question whether, in moments of need, they might be calculating their own gain." Fu Nanhua's expression grew cold, leaning back against his chair, his finger gently tapping the table in a soft yet silent rhythm. Unfazed by Fu Nanhua's change in demeanor, Song Jisun continued, "Calling you brother and presenting this pot for your consideration is my demonstration of sincerity. Since we both desire to conclude this deal, let us proceed straightforwardly. You state your price, and I shall nod or shake my head. I will grant you 2 opportunities to bid. And after the second, if we cannot agree, it will simply mean that this chance has passed, irrespective of any promises of wealth you may offer. I shall not sell. The earlier jade pendant serves as my token of goodwill, named Old Dragon Raincloth. While it is not a powerful celestial treasure, it possesses the ability to cool the mind and ward off impurities, proving particularly beneficial for meditation. If supplemented with a secret incantation from a Taoist sect, its efficacy is greatly enhanced." Fu Nanhua's smile was sincere, devoid of any condescension, as he placed a brocade bag on the table, pushing it towards Song Jisun with gravity. This bag contains copper coins, known as offering money, a form of sacrificial currency typically presented at city god temples or the statues of Wenchang. It may be held in the mouth, concealed in the stomach, or cradled in the palm, each method possessing its own significance and utility. However, these details pale in comparison to the real treasure within. These coins, which appear as mere gold, are in fact gold essence, far more valuable than gold itself. As sages have said, water can be gathered from the azure, but the secret of gold essence is unspoken. This bag of gold essence offering money, while perhaps not excessive as compensation for the pot, constitutes a fair price. If you include the old dragon pendant, I dare say, young Song, you would be making quite the gain. Having expressed these heartfelt sentiments, Fu Nanhua awaited a response. After a moment's silence, Song Jisun blinked and asked, "Is that all?" With a wry smile, Fu Nanhua replied, "That concludes my remarks." Suddenly, the youth's demeanor shifted dramatically as he slammed his palm onto the table. "Fu, you scoundrel! Do you take me for a gullible child? Before you entered the town, you were given 3 bags of copper coins. After deducting 1 for travel expenses, you ought to present a bag for every treasure acquired, regardless of size. Each bag should contain no fewer than 20 coins and no more than 30, that yet here you present me with a meager pouch that barely contains 12. In business, if you cannot uphold even this minimal integrity, how dare you attempt to barter with me?" Fu Nanhua's fingers intensified their rhythmic tapping on the table. Song Jisun felt a sudden tightening in his chest, breath quickening as his face flushed and tears threatened to spill from his eyes, that he pressed a hand to his heart, the pounding echoing like a drum. Gradually, Fu Nanhua slowed his tapping, and as the boy's complexion improved, he smiled and inquired, "Since our first offer is not met with agreement, allow me to make a second. 24 gold essence offering coins for your mountain demon pot. Will you sell?" Drenched in sweat, Song Jisun hesitated, and as he observed Fu Nanhua's movements, he prepared to diffuse the tension. Yet the young lord, accustomed to being the center of attention, hastened his tapping once more, akin to a sudden summer downpour. With both hands pressed against his chest, Song Jisun's handsome features twisted into a grimace, a cruel smile lurking beneath. Fu Nanhua nearly succumbed to the impulse to silence this obstinate youth forever. However, the allure of ascending to greater heights and attaining everlasting life quelled his personal grievances, and he ultimately chose to spare the boy. Gasping for breath, Song Jisun's gaze flared with intensity as he chuckled hoarsely that Fu Nanhua found himself perplexed. The boy bore no malice in his eyes, and Fu Nanhua did not perceive this as a matter of concern. The path of cultivation is replete with the bizarre and the extraordinary, yet he could only question, "What brings you amusement?" As Song Jisun's breathing steadied and he leaned back against his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow, he replied, "The thought that in the near future, I too may possess the ability to kill with a mere snap of my fingers fills me with immense joy." Fu Nanhua chuckled, recognizing a kindred spirit. Such individuals are often the most agreeable to deal with, provided one's status is superior to theirs. However, they can become the most challenging once their fortunes rise above yours. Yet the young lord of Old Dragon City did not believe that, having seized this fortuitous opportunity, he would fall short of a boy who had never left his small town until the age of 9. Song Jisun glanced at the small pot on the table and the half-filled bag of coins, then turned to Fu Nanhua and said, "I have 2 conditions that if you agree, I will sell you the mountain demon pot and present you with another antiquity of equal worth." Fu Nanhua suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a neutral tone as he replied, "Pray do tell." Without hesitation, Song Jisun stated, "First, I require 3 bags of gold essence coins, not 2. Fu Nanhua acquiesced without a moment's pause. "Agreed." Song Jisun fixed his gaze intensely upon him. Fu Nanhua smiled. "Believe it or not, you must also present something valued at 2 bags of gold essence before I depart today, so that I may inspect it personally." Song Jisun nodded. "Of course." Fu Nanhua then inquired, "And what is your second condition?" Song Jisun replied slowly, "You must kill someone for me." Fu Nanhua shook his head. "You are aware that we outsiders are forbidden from taking lives here. Otherwise, we risk expulsion from the town, and may even suffer the loss of our very roots, that a sage might use celestial means to strip us of our opportunities, a most dismal fate that could also implicate our families in the loss of all prospects." With a smirk, Song Jisun retorted, "Do not be so hasty to refuse. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe how events unfold." Fu Nanhua smiled with curiosity. "I am eager to know. Who do you wish to eliminate?" Feigning nonchalance, Song Jisun replied, "I am still contemplating that myself." As Fu Nanhua picked up the small pot again, feeling its delicate texture, he casually remarked, "Then I shall await developments with keen interest." Across the table, the youth instinctively rubbed his neck, his expression darkening considerably. Previously, when Ji Gui had escorted Kai Jinjian to the entrance of the Gu family courtyard, Song Jisun's maid had wandered off to shop. Upon entering, Kai Jinjian felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place as she gazed at the elder seated on the long bench. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Are you the true monarch of the river crossing who has secluded himself at Shujian Lake?" The elder inquired. "How do you recognize me?" Kai Jinjian respectfully replied, "I am Kai Jinjian from Yinxia Mountain. 10 years ago, I accompanied my father to Shujian Lake to witness the spectacle of the old turtle raising the monument from the water. I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of your grandeur, which remains etched in my memory." The elder nodded, understood. With a hint of solemnity, Kai Jinjian continued, "True monarch, I wish to." The man known as the true monarch of River Crossing cast a glance at her and coolly interjected, "For the sake of the late Master Songxia, I shall overlook your uninvited presence this once, but do not let it happen again. Upon leaving, remember to close the door." Kai Jinjian fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I shall take my leave now." And so she departed, remembering to close the door behind her with utmost care, ensuring no sound escaped. Within the courtyard, the woman turned towards the door with concern, asking, "Elder, she does not seem like someone who would easily give up. Could this lead to trouble?" The elder, bearing the title of true monarch, scoffed. "Upon entering the town, even a simple breath or fart could stir trouble. Should we forego our opportunities for fear of complications?" The woman had no retort. The elder chuckled. "Let me ask you, Gu family, if given the choice, would you prefer Gu-kin to study at Yinxia Mountain or accompany me to Shujian Lake?" "Do not rush to answer." He gestured for her to take her time, then continued, Yunxia Mountain is merely a second-rate sect among the lower echelons of East Bay of Pingshan. However, if you consider it insignificant, you are sorely mistaken. The Yunxia Mountain produces the rare and precious cloud root stone, unrivaled in the entirety of the world, thus granting it a status that commands respect. The Taoist Pill Cauldron sect, in particular, has maintained a relationship with Yunxia Mountain for millennia. As for me, I am but one of the cultivators at Shujian Lake, occupying a small island at its center, with only a handful of disciples and fewer than 100 servants. The woman, Gu, smiled gracefully, her charm undiminished despite her advancing years. The gap between me and the women of Yunxia Mountain is akin to the divide between them and you, Elder. How could I ever allow Gu to forsake a realm of opportunity to toil in the fields alongside one of those women? The Elder laughed heartily, suddenly recalling something he spoke in a grave tone. What of that youth's background? Gu, elaborate, if you will, for caution's sake. The woman paused, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear before softly stating, the poor child is named Chen Ping'an. Both his parents grew up in the town, and his mother was quite close to me. She was of average appearance but possessed a truly kind disposition. I have never seen her quarrel with anyone. Her husband, though lacking in looks, was somewhat unworthy of her, yet he was skilled in the art of pottery. Had he not passed away so early, he might have eventually led the great long kiln to AS for the circumstances of his demise. Some say it was on a stormy night when he hurried to ensure the kiln's fire did not extinguish and fell into the creek. Others claim he was gathering firewood in forbidden territory and was carried off by a beast that in any case, no body was ever found. That man had a temperament that was hard to read, but he was good to his child, always bringing back small gifts when he returned to the town. Little drums, sugar figurines, and broken porcelain. Generally speaking, the family of 3 lived quite comfortably until the father's death. After Chen Ping'an's father passed, his mother likely succumbed to grief. Her fragile health deteriorated rapidly, and within a year, she fell ill, emaciated to the point that even we, her old neighbors, could scarcely recognize her as the once vibrant beauty. It was during this time that Chen Ping'an took it upon himself to care for her. The poor boy, still so small, would buy medicine, cook, and clean, doing everything he could. He was so short that he had to stand on a stool to reach the stove to save money for his mother's medicine. He would scour the mountains for easily found herbs, selling any surplus to the apothecary. I suspect on one occasion, he mistakenly ingested the wrong herbs, and when he returned to Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and rolling on the ground. We feared the entire family might perish. That my grandmother, still alive at the time, suggested that it would be better for the family to pass together, sparing anyone from suffering alone, and at least they could reunite in the afterlife. Strangely enough, the child recovered on his own, surviving that illness, but his mother did not endure the winter. And by the way, Elder Chen Ping'an was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. We old neighbors in the alley often say it is the most inauspicious day of the year, prone to attracting misfortune, which could affect the family. Thus, after his parents passed, the house was left without a penny to its name. Even the little gifts his father had given him were traded away to other children in the town for food. As the woman recounted this, the elder finally interjected, "The 5th day of the 5th month? Intriguing. Let me do some calculations." With fingers weaving intricate patterns, he demonstrated the art of divination. Noticing the woman lost in thought, he urged, "Please continue." The woman replied, "In light of our long-standing neighborly bond, we residents of Mud Bottle Alley, while hesitant to invite Chen Ping'an into our homes, have occasionally offered him a few bowls of food. Such small gestures are within our means. Human compassion is innate. Truthfully, if not for the boy's birthday causing unease, no one would wish to see him suffer. However, I must admit, there are some unsavory neighbors who delight in making life difficult for him, which ultimately forced him to become a kiln worker apprentice. You see, his mother made him promise not to work in the dragon kiln, even if it meant becoming a beggar, that a child so filial and obedient would not easily break such a vow unless something truly extraordinary occurred. The elder inquired, "Do you know the names and birth dates of the boy's parents?" The woman stated she only knew their names, not their birth dates. The elder dismissed this as inconsequential, then coldly remarked, "Trivial skills, mere trickery." The woman was left bewildered. The elder elaborated, "That man met an untimely end, likely due to inadvertently uncovering the town's secrets. Alas, his fortune did not compare to yours, His ancestral blessings were lacking. Ultimately, he sacrificed his life to protect his son, that he secretly shattered the life-preserving porcelain bottle, causing a sect outside the town to miss an opportunity. Such a significant investment could not be compensated by a mere kiln worker, leaving him no choice but to pay with his life. One life was insufficient, so he added his wife's as well. Ironically, the kiln worker's death was so trivial to certain individuals, they could not be bothered to expend extra effort to conceal their actions, resulting in such a crude cover-up of the truth. The woman's expression darkened. The elder, perceiving her thoughts, asked, "What is it? Do you feel guilt or regret?" With a forced smile, the woman admitted, "There is indeed a sense of guilt. After all, I watched that child grow up. But to say I regret it would be entirely untrue." The elder nodded. "I see that." The woman mused aloud. "Had Chen Ping'an's mother been in my position, I believe she would have acted similarly." The elder shook his head. "That may not necessarily be the case." The woman, suddenly raising her voice, insisted, "She certainly would." The elder, unperturbed by her impudence, merely sighed. "Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with sorrow." The youth in straw sandals sat on the threshold. "Miss Ning, may I ask you some questions?" The girl in black leaned against the wall, sitting cross-legged, her green-sheathed dagger resting across her knees. "Of course, but I will not answer questions that involve secrets or privacy." Chen Ping'an asked, "How long do you typically stay here before leaving?" The girl furrowed her brow. "It varies. Some are fortunate and may return on the same day. Others, less so, may spend a lifetime here. That if you insist on a prediction, I can offer one, though it may not be accurate. For instance, our group consists of 8 people, 2 of whom are affluent fools, clearly not the type to come and go quickly. They will likely linger in the town for several days. The young master with the high crown and jade pendant may find his journey relatively smooth, while a towering oaf seems fixated on that well. Whether he succeeds depends on the heavens' favor." Chen Ping'an pressed on. "And the other person?" "The tall, youthful woman. Are you fond of her?" At the threshold, Chen Ping'an chuckled, not taking it seriously. The girl in black seemed to realize her comment fell flat, her expression turning somber. "I overheard your conversation with Taoist Liu. You share a grievance with her, and you wish to take revenge?" She sighed. "Let me offer you a word of caution. To those at the mountain's peak, you and your kind on the hillside are not much different from those at the foot of the mountain. It is not merely a matter of arrogance. They truly possess the right to look down upon you. Once you enter this end of the lower realm, even that girl from Yunxia Mountain or the child in the crimson robe could strike your chest with a single punch and make you cough up blood, while you could only inflict a minor inconvenience upon them at best. The reasons for this are convoluted, and I am not skilled at explaining them." Chen Ping'an turned his back to the room, gazing towards the doorway. "I wish to understand why she wants to kill me. We have only just met." The girl took her time to respond. "She may not be the type to kill indiscriminately. How can I put it? On the path of cultivation, one traverses mountains and rivers. There are broad roads and narrow bridges that if one moves too quickly, they might inadvertently step on an ant, or out of hunger, catch a few fish from the river, that if one achieves a modicum of success, it is all too easy to accidentally kill a bird or a mouse. I may not have articulated this well, but do you grasp my meaning?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "I understand, more or less." Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of gloom as he continued to gaze at the door. In truth, he did not comprehend why some people could be so indifferent to the lives of others. After a lengthy silence, Chen Ping'an turned back with a smile. "If you do not mind, you may stay here. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. And you? I have a friend, and I will be staying with him for the next few days. You need not worry. His name is Lu Xianyang, and he is my good friend." The girl glanced at the frail figure on the threshold and smiled. "Thank you." The boy beamed back, scratching his head, avoiding any formalities. After a moment's hesitation, he finally summoned his courage to say, "Miss Ning, if there comes a day when I do not return, please give my bag of gold and copper coins to Lu Xianyang, and let him look after this house for me. There is no need to clean, just occasionally mend the roof and ensure it does not leak, that if the walls do not collapse and the gate remains intact, that would be ideal. If on New Year's Eve you could affix door gods and couplets, that would be perfect. However, if this is too much trouble, it is quite all right not to do it." As the girl heard the mention of door gods and couplets, she noticed an unusual glimmer in the boy's eyes. It was evident that this orphan from Mud Bottle Alley had longed for such decorations on his door during the new year for many years. How many years had passed since his parents' deaths? That many years had he wished for such things. Thus, when the unburdened boy, free of ties and grievances, gently exhaled a breath of despair, patted his knees, and slowly rose to his feet, the sword sheathed on the table within the room suddenly let out a piercing cry. Chapter 18:3 out of 5. As Fu Nanhua stepped out of the house, he noticed the delicate maid sitting on a small stool in the courtyard, holding a handful of corn as she fed the chickens. A hen, accompanied by a brood of fluffy yellow chicks, pecked at the ground. Upon seeing her, Fu Nanhua offered a slight smile, but the young girl, perhaps due to her naturally reserved demeanor or inherent indifference, merely tugged at the corners of her mouth in a semblance of a return gesture. After opening the courtyard door, Fu Nanhua discovered that Kai Jinjian was waiting in the alley, her demeanor lacking enthusiasm. He turned to close the door, and through the gradually narrowing gap, he caught sight of a face lifting to gaze in his direction. It was then that Fu Nanhua realized this maid, who should have been the embodiment of the earthy essence of a poor girl, possessed a pair of remarkably extraordinary eyes that made her appear akin to a tender green sprout blossoming in early spring. However, he did not dwell on this thought. For a young man of the old Dragon City, who had seen many beautiful faces, the allure of such women had long since lost its novelty. Walking alongside Kai Jinjian, Fu Nanhua inquired, "What troubles you? Is it not said that good fortune often comes with trials? It is not always possible to achieve a definitive resolution at once, so do not lose heart." Kai Jinjian, with her innate charm and graceful demeanor, had undergone a transformation through her cultivation, rendering her form purer than that of ordinary women. Yet, despite her breathtaking beauty that could astonish anyone at first glance, she was ultimately just another fragile being to at that moment. The fairy of Yunxiao Mountain wore a rather grim expression, clearly reflecting her tumultuous mood. It seemed she had been harboring a great deal of frustration while waiting in the alley. A certain eminent figure has already taken the lead, a local tyrant from Shujian Lake, Lu Jimiao, the river-cutting true monarch. There was no room for negotiation. Upon meeting, he invoked the name of my venerable master from Yunxia Mountain to suppress me, a mere junior. Throughout the encounter, I scarcely uttered a few words before he was driven out of Gu Kan's courtyard. Fu Nanhua pondered thoughtfully and suggested, "Let us discuss this further outside the Mud Bottle Alley." Kai Jinjian, puzzled, responded, "Isn't this place strictly prohibited for all forms of magic?" Fu Nanhua smiled and replied, "Those who venture here in search of opportunities surely possess some hidden talents. For young individuals like us, it might be manageable. According to the town's customs, the greater one's cultivation, the more substantial the suppression they face. Below the sage level, the closer one is to that realm, the weaker they become, almost like a child, correct? But have you considered that if a truly accomplished sage were to expend their own energy to invoke their powers, they might indeed prove more formidable than us novices?" Kai Jinjian countered, "With a sage present, would the river-cutting true monarch dare to act against me so brazenly?" Fu Nanhua advised, "We are here seeking benevolent connections, not to create enmity. Even if our lives are not at stake, it would be unwise to sour relations with our seniors." Kai Jinjian, not one to stubbornly cling to her point, nodded, "What you say is indeed wise, a mature perspective." Her face contorted in despair, she lamented, "But I truly feel discontented. I have already presented you with 10 pieces of cloud root stone. If this endeavor ends in futility, how shall I explain it to our ancestors upon my return?" Upon exiting the Mud Bottle Alley, both Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian felt a surge of revitalization, a sensation far beyond the mere brightness of light. They exchanged glances, only to avert their eyes quickly. The once exuberant Fu Nanhua had regained his composure, carefully reflecting on the events of their excursion. His alliance with Kai Jinjian had shown no signs of weakness, and his dealings with the young man Song Jisun had also unfolded without a hitch. It was a fair transaction by the town's standards. Surely, the sage, who observed the ebb and flow of fortunes here, would lack the inclination to intervene. So, from where did this pressure arise? Could it truly be from the river-cutting true monarch, a name he had never heard before? While Fu Nanhua mulled over these deeper thoughts, Kai Jinjin's concerns were more straightforward. She believed Fu Nanhua had struck the mark, and the river-cutting true monarch had indeed employed some form of supernatural ability to watch her. A wave of anxiety washed over her, thankful that she had only voiced some grievances and had not uttered any harsh words, that as the two of them walked along the main street, distancing themselves from the mud bottle alley, the oppressive weight on their hearts began to lift. Fu Nanhua felt it was the weight of opportunity, while Kai Jinjian perceived it as the burden of her family. Gazing up at the archway in the distance, Fu Nanhua curiously asked, "The river-cutting true monarch from Shujian Lake?" "I have no recollection of him at all. Even though Old Dragon City is located in the far south, the position of true monarch is quite illustrious. Even I, despite my ignorance, should have some awareness of him." Kai Jinjian lowered her voice, scoffing, "What true monarch? He is merely a figure of some prominence in the lesser sex, a hypocrite who does not deserve the title of true monarch. Such flattering words are nothing more than the praises of opportunists. The Yuanwu Emperor is far too discerning to bestow the title of true monarch upon him, that a title given is one that may not be reclaimed for 200 years. With the Yuanwu Emperor's extravagant lineage, he possesses only 2 titles to spare, and he would never casually grant one to a pretender seeking fame." Fu Nanhua's eyes lit up with understanding. "So that is the case. Each true monarch who presides over a dynasty can consolidate, suppress, and enhance the fortunes of the nation. The Taoist true monarchs are nearly synonymous with the representatives of the Taoist sects at the pinnacle of worldly courts, alongside the military leaders and the scholars of Confucianism." Kai Jinjian casually asked, "And what of Song Jisun?" Fu Nanhua replied nonchalantly, "Ah, that lad is ambitious and naturally clever, with a substantial backing, yet his vision," Kai Jinjian interjected with a smile, "not particularly grand?" Fu Nanhua chuckled heartily. "Not that it is insignificant, merely that it is not sufficiently grand." As they approached the archway, Fu Nanhua, invigorated, murmured, "When the time is right, the heavens and earth will conspire together." Kai Jinjian gazed up at the 4 characters that read, "Do not seek outside," and felt a profound emptiness within, as if the enlightenment she had gained in Mud Bottle Alley had been entirely relinquished to this town. This realization stirred a sense of irritation within her. Song Jisun's residence in Mud Bottle Alley was among the larger estates, featuring a grand hall adorned with an inscribed plaque, Hua Yuan Hall, which bore no signature. Song Jisun had always felt that, judging by the style of the writing, it was not the work of a master at this moment. Both he and his maid stood in the main room, the young man rummaging through boxes while the maid stood at the door, gently inquiring, "Young master, did the business not conclude successfully?" Setting down a string of bells, Song Jisun reclined in the sole chair within the room, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. "That young man from Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, is not entirely a fool. He did not initially regard me as an ignorant simpleton. Yet he is not exceptionally clever either. He attempted to curry favor with me, which is quite amusing. When I later feigned a trick, he revealed his true colors, thinking that by putting on a show of strength, he could intimidate me. Compared to the enigmatic Mr. Qi, he is leagues behind." The maid Jigue remarked, "Leagues behind? Young master, that phrasing is rather exaggerated." Song Jisun made a face and replied, "Then let us say he is a mere 10 mud bottle alleys behind." He tossed a bag to his maid, saying, "Take a look. This is the copper coin mentioned in that secret letter. Earlier, the Chen family next door received a bag as well, and I suspected that such immense fortune might not bode well. Sure enough, it has only enraged those 2 troublesome pairs that it seems the Chen family will soon find themselves in deeper trouble. That be why the way. Jigue, let me tell you, the person who came to our residence claimed to be the young lord of Old Dragon City. From his tone and demeanor, he is certainly no mere ornamental cushion, that he also possesses this jade pendant, claiming it to be Old Dragon's rain cloth, which must be worth a fortune." Song Jisun proudly patted the verdant jade pendant that he had hung at his waist, feeling that he had taken a significant step closer to the scholarly stature of Mr. Qi. Jigue opened the exquisite embroidered bag and softly asked, "Young master, could we possibly earn some more copper coins?" Song Jisun chuckled. "Do you fancy them?" Jigue pinched a golden copper coin between her fingers, shaking it with glee. "It shines so brightly. It looks quite festive." Song Jisun burst into laughter. "Is that so? Very well. Since you like it, I shall procure a few more bags." These coins serve various purposes in the outside world, such as being placed on beams as auspicious money, on peach talismans as spring welcoming money, or as offerings in the bellies or hands of statues. However, the common folk have their own beliefs, and the celestial beings have theirs. She squinted her eyes into crescent shapes and inquired, "What about Chen Ping'an's bag?" Song Jisun frowned. "Him?" Noticing her young master's unusual demeanor, the maid cautiously tucked away the copper coins, tightening the bag and whispering, "What is the matter?" Song Jisun shrugged, covering his neck with his hands nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just some trivial matters that came to mind. As for the Chen family, there's no rush. Better not to stir up trouble. That as for Zhao Yao, the bookish fellow, he will likely receive copper coins as well. He'll be easy to deceive. I assure you, I'll manage to bring back a bag for you." Seeing the maid's puzzled expression, Song Jisun chose not to elaborate further. Noticing her young master's lack of interest in continuing the conversation, the young girl refrained from pressing further. Jige exited the house and made her way to the courtyard, spotting the unsightly four-legged creature sprawled out on the ground, basking in the sun, occasionally rolling about in evident enjoyment. In a fit of anger, the young girl marched over and stomped her foot down on the creature's head, twisting her toes harshly. The unfortunate little creature let out a pitiful cry. Upon lifting her foot, the four-legged creature darted away, dashing around the courtyard and colliding with walls. Her family's earthy yellow four-legged creature, the gluttonous intruder of the fishnet, the black loach raised in Gu Can's water tank. Elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 3 out of 5. Gazing at the four-legged creature adorned with horns, the young girl smirked, her face filled with disdain. Foolish thing. In the courtyard of the Gu family, the elder and the woman sat across from each other. The elder extended his palm, observing the patterns sprawling across his hand, his mood far from light. The elder withdrew his hand and raised his gaze, asking, "Are there many women in the town like you, who marry men from outside?" The woman shook her head. "There shouldn't be many. At least in Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, I am the only one." The elder hesitated for a moment, and then revealed some celestial insights. The ages of 6 and 12 for girls, and 9 and 18 for boys, mark significant thresholds. The former requires one to cross on their own, while the latter can be assisted by external forces. After this, there is a matter that can provide greater assurance. The wealthier the family, the more advantageous it is. Opening the door, entering the hall, and stepping into the chamber, 3 significant steps. The first 2 can only truly rely on fate and destiny, especially the first, which depends solely on whether the heavens choose to bestow favor. The woman's eyes sparkled with joy. Surely, being favored by an immortal at first glance means my Gukin is capable of taking that first step on his own? The elder smirked slightly. As long as one grows up in this town, it implies that their roots and talents are not particularly outstanding. Your Gukin, although not yet 9, is no exception. Instantly, the woman's countenance fell to an extreme degree. The elder lifted his foot and tapped the ground, smiling. "Do not worry. While the quality of one's roots is indeed important, it is not paramount. If the heavens take a liking to someone, even a stray dog or a wild blade of grass can gradually cultivate a path to greatness and ultimately ascend to the heavens." This time, the town has exceptionally allowed so many outsiders to enter, which is a necessity that a piece of cultivated land, no matter how rich the soil and water, after thousands of years of cultivation, harvesting, and multiple instances of reckless overfishing, will eventually decline and face a day of utter barrenness. The feng shui of this place has finally reached its last great year. When a person nears death, they shine with a last burst of vigor, and during that time, their essence becomes especially robust. Your Gukin is precisely benefiting from this, with opportunities far exceeding expectations, surpassing those previously gifted children of the town. The woman's lips quivered as she struggled to suppress her excitement, her eyes glistening with enticing allure. The elder cast her a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Of course, do not be greedy. There are certainly others with such grand fortunes, and to put it bluntly, in this vast dong-baping continent, even if there are those qualified to monopolize such fortune, they are likely yet to be born." The woman clasped her hands over her heart and murmured, "That is enough. That is enough." The elder recalled the young woman from Yunxiao Mountain and scoffed, "Busy and toiling, exhausting oneself. only to seek after external possessions. Truly, she is picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Utterly foolish. Then the elder smiled. Indeed, those old folks from Yinxia Mountain have never possessed great vision. Otherwise, I would not have seized this opportunity. The TO possess a nearly inexhaustible treasure mountain, should naturally yield a continuous flow of wealth, yet they have fallen to the point of relying on a mere disciple to maintain appearances. Inside, the child who had been punching and kicking the door for quite some time now stood on a stool, peering out the window, a distressed expression on his face as he pleaded, "Mother, could you please let me out? I promise I will be obedient." The woman glanced at the old immortal, who nodded. Only then did she open the door, taking the child's hand as they walked into the courtyard. With a stern expression, she softly admonished, "Little Can, no mischief, do you understand? Mother has never hit you. If you dare to disobey, I truly will hit you again." The child mumbled an acknowledgement, his head drooping in a sickly manner. Gukin fetched a small stool for himself, positioning himself in a triangular formation with his mother and the elder. The child rested his chin on his hands and asked, "Mother, what did you discuss with the storyteller? I couldn't hear clearly from inside. Could you tell me again?" The elder exclaimed in surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, he waved his wrist, and a large white bowl reappeared in his palm. He lowered his head to gaze at it, his expression inscrutable. The surface of the water within rippled, occasionally splashing, as a dark line darted swiftly around the bowl, bumping against its walls. The elder mumbled to himself, very well, let it be." To take on this disciple, the elder had previously gone to great lengths, sacrificing decades of cultivation to orchestrate 3 strategic actions. The first was to have the young woman step in a dog feces. The last was employing secret techniques to make her believe she had gained enlightenment. Outside the town, none would dare such acts, not even a genuine Taoist true monarch. Yet within the town, Kai Jinjian was no different from an ordinary person, and the elder, unwilling to pay a heavy price, had found his opportunity. The second of these actions was particularly clever, so much so that the elder himself felt it to be a stroke of genius, as it led the young woman to mistakenly believe that the grass shoe boy's kind reminder was, in fact, a cunning act of revenge. At that moment, he had deliberately slowed the boy's speech, allowing the young woman to catch on to this detail, that it was a scheme well thought out, done on the path of cultivation. Among fellow practitioners, good and bad fortunes are often separated by a fine line. At this moment, the woman from the Gu family felt her heart flutter with anxiety, fearing that the old immortal would reveal some ill tidings. The elder tugged at the corners of his mouth, noticing a child stealthily rise and then dash toward the courtyard door. The woman screamed. Holding the white bowl, the elder stood up unhurriedly, saying, "Disciple, let me first show you the vastness of the world, so you understand the gravity of your actions and do not jeopardize our grand endeavor." The woman felt her vision darken and fainted to the ground. The elder abruptly waved his sleeve, in the next moment, the child, who had been about to touch the courtyard door latch, stumbled and fell. However, once he realized something was amiss, he looked around in confusion, finally raising his head to gaze at the storyteller standing beside him. "Where is this?" The elder stood with his hands behind his back, indifferently stating, "In the bowl." The child grew increasingly perplexed, suddenly hearing the elder shout, "Get up!" The child instinctively stood, yet remained motionless. Gukin felt as though he stood at the edge of a precipice, with a vast sea of clouds stretching before him. Then, the child's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a gigantic form breaking through the clouds, slowly moving. Yet it was so immense that its true form could not be fully revealed. The child was frightened and took a step back, but was soon held firmly by the elder's hand pressing down on his head, sternly saying, "If you retreat now, your path of cultivation will be forever obstructed. Stand firm." Gu Kan, terrified, felt tears streaming down his cheeks. The once unruly child now unable to utter a sound, he struggled to control his trembling body, his legs quaking and lips quivering. In the distance, the sea of clouds began to churn. The misty white clouds seemed to gradually dissipate, revealing more darkness above, long and vast, reminiscent of the loach he kept in his water tank, having grown large after its transformation. At that moment, an inexplicable thought crossed Gu Kan's mind, in that instant. He was lost in thought, and without realizing it, he took a step forward, extending his slender arm toward the sky. A colossal head, as massive as a mountain peak, slowly drifted through the sea of clouds. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement, unafraid, and he waved, calling, "Come, come, so you've grown so much." No wonder I always felt that the fish, shrimp, and crabs I tossed into the water tank seemed to diminish by the next day. Standing behind Gu Kan, the river-cutting true monarch of Shujian, Lake felt a myriad of emotions. Intense jealousy mingled with an unexpected sense of pride. Although he knew he no longer possessed such fortune, having this disciple was indeed a blessing, well worth the journey. The elder observed the approaching head with awe, murmuring, "A marvel of the world." Chen Ping'an suddenly told the girl in black that he needed to enter the house briefly. He ended up squatting in a corner, turning his back to her as he concealed an object in his palm. After leaving, he claimed he was going to fetch a ceramic pot for her to prepare medicine, as they were lacking one at home. The girl, whose hearing was quite acute, noticed the old pot standing in the dim corner. Moreover, the object in his palm was a sharp shard of porcelain. Chapter 19. The path as Chen Ping'an was about to dash out of the courtyard, the girl in black suddenly called out, "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." Chen Ping'an feigned ignorance, just as he was about to open the gate. The girl raised her voice. Chen Ping'an, reluctantly, he turned and sprinted back to the threshold. Her complexion had reddened slightly compared to before, yet her voice remained a touch hoarse as she stated, "First, although we outsiders possess physiques that surpass the average person since arriving in this town, we are fundamentally no different from you. Second, outsiders are forbidden from killing here. Any violation, regardless of the reasons, will result in expulsion, leaving one with nothing. The price is steep, far beyond your imagination. Third, you must understand that when we outsiders find ourselves in dire straits, even with empty hands, we will not hesitate to act, for the essence of survival is paramount." Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment and inquired, "Does that mean one must act swiftly when pursuing endeavors?" The girl in black smiled broadly, her spirited demeanor illuminating the room, as if her vibrant eyes could brighten the entire space. She patted the green scabbard resting on her lap and nodded. "Indeed, one must act swiftly faster. Even the fastest, for instance, when wielding my sword or drawing my blade, I aspire to be the swiftest in the world." After a pause, she abruptly transformed from an impassioned heroine into a girl eager to show off, squinting playfully as she asked, "Hey, do you know how many realms there are in this world?" Chen Ping'an appeared bewildered. The girl seemed to sense his disinterest and promptly waved him off. "You should return with the jar. I'm waiting to drink my medicine." This time, as he exited the courtyard, Chen Ping'an's steps were slower and steadier. Not long after he left Mud Bottle Lane, the unlatched gate was gently pushed open. Inside, the girl in black opened her eyes, having engaged in a peculiar breathing exercise, her gaze fixed on the doorway, as if facing an imminent threat. The white scabbard on the table held its sword in sudden silence, an unseen aura of lethal intent enveloping the room, reminiscent of a lingering chill that could freeze to death. The maid Jige strolled to the entrance with an air of casualness, akin to a neighborhood passerby. She did not cross the threshold, but leaned in to peer around, seemingly oblivious to the girl in black, sitting with a sword across her lap. After scrutinizing for a while, she finally noticed the living figure and innocently asked, "Who are you, sister? Why are you sitting on Chen Ping'an's bed? I haven't heard he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao glanced at the uninvited girl before closing her eyes again, choosing to ignore her. Jige, unfazed by her silence, simply shook her head and pouted in disdain. Her gaze then fell upon the long sword in its snow-white scabbard, where deep-seated hatred and fear flickered in her eyes, golden threads swirling wildly within her pupils. Hesitating for a moment, the maid lifted one foot as if to cross the threshold, but suddenly retracted it, clearing her throat and pretending, "I'm coming in now." Not speaking means you don't oppose, right? After all, this is Chen Ping'an's home, and I've known him for many years. That you wouldn't happen to not understand my words, would you? No matter, we have nothing much to discuss. I just came to see if there's anything missing, as we are about to move, and many items can be left for Chen Ping'an. You don't know how hard he has had it these past years. Her incessant chatter made her and Chen Ping'an resemble childhood friends. Once inside, Jigui walked calmly to the small table, seated herself on a stool, while her peripheral vision remained fixated on the sword. Meanwhile, The girl in black retrieved 3 sheets of paper left for Chen Ping'an by a young Taoist, examining them closely in an attempt to decipher their meaning. Unfortunately, after studying them thoroughly twice, she still found them perplexing and lamented, "These characters lack flavor." She vividly recalled the 18 characters etched into the long wall of her hometown, each imbued with a formidable aura capable of suppressing myriad demons. In her childhood, her greatest delight had been standing amidst those characters, gazing upward. Thus, she truly regarded the 4-character plaque of the town, Chi Chong Do Nyo, with disdain. Jige turned around, straightened her slender waist, and placed her hands demurely on her knees, striving to present herself as a refined young lady. Facing the girl in black, she smiled gently. "Oh dear, you really ought to be more careful." Ning Yao could not help but inquire. "Who are you?" Jigui feigned surprise, placing a hand on her chest. "Oh, you speak the local dialect." Ning Yao pressed further. "Do you have business here?" Jigui pointed at the long sword on the table. "Is that yours?" Ning Yao furrowed her brows in silence. The girl in black remained taciturn, and Jigui, unconcerned, stood up and wandered to a corner, inspecting the various jars and bottles on the wooden rack. Those inconsequential possessions she scrutinized closely. During his apprenticeship as a kiln worker, Chen Ping'an had traversed every mountain and waterway around the town barefoot, digging soil and gathering firewood alone, running swiftly up and down the mountains. Whenever someone was willing to teach him, whether it was basic skills or more complex techniques, he would invest every ounce of effort. The extent of his mastery mattered little to him. He simply pursued knowledge, like Old Man Yao, who taught him the art of porcelain making, always stingy with his true skills, yet whenever Old Man Yao instructed him, Chen Ping'an would apply himself with utmost seriousness. Later, when Lu Xianying taught him to craft wooden bows and fishing rods, he also approached it with meticulous diligence. Next door, Song Jisin was always cutting with his words, remarking that Chen Ping'an's habit of striving to do his utmost while leaving the rest to fate was akin to a fruitless endeavor, lamenting that Chen Ping'an had never been particularly fortunate. Thus, it would be better to live idly and let things take their course. Jigui waved her hand, beaming brightly. "Let us go on. Take care of your injuries, that if you need anything, just call out." "I am Jigui, living in the adjacent courtyard." Ning Yao remained expressionless as the maid exited the room. She murmured in a tone audible enough for the girl in black to hear. "Not that impressive, really." Ning Yao, with a hint of intent, remarked softly, "That name is quite mundane." When Jigui closed the courtyard door, she did so with a forceful bang. Ning Yao resumed her meditative state. The strange girl's visit left her unfazed. However, she truly harbored a strong aversion to this town, particularly to those practitioners seeking fortune here, entangled in schemes and petty rivalries, claiming to be exalted beings simply due to their lofty positions rather than any inherent greatness. In Ning Yao's heart, the path should not be so trivial as the youth in straw sandals stepped out of Mud Bottle Lane. The sunlight felt somewhat blinding, prompting him to shield his forehead with his right hand and exhale softly. He then began to jog, his steps light and buoyant. Even after traversing multiple streets, he felt no fatigue. For a boy accustomed to climbing mountains and fording rivers, this distance was utterly inconsequential. The true hardships lay in hauling charcoal up the mountain, where a dragon kiln would require 20,000 to 30,000 pounds of charcoal annually. Particularly during heavy rain, staying on the mountain to gather firewood and produce charcoal was a torment. The boy had nearly perished in a collapsing charcoal kiln during its construction. Over the years, the tasks the boy undertook were mostly physically demanding, requiring some skill, yet after initial learning, it became purely a matter of brute strength. Thus, the outward appearance of Chen Ping'an as frail and weak was merely an illusion, concealing an inner resilience honed through relentless trials. Chen Ping'an halted at a crossroad, leaning against the wall, crouching down with one fist clenched and the other tightening the straps of his straw sandals. At that moment, his heart was as tranquil as still water, though he found himself missing the only friend he had in the town. That fellow had once mysteriously boasted to Chen Ping'an, recounting a tale his grandfather had shared about witnessing someone effortlessly leap across a stream with just a few steps when his grandfather was a child. Later, both Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an attempted to replicate it, choosing the narrowest stretch of the stream. They both retreated for a running start and leaped simultaneously, yet Lu Xianying, who was a few years older than Chen Ping'an, quickly exhausted himself and fell into the water, only to see a shadow darting above him, swiftly continuing forward, ultimately landing far away. After that, Lu Xianying never mentioned the tale of the immortal who could leap across streams again. Subsequently, he came to know that Chen Ping'an often ventured to the stream alone, running, leaping, soaring, and falling. The boy grew ever closer to the opposite bank, relishing the challenge. Once, unable to resist the temptation, Lu Xianying secretly observed from a distance, and upon witnessing the breathtaking scene, he felt that the dark-skinned boy seemed remarkably different from the foolish image he had held in his mind. When the boy soared over the stream, he appeared like a hawk that frequently circled the skies above the town, hunting for snakes. Chapter 20. Unexpected Twists ebook. www. 8080txt. Calm seeing Cai Jinjian's spirits somewhat dampened, Fu Nanhua took her for a leisurely stroll, the two walking side by side as a means of distraction. Their conversation meandered through tales of the southern region of Dongbaiping's Hao, with Cai Jinjian forcing a smile, though her mood had indeed improved significantly compared to the agitation she felt after leaving Niping Alley. Her impression of this young nobleman from Old Longcheng was gradually improving. It was well known that Old Longcheng, despite its profound heritage and myriad talents, stood merely a stone's throw away from the pinnacle of sections. In comparison to the second-rate Yunxia Mountain, it ought to be far superior. However, the orderly and rooted orthodox sects like Yunxia Mountain harbored an innate sense of superiority over the remote and uncultured southern regions represented by Old Longcheng. In the past, should they have encountered such a figure, it would have sufficed to mutter a disdainful remark about southern barbarians as an exercise in self-restraint. Cai Jinjian spoke with a bitter tone. Brother Fu, while the Yunjin stone is indeed the lifeblood of our Yunxia Mountain, I shall not renege on our prior agreement. Even if it means exhausting my family's wealth, I will repay you, Brother Fu. Fu Nanhua offered his consolation. As for the fortune of the Gu family, it is still uncertain if it is already a foregone conclusion. Cai Jinjian's countenance darkened as she shook her head. The celestial lord of the Jiang River, Lu Jimao, is indeed notorious and possesses formidable abilities. Otherwise, he would not have secured a position at Shujian Lake. This opportunity cannot be forced, and if I were to provoke Lu Jimao, how could I withstand the might of a grandmaster from an unorthodox sect? I fear I may have already earned his enmity. Once we leave this town, without the sage's presence and the constraints of rules, who knows what reckless actions Lu Jimao might undertake. I assume, Brother Fu, you have also observed some signs at the border. The companions accompanying me in this treasure-seeking venture are lacking in strength and are entirely no match for him. Fu Nanhua reassured her. Rest assured, even for the sake of those 10 Yun Gen stones, Old Longcheng shall ensure your safe return to Yunxia Mountain. Cai Jinjian turned to him, offering a radiant smile, her autumn-like eyes brimming with affection. Fu Nanhua felt a sense of pride, instinctively reaching for his jade pendant, only to remember that he had given it to the young lad named Song Jisun. Cai Jinjian sighed with relief, her steps slightly veering to the left, resulting in her shoulder brushing against Fu Nanhua's. Her venture into Niping Alley had been an unexpected gamble, a spur-of-the-moment decision taken with careful consideration. However, the outcome proved to be a loss, the cost being 10 invaluable Yun Gen stones. This left her filled with anxiety about the upcoming journey to the town, and inadvertently, a sense of reliance on Fu Nanhua had begun to take root, or perhaps it was the mindset of a gambler. Was 10 Yun Gen stones a gamble, while 50 was something else entirely? If she were to win, she would reap a bountiful reward. If she were to lose, Cai Jinjian firmly believed she would not lose, absolutely not. After all, she was Cai Jinjian, the foremost talent of Yunxia Mountain. On the path of cultivation, she had met with unimpeded success, her realms advancing with the force of a raging tide. She could not fathom the possibility of faltering in this murky quagmire. As Cai Jinjian's mood improved, Fu Nanhua, sensing the situation had solidified, found himself genuinely appreciating the beauty and grace of the fairy-like Cai. Undeniably, she was a woman born with an innate allure. To become a companion to such a woman, to share both cultivation and the intimacy of life, would surely lead to a harmonious existence. Cai Jinjian had once been praised by a venerable and esteemed predecessor as the wind of Yunjian Mountain, a celestial figure in flight, implying she was a highly coveted partner. The elders of Yunxia, accustomed to leveraging the mountains for their livelihoods, had spared no expense in nurturing her over the years, harboring their own ulterior motives. The union of celestial beings was a matter of utmost gravity, more so than the marriages of secular royal families, demanding foresight and long-term vision. However, Fu Nanhua harbored no fondness for Yunxia Mountain. Entrusting the fate of the sect to a single woman seemed rather imprudent, which was a significant reason for his unfavorable impression of Yunxia Mountain. Fu Nanhua cautioned, "What if that youth next to Song Jisin is also chosen by some external force, still holding that piece of porcelain? Then your actions could invite trouble, easily leading others to trace back to Yunxia Mountain and yourself. Furthermore, both Song Jisin and Liu Jimao might catch wind of this matter." Kai Jinjian smiled. "Brother Fu, perhaps you are too focused on the clues of opportunity and have overlooked some unspoken rules of this place. For local boys born in this town, if they are not taken away by the porcelain buyer after nearly a decade of waiting by the age of 9, it signifies their innate talents are lacking and thus not worth much. As they age, their value diminishes further. Those sects and factions would rather invest heavily in nurturing a few direct disciples than spend exorbitantly on adopting a child." At the mere mention of that shoeless boy, Kai Jinjian's heart swelled with disdain. Commoners ought to possess the awareness befitting their station. Fu Nanhua chose his words carefully, advising, "While your reasoning holds, that boy is rather short-sighted and cannot fathom the esteemed status of the fairy of Yunxia Mountain. If he were to offend you, a lesson would suffice. There is no need for a second confrontation." Fu Nanhua suspected that Kai Jinjian's rash decision was out of the ordinary, potentially concealing deeper implications related to opportunity. Thus, he hoped to coax out information that might reveal some clues, lest he find himself ensnared, mistaking her for a mere cicada when she was, in fact, the predator. Old Longqing had endured countless trials and tribulations, and having offered a price far more extravagant than that of Jingyang Mountain and Yunxia Mountain, he had only managed to glean a few fragments of obscure whispers. It was only then that Fu Nanhua learned that the so-called opportunities in this town, for the past 3 millennia, had merely consisted of treasures left behind by ancient ancestors, aside from the exceptionally gifted children of the town. However, when this fateful land faced imminent collapse, things would not be so simple that I end the twilight of a bygone dynasty, as the land lay in ruins. Divine weapons and artifacts would surely emerge to herald the dawn of a new era. Kai Jinjian felt somewhat despondent. Let us not speak of him. The thought alone is nauseating. A rare flicker of anger crossed her usually gentle features, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, unwilling to tarnish her ethereal image in Fu Nanhua's eyes. Should she encounter that loathsome boy beyond the town's borders in the future, she would ensure he met a swift end, rather than languishing for another decade or two in a feeble state. The tall girl particularly detested the boy's eyes. Deep within her lay an unexamined obsession. How could a boy from such a squalid background, possessing those clean and pure eyes, have the right to bask in such beauty day after day, year after year? Kai Jinjian tilted her head, rubbing her eyelids, an action that accentuated her elegantly elongated eyebrows. The Fu Nanhua, who had been surveying the surroundings, jested casually. "In our old Longqing, there is a widely circulated saying, 'Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye twitches for disaster.' Which one is it for you?" Kai Jinjian quickly withdrew her finger, as if burned, casting him a glare. Her right eyelid was indeed twitching. Realizing his blunder, Fu Nanhua hastily backtracked, chuckling. Such superstitions of common folk should not be taken seriously. Kai Jinjian smirked, turning her body slightly to gaze at Fu Nanhua's profile, exclaiming triumphantly, "You fell for it, didn't you?" Fu Nanhua was momentarily taken aback, looking at the playful demeanor of the little girl, feeling an inexplicable tug at his heart. He suddenly found himself wavering, questioning whether forming a heavenly couple with her might benefit old Longqing's ambitions to expand northward. If Kai Jinjian were to successfully seize an opportunity here and return to the sect, her status would undoubtedly rise, and with the right maneuvering, she might even have a chance at becoming the mistress of Yunxia Mountain. There were precedents in the long history of Yunxia Mountain for women to take charge that in that case, old Longqing would effectively gain a stepping stone, legitimizing its infiltration into the heart of Dongbei Hao, thus establishing a reciprocal relationship between North and South, poised for both offense and defense. A a foundation for dominance that would free old Longsheng from its long-standing predicament of powerlessness and marginalization. Not far ahead, just a few steps away, lay the intersection of two converging alleys that Fu Nanhua suddenly awakened, as if struck by enlightenment. His gaze hardening once more, sweat beads began to form on his brow beneath his high crown. Those who disturb my resolve shall be met with death. To preserve my steadfast heart. At that moment, as Fu Nanhua looked again at Cai Jinjian, his expression, demeanor, and state of mind returned to their previous nonchalance, as if he were merely admiring a painting, both beauty and scenery worthy of his gaze. After all, once she departed from this town, she was destined to fade away in his hands to kill, to seize wealth, to construct roads and bridges without leaving a trace. Indeed, some adages from the lower strata of society ring true universally, that Fu Nanhua felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Cai Jinjian, tilting her body, asked sweetly, "Nanhua, what are you thinking about that brings you such joy?" She subtly shifted to a more endearing form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head and smiled, about to respond, when his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow that a slender youth seemed to leap mere steps from the alley, swiftly positioning himself before Cai Jinjian. With a rapid upward thrust of his left hand, simultaneously, his right fist struck the fairy of Yinxia Mountain squarely in the abdomen, the force so great that a whistling wind could be faintly heard, compelling the young woman to bend forward. Though the youth's right hand exhibited strength far surpassing that of his peers, he was, in fact, left-handed. Thus, the weapon gripped in his left hand plunged directly into Cai Jinjian's throat, piercing through her oral cavity. Unrelenting, the youth's right fist crashed into the young woman's chest, while his left hand continued its upward trajectory, ensuring that this ambush would leave no room for error. In that moment, blood gushed forth from the once delicate and fair neck of the young woman. Following that, the youth used his waist and ankle to propel himself, colliding shoulder first into the tall girl's heart, forcefully driving her into the adjacent alley to Fu Nanhua stood rooted to the ground, utterly stunned. The young master of old Longqing's mind went blank. Chapter 21. The snake-catching eagle Fu Nanhua regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, even scrutinizing the rooftops of the narrow alley. Yet he detected nothing amiss. He took a swift, deep breath, neither advancing nor retreating. Instinctively, he reached for his ancestral jade pendant, but grasped only air. Hastily, he recited a fragment of an incomplete Taoist incantation. Not a spell of supernatural prowess, but a means to calm his mind and gather his energy. If one state of mind were akin to a small boat adrift on a lake, then this incantation served as its anchor, but he began to position himself sideways against a wall, sidestepping to the junction of two alleys, his muscles taut, adopting a defensive stance, wary of any carelessness. His gaze fixated on the alley, where he saw a youth in straw sandals standing beside the lifeless body of Cai Jinjian, who lay in a pool of blood. The boy slightly bent at the waist, maintaining a subtle yet aggressive posture, equally fixated on Fu Nanhua. They faced each other like predators, one seeking answers, the other fighting for survival, each with their own motives. The boy, seemingly sprung from nowhere, appeared solely intent on Cai Jinjian. His stance suggested a mutual understanding of restraint, an unspoken agreement of non-aggression. That Fu Nanhua posed an unnecessarily probing question. "Did you kill her?" The boy remained silent, clutching a murder weapon, a shard of broken porcelain, slightly smaller than the palm of his hand, its exposed edge exceedingly sharp, blood dripping from his hands. Though it was unclear whether it was Cai Jinjian's blood or his own from the porcelain's jagged edge, pooling on the ground. After confirming the absence of others nearby, Fu Nanhua felt a mix of absurdity and relief. His gaze fell upon Cai Jinjian's delicate form, which, despite the tragic scene, retained her innate beauty. Her voluptuous chest rose and fell gently, crimson blood ceaselessly flowing from her neck and mouth, life ebbing away. Yet, the robust physique honed through repeated trials would endure pain more acutely and for a longer duration than that of an ordinary person. A smile crept onto Fu Nanhua's face, though it bore a chilling undertone as he inquired, "Why did you kill her? You have no enmity with this sister. Is it simply because she jested with you in Mud Bottle Alley that you felt compelled to take a life? When did this town descend into such lawlessness? Do you not understand that taking a life incurs a debt that must be repaid, no matter where you are?" The boy, like a mute, offered no response. Fu Nanhua, indifferent to the boy's thoughts, began to advance slowly, his steps resolute. He understood that Kai Jinjian was beyond saving. This was not a celestial paradise, nor a sanctuary suffused with ethereal energy. This was a cage of the heavenly Tao, where magical practices were forbidden. Unless a celestial being of immense power or a golden body Arhat appeared, willing to sacrifice much of their cultivation to save her, there was no hope of reviving her spirit. Unfortunately, Kai Jinjian would never possess such extraordinary fortune. The sage of the town bore heavy responsibilities, overlooking the masses, and would not show favoritism. He would merely act in accordance with the flow of events. On the path of cultivation, it is not uncommon for one to inexplicably perish on the broad avenue of Yangwan or meet their end on a precarious bridge while vying for a fleeting opportunity. While such occurrences may not be overly frequent, they are by no means rare. That if one could achieve enlightenment and longevity, progressing steadily without calamity, relishing benefits without bearing risks, then the worry-free immortal in the eyes of common folk would seem rather worthless. Thus, Fu Nanhua had prepared for a worst-case scenario during his visit to the town, even contemplating a desperate struggle. However, witnessing a temporary ally, one who walked alongside him, being swiftly dispatched right beneath the sage's watchful eyes was unprecedented. There were no dazzling treasures clashing, no earth-shattering strokes from celestial beings. Merely a lowly country bumpkin executing the kill. The Fu Nanhua was stunned, unable to accept this absurdity. Were it not for this town, a character as inconsequential as the straw-sandal youth would never even dare dream of catching a glimpse of Kai Jinjian atop the distant Cloud Glow Mountain. Fu Nanhua's expression grew solemn as he spoke. Though I cannot save the fairy Kai, nor can I kill you to avenge her, having witnessed your crime, I must take action. If word of this spreads, the reputation of Old Dragon City shall be ruined. Therefore, for both moral and rational reasons, I must teach you a lesson for how matters will be resolved with the Cloud Glow Mountain later. That is your concern. The grandiloquent words of the young master of Old Dragon City were intended for the sage of this realm, a formality to prevent himself from appearing too disgraceful, lest he provoke the sage's displeasure. It was also likely intended for the elders of Cloud Glow Mountain, as Fu Nanhua sought a display of utmost benevolence. Otherwise, for someone who had already harbored lethal intentions towards Kai Jinjian, he ought to express gratitude to the boy before him, who had inadvertently spared him considerable trouble, proving to be quite the fortunate ally. As Fu Nanhua continued forward, he remarked, "Your method of killing earlier suggests that your explosive power surpasses that of an average young man, which is indeed rare. Were it not for today's turmoil, given the opportunity to enlist in the military, with your audacity and a stroke of fortune, perhaps catching the eye of a renowned general or a martial family, if bestowed with a military cultivation technique, you could gradually hone your body. In 20 or 30 years, you might just carve out a new world for yourself." As Fu Nanhua advanced, the boy began to retreat gradually, facing the tall, robed figure of the young master of Old Dragon City. Fu Nanhua, tall and poised, exuded an air of noble grace as he walked through the alley. He extended a hand, palm down, resting it at his waist, and smiled. "What a pity. Your fate seems unfortunate. Otherwise, according to my words, you could have achieved such heights, but alas, that is impossible." Amused by his own jest, Fu Nanhua chuckled, and as he stepped forward, his foot unexpectedly hovered half a foot above the ground. "My apologies, it should be this high instead." It was difficult for Fu Nanhua to contain his joy. Upon entering the town, he had first engaged in a profitable transaction with the youth from Mud Bottle Alley, far exceeding his expectations. Then, witnessing the likely demise of Kai Jinjian, an obstacle to his path, he found himself with clean hands, untainted by blood, while acquiring 2 bags of gold coins from her, perhaps even discovering 1 or 2 treasures from Cloud Glow Mountain. He could not believe that Kai Jinjian had no talisman for protection. For instance, he, Fu Nanhua, possessed not only the old Dragon Rain Pendant, a mere illusionary artifact, but also carried 2 high-grade, exquisite items that could be considered Old Dragon City's prized possessions. Thus, among the rogue cultivators, a popular saying circulated: "Collecting corpses for others will surely bring good fortune." As Fu Nanhua passed by Kai Jinjian's body, he did not spare her a glance. Instead, the faint scent of blood invigorated him, placing him in a state of inexplicable exhilaration, in and out. The two maintained a distance of several steps that Fu Nanhua needed only to ensure that the boy could not escape the alley. Capturing a local youth here would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially with the warm body of the beautiful woman behind him serving as a cautionary tale. Should the boy be granted even a moment of respite, a surprise could easily befall him. Da Fu Nanhua appeared to be toying with the boy, yet he was actually adjusting his own physical rhythm. After all, since he officially embarked on his cultivation journey at the age of 9, he had never had the opportunity to resolve conflicts through pure hand-to-hand combat. He certainly did not wish to engage the boy in a life-and-death struggle, as that would yield unfavorable consequences. Both Kai Jinjian and the boy represented two readily obtainable opportunities. However, it was imperative to keep this unexpected youth bedridden in the near future, eliminating any possibility of mischief. Da Fu Nanhua suddenly asked with a smile, "By the way, what is your name?" The blood-soaked boy, unperturbed, replied in a manner that sidestepped the question, his dark face marked with the tenacity of wild grass. "You, and she may not understand, but I have keen eyesight. So when she spoke with me in Mud Bottle Alley, the way she looked at you was exactly the same as she looks at me now." Fu Nanhua was taken aback, genuinely impressed by the boy now, and chuckled, "Quite interesting indeed." While Fu Nanhua's demeanor appeared casual, he remained acutely aware of the boy's left hand, which continued to bleed profusely. This indicated that the boy's grip had not faltered. An ordinary person would have long succumbed to the excruciating pain. At this moment, Fu Nanhua recognized that his earlier remark about a pity had hit the mark. Sensing the timing was right, he posed one final question of interest. "You killed her with such resolve. There must have been someone who tipped you off that I am not curious about their identity, but I am perplexed. How does a child raised here so swiftly cross that mental barrier, killing with such a sense of justification? Do you understand what I mean? You see, even I, after my first kill, trembled once the thrill wore off, reciting calming mantras for quite some time before feeling better. How is it that you, so calm, treat it as casually as eating or drinking?" It is simply unreasonable. The boy, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly displayed a look of horror and panic, his gaze fixed intently behind Fu Nanhua, as though the deceased tall woman had returned to life. With caution, Fu Nanhua instinctively turned his head, and as he did so, a shock coursed through him. When he turned back, due to the disparity in their heights, Fu Nanhua's line of sight, which had been directed slightly downward, revealed that the boy had vanished. In a critical moment, it turned out that after exhibiting that expression and gaze, the straw-sandal youth hesitated not for a second and began to sprint forward. 3 steps later, he suddenly propelled himself off his left foot, leaping high, ultimately planting his right foot against the wall of the alley, springing off with remarkable speed, and raising his left hand toward the tall-robed man. The boy truly resembled a snake-catching eagle. Chapter 22. The Limit. In a humble study devoid of a signboard, the middle-aged scholar Qi Jingshun sat in quiet contemplation, meticulously analyzing a game of Go, not a legendary match of yore nor a replay of a grandmaster's duel. As he prepared to place a white stone on the board, a sigh escaped his lips. At that moment, the stone, which had seemed destined for a particular spot, lingered in midair, as Qi found himself suddenly indecisive. He withdrew his hand, yet the stone remained suspended, hovering an inch above the board. Upright and composed, Qi Jingshun, the contemporary sage entrusted with this locale, was the former master of the Shanyan Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies. Even though he had been exiled here to atone for past transgressions, he was undeniably a paragon of scholarly virtue in his time. To the ordinary folk of the small town, life was an endless cycle of decay and renewal, the passage of seasons fleeting. Several teachers had come and gone, each with a distinct appearance and age, yet all bore an indistinguishable air of scholarly demeanor, stiff, stringent, taciturn, rendering them rather dull and uninspiring. Little did anyone suspect that these seemingly disparate instructors were, in fact, the same man. Moreover, beyond the confines of the town, the reclusive Mr. Qi had once held an exalted status, imbued with an unparalleled righteousness and celestial prowess, that in the next instant, Qi Jingshun's spirit transcended his physical form, akin to a celestial being clad in flowing white garments, breaking free from the confines of his corporeal shell and gracefully making his way to a narrow alley in the town. He arrived at the scene of a woman lying in a pool of blood. Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain, her 3 souls and 7 spirits flickering like a candle in the wind. After a brief pause, he approached the 2 figures nearby. The young lord of Longcheng, adorned in a high crown and flowing sleeves, leaned back slightly, his expression one of shock and confusion, his handsome visage pale as jade, a complex interplay of astonishment, doubt, and despair etched upon his features. The youth, poised in a fierce stance as if to leap forward, held a shard of porcelain sharp as a blade in his left hand that I in this critical moment. Even as he hovered in the air, his gaze remained resolute, his countenance calm, hardly resembling a boy born in a humble abode and raised in the wilderness. The only remnant of his youth was the helplessness concealed deep within his eyes. This sense of helplessness was familiar to a scholar who had long since left his study and academy, akin to witnessing a farmer, reliant on the whims of nature, squatting on a parched field during a drought, gazing up at the relentless sun, not with heart-wrenching emotion, but with a profound sense of resignation and bewilderment. As a temporary overseer of this realm, Qi Jingchun was well aware of the lineage of Chen Ping'an and his family, tracing back through the annals of time. Even without having seen the boy's ancestors, he could surmise their history with reasonable accuracy. The reason was simple. Akin to the county magistrate who desires to understand the heritage of his subjects, he need only consult the household registration records to gain clarity. After 3 millennia of growth and evolution, the town had spread its branches beyond its borders, with roots intertwined, for each generation had birthed several exceptionally talented individuals. Though they could not return in glory, they managed to support their families through secretive means, ultimately leading to the present-day prominence of the 4 surnames and 10 clans of the town. The Chen family, too, boasted a long and illustrious history, having once soared to great heights, but after 2 tumultuous upheavals, they had gradually faded into obscurity amidst the myriad of feudal states and dynasties of the eastern Baoping continent. Over the course of a millennium, their fortunes waned, and by the time of the boy's father, the Chen lineage in the town had nearly succumbed to complete decline, especially within the vast territory of the Great Li dynasty, where it seemed as though a royal edict had decreed that they could never serve in office again. Having presided over this domain for over 60 years, Qi Jingchun adhered to the guiding principles of rectitude and tranquility, resolutely refraining from altering the destinies of the townsfolk based on personal biases. For in the eyes of this scholar, who once harbored a deep-seated aversion to malevolence, there was much corruption among the affluent and much suffering among the impoverished. However, after observing from a distance, he recognized that the wealthy also bore their share of fruitless struggles, while the less fortunate were not devoid of their own brutality. Over time, Qi Jingchun became like an aloof deity, neither indulging in incense offerings nor seeking favors, simply sitting in silence, indifferent to worldly affairs. Surprised, Qi Jingchun took a step forward, focusing his gaze and giving a slight nod. It appeared that the once formidable youth, who seemed determined to exact vengeance on Fu Nanhua, was now poised merely to strike heavily at Fu's neck, a far less dire fate than that of Kai Jinjian. Fu Nanhua would likely suffer a crushing blow, colliding with the wall, before the boy seized him by the throat with one hand while pressing the porcelain shard against his abdomen with the other. Curiosity piqued, Qi Jingchun pondered why the youth had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Such an opportunity, though fleeting, could lead to endless repercussions that is a man of virtue. Qi adhered to propriety, but was no dogmatic traditionalist, capable of adapting beyond mere rote learning. He was intimately familiar with the likes of Fu Nanhua, both in temperament and disposition. Even if Fu was temporarily coerced into foregoing revenge in this alley, the humiliation he faced would undoubtedly be a profound disgrace, one that could torment him to the core of his being. It would not be the youth alone who would seek retribution. The entire Longcheng would demand satisfaction that Qi Jingchun's intervention was motivated by a blend of personal interest and a quest for justice. The town was akin to a porcelain vessel marred with cracks, destined to shatter, that he needed to delay this inexorable process, striving to provide a safer path for as many as possible, ideally ensuring that the blacksmith Master Yuan would receive them peacefully, allowing them to weather the final cycle of time, thus achieving a semblance of harmony. Those on the mountain would find their fortunes, while those below would attain stability. For the majority of those who resided atop the mountain, during times of upheaval and transition, the lives of the countless ants at its base were of little consequence. The unfeeling nature of worldly dynasties, compared to the selfless paths revered by many cultivators, was truly inconsequential. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Jingshun quietly obscured his presence. The world continued its relentless motion, unhindered. The previous limit quietly shattered. At last, the youth's wrist came down heavily upon Fu Nanhua's neck, sending the latter's head spinning as he crashed against the alley wall, dazed and disoriented. The youth, quick to follow, delivered a powerful elbow strike to Fu Nanhua's abdomen. Fu, unable to regain his footing against the wall, nearly expelled his last breath as he instinctively doubled over. With one hand constricting Fu's throat and the other pressing the shard against the nobleman's midsection, the reality of the situation became clear to Fu Nanhua. He could scarcely fathom how this slender boy, a head shorter than himself, possessed such overwhelming strength, especially given the shard's cold, sharp edge, which made the specter of death loom ever closer, a mere breath away from the abyss. Unbeknownst to Fu Nanhua, the young boy, having roamed the mountains in search of medicinal herbs since childhood, was driven by an indomitable obsession that unleashed an astonishing potential within him. When that boy accidentally ingested a poisonous herb and writhed in agony in the alley, that very obsession compelled him to crawl back home, desperate to return the precious herbs to safety. Subsequently, hauling wood, burning coal, crafting porcelain, and digging clay, all these tasks demanded both physical strength and endurance from the boy. Outside the town, Fu Nanhua could easily crush 100 or 1,000 youths with a mere flick of his wrist, but choosing to confront this boy in a life-and-death struggle within the town was a stroke of misfortune, akin to kicking a steel plate. Overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, Fu Nanhua's mind clouded as he snarled, "If you kill me, you will be doomed. If you spare my life, you will still meet your end. You little bastard, your fate is sealed." Chen Ping'an tilted his head slightly, fixing his gaze on the man whose face twisted with madness, and replied, "You know I do not wish to kill you. I harbor no enmity towards you. It is only because you seek to harm me that I defend myself." Fu Nanhua sneered, "You little bastard, do you dare speak reason to me? Fu Nanhua," he emphasized his words, "do you think you are worthy?" After a moment of silence, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Do you truly intend to kill me?" As Fu Nanhua met the dark gaze of the youth, an unexpected calm washed over him. His face flushed red from the grip on his throat, soon turning blue and then purple. Though the boy's grip had not tightened, it was sufficient to induce suffocation in a healthy man. Fu Nanhua struggled to say, "If I swear not to kill you, will you believe me?" He fought against his restraints, but Chen Ping'an simultaneously tightened his grip, rendering Fu's arm limp and powerless. Chen Ping'an shook his head. As the pressure on Fu Nanhua grew more intense, he lost the will to negotiate, his mind growing increasingly dazed. Was he truly facing death? Would he end up like that pitiful Kai Jinjian, perishing at the hands of this little wretch? When the news of his demise returned to Longcheng, would it become the town's jest? He hadn't even the chance to activate the hidden mechanism of the jade belt at his waist, which was, in truth, the remnant essence of a subterranean creature. That will suffice. A celestial voice resonated in their ears, akin to a divine revelation for Fu Nanhua, though he had just lost consciousness, uncertain if he was merely hallucinating. Chen Ping'an turned in astonishment, only to behold the ethereal figure of Mr. Qi, radiant and otherworldly, who smiled silently. Chen Ping'an's resolve returned, and his grip did not waver. Qi Jingshun neither felt anger at being mistaken for a fool, nor did he express relief at witnessing a promising talent. Instead, he simply waved his sleeve gently towards the shoe-clad youth, as if retrieving an object. When the Confucian sage opened his palm, he was taken aback by the sight, an inky blot of filth. It became clear that the intent once planted within the youth had faded into obscurity, extinguished. Looking back at Chen Ping'an, Qi Jingshun expressed a tinge of regret, reflecting, "No wonder the sages say that the truly accomplished in this world are not merely those of exceptional talent, but those with an unwavering will." Chen Ping'an, you have imparted yet another lesson to me. It is a pity that I, Qi Jingshun, no longer possess the opportunity to take on a disciple. Chapter 23. The shade of the sophist. After uttering these words, the scholar chuckled self-deprecatingly. What precious or valuable thing do the disciples of Qi Jingshun possess nowadays? The room was filled with children of humble learning, each receiving a meager stipend of merely 300 when a year. For some impoverished families, It amounted to nothing more than 3 strands of cured meat. The Qi Jingshun turned to the obstinate youth, who refused to relent, and inquired. Deep down, you are reluctant to kill him. Yet the issue lies in the fact that this person appears determined to end your life. So, do you choose to eliminate him entirely to temporarily secure your own safety, leaving tomorrow's concerns for another day? Or do you hope to resolve matters peacefully, hoping that significant issues may be diminished to trivial ones? Am I correct? The youth, who frequently eavesdropped on recitals from the neighboring room, blurted out, Sir, how do you instruct me? Qi Jingshun replied with a smile. Chen Ping'an, why not try releasing your right hand first, and then decide whether to accompany me for a walk? There are certain matters for which I must take responsibility and provide you with an explanation. After a brief hesitation, Chen Ping'an let go of his right hand, only to be astonished to find Fu Nanhua utterly motionless, his gaze, hair, and breath all stilled. After Qi Jingshun activated the grand formation, the small town returned to a state of calm. Stay close to my footsteps, Qi Jingshun whispered, and strive not to wander more than 10 paces away. With his flowing garments and ethereal presence, the middle-aged scholar led the way to the end of the alley, with Chen Ping'an closely following. He glanced down at his left palm, which was a bloody mess, revealing glimpses of bone. Yet astonishingly, the visible blood had ceased to flow. As Qi Jingshun walked ahead, he inquired with a smile, Chen Ping'an, do you believe in the existence of deities, spirits, demons, and monsters in this world? Chen Ping'an nodded. I do. When I was young, my mother often recounted old tales, urging me to believe that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished. That phrase was her most frequent admonition, hence I remember it vividly. Other stories, like those of water ghosts dragging children into streams, or the ghostly magistrate who judges cases at night near the dilapidated shrine in the north of the town, or the door gods we post that supposedly come alive at night to protect our home. These I used to doubt, but now I feel that most of it is likely true. Qi Jingshun softly remarked, some of what she said is indeed true, while some is not. As for the notion of good being rewarded and evil punished, it is challenging to determine, for the definitions of good and evil vary among common folk, emperors, and immortal beings, leading to vastly different conclusions. Chen Ping'an concealed the shard of porcelain and quickened his pace to walk alongside the scholar, raising his head to ask, Sir Qi, may I pose a question? Qi Jingshun seemed to see through the youth's thoughts and replied calmly, This town is the final resting place of the last true dragon in the world. Countless lesser dragons believe this place to be a reservoir of auspicious energy, destined to give rise to a dragon one day. Yet, in fact, for 3,000 years, that day has yet to arrive. However, the children born in this town possess significantly better roots, temperament, and opportunities than their peers outside. Many renowned immortal couples from Dong Bao Pingzhou, whose offspring are born from their unions, are not exceptional in comparison. Of course, not every child in this town is endowed with extraordinary talents. Qi Jingshun smiled, refraining from elaborating further on the matter, perhaps out of concern for the child's feelings, and shifted the conversation. The elders who participated in that dragon-slaying catastrophe were nearly all gravely injured, many of whom settled here to cultivate in seclusion, choosing a serene acceptance of death. Some fortunate couples survived and formed bonds after fighting side by side. The town has flourished for over 3,000 years, evolving into its current scale. Initially referred to as Day's Township in the territory of the Great Li Dynasty, it was later renamed Longyuan by a sage, and subsequently altered to avoid the Karakyuan associated with a certain emperor of the Great Li. Finally unable to contain himself, the youth softly interrupted Qi Jingshun, clenching his fists with longing and anticipation. Sir, what I truly wish to ask is about my parents. What kind of people were they? Qi Jingshun fell into contemplation. Since that wandering Taoist has already revealed some secrets to you, I can share a few things as well. In my recollection, your father was a simple and gentle man of mediocre talent, unworthy of being taken away from the town. Thus, he became a trivial matter in the eyes of certain individuals, viewed as a losing gamble. Perhaps in a fit of rage, or due to dire circumstances, a porcelain buyer from outside the town manipulated your father's faded porcelain. After that, not only did his fortunes take a turn for the worse, but you and your mother also suffered alongside him. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he inadvertently discovered the secret of the faded porcelain, Realizing that once taken away from the town, he would forever become a mere puppet, he secretly shattered the faded porcelain that belonged to you. If I recall correctly, it was a porcelain paperweight. Qi Jingshun continued solemnly. You must understand, every infant born in this town is assigned a code that is stored in a confidential archive. There are individuals in the town who employ unique techniques to extract a drop of heart's blood and infuse it into the faded porcelain that will be crafted later. That a girl's faded porcelain requires 6 years to fire, while a boy's takes even longer, with the kiln fire needing to be maintained without interruption for 9 years. The child's innate talent, much like the quality of ordinary porcelain, is subject to fate and luck, but the stakes for gambling on porcelain are high. Although your aptitude is currently mediocre, the wrath of the porcelain buyers from outside the town, when your father decisively shattered that porcelain paperweight, is easy to imagine. As for your mother, she was a gentle and kind-hearted woman. Qi Jingshun chuckled at this point. When your mother married your father, many of their contemporaries in the town felt quite discontent. However, to be honest, if you were to ask me for detailed accounts of your parents' lives while they were alive, it would be a challenge for me, as I have many responsibilities aside from teaching. The youth responded with a soft turning his head slightly, using his hand to wipe his face carelessly. He seemed to have forgotten the wretched condition of his left hand, which was smeared with blood, yet he was reluctant to use his sleeve to wipe it clean. They passed through the 12-foot archway. Qi Jingshun did not look at him, but spoke candidly. Back when the true dragon fell here, for sages personally appeared to establish a covenant, stipulating that every 60 years, one individual would take residence to oversee the residual energy left by the deceased true dragon. In truth, there was considerable debate over whether to eradicate the roots completely. However, speaking of these hidden secrets to you would only bring you harm. Essentially, within the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, along with a military sect, various factions from Dongbao Pingzhou, including numerous schools of thought, celestial realms, and noble families, all have a share and opportunity to partake in the benefits here. Ironically, whether or not there is a porcelain buying quota within a century has almost become a hallmark determining whether a sect or family holds a first-rate status. Chen Ping'an remarked, I don't understand what you are saying, but I'll remember it all. However, knowing that my parents were good people today is enough for me. Qi Jingshun smiled. I do not expect you to grasp it all right now. It is merely a prelude. Otherwise, if I simply advise you not to kill Fu Nanhua, you would certainly disregard it. The reason I urge you not to take a life is not out of pity for the likes of him, nor do I wish for Fu Nanhua and the old Dragon City to feel gratitude and provide me with benefits in the future. It is quite the opposite that as a Confucian disciple, I uphold worldly engagement and vehemently oppose the recklessness of practitioners. We have been at odds for countless years. Had I been of the age when I first sought to study at the Cliffside Academy, both the true monarch Lu Jima and the young Lord Fu Nanhua of the old Dragon City would have long met their end at my hands. The youth noticed that although Qi Jingshun's tone remained gentle and his demeanor elegant, he now exuded a distinctly different aura. It was akin to the old man Yao, inebriated, boasting that the porcelain they produced was fit for the emperor. Who could compare? When Qi Jingshun spoke of obliterating others, his tone mirrored that of the intoxicated Yao, differing only in inflection but bearing the same expression. Qi Jingshun furrowed his brow, gazing toward the direction of the mud bottle alley as if listening to others speak. Though he did not display any overt signs of displeasure, the discontent in his eyes was unmistakable. He finally said coldly, Depart at once. Chen Ping'an appeared bewildered. Qi Jingshun clarified. It is that storyteller, Lu Jima by name, known as the true monarch of the river crossing. In truth, he is a practitioner from a heterodox sect, with decent cultivation but poor character. The grievances between Kai Jinjian, Fu Nanhua, and you are largely instigated by him, and he has planted a wicked curse upon your heart, inscribing the phrase seeking death with a single heart in secret, an exceedingly vile scheme. Chen Ping'an silently noted the name Lu Jima. Qi Jingshun sighed and asked, Are you not curious why I do not intervene? Chen Ping'an shook his head. Qi Jingshun continued, This realm, much like an old porcelain piece weathered by wind and sun for 3,000 years, is on the verge of shattering. You are ultimately outsiders, and with the grand formation protecting you, there is little you can do as long as you do not overstep. However, I am the one holding the porcelain. Any action I take will affect its cracks, that I in truth. Whatever I do will only exacerbate those fissures, that if it were merely the porcelain that shattered, it would be one matter, but the fates of the 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants of this town, in this life and the next, rest in my hands. How can I afford to be careless? Yet these words, long suppressed, were spoken too softly by Qi Jingshun for Chen Ping'an to fully comprehend, even with his ears straining to listen. As they approached the iron well near the apricot blossom alley, where a woman was bending down to draw water, Qi Jingshun asked, if a stranger were to fall into the well, and should you attempt to save them, you would die. Would you still save them? Chen Ping'an pondered, then retorted, I want to know if it is truly possible to save that person? Qi Jingshun did not answer the youth's question, but smiled and said, remember, a gentleman does not rescue. The youth was taken aback, perplexed. Gentlemen? After a moment's hesitation, Qi Jingshun crouched down, helping the youth adjust his collar and wiping away the bloodstains with his hand, speaking gently. When faced with misfortune, one should first feel compassion. However, a gentleman is not a fool. He may approach the well to save a person, but would never allow himself to fall into danger. The question seemed to stir something within the youth. He earnestly asked, Sir, can I still survive now? If so, how long can I live? Qi Jingshun contemplated carefully, slowly rising and declaring with conviction, if you are not afraid of the hardships ahead and willing to endure great suffering, you will undoubtedly survive. The youth's face brightened with a radiant smile, exclaiming, I fear no hardship. Qi Jingshun, reflecting on the youth's calm demeanor throughout their journey, felt reassured. Come, I will take you to a place. Although I, Qi Jingshun, cannot offer you much help, given the circumstances, it would not be a breach of propriety to ensure you overcome this tribulation. I ought to compensate you with an opportunity. The youth appeared somewhat confused. They arrived beneath an ancient locust tree, and for reasons unknown, the town fell silent. With this lone tree standing as the solitary exception, its leaves gently swaying and dancing gracefully. Once Qi Jingshun came to a halt, his expression turned serious. After bowing, he raised his head and asked, May Qi Jingshun request a locust leaf from you, so that this youth may depart the town safely, at least for 3 years, free from the calamities that may assail him? The 1,000-year-old locust tree remained silent. Qi Jingshun inquired again. Qi Jingshun has presided over this place for 59 years, contributing with both labor and effort. Is it too much to ask for a single ancestral locust leaf? Moreover, the youth is one of your own townspeople. Why be so stingy? Yet the old locust remained unresponsive. The stillness at that moment felt akin to silent mockery to Qi Jingshun. Despite his considerable abilities, was merely an individual within this realm, a pitiable figure overseeing the grand formation, and they were unwilling to grant this offering of incense freely. What could he do? Qi Jingshun's expression fluctuated between gloom and light, ultimately letting out a sigh, his gaze cast downward, filled with guilt. The youth grinned and offered comfort. Lu Daoran said that if I go south of the town and find a blacksmith named Ruan to become his apprentice, I would have hope for survival. Sir Qi, even without this locust leaf, I believe it will be fine. Qi Jingshun asked with a smile. Is that a heartfelt statement? The youth scratched his head, shyly admitting, not really. Qi Jingshun chuckled knowingly. Suddenly, a vibrant, lush locust leaf fluttered down from the high canopy above. The youth merely extended his palm, and the leaf gently settled in his hand, and on the leaf, a golden character flickered momentarily. Qi Jingshun was somewhat astonished, and after a brief pause, he spoke solemnly. This character is Yao. Chen Ping'an, do you wish to repay the Yao family, come what may, regardless of life or death? To be frank, even without this leaf, you might not lack for a sliver of hope. I can assure you of that. So, you must think carefully. The youth inquired, is it the Yao from Master Yao? Qi Jingshun nodded, precisely. The youth clasped his hands together, gently cradling the locust leaf in his palms, and declared loudly, as long as I live, anyone related to you, the Yao family, shall be saved by me, Chen Ping'an, no matter the peril, just as you, Sir Qi, previously mentioned. Even if they fall into a well, and saving them means my own demise. The world fell silent. Qi Jingshun smiled. Let us go. As he led the youth away, he quietly turned back to gaze at the highest point of the locust tree, a look of derision crossing his face. There were indeed locust leaves bearing the surname Chun, and not just one or two. However, knowing that this place was on the brink of collapse, they chose to seek another host, indifferent to the fact that it did not bear the surname Chun, unwilling to offer even a shred of ancestral favor to the shoeless youth of Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Ping'an turned back, ruffling the youth's hair in jest, remarking, "Had it been Song Jisin, Zhao Yao, or Gu Kan, making such grand declarations as you did earlier, it might have evoked a resonance with the heavens." The youth beamed with sunny optimism. "That is outside my concern. I will simply focus on my own matters." Chen Ping'an then asked, "Was that truly from the heart?" The youth chuckled. "Indeed." Chapter 24. The gift in a residence on Peach Leaf Alley. An elderly man with a kind expression sat in a wrought-tan chair on the porch, accompanied by a charming and playful maid. Dressed in pale yellow patterned trousers and a light green gauzy skirt, she gently fanned the air while listening to the old man recount stories. Suddenly, the elder inquired, "Peach Bud, are you dozing off again? I assure you, should you indulge in such laziness in one of the grand estates outside the town, punishment would surely await." Receiving no reply, the usually lenient elder was about to tease further when his countenance swiftly changed, his gaze drawn towards the distance, his demeanor turning grave. It was then that he realized the stillness in the courtyard. Not only was the maid's fan unmoving, but even the invisible breeze had ceased to flow. The old man quickly held his breath, focused his mind, and entered a state of meditation to avoid losing his cultivation amidst this fleeting turmoil of time. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged that the most dutiful and rule-abiding Chen Ping'an had finally made an exception, heralding an impending storm. Not far away, squatting near an iron well, a robust young man from another town fixated his gaze on a wheeled cart. However, from the corner of his eye, he stealthily observed the silhouette of a plump villager woman, who was bent over drawing a bucket of water from the well. Her striking curves, accentuated by her generous hips and ample bosom, lent her an exaggerated allure that transformed her from an ordinary figure into one exuding a wild, fertile essence akin to ripe wheat. As the young man recognized the eerie stillness enveloping his surroundings, he dared to confront the captivating scene of the woman drawing water, swallowing hard as he swiftly shifted his position. It was no wonder his master had remarked that the women from the mountains were akin to tigers emerging from the forest, their powers diminished. Yet once they ascended the mountains, they transformed into formidable beasts capable of devouring men. After indulging in wine, his master would often lament how the heroes of the world were no match for their own mountain tigers, without exception. Nevertheless, the young man considered even the forest tigers formidable. For instance, the woman before him, who, despite her plain appearance, stirred a yearning within him. Should she strike him without hesitation, he felt he would not dare retaliate. Indeed, if she smiled, he might find himself smiling in return. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sense of despondency began to take hold, and he glanced down at his trousers, muttering, "Spineless, no wonder you lack resolve." In Mud Bottle Alley, Song Jisin was poring over a thick and ancient local gazetteer. He discerned many patterns, such as the fact that supplements were typically made every 60 years, prompting him to privately name this volume the Jiazi Chronicle. Moreover, he noted that townsfolk, once taken away by distant relatives in their youth, seldom returned home, seemingly disinclined to return to their roots. Many family surnames had branched out, growing into towering trees deeply rooted elsewhere. Thus, he dubbed this volume the Book of the Outside Wall. At that moment, the youth was engrossed in a biographical account of a figure named Chao Shi. The meager prose was yet another characteristic of this gazetteer. Having read it numerous times, he had become intimately familiar with its contents, so during his leisure, he would select bizarre tales like a storyteller weaving a legend, indifferent to their authenticity. He vividly recalled the man in official robes who, before departing the town to report to the capital, had solemnly instructed him to memorize every name mentioned in the book, along with the lineage of hundreds and thousands, particularly the connections to the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this instant, Song Jisin sat perfectly still, akin to the fragmented mud sculptures in the southeastern part of the town, strewn carelessly amidst the grass and mud, unyielding against the elements. Sunlight filtered through the window onto his desk, maintaining an unusual state of stasis. Within this residence, The only entities stirring were the Meiji Gay and an inconspicuous, four-legged lizard, who had sensed the anomaly early on. Her first impulse was to rush next door and scold the emotionless girl, but upon realizing the presence of the sword, she dismissed that enticing thought. She first ventured to her young master's room, casting a sidelong glance at the pages, becoming irked at the sight of Chao Shi, and turned a few pages back, only to find joy in the section about Xie. Yet, she soon became vexed again, flipping back the pages to avoid revealing her secrets, as the astute young master had merely been curious about her origins, never having captured concrete evidence. She had no desire to falter at the final hurdle of her grand scheme. Meanwhile, the unassuming yellow lizard lay basking in the sunlight on the threshold, and in its motionless state, it revealed its true form, shimmering brilliantly under the light, its body resembling translucent glass. In the adjacent courtyard, the young woman in black, Ning Yao, had fallen into an enigmatic state of deep meditation, her breath as still as that of an infant in the womb, her mind returning to a state of tranquility. Within its pristine white scabbard, the flying sword, as if granted amnesty, gracefully emerged, flitting around its mistress like a gentle bird, echoing the beauty of her flowing garments. It did not flit about aimlessly, but rather, with an intuitive grace, crafted an optimal environment for the recuperating maiden. As expected, the girl, devoid of any breath, found the energies of her surroundings rapidly converging within her, drawing in the essence of the world like a whale consuming the sea. Thus, in that moment, the profound stillness of the town contrasted sharply with the vibrant energy pulsating within this residence. By the southern creek outside the town, a stocky man with thick brows and sharp eyes, bare-chested, wielded a hammer as he forged iron. With each strike, sparks flew, illuminating the room. Countless fiery sparks danced wildly in the spacious workshop, creating a spectacular display. After one powerful swing, the room was suddenly engulfed in a stillness of countless sparks. The ponytailed girl standing across from him furrowed her brow and asked, "Father?" The man replied in a deep voice, "It's your turn to forge the sword strip. This is a good opportunity to hone your spirit." The girl set aside the old sword strip and waved away the sparks in front of her, her movements causing the previously motionless embers to collide and create a chaotic flurry of light within the room. Compared to the elderly figures in the town, who appeared as dormant dragons in the depths, the girl's actions were decidedly audacious, especially when it was her turn to swing the hammer. Her might and rapidity surpassed even that of her seasoned father, exhibiting a wild and untamed vigor. Each strike sent forth a shower of sparks that, instead of vanishing, accumulated into a dazzling array resembling a sky full of stars. In the sword-forging chamber, the sparks surged like a million suns. The man intensely focused on the glowing red sword blank and commanded, "Silently recite the dragon-shaking chapter of the sword-forging sutra." The girl's spirit deflated as she quietly responded, "Father?" Irritated, the man retorted, "What now?" The girl timidly replied, "I ate little at noon. I'm hungry and can't swing anymore." The man grew even more exasperated, nearly losing his temper as he thought, "You act as though reciting a few lines is akin to asking for your life. What excuse is this? By the heavens, daughter, it's only natural to feel hungry." The girl stifled a laugh, claiming hunger, yet her hands continued their relentless work. In a moment of inspiration, she shouted, "Come forth," and with all her strength brought the hammer down. The resulting spray of sparks was particularly dazzling. The man's face remained impassive, yet internally he thought, "It's done." In the courtyard of the Gu family, the woman slowly regained consciousness, her head pounding as her child assisted her back to the bench. The esteemed Jujin Jinjuan Lu Jimao was meditating with closed eyes, his fingers slowly moving in a series of gestures. The woman, Gu Shi, pulled her son close and softly inquired, "Immortal, what has happened?" The elder kept his eyes shut and replied, "I have taken on a fine disciple. You have a remarkable son. Gu Shi. Rest assured, your son will rise to great heights." Overjoyed, tears welled in her eyes as she embraced her child, murmuring, "Husband, did you hear? Our Gukan will surely achieve great success." Suddenly, Lu Jimao uttered a surprised "ah," opening his eyes to examine the patterns on his palm, as if a new path had diverged. He muttered to himself. Why is this? It shouldn't be. The boy has survived, yet that disciple of the immortals has inexplicably perished. The elder, unable to contain himself, rose and began to pace the courtyard, quickly calculating. Fool! To fall to the hands of a mere town youth means the millennia of reputation we built on Yunsha Mountain is utterly ruined. The woman, anxious, suggested, Old immortal, since Arcana has already become a disciple, why not let Chen Ping'an go? The elder bellowed, Woman's kindness. If you truly had a compassionate heart, you should never have harbored murderous thoughts when we first met. Now you come to me feigning compassion. Do you have no shame? Stricken pale by the rebuke, the woman stammered, unable to utter a word. The elder, still unsatisfied, pointed at her and scolded, Ignorant village woman, with such narrow views from now on, as Gukan follows me back to Shujin Lake, you two shall not meet too frequently to avoid hindering his cultivation. Do you have any objections? The woman quickly shook her head. I dare not. The elder's gaze turned cold. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, her face a mask of sorrow as she meekly replied, No objections, absolutely none. With a forceful wave of his sleeve, the elder snorted, You vex me. Having just found the woman somewhat intriguing, he had considered her as a potential close servant, yet her utter lack of grace had cost her a chance at a significant fortune in the path of cultivation. Suddenly, the elder felt a wave of trepidation as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that this realm had been artificially stilled, forming a stasis. Stasis is a form of the many small realms in this world, where even celestial beings and golden-bodied arhats could not easily establish their presence. This great supernatural power was truly awe-inspiring. Just imagine, within this realm, no matter if one were an immortal, a demon, or a ghost, all must bow before me. What an exhilarating thought! Jiujin Jinju and Lu Zhimao yearned to attain such heights in his dreams. High skill should not be wasted. To hell with that! Lu Zhimao wished to invite the third-generation disciples of the Buddha, Taoist patriarch, and Confucian masters into this small realm, hoping they could at least share the same footing, treating each other as equals. Without warning, Lu Zhimao coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering his palm with crimson as though someone had viciously carved a wound into him. His other hand involuntarily revealed a white bowl, its surface rippling chaotically, dark lines darting around, colliding with the walls. The elder hesitated not a moment, placing one hand over the other, and, as a practitioner of a minor Taoist sect, performed a deep bow, expressing utmost reverence as he trembled. Lu Zhimao, to show mercy towards this junior's earnest pursuit of the Tao. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will forgive my transgressions. After a long pause, for words reverberated like thunder leave them in the courtyard. For 30 years, you are not to leave Shujin Lake a single step. Lu Zhimao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Finally, he need not resort to flattery, merely performing a solemn Taoist bow. I dare not refuse your gift, and I shall remember your great kindness, Mr. Qi, for the rest of my life. After this exchange, Qi Jingchuan's voice fell silent, and the stasis soon dissipated. Lu Zhimao wasted no time, promptly instructing the Gu family to follow him away from the... Just as Gu Shi was about to speak, she was silenced by a fierce glare from Lu Zhimao, who then retrieved the two bags. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, this man, intent on achieving the title of true monarch, placed them on the bench without hesitation. As he approached the courtyard's exit, Lu Zhimao suddenly inquired, Do you have any old relics left behind? Gu Shi appeared bewildered, but the clever Gu Kan quickly reminded him, Didn't T-Father leave behind a treasure cabinet? The one gathering dust beneath the bed? Lu Zhimao's eyes brightened, and without a second thought, he instructed the woman to lead the way for a closer inspection. Since that sage had acknowledged Gu Kan as an opportunity, it implied that this child could claim his own fortune. As for the ultimate ownership of these fortunes within the town, even the most powerful would have to heed Qi Jingshan. However, once they reached Shujin Lake, the situation would be quite different. Finally, left unguarded, Gu Kan seized the moment as the two entered the house, swiftly grabbing both bags and darting towards the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. Inside, Gu Shi knelt on the ground, reaching under the bed to retrieve a box. Though small, it was quite heavy, causing her to labor for breath that I in the meantime. Jujin delivered a harsh kick to her ample backside, teasing, "Gu sure, your downfall lies in your lack of postnatal care." Yet with this alone, being a second-rate maid on Qingsha Island may be a stretch, but as a third-rate maid, it would be more than sufficient that I find you unworthy. Yet there are guests on Qingsha Island who might fancy your charms. You should strive to seize that opportunity without shyness, lest you miss out on a great fortune. The woman's body stiffened slightly, her form still half hidden beneath the bed, her expression obscured. At a street corner, Qi Jingchun addressed Chen Ping'an. "Kai Jin Jian and Funan Hua will be handled by me. Now that you possess this ancestral locust leaf, do not take life and death lightly. Live well. That is the greatest repayment to your parents that I ask for the power struggles among Yunsha Mountain, Old Dragon City, and Jujinjinjuan. I cannot claim they will never trouble you, but for the next 10 years, they certainly will not. If fortune favors you, you may live peacefully as a commoner for 30 years. Qi Jingshun chuckled. There is no need to harbor trepidation towards the town. Before long, such schemes should cease. If you desire a stable life for 2 or 3 decades, consider marrying a local girl and starting a family. However, if you wish to venture beyond the town to witness the true wonders of the world, that too is commendable. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles is the duty of a scholar. You will soon discover that outside the town, it is easy to acquire books and knowledge, but many scholars dislike long journeys, preferring to avoid hardship. What they call studying abroad is merely a leisurely outing." The youth expressed surprise. "Mr. Qi, is walking considered hardship?" Qi Jingshun laughed heartily. "Let us not speak of the outside world. Look at your own surroundings. How many peers from Falu Street or Peach Leaf Alley run about like you do?" The youth nodded. "Indeed, not many." After a moment of thought, Qi Jingshun removed a jade hairpin from his hair and handed it to the impoverished youth. "Consider this a farewell gift. It is neither a precious item nor an immortal artifact, so rest assured that in truth, I was once a boy from a humble alley, striving to study diligently through numerous hardships. My time at the Mountain Cliff Academy, where I sought a mentor, was the happiest period of my life. When my master departed, he entrusted me with this pin as a token of expectation and responsibility." Regrettably, looking back now, I realize I have not lived up to those expectations that I believe if my master were still here, he would be disappointed. The boy hesitated to accept such a gift. This jade pin seemed to embody the deep bond between Mr. Qi and his master, its significance profound, and the weight of the gift was not lost on him. Though inexperienced, the youth, having come from a background of fine porcelain, possessed some discernment regarding the value of things. Qi Jingshun spoke gently. "If I keep it, my master's relic will be lost with me. It is better to pass it on to you. Moreover, you have done nothing to earn a reward, yet I have lingered in this town for nearly 60 years, carrying a knot in my heart that I could not untie. Regrettably, my master has passed, and I thought I would never find the answer. You inadvertently helped me resolve it, so I will give you this pin. This is fitting in every sense, emotionally, rationally, and ceremonially. Chen Ping'an, I can only procure a locust leaf for you. I cannot provide further opportunities." With both hands, the youth accepted the modest jade pin, looking up sincerely and saying, "Mr. Qi has already done so much." Qi Jingchun smiled, pleased to see the youth persuaded to accept the pin, alleviating his concern. Although the pin was ordinary, it was still a relic of his mentor, and bestowing it upon a youth worthy of its inscription was a fine conclusion. Thus, Qi Jingchun finally admonished. Chen Ping'an, remember, no matter what you encounter in the future, never lose hope in this world. Chapter 25. Farewell. Outside a house in Mud Bottle Lane, a mischievous child, adorned with a trail of snot, was fiercely kicking the door while hurling curses and spitting. Chen Ping'an, if you don't come out soon, I'll find someone to kill you and smash all your worthless junk. I know you're home. What are you busy with? Are you with Song Jisen's little wife? Or with Ji Gui doing? Whatever. It's broad daylight, and you can't even consider Song Jisen's feelings? Fine, if you won't come out, I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Once I go, you'll never see me again in your lifetime. All those treasures I was going to leave for you. Chen Ping'an, come out now. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the child's curses ended in a slight sob as he harshly wiped his snot back into its nest. The Ji Yukin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly turned around, only to see a familiar face. The child immediately resumed his tirade. Chen Ping'an, you son of a... The youth in straw sandals wore an unamused expression, prompting Gu Qin to quickly change his tone. How's your health? His words flowed smoothly, a seamless transition, devoid of any awkwardness. Accustomed to this heartless brat, Chen Ping'an, holding a new ceramic jar, replied irritably. Do you even need to ask? Realizing he had pressing matters to attend to, Gu Qin hastily pulled Chen Ping'an to the courtyard entrance and shoved two exquisitely embroidered bags into his hands, whispering, Do you remember that little loach I asked you for last year? Chen Ping'an was at a loss, holding the heavy bags. The items were familiar. After forcibly purchasing a golden carp, the brocade-clad youth had sent a bag of copper coins as a gesture afterward. Glancing around, seeing no one in Mud Bottle Lane, he quickly opened the door, ushering Gu Qin into the courtyard, placing the ceramic jar aside, and bluntly asked, You sold that loach to an outsider, didn't you? Gu Qin, I advise you not to sell it. Under no circumstances should you sell it. Don't you want your mother to have a better life? You must keep that loach, do you understand? Gu Qin burst into tears, clinging to Chen Ping'an's sleeve, choking out, I wanted to return the loach to you, but my mother wouldn't allow it, and slapped me. She has never hit me before, and that storyteller, I don't know if he is a deity or a ghost, is terrifying. First, he took me to the white bowl, then that loach suddenly grew huge, larger than our water vat. Chen Ping'an swiftly covered the child's mouth. It's yours. Gu Qin, do you still want your mother to live well? To eat meat every day, to use fine cosmetics, to wear smooth silk garments? Gu Qin sniffled and nodded vigorously. Chen Ping'an released his grip, crouching down to inquire. What else with the 2 bags of money? Did you steal them? As Gu Qin's eyes darted, he was about to concoct a lie, but Chen Ping'an knew him too well. The little rascal, raising his rear, was clearly about to make a mess. So Chen Ping'an swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand. Take it back. Gu Qin, now stubborn, retorted, No. Chen Ping'an, furious, turned pale, raising his hand to deliver a real smack, yet seeing the child's obstinate expression soften his heart. He paused, reconsidering, and asked, What is really going on? Tell me. Gu Qin recounted the events in detail, not denying that this child, despite being irksome, was remarkably clever. From the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and then to the courtyard of Mud Bottle Lane, he explained clearly how that storyteller sought to take him as an apprentice. At that moment, Chen Ping'an had a rough idea. Gu Qin was likely one of those fortunate individuals in town, blessed by ancestral favor. Whether it was the ancestral grave emitting green smoke or what Mr. Qi and Taoist Lu said about fortune and blessings, Gu Qin would probably be taken away by that storyteller. However, the thought of the river severing true monarch Lu Jimao made Chen Ping'an's heart race. According to Mr. Qi, this man was of low character and would stop at nothing to eliminate him, even employing supernatural means to harm himself and Kai Jinjian. Was it truly a good thing for Gu Qin to accept this man as a master? But on the other hand, if this person wished to take Gu Qin as a disciple rather than deceive or coerce him, could it not imply that Gu Qin would be safe for the time being? The clever child's eyes darted as he seized the 2 bags of coins from Chen Ping'an's grasp and hurled them into the house before turning to flee. However, Chen Ping'an caught him by the collar and pulled him back. Gu Qin held his head in his hands, appearing pitiful. Although Chen Ping'an had forcibly brought the child back, he hesitated on how to handle the situation. The stakes were too high, and he feared making a wrong choice that might endanger both Gu Qin and his mother. If it were only his affair, this unaccompanied youth would likely have acted much more decisively. The girl in black had gotten out of bed at some point, standing at the threshold. My mother once said, "Everyone has their own karmic ties." This child is clearly a disaster that has plagued generations, yet he will not lack for good fortune. Gukin's eyes lit up, quickly wiping his snot away, grinning widely to reveal his toothless smile. "Sister, you're so beautiful, just like my second sister. This place is small. Why don't you come to my house for a visit?" Chen Ping'an sighed. "When did your mother remarry your father?" Caught off guard, the child rolled his eyes, shifting his expression and tone. "Chen Ping'an, you've really made something of yourself. When did you trick a woman into your home? Planning to celebrate a wedding? It's a pity I'll miss it. Otherwise, I'd definitely eavesdrop from the corner, listening to you two fighting like deities in bed." Chen Ping'an smacked Gukin on the head, apologizing to the girl in black. He asked like this. "Don't be angry." The girl shot a glance at the child. What a nuisance. Just as Gukin was about to showcase his family talent, he felt the weight of Chen Ping'an's palm on his head and, in an exaggeratedly sickly manner, feebly stated, "Sister, you're so lovely. You can do no wrong." The girl ignored him, turning her attention back to Chen Ping'an, saying meaningfully, "You'd best accept those 2 bags of coins to avoid future enmity. Moreover, if this child ever succeeds in his cultivation, and you don't alleviate some of his guilt today, he may very well suffer from a wavering heart, allowing external demons to invade." Gukin relished this compliment, giving the girl a thumbs up. "Long hair, long wisdom. You're certainly more reliable than that certain lady next door." The girl in black raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased. From a distance in Mud Bottle Lane, an urgent roar echoed. "Gukin!" The child's complexion paled. "I'm leaving, Chen Ping'an. Perhaps in his subconscious, Gukin had already regarded Chen Ping'an as his only family, aside from his mother. Chen Ping'an led the child out of the courtyard, crouching down to whisper, "Gukin, remember to be cautious of your master. And take good care of your mother. A.S.A. man, she will only rely on you from now on. Don't always make her worry." Gukin nodded in agreement. Chen Ping'an continued, "Once you're outside, speak less and do more. Keep your mouth in check. If you suffer some losses, just accept them. Don't always think about getting back at others. People out there aren't like us. They hold grudges." With red-rimmed eyes, the child retorted, "People here also hold grudges. You're just not one of them." Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he became alert, asking solemnly, "Gukin, did you manage to get a piece of locust leaf?" If not, Chen Ping'an did not believe that Gukin had received a chance from the celestial realm. Perhaps the storyteller's arrival was merely a death warrant. Upon hearing this, the child grew agitated, pulling a large handful from his pocket and cursing, "I don't know which scoundrel snuck these worthless leaves into my pocket." "I only discovered them when I stealthily took out those 2 bags of coins just now. It was either Zhao Xiaoping or that Lu Mei girl. If my mother sees them while doing laundry, she'll surely scold me for being so troublesome. Luckily, I'm leaving now. Otherwise, just wait until I sneak over and throw stones into their latrine." As the child ranted, Chen Ping'an initially stared in disbelief, then felt a wave of relief. Seeing the boy about to toss the leaves to the ground, he quickly stopped him, his expression grave. "Gukin, keep them safe. You must keep them safe. If possible, don't let your mother see these locust leaves. They may very well be for her own good." The child looked confused but still nodded. "Okay." Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Now I can truly rest easy." Suddenly, Gukin leaned forward and bumped his forehead against Chen Ping'an's, sobbing, "I'm sorry." Chen Ping'an rubbed the child's head, chuckling as he scolded, "What a silly boy." Gukin suddenly whispered something in his ear. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The child turned and ran off, jogging slowly while waving back. "That old man said he has taken my mother and me to a place called Book Simplified Lake Qingxia Island. If you can't even afford a wife in the future, just come find me. That I'm not bragging. I can send you 17 or 18 women just like Ji Gui." Chen Ping'an stood still, nodding. A tinge of sadness washed over him. After all, Gukin felt like a younger brother to him, and thus he was always willing to accommodate him. The youth in straw sandals gazed at the child's receding figure, lost in thought. His life had always been like this. The ones he truly cared for seemed impossible to keep close that a smile broke across the boy's face in Mud Bottle Lane. Heaven was rather stingy. The gate next door gently opened, revealing the maid Ji Gui, who stood gracefully like a lotus flower in a pond. Chen Ping'an asked, "Did you hear what Gukan said about you earlier?" She blinked her autumn water-like eyes and replied, "Let us just pretend I didn't hear. After all, I can't win an argument with those two." Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Ping'an found himself defending that little rascal, trying to smooth things over. Actually, he doesn't mean any harm. He just speaks a bit harshly. Ji Gui, with an expressionless face, tugged at the corner of her mouth. I don't know if Gukan has a good heart or not, but his widow mother is certainly no pushover, of that I am sure. Unsure how to respond, Chen Ping'an opted to feign ignorance. She suddenly asked a perplexing question. Chen Ping'an, don't you regret it? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. What? Seeing he wasn't pretending to be dense, she sighed, turning to return to the courtyard, and shut the wooden door. With keen eyes, Chen Ping'an stood in the lane, finally noticing Gukan's family leaving their house, with the mother and child each carrying bags, slowly making their way towards the other end of Mud Bottle Lane. Chen Ping'an clearly saw the storyteller turn his head, casting a glance at him, a smile playing on his lips, filled with intrigue. As the trio's figures vanished at the alley's end, Chen Ping'an returned to his own courtyard, finding the girl in black already able to sit on the threshold by herself. Was her physique made of iron? Chen Ping'an first placed the jade hairpin gifted by Mr. Qi and the 2 bags of copper coins brought by Gukan on the table, then began to boil water, gather herbs, and brew medicine, moving with familiarity that suggested he had spent many years as an assistant in a pharmacy rather than coming from a pottery background. The girl in black, slightly puzzled, remained silent. Out of boredom, she approached the table, contemplating before taking the money pouch that Chen Ping'an had hidden in a bottle. Seating herself, she laid out 3 bags of coins and a jade hairpin on the table, along with a spiritually aware sword nestled in the corner. Chen Ping'an didn't stop her from taking the money, but turned to remind her, the jade hairpin was given to me by Mr. Qi, so be careful with it, Ning girl. Perhaps fearing that the girl wouldn't take it seriously, Chen Ping'an blushed and added, really be careful. The girl rolled her eyes. The 3 bags of coins, golden essence, spring money, and offering money, conveniently added up. The girl rested her chin on her hand, fingering the 3 coins, casually asking, how did your matters turn out? Can you tell me? Chen Ping'an crouched by the window, carefully monitoring the fire, occasionally glancing at the 3 prescription slips. Upon hearing her question, he replied, is it appropriate to speak? The girl frowned. You've ended up in such a miserable situation, and you're still worried about me hearing your secrets and getting killed. Chen Ping'an, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but really, with your overly kind nature, I advise you never to leave this town. Otherwise, you won't know how you'll die. She lamented his misfortune and lamented his lack of ambition. This rigid character, even if he were a powerful sword immortal with the strength of a Buddhist golden body and celestial arts, would undoubtedly perish within a year if thrown into her hometown, leaving no trace behind. The straw sandal youth chuckled. Then shall I share it with you? The girl pressed 3 fingers down on the coins, sliding them across the table. Say it or not, it's up to you. Chen Ping'an then recounted the events leading up to Mr. Qi's appearance, selectively sharing details afterward. After listening, the girl remarked nonchalantly, that Lu Jimao, the river-severing true monarch, is clearly the culprit. However, Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua are no saints either. If it weren't for Mr. Qi stirring things up, even if you fled to the ends of the earth, you wouldn't escape the encirclement and pursuit of the 3 factions. To put it bluntly, killing you would be quite easy if it weren't for being in this town. Not just Lu Jimao. Even that woman from Yunxia Mountain could crush you to pieces with a finger. Chen Ping'an nodded. I understand. The girl angrily retorted. What do you understand? Chen Ping'an refrained from arguing, continuing to brew medicine. She asked, Isn't your calamity all because of that loach? Why not tell that child the truth? This time, Chen Ping'an neither fell silent nor turned away. Sitting on a small stool, he gazed at the flickering flames, softly stating, that wouldn't be right. The girl hesitated to speak, ultimately looking at the frail figure and lamenting, do you know that if your fists aren't strong, no one will care about your rights and wrongs? The youth shook his head, regardless of whether others listen or not. Reason is reason. He seemed uncertain, turning to smile and ask, right? The girl glared at him. Right for you, you big-headed fool. The boy, feeling put out, turned back to continue brewing the medicine. The girl in black, known as Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin, her gaze fixed upon it, discovering a line of small characters inscribed upon it. She glanced at Chen Ping'an. The hairpin bore 8 characters that even a girl with only rudimentary literacy found deeply moving. Thinking of a gentleman, warm as jade. Chapter 26. Eloquence brewing medicine is a meticulous task akin to threading a needle, and Chen Ping'an performed it with a sense of diligence, fully immersed in the process, radiating an inexplicable joy. However, the girl in black was not known for her patience that in truth, apart from her sword and knife training, she showed little interest in most matters. Having left home at a tender age to wander the world, she lived a rugged life, so she felt no discomfort in the modest dwelling of the impoverished boy. After all, she had endured many hardships herself. Those once refined sensibilities could be dulled by the harshness of life. The girl inquired, "Is your left hand unharmed?" Chen Ping'an, with his left hand wrapped in cloth, was bringing a bowl of medicine with both hands. After she took it, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Before I returned to the alley, I gathered some herbs and crushed them to apply on the wound that in my days as a kiln worker, I used this remedy for all my bruises and cuts. It has never failed me that an old man from the Yang family shop shared this secret with me long ago, but I promised him I wouldn't disclose it. Otherwise, Miss Ning, as you travel far and wide, you might find it useful. If you wish, I could try to find that old man and ask him again. Unfortunately, I was in a hurry today and didn't see him. I hope he simply stepped out for a moment." As the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, reminiscent of willow leaves and narrow blades, furrowed slightly, yet she remained composed as she finished the concoction. Handing the porcelain bowl back to the waiting boy in straw sandals, she muttered, "What a soft-hearted fool. No wonder you're poor as a church mouse, deserving of being bullied." Before the boy could respond, she added, "Don't take it to heart. I tend to speak rather bluntly." Unbeknownst to her, that last remark cut deeper. Chen Ping'an hesitated, his thoughts tumultuous. The girl in black wiped the remnants of the medicine from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, then sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. "The sage who presides over this realm, the scholar you mentioned, though he intends to assist you for a worry-free life ahead, you must understand that human effort has its limits. Even the sage is no exception. Moreover, Mr. Chi's situation is precarious. He is akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to ensure his own safety. Did I, Ning Yao, believe in repaying kindness. Even a small favor will be met with great gratitude. A single glare from me could spark a fierce retaliation. Human effort has its limits. Gratitude flows like a spring. Revenge is a given, and clay idols crossing rivers." At that moment, the girl's heart brimmed with an unspoken pride. "Listen to me. My words are quite profound, aren't they?" Unfortunately, next door lived a scholar with considerable knowledge, who on most mornings and evenings would recite the classics to clarify his ambitions. According to Song Jisin, he would say, "I am adept at nurturing the majestic spirit." Thus, Chen Ping'an, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of scholarly discourse, was no stranger to the flowery language of learned individuals. Even if some words were obscure, the context often allowed him to decipher their meaning. The girl scrutinized Chen Ping'an, seeking shock, admiration, or confusion on his face, but he wore a vexing expression that suggested, "I understand, please continue." Her initial enthusiasm waned, and with a noticeable drop in her spirited demeanor, she said, "For instance, if you save my life, I will subsequently assist you in eliminating Fu Nanhua of Old Dragon City or Lu Jimo of Shujin Lake. However, if you wish to eliminate both to ensure no future troubles, you must part with some wealth, as our acquaintance is merely superficial, lacking deep emotional ties. Therefore, you will need to offer a bag of gold coins as payment." Quickly, she pointed at a bag of coins, saying, "For example, I quite fancy this bag. The other 2 bags of feeding and talisman coins are unappealing in design and poorly cast." Then, she slightly raised her chin. "If, aside from this transaction, you are willing to provide me with 2 more bags of coins, I will help you resolve matters with Old Dragon City and Yinsha Mountain." Of course, if I happen to perish at Liu Zhima's hands before that, all bets are off. After all, my current cultivation is lacking. I am only at the 9th realm of martial arts, having just entered the 6th stage. As for the 15 levels of climbing the mountain, I have only reached the Dragon Gate realm within the 5th stage. Inside my pill chamber, I have 6 sketches that remain incomplete, and I have yet to summon the celestial maiden to soar high. At this point, Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered, lost in a fog of confusion. The girl, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, was vexed by the low regard in which she held her cultivation, and Chen Ping'an's naive expression of "Could you explain that again, miss?" struck a painful chord within her. Noticing her gloomy expression, Chen Ping'an, even if he were a fool, recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly shifted the topic. Why did you sustain such severe injuries earlier, yet now appear to have recovered significantly? The girl lowered her gaze slightly, crossing her arms, her voice hoarse as she replied, I truly was on the brink of death. If Taoist Liu had not saved me, I would have. But regardless, I owe you a tremendous favor, and I should not take advantage of you by demanding 3 bags of gold coins. My life, Ning Yao, is worth far more than the likes of Liu Zhima. Thus, I was in the wrong. You may disregard what I said. Once I leave this small town, I will do my utmost to assist you with your concerns. However, I must warn you in advance. I, Ning Yao, will only act within my means and will not recklessly gamble with my life against impossible odds. Perhaps it was the rarity of the girl's humble apology that made her feel exceptionally despondent. Chen Ping'an asked, which bag contains the feeding coins? The girl pointed to a golden embroidered pouch. Chen Ping'an retrieved 3 copper coins from within, holding them in his palm before pushing all 3 bags toward her, smiling. These are for you. The girl stared, dumbfounded, and after a long moment asked, Chen Ping'an, did you hit your head as a child? With a sigh, he replied, No, but while herding cattle, I often got hit by their tails. Suddenly, the girl slammed her hand on the table, demanding, Do you like me or not? Chen Ping'an was left speechless. The girl grinned, extending her thumb toward him. You have good taste. Then she bent her thumb, pointing at herself with a radiant demeanor. But I want to accept. The man I, Ning Yao, must be the most formidable sword immortal in the world. The absolute best. Before his sword, even the greatest Taoist or Buddha must bow their heads and make way. Chen Ping'an's face flushed, scratching his head. Miss Ning, you misunderstand. I don't like you. The girl raised an eyebrow, contemplating, leaning forward, squinting one eye, and holding her fingers an inch apart, inquiring, Not even this much? Chen Ping'an replied firmly, No. Rest assured, Miss Ning. The girl retracted her hand, sighing heavily, her tone laced with pity. Chen Ping'an, even if by some stroke of luck you marry, it will likely be to a dimwit. Chen Ping'an, sitting across the table, smiled brightly. As long as she is a good person, that's all that matters. The girl remained non-committal, living idly, seeking comfort, and aspiring for greatness. As her mother often said, each has their own destiny, and there need not be a distinction of superiority. However, her father had a different opinion. If the time was not right, one should not force matters. Not forcing does not mean one should not seek at all. Seeking is still essential if, in the end, one remains unfulfilled. That is another matter entirely. Of course, her father would never dare to voice such thoughts in front of her mother. Chen Ping'an casually asked, Miss Ning, are you also here in our small town seeking opportunities? The girl had no reservations, responding, I exhausted all my accumulated fortunes in a favor to secure my place in this town. However, I am not like others. I do not seek fortune or destiny, that I merely wish for someone to forge a sword for me. Ideally one that resonates with my heart, that I ask for its sharpness or ability to withstand immense sword energy. Those are secondary concerns. Chen Ping'an inquired, Forge a sword? The girl elaborated, It's Master Ruan, the blacksmith here, who has quite a reputation. He adheres to a iron, does not move principle, forging only one sword every 30 years. That he is willing to come here in place of Qi Jingshan because he believes this location is suitable for forging. I intend to try my luck and see if he will be willing to forge a sword for me, that if not, then so be it. I'll simply chalk it up to bad luck. Chen Ping'an smiled. Good deeds will be rewarded. The girl replied weakly, No way. She glanced at the boy. Does your left hand not hurt? Chen Ping'an paused, It does, she skeptically remarked. Then why do you not appear to be in pain? Chen Ping'an replied matter-of-factly. Even if I roll on the ground screaming, it doesn't mean it will stop hurting. The girl slapped her forehead, truly hopeless. Just like my father, but your skills are far inferior. Chen Ping'an merely smiled in silence, gazing quietly out at the courtyard. The girl pushed the 3 bags of coins back towards him. I don't want them. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze, softly stating, Miss Ning, have you considered that keeping them may not be a good thing? After meeting Mr. Qi, I am even more convinced of this. The girl, once she made a decision, was resolute. She shook her head. That is your concern, not mine. That I have decided that I will repay my debt of gratitude for saving my life, and I will do so without cutting. But you must take care of yourself in the coming years. Do not let your guard down and die unexpectedly. You just need to survive this period. For the first time, the usually amiable boy interrupted her words. It was Taoist Lu who saved you, Miss Ning, so you need not feel indebted. If I had not thought I was doomed, seeking to have Taoist Lu do more for my parents, I would never have opened the door. The girl snorted. That is your concern. The boy humorously echoed her words. That is your concern. They exchanged glances, staring each other down. Surprisingly, the girl conceded first, muttering to herself. If you like me, I truly cannot accept. Chen Ping'an cradled his head in his hands. Dealing with such a stubborn and peculiar girl left him at a loss. Just then, someone climbed over the courtyard wall. It could only be Lu Xianying that he approached the threshold, about to raise his voice, when suddenly, it was as if someone had grasped his throat, rendering him speechless. Chen Ping'an quickly stood up and approached Lu Xianying, whispering, Can I stay at your place for the next few days? This girl might be staying here. Lu Xianying pushed Chen Ping'an's head aside with a swift motion, as if swatting a fly, and eagerly said, Miss, my house is spacious and well-furnished. If you don't mind, how about staying at my place? The girl in black, with her back to them, replied flatly, I do mind. Lu Xianying grinned, gazing at the slender figure of the girl in black, and persisted, Miss, you might not know, but 2 groups have blocked my path at the corridor bridge, pleading with me to sell them my ancestral treasures. I turned them down, and they almost got me scolded by Master Wan. I see you are also a traveler seeking fortune in this small town. I, Lu Xianying, may not sell to you, but I can certainly let you take a look and broaden your horizons. Ning Yao remained indifferent. No need. Lu Xianying sat down. Chen Ping'an and I are crammed together in this shabby house, that if you come to my large home, you won't feel cramped. It will feel as if you have ample space to move. Ning Yao, maintaining a stern expression, replied, I appreciate the sentiment, but kindly leave me to my peace. Lu Xianying did not feel embarrassed. He stood up, saying, All right then, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own grass nest. I understand. He pulled Chen Ping'an aside outside the threshold and nudged him with his elbow, asking, What is going on? Chen Ping'an hesitated. It's a long story. Can I stay at your place or not? Lu Xianying rolled his eyes. What is the issue? But you must promise me to keep an eye on Ji Gui. Do not let that little brat Song Jisun force himself on her. You must help me protect her honor. Chen Ping'an replied without hesitation. No way. Lu Xianying patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Just consider it an agreement. Inside the room, the girl in black suddenly turned her head and said, Do you know you are a natural-born sword embryo? The reason the porcelain merchant did not take you out when you were 9 was likely to allow you to absorb more spiritual energy here. That choice was indeed wise. Therefore, when you are with Master Wan, you must seize the opportunity to have him take you as a disciple. Remember, at the very least, aim to be an inner disciple. The best would be a direct disciple. As for being a closed-door disciple, do not set your sights that high. Your innate talents are not yet extraordinary enough for that. Lu Xianying nodded vigorously, enthusiastically saying, Okay. Then he turned back to Chen Ping'an, pointed at the girl in the room, and then at his own head. Chen Ping'an stated, What she says is true. Do not take it lightly. Lu Xianying ceased his playful demeanor, falling silent as he quietly remarked, I feel something is amiss. The 2 groups at the corridor bridge. Do you guess who led them? It is that scoundrel Lu Zhengchun from Faluz Street. Isn't that akin to a weasel paying a visit to a hen? I haven't lost my fortune, so why should I do business with them? Besides, that armor is a family heirloom. If I sold it, I'd dream of my grandfather and be scolded mercilessly in my sleep. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an felt an impending sense of danger. You must be careful. Lu Jingchun and those outsiders are not to be trifled with. He then turned to ask, Miss Ning, do you know their origins? The girl in black nodded. The old man and the girl come from Xingyang Mountain, a prestigious sect in Dong Bay of Pingzhou. The old man is not human. That in short, he is 100 times more formidable than Fu Nanhua or Kai Jinjian. The woman and her son are also not simple characters. Those who can enter this town together are certainly not just wealthy individuals. That woman is very cunning, and the young boy does not seem to have good intentions. Therefore, I advise your friend to have Master Wan accept him as a disciple. That would be akin to having a life-saving talisman that I in this town. No matter how powerful one's backing, no one dares to challenge a sage. Chen Ping'an then asked Lu Xianying, do you have confidence in becoming Master Wan's disciple? Lu Xianying hesitated, mumbling, well, on the first day of helping at the blacksmith's, Master Wan looked at me similarly to how old Yao did, so he might be observing me for a while before deciding whether to take me as a disciple. It's just that. Chen Ping'an shot him a fierce glare. Lu Xianying chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Master Wan has a precious daughter who eats a lot and left me utterly shocked. I jokingly said a few things, but unexpectedly, when she was hammering iron, she was incredibly fierce and domineering. Yet, she is usually very shy and timid. I never expected her to take a joke so poorly. I inadvertently made her cry, and just then, her father walked in, and his gaze turned ominous. There goes my chances of becoming a disciple. But honestly, I never intended to be a servant. Having already dealt with old Yao's peculiar temper, I just wanted to earn a meal at the blacksmith's. Chen Ping'an looked up, his expression dark. Lu Xianying, taller than the boy by a head, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Chen Ping'an's eyes. This scene puzzled Ning Yao, as it was her first time witnessing Chen Ping'an genuinely angry. Chen Ping'an quietly asked, did you happen to encounter any mysterious locust leaves near the old locust tree? Lu Xianying shook his head. No, but that fortune teller who loves to steal glances at women said some ominous things, and I almost smashed his stall. Chen Ping'an's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he turned to the girl in the room, asking, Miss Ning, also, will this lead to significant trouble for you? Please be sure to clarify that in advance. The girl in black pondered carefully. The trouble is not small, but it's manageable. However, you must be cautious these next few days. Tell your friend not to wander about aimlessly, as my situation is currently precarious. She continued, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of coins. Having Master Wan acknowledge you as a disciple is worth 1 bag. In total, for completing these tasks, I will accept several bags of coins. Rest assured, since I have made this promise, I will certainly achieve at least 2 bags worth. Chen Ping'an rushed back into the house, swiftly pushing the 2 bags of coins, including the spring coins, toward the girl. Please accept this. The girl, not one to dither, accepted the 2 bags without refusal, smiling wryly. There are plenty of people in this world hoarding money for themselves, yet here you are, acting like a generous benefactor. This time, the boy did not retort, merely nodding with a smile. Money is indeed important, very important. Lu Xianying, who had been kept in the dark, exclaimed urgently, Chen Ping'an, are you out of your mind? Why are you giving her your money? 2 whole bags of copper coins. How long could that last you? Chen Ping'an retorted, it's my money. What concern is it of yours? Lu Xianying argued, your money is my money. ISNT it. Think about it. If I borrowed money from you, would you have the audacity to demand repayment? Chen Ping'an fell silent, lost in thought. Lu Xianying realized his jest had been ill-timed and ceased speaking. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Chen Ping'an broke the silence, asking, Miss Ning, you really want to suffer any consequences from this? The girl in black glanced at the white-sheathed sword on the table and nodded, no problem. Then she could no longer hold back, exclaiming, for goodness sake, are you not tiresome? And you say you aren't a soft-hearted fool? Chen Ping'an chuckled. Lu Xianying pondered for a moment, but remained silent. The tall boy kept his thoughts to himself, thinking that the girl probably had never seen this other side of Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an was rarely difficult to converse with, but when he was, it was truly a challenge. Lu Xianying had witnessed it before. So had Song Jisin next door. Chapter 27. The finishing touch. Not long after Lu Xinying arrived at the Mud Bottle Alley, an unexpected visitor graced the narrow street. The elegant scholar Zhao Yao, who bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed teacher Qi Jingshun. Zhao Yao, the legitimate grandson of one of the four prominent families in the town, enjoyed a commendable reputation, especially in contrast to the idle and dissipated young rascals like Lu Jingshun. Unlike those frivolous scions, Zhao Yao had endeared himself to many elderly residents of the town, having rendered them kindness throughout his youth. While one might argue that this reflects the adage of renowned scholars gaining respect in the countryside, such a perspective perhaps overestimates Zhao Yao's intentions, revealing a somewhat petty mindset. After all, from the tender age of 10, he had consistently demonstrated a benevolent disposition, year after year, without the slightest hint of complacency. Even the elders who had watched him grow up on Fulu Street would nod in approval. Whenever they reprimanded their own offspring, they would inevitably cite Zhao Yao as an exemplar, which in turn left him with few true friends among his peers. The group surrounding Lu Jingshun cherished their freedom and had little interest in mingling with a bookish fellow who constantly recited lofty phrases. Imagine, for instance, their enthusiasm to sneak a peek at a charming widow, only to have someone nearby admonish them against such impropriety. Wouldn't that be a dreadful spoiler? In any case, young Zhao Yao had developed a preference for engaging with individuals outside Fulu Street over the years, traversing numerous alleys, save for Mud Bottle Alley, where resided Song Jisun, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel somewhat inadequate. If one were to consider friendships, Zhao Yao would likely acknowledge Song Jisun as his only true companion, despite the fact that he had consistently lost to him in their chess matches over the years. Yet, while the competitive spirit was strong, the desire to win did not overshadow his genuine admiration for Song Jisun's remarkable talent. Zhao Yao's sense of disappointment stemmed from an intuition that, despite their playful camaraderie and close interactions, Song Jisun had never regarded him as a true confidant. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisun's home before, upon catching sight of a particular residence, he instinctively knew it must be the abode of his friend, largely due to the elaborate couplets posted at the entrance. The characters were numerous and unmistakably penned by Song Jisun, whose style was so varied that each character seemed distinct. For instance, the characters for Riding the Wind flowed effortlessly, embodying a sense of freedom, while the character for Deep bore the water radical, suggesting profound meanings. The character for Strange, with its bold strokes, exuded an immense spirit, akin to thunderclaps, while the character for Nation was rendered with a calm and dignified grace, reminiscent of a sage in repose, devoid of any flaw. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Yao was so enraptured by the calligraphy that he nearly forgot to knock, leaning forward, mesmerized, feeling as though he were losing the courage to announce his presence. It was precisely because he practiced calligraphy diligently and had copied so many works that he understood the tremendous power, weight, and spirit encapsulated within those characters that in a moment of melancholy, Zhao Yao withdrew a small purse and, bending down, placed it at the door, preparing to leave without a word. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open unexpectedly, and he looked up to see Song Jisun, seemingly about to leave with his maid, Jigui, both engaged in light-hearted conversation. Feigning surprise, Song Jisun teased, "Zhao Yao, why such a grand gesture? What brings you here?" Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the purse, about to explain his intentions, when Song Jisun snatched it away with a grin, saying, "Ah, Zhao Yao has come bearing gifts. I shall accept it, but let it be known that I am a poor man. Without anything that might catch your fancy, the Tio come and go without reciprocity would be rather impolite, wouldn't it?" With a wry smile, Zhao Yao replied, "This purse is merely a token of farewell, a small parting gift, no need for any exchange." Song Jisun turned to his maid with a knowing smile, handing her the purse. "See, I told you Zhao Yao is the most courteous scholar in the town, didn't I?" After receiving the purse, the young maid held it close to her chest, her eyes squinting with joy as she slightly turned to bow, saying, "Thank you, young Master Zhao. My young master often says that a benevolent household reaps rewards, and those who do good have a bountiful field. Here, I wish you, young Master Zhao, soaring success and boundless achievements." Zhao Yao hastily returned the gesture, bowing in gratitude. I appreciate your kind words, Miss Ji Gue. Song Ji-sin, yawning and scratching the back of his head, remarked, Aren't you all tired? Ji Gue replied cheerfully, If every occasion could yield a purse of coins, I wouldn't tire from offering my blessings 1,000 times. Zhao Yao felt a bit embarrassed. I fear I may disappoint you, Miss Ji Gue. With a grand gesture, Song Ji-sin declared, Come, let us go drink. Zhao Yao's expression turned troubled, and Song Ji-sin pressed on. What a dullard! Studying only yields rigid rules. One must also learn the charms of a scholar's flair. Tentatively, Zhao Yao inquired, A small drink to lift the spirits? Song Ji-sin rolled his eyes. A grand revelry. Just as Zhao Yao was about to respond, Song Ji-sin pulled him into an embrace, dragging him away. As Ji Gue locked the door, a small lizard attempted to sneak out, only to be swiftly kicked back inside by her. As she passed by the adjacent house, she quietly tiptoed and glanced sideways, catching sight of Lu Xianying's tall figure, who noticed her and instantly broke into a radiant smile. Just as Lu Xianying was about to greet her, she averted her gaze and hurried away. The town boasted a tavern, albeit modest in size, yet its expenses were considerable. However, being a scion of the Zhao family and with a good reputation, the notoriously stingy tavern keeper, on this particular day, seemed to have an epiphany, thumping his chest and declaring that he would not accept a single coin, as it was an honor for his establishment to host 2 scholars. Instantly, Song Ji-sin grinned and extended his hand, demanding silver on the spot, prompting the tavern keeper to grumble about debt, promising to send a few jars of fine wine to Song Ji-sin the following day. Zhao Yao felt as though he could have dug a hole to hide in, for the keeper was all too familiar with the eccentric temperament of Master Song from Mud Bottle Alley and bore no real anger, personally escorting the 3 to a quiet corner on the 2nd floor with a view. Song Ji-sin and Zhao Yao exchanged few words. Song Ji-sin did not pressure Zhao Yao into drinking excessively, which puzzled the latter, who had braced himself for a wild evening. From the tavern's 2nd floor window, they could see the plaque of the 12-pillar arch clearly. Song Ji-sin asked, Is Teacher Qi truly not leaving the town with you? Zhao Yao nodded. He altered his plans at the last moment, deciding to remain at the academy to teach the penultimate lesson, knowing etiquette. Song Ji-sin mused. Then Teacher Qi is about to impart a profound truth, as Confucius taught the world that in the beginning, there was no law. The sages educated the masses through ritual, and in those times, rulers esteemed propriety, believing that deviation from ritual warranted punishment. Thus, law emerged, ritual, law, ritual, law. First ritual, then law. Zhao Yao, slightly inebriated, slurred. Do you think that is correct? And why does teacher not simply teach the final lesson, upholding ritual? Song Ji-sin answered evasively. Before leaving the town, it is like encountering mountain spirits and water ghosts. Believe it or not, as for how Teacher Qi teaches and how students listen. Let fate decide. Ji Gue also had a drink, her playful demeanor slightly tipsy, yet she remained oblivious to the imposing arch. The 12-pillar arch, with its stone bases depicting the 9 offspring of the dragon and other fantastical beasts, along with the white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, had long ceased to astonish the townsfolk, who had lived alongside them for generations. Zhao Yao, unable to suppress a burp, stood unsteadily and declared, As we part ways, I hope we meet again. Song Ji-sin reflected for a moment before rising as well, smiling. We will undoubtedly meet again, Zhao Yao. Do not fret about finding kindred spirits on your journey. With blurred vision, Zhao Yao earnestly replied, Song Ji-sin, may you depart the town soon. Who in the world does not recognize your talents? You will surely succeed. Song Ji-sin, clearly not taking it seriously, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this drunken talk. It tarnishes our dignity. After exiting the tavern, Zhao Yao and Song Ji-sin parted ways. Before leaving, emboldened by the drink, Zhao Yao hesitantly asked, Song Ji-sin, would you like to visit the residence of the official overseeing the kiln construction? I could persuade the gatekeeper. Song Ji-sin coldly spat out a single word, leave. With a heavy heart, Zhao Yao departed. As Ji Gue observed his retreating figure, she softly remarked, Young master, he meant well. Song Ji-sin scoffed. How often do the good intentions of so-called good people lead to disastrous outcomes? She pondered this tedious truth for a moment, then chose not to persist. Zhao Yao resided on Fulu Street in the northern part of the town, while Mud Bottle Alley lay to the west, where poorer households clustered. As Song Jisun walked beside his maid past the arch, she glanced up at the plaque that read, "Aiming for the stars," much like an elderly figure at dusk. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without revealing her teeth. Upon returning to the ancestral home on Fulu Street, Zhao Yao was informed by a servant that his grandmother awaited him in the study, insisting he attend immediately without delay. The young scholar, still reeking of alcohol, felt a wave of dread wash over him, but steeled himself and made his way to the study. The Zhao family, though affluent, maintained a low profile in the town, unlike the Liu family, whose arrogance was on full display, boasting of their scholarly lineage. The study was adorned with an antique charm. Standing beside a writing desk was an elderly matron, her hand gently caressing its surface, her weathered face a canvas of wistful reminiscence. Upon catching the scent of her grandson's intoxicating aroma wafting in from the door, she did not scold him. Rather, she beckoned him in with a smile, saying, "Yaoer, come in. Why linger at the threshold? It's just a bit of wine. What shame is there in a lad drinking? It's not as if you were drinking horse urine." With a wry smile, Zhao Yao stepped over the threshold and respectfully bowed to his grandmother, who, growing impatient, remarked, "Too much studying breeds this fault. Always adhering to rigid rules, leaving scholars ensnared in a perpetual cycle of frustration. Take your grandfather, for instance. He excelled in everything, yet when it came to discussing grand principles, he could drone on endlessly. It was truly vexing, especially with that air about him. I often felt like I could smash him with my cane." Suddenly, the old woman chuckled at her own words, laughter spilling forth. "Oh, how I nearly forgot. Back then, I had no need for a cane," she inquired. "So, were you drinking with that little white-eyed wolf, Song?" Zhao Yao sighed. "Grandmother, I want to know what your grandfather said." Zhao Yao quickly replied, "I would rather not." The matron, undeterred, continued, "Your grandfather once said, at such a young age, he possesses deep cunning. Alas, those who tarnish their ancestral reputation shall surely be this person." Then she pointed at Zhao Yao. "He also said, gentle, kind, humble, and frugal may seem unremarkable, yet this nurtures the vitality of my descendants. This must be my grandson." After finishing her words, she chuckled. That old man, forever sour, yet at last he spoke a kind word. Zhao Yao, puzzled, was about to speak when his grandmother sighed, lamenting, "Old age, old age." The young man retracted his words, smiling as he linked arms with his grandmother. "May you be blessed with longevity, dear grandmother. You still possess such youth." The old woman extended her withered palm and patted the back of her beloved grandson's hand. "Better than your grandfather, who, despite his studies, only spouted nonsense and never spoke a kind word." The young man replied, "Grandfather was indeed knowledgeable. Even Teacher Chi remarked that grandfather had a profound understanding of the meaning in his teachings." The matron immediately revealed her pride, unable to suppress her glee, yet feigning indifference with a haughty humph. "Of course, who do you think raised him?" Zhao Yao pressed his lips together, stifling a laugh. The matron guided Zhao Yao to a chair behind the writing desk, and the young man noticed a wooden carving of a sleeping dragon displayed atop it, lifelike in detail. However, upon closer inspection, he found that this azure dragon was missing its eyes. The matron picked up a brush, already saturated with ink, crafted from an old locust tree branch, and with trembling hands, presented it to her grandson. As Zhao Yao took the brush, he felt a weight on his shoulder, his grandmother's hand resting there, leading him to sit in the seat reserved for the head of the Zhao family. Stepping back solemnly, the matron declared, "Zhao Yao, take your seat. Today, you shall represent the Zhao ancestors and bestow the finishing touch upon the dragon." Before them lay a multitude of dilapidated clay deities, strewn across the overgrown ground, askew and neglected, forgotten by all. For centuries, this had been the case. Clay figures continued to fall into disrepair, and the townsfolk had long since ceased to regard them with reverence. Old men occasionally admonished their children to avoid this place for play, yet the children still delighted in games of hide and seek or chasing crickets. Perhaps, when these children grew old and frail, they too would caution their offspring against frolicking here, and thus the cycle would persist, generation after generation, without tempest or turmoil, mundane and unremarkable. Here the severed heads, broken torsos, and dismembered hands seemed to be haphazardly pieced together, barely maintaining their semblance of form. Yet even that was a mere facade that a lad in straw sandals hurried from Mud Bottle Alley, tightly clutching 3 coins meant for offerings. Upon arrival, he meandered about, murmuring to himself, and expertly located a statue, crouching down to survey the area. Finding no one around, he quietly slipped a coin into the cracked crevice of the deity. He then proceeded to find the second and third statues, performing the same ritual. Before departing, the boy stood alone amidst the lush greenery, hands clasped together, bowing his head in silent prayer, whispering, "May peace and safety be upon you. I hope you bless my parents in their next life so they do not suffer. That if possible, please tell them that I am doing well, and they need not worry." Chapter 28. The money-obsessed as dusk descended, Chen Ping'an returned to the quaint town, passing through the eastern city gate. The disheveled gatekeeper was still there, humming a tune, singing, "An inch of time is not to be trifled with. Wealth and glory can be forsaken." Perhaps startled by the hurried footsteps of the youth in straw sandals, the man opened his eyes, and upon locking gazes with the boy, his enthusiasm waned drastically. Recognizing the debt collector before him, he waved his hand dismissively, grumbling, go on. Your precious time is worth naught, and as for those 4 characters, wealth and glory, if you can even claim a single one, consider yourself fortunate." After Chen Ping'an dashed past, he raised his hand high, fingers splayed, shaking it vigorously. It was evidently a reminder to the gatekeeper that there lay a 5-win connection between them. The man spat contemptuously, muttering, "Not worth much either." The youthful figure soon vanished, and the gatekeeper glanced up at the cerulean, crystal-clear sky, akin to a lovely glaze. Rubbing his stubbled chin, he mused, "Mr. Chi once recited a line of poetry. What was it? Good things glazed." A bullock cart ambled out of the town, carrying a well-regarded scholar clad in a blue robe, with a dull-looking middle-aged driver. The gatekeeper immediately waved, laughing heartily. "Yao Gur, don't rush off just yet. I have a thought brewing within me. Only remembering good things, glazed, and can't recall the rest. You, my learned friend, enlighten me." The spirited Zhao Yao, cradling a satchel, proclaimed, "In this world, good things are not enduring. Colorful clouds easily disperse, and glass is fragile." The gatekeeper gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of Yao Gur, your knowledge is exceptional. When you find success in the future, do not forget to return to visit your old brother. Perhaps you could even take the place of your teacher and educate the children of our town. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Zhao Yao blinked in surprise, then cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, elder brother." In a fit of joy, the gatekeeper pulled out an embroidered pouch from his sleeve, flicked his wrist, and tossed it high to the scholar, grinning widely. "After all these years of having you write so many couplets, it's only right to reward you. You're a good lad, never finding it troublesome that I've never been wrong in judging character. May you have a smooth journey." Zhao Yao swiftly caught the money pouch, replying, "Until we meet again." The gatekeeper nodded with a smile, waving at the young man's cart, only to mutter to himself, "It's tough." The youth in straw sandals walked deeper into the town, while Zhao Yao's cart ventured forth into the vastness beyond. They passed each other like ships in the night. Seated on a tree stump, the gatekeeper counted on his fingers. The boy from the Great Sway with the golden carp in a bamboo basket, the son of the widow from Mud Bottle Lane, plus Yao Gur from Fortune and Prosperity Street. That's already 3. But there are so many more to come. If they all come crashing in, won't I be left with nothing but the scraps? Perhaps I should find a dutiful disciple who can give me a shoulder rub. He rubbed his weathered, dark cheeks and chuckled. If only I could find a lovely young disciple, graceful and charming. Well, I could overlook a less-than-perfect face, but her legs must be long. This notorious bachelor of the town clasped his hands behind his head, gazing skyward, delighting in his own thoughts. As he pondered these cheerful matters, his worries dissipated, leaving him to bask in the beauty of the world around him. Before departing Mud Bottle Lane, Chen Ping'an had arranged with Lu Xianying and the girl in black to meet directly at Lu's residence. When Chen Ping'an arrived at Lu's home, the door was ajar. He pushed it open and entered the main hall, where he found Lu Xianying diligently cleaning and polishing a family heirloom armor with a pristine cloth. The girl in black, Miss Ning, had donned her translucent veil again, a sword sheathed in a snow-white scabbard casually held in her hand. For reasons unknown, Chen Ping'an sensed that Miss Ning harbored some disdain for the sword. The family heirloom armor, supposedly a treasure, appeared to Chen Ping'an to be grotesque and terrifying. The enormous armor was riddled with iron protrusions resembling gnarled tree knots, and 5 deep claw marks ran diagonally from the left shoulder down to the right waist. The two youths could hardly fathom what kind of monstrous beast could have inflicted such horror. In later years, the court prohibited the common folk from venturing into the mountains to gather firewood or charcoal, and Chen Ping'an found it peculiar that despite its hideousness, Lu Xianying held the armor in genuine esteem, treating it as a cherished family heirloom. Over the years, he had only shown it to Chen Ping'an once, carefully returning it to its red lacquered box after a brief moment. However, noticing Lu Xianying's frequent glances at the girl in black, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of relief. Lu Xianying had always been this way, unable to control his gaze when encountering a beautiful woman. Yet his admiration was not born of genuine affection. Rather, it stemmed from a desire to show off that in the past, during summer days on the corridor bridge, when young girls would pass by carrying seedlings or leading yellow cows, Lu Xianying would inevitably perform his little routine. First, he would scramble up the large blue stone on the riverbank, then loudly clear his throat, as if to announce to the world, and finally, he would plunge into the water with a splash. With keen perception, Chen Ping'an could easily discern the girls' reactions from afar. Their expressions, the rolling of their eyes, whispers of disdain. Most merely ignored him altogether. None ever looked upon him with admiration, thinking him a heroic figure. Of course, Lu Xianying later became infatuated with Song Jisen's maid, Ji Gui, and inexplicably fell deeply for her. After that, it seemed as if no other beautiful woman existed in his eyes. Even now, as he flaunted his connection with the girl in black, he likely hoped that the proud and aloof maiden would not underestimate him, thinking that simply wielding a sword and dagger made her superior. His family heirloom was, after all, unique to their town. Once Miss Ning arrived, she surveyed the surroundings and laid the sword horizontally on an old, ornate cabinet adorned with painted flowers. The colorful paint was peeling and faded. Tio makes space for the sword. She moved several jars and trinkets aside and discovered a pattern embedded in the back of the cabinet. A golden osmanthus tree under a full moon. Turning to her companions, she said, "The sword stays here. Do not touch it. The consequences will be yours to bear, and I am not jesting." Lu Xianying, absorbed in polishing the armor, occasionally exhaled onto it, gently rubbing it with his arm, clearly enjoying the task. Chen Ping'an promised, "I won't." The girl addressed Lu Xianying, saying, "This cabinet may not be valuable, but do not sell this inlaid picture of the golden osmanthus lightly." Without looking up, Lu Xianying replied, "That thing has never appealed to me. If you fancy it, feel free to scrape it off yourself." Miss Ning, clearly not intending to destroy anything, asked curiously, "What material is this pattern made of?" Lu Xianying glanced back. "It's been here for several hundred years." "How would I know? Even my grandfather couldn't tell you." Chen Ping'an softly interjected, "It should be stones collected from the creek. They come in various colors, but Lu Xianying's ancestors must have only selected the golden ones, crushed and glued together. We call these stones snake gall stones." Miss Ning inquired, "Stones? Are they plentiful in the creek?" Chen Ping'an chuckled. "If you wish, I could gather you a large basketful in a day, and no one here cares for them. Only Gukan likes them and often goes alone to collect them." With a sigh, Miss Ning gazed deeply at the impoverished youth of Mud Bottle Lane, a poor soul living on mountains of gold and silver. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. "Are these stones worth anything outside?" She adjusted her veil and replied, "The value depends on who possesses them. Moreover, even in the hands of knowledgeable individuals, it still depends on luck that if luck is on your side, one stone is enough. If not, a mountain of stones may yield nothing. Regardless, they are indeed valuable, though whether they can be taken out of the town is crucial." Lu Xianying chimed in, "These stones have a peculiar characteristic. Once removed from the creek, they fade in color when exposed to wind and sunlight, especially after rain or snow. Beyond that, there's not much else to note. Miss Ning lamented, as expected. Chen Ping'an hesitated. What if I go and gather a large basket tomorrow to give it a try? There might be exceptions. She shook her head. It would be meaningless to me. Lu Xianying had already stowed the armor safely away in the room. Now leaning against the door, chuckling, Chen Ping'an is quite the money grubber. Perhaps I'll head to the creek tonight to gather stones. Miss Ning tossed a parting remark. I'm leaving. As she reached the door, she turned and asked, the hairpin and the prescription I will keep safe for you. However, you must return to Mud Bottle Lane tomorrow to help brew the medicine. Chen Ping'an nodded. No problem. After a moment's thought, her expression grew serious as she cautioned. Among the outsiders who entered the town around the same time as I did, the most formidable is likely the old man from Xinjiang Mountain. He came specifically to escort a little girl. Next is the great Sui official who injured me, followed by Lu Jimiao, who took Gukan away. The woman with the hidden dagger in her smile should not be underestimated either. Thus, if you encounter the old man from Xinjiang Mountain, do your utmost to avoid conflict, but if a confrontation arises, just delay and do not engage. Do not harbor any false hopes. You must hold out until I arrive. Lu Xianying murmured. On our turf, these unfamiliar outsiders wouldn't dare to kill, would they? Chen Ping'an cast him a glance and nodded. They would. Lu Xianying swallowed hard. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an asked, do you remember what Taoist Lu, the fortune teller, said to you? Lu Xianying felt a headache coming on, scratching his head as he recalled. I can't remember clearly. All I know is it was some unpleasant, ominous talk. He mentioned something about great misfortune and burning incense. A jumble of nonsense that I thought he was just spouting drivel to swindle money. Chen Ping'an turned to the girl in black. She snapped. If he can't remember the divination, how can I interpret it for him? Does he think I'm a deity? Chen Ping'an was perplexed, unable to grasp why Miss Ning had suddenly become so irate. With determined strides, she exited the house, moving with far more urgency than when she arrived. As she walked through the spacious alley, the thought crossed her mind. Should she take the time to find a few books to devour? Imagining herself traversing the world, effortlessly severing heads with her flying sword, and then reciting a few impassioned verses. Even if no one was around, she felt an undeniable thrill. Just as she was lost in her daydreams, a familiar figure rushed past her. See you tomorrow, Miss Ning. By the time the voice reached her ears, the figure was nearly at the end of the alley. The youth in straw sandals with a basket slung over his shoulder was striding away with purpose. The girl stood frozen, murmuring to herself, is there really such a money-obsessed person? Chapter 29. The enchantress the young boy trod upon the scattered starlight, departing the small town and making his way towards the brook. Though enveloped in the night, Chen Ping'an's pace was no slower than during the day. He intentionally circumvented the section of the covered bridge where the water was at its deepest, for there the brook swelled far above the levels of other areas. Instead, he chose a stretch of water that barely reached his knees. He unfastened a large bamboo basket from his back, bent down to retrieve a smaller bamboo basket concealed within, and secured it tightly to his waist. After removing his straw sandals and rolling up his trousers, he waded into the water to feel for stones. The wound on his left hand, inflicted by a shard of porcelain, still throbbed painfully, preventing him from submerging it. Thus, he could only use his right hand to sift through the brook, which, despite the dry riverbed, however, as Lu Xianying had remarked, their colors would fade significantly over time. Now, having gleaned some insight from the dark-clad girl, Chen Ping'an found it easy to comprehend that these stones were akin to the soil he had once traversed with old Yao over mountains and valleys. At first glance, the ordinary dirt, even when separated by a mere mountain, could yield distinctly different flavors upon tasting. Old Yao had spoken of this phenomenon as the tree moves and the person thrives. The soil moves and becomes Buddha. A handful of dirt, once removed from its original land, would quickly lose its essence. The brook remained nameless, and the stones therein, varying in size from the size of a fist to that of a thumb, lay in a cacophony of colors. To the townsfolk accustomed to their tranquil presence in the clear water for generations, they were nothing extraordinary. Anyone attempting to carry these stones home would likely be deemed foolish, wasting energy when they could be laboring in the fields. As Chen Ping'an bent to wade through the water, he continued to shift and overturn the larger stones at the brook's bottom. He had already collected 7 or 8 stones, each reasonably sized and distinct in hue. Some bore the golden hue of autumn oranges, while others were pale and tender like an infant's skin. Some were pitch black and glossy, and others as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. The predominant color, however, was a shade of green akin to that of shrimp shells, with varieties aplenty. These stones, colloquially known as serpent gallstones, were generally small, smooth, and heavy in the hand. If held aloft in the sunlight or illuminated by candlelight at midnight, the intricate textures and patterns within the stones became evident, resembling delicate serpentine forms. Observed from a distance, their surfaces shimmered like fish scales or snake skin. After nearly an hour, Chen Ping'an's wastebasket was almost full. He retraced his steps to the bank where he had left his sandals and basket, first gathering several handfuls of reeds, wild celery, and foxtail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. He then placed the stones one by one into the basket, hoisting his sandals and securing the basket to his waist as he ascended the bank. Upon reaching the previous spot he had turned back from, he set down his sandals and basket, returning to the brook to continue turning over stones. After filling half the basket, Chen Ping'an straightened, gazing up at the starry sky, hoping to witness a shooting star streak across the night. However, it appeared that fortune was not on his side this evening. Regaining his focus, he continued to employ the faint starlight and his keen eyesight to engage in the endeavors befitting a treasure seeker. With each successful retrieval of a stone, a wave of joy surged within him. For the young boy, each stone represented a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed nearly half a basket of stones, totaling around 80, the largest of which exceeded the size of his fist, its colors strikingly vivid, akin to a cluster of bloodstone. This impressive stone bore no blemishes or cracks to that moment. As Chen Ping'an walked along the bank towards the next stretch of the brook, he idly toyed with a medium-sized serpent gall stone, its pale green hue notably lighter than the plum green found in the town's ceramics, smooth and delightful to the touch. Chen Ping'an approached the towering azure stone cliff, a favored bathing spot for the town's children during the sweltering summer days. The water beneath the cliff was particularly deep, with the deepest pit measuring twice his height, a location second only to the deep pool beneath the covered bridge. The adept swimmer among them, he relished the competition to see who could remain submerged the longest. His choice of this deep pit stemmed from past experiences with Lu Xianyang, where they had discovered an abundance of serpent gall stones at the bottom. On one occasion, in a display of his swimming prowess, Lu Xianyang had even floated to the surface with a serpent gall stone tucked under his arm, which Chen Ping'an recalled to be at least the size of Gu Qian's head. The stone was slightly translucent and white, speckled with vibrant red dots, reminiscent of frozen peach petals. Lu Xianyang had deemed this act significant and requested Chen Ping'an to help him carry the sizable stone home. However, upon reaching the town, the tall youth lost interest and left Chen Ping'an to dispose of it himself. As Chen Ping'an entered Mud Bottle Alley, he noticed the young girl, Zhige, inexplicably trailing behind him, her gaze fixated on the stone in his arms, her expression akin to that of someone eyeing a meat bun from the vendors on Apricot Blossom Alley. Unable to withstand her longing gaze, he ultimately gifted her the stone, only for her to struggle initially with its weight, nearly injuring her foot. Chen Ping'an then had no choice but to carry it to Song Jisen's courtyard, and he remained oblivious to the stone's fate thereafter. The stone was as pure as water, with peach blossoms adrift within, just like the rain-soaked peach blossoms from the alley beyond Peach Leaf Lane, vibrant and lush. Until this very day, Chen Ping'an had been entirely unaware of the extraordinary nature of such stones. Nonetheless, he had always felt in his heart that the large stone was genuinely beautiful. With a sigh, Chen Ping'an abruptly halted 30 paces away. Perched upon the green stone cliff, sat a girl in azure attire, her cheeks puffed out as she continued to stuff her mouth with food. The first impression that struck Chen Ping'an was that the girl must be akin to a starving ghost, pitifully famished in the dead of night. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against approaching her, fearing he might disturb her midnight snack. Yet he did not turn away entirely, for he had resolved to take a chance in the water pit tonight. Aiming to feel for a stone or two with repetition, success would surely follow. And besides, the serpent gall stones in this pit were larger and more vibrantly colored than those in other parts of the brook. Though Chen Ping'an's swimming skills were not on par with Lu Xianyang's, they were still commendable, that he had not anticipated that the unfamiliar girl would eat continuously, moving from one morsel to another without pause, her cheeks perpetually swollen. Burdened with the weight of the half-filled bamboo basket, he realized that the act of searching for stones would require strength, prompting him to lean sideways and set the basket down on the ground. He underestimated the girl's keen hearing. The moment he released the basket, she suddenly perked up her ears, her gaze snapping in his direction. Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, unable to simply say, "Please take your time eating," and instead offered an awkward smile. The girl appeared somewhat dazed, belching twice before seeming to choke momentarily. She quickly straightened her posture and began to pat her chest vigorously. It was then that Chen Ping'an noticed her youth. From her neck down, the scenery was truly remarkable, rivaling many women who had borne children. Her garments clung tightly to her form. Hastily averting his gaze, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. The girl then remembered she had a water flask, turning her back to Chen Ping'an as she took a generous swig, finally able to breathe easily. The youth, still holding his straw sandals, had but a simple thought. The fabric of the girl's clothing must be of fine quality, for it could withstand such vigor. The azure-clad girl continued her consumption, this time with more restraint, her cheeks less exaggerated as she lowered her head to nibble delicately, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the peculiar town boy. Her almond-shaped eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, held a slight upward tilt at the corners, giving her an air of youthful charm. It seemed she was silently inquiring about him, as if to ask, "What's the matter? Are you not continuing on your way?" Chen Ping'an, feeling somewhat helpless, pointed towards the brook beyond the cliff and called out, "I'm not just passing through. I intend to go into the water over there." She regarded the slender youth without uttering a word. Chen Ping'an hastily picked up a stone from the basket, reiterating, "I'm going to collect these stones from the brook." Suddenly, the girl seemed to recall something of importance, raising a finger to her lips to signal Chen Ping'an to be silent. She then shifted her position, clearly indicating that she would not obstruct his descent into the water to gather stones. Chen Ping'an, feeling compelled, hoisted the basket onto his back and steeled himself to approach. Fortunately, the azure stone cliff was expansive enough to accommodate more than 10 people, and the girl had already taken a seat at the edge, her legs no longer stretched out but rather folded in a neat cross. On her lap rested an open bundle, overflowing with an assortment of pastries, resembling a small mountain, of which she had only consumed a small portion thus far. Chen Ping'an set down his sandals, basket, and bamboo container. Initially considering plunging into the water bare-chested at this late hour, he thought better of it, given the presence of a stranger nearby, and he worried about the possibility of her screaming or worse, being discovered by her elders, which would surely result in severe consequences for him. Approaching the cliff's edge, he took a deep breath and dove into the water. Soon, he surfaced with a stone the size of his palm, regrettably not a serpent gallstone. He wiped his face and descended once more. After several attempts, he finally grasped a dark green serpent gallstone. Soaked to the bone, he climbed back onto the cliff, depositing the stone in his basket before plunging back into the water. Throughout this time, the girl remained turned away, preoccupied with her food. In less than half an hour, Chen Ping'an had already procured 7 or 8 stones. Aside from the first, which was darker in hue, the remaining stones were large and resplendent. On his final dive, he emerged not with a stone, but with a live fish, known in the town as stone slab fish. These fish preferred to hide beneath stones when encountering people, their flesh exceptionally flavorful. Typically, they measured only slightly longer than a finger, making this particular catch quite remarkable in size. Chen Ping'an had previously encountered a few while exploring the pit's crevices, but had released them in favor of the stones. This time, an idea struck him. If he could catch a dozen fish tonight, he could prepare a delicious fish soup for Miss Ning the following day. Upon surfacing, he tossed the fish into the bamboo basket casually. The second time he emerged with a fish, he suddenly noticed the girl crouched beside the basket, her gaze fixated on the solitary fish within, her face alight with excitement, reminiscent of Ji Gui's expression upon discovering the stone years ago. Chen Ping'an dropped the second stone slab fish into the basket. The girl slowly lifted her head. The barefooted youth had already turned to make his way back to the brook. The moment she heard the splash, she swiftly reached into the basket, her hand seizing a fish, her expression not far from the covered bridge. The original structure had been a stone arched bridge spanning the brook for 3,000 years, beneath which lay a rusted iron sword pointing toward a bottomless emerald pool. The crab archway, supported by 12 legs, and the dilapidated mud sculpture scattered among the grasses outside the ancestral hall, along with the northern porcelain mountain, where the shoddy porcelain deemed substandard by generations of officials had been smashed to pieces, were but a few of the oddities. She had gleaned much of the backstory through her travels with her father since childhood, earning her a well-deserved reputation as a worldly individual. However, when Chen Ping'an surfaced for the third time, his hands empty, the girl remained crouched beside the basket, her hands furtively rubbing the edge. She looked up at the barefoot youth as he approached, her gaze akin to that of common folk beholding a deity. Chen Ping'an felt a sense of discomfort under her peculiar scrutiny and tentatively asked, "Do you want these fish?" The girl instinctively nodded vigorously. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Then you can have these 3. I'll catch more later." She blinked her eyes and broke into a radiant smile, an enchanting charm radiating from her. The Dark Room, 8 ebooks www.8080txt. Chen Ping'an was well acquainted with such a gaze, reminiscent of how he viewed Lu Xianyang in his childhood. At that time, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in the vicinity of Xinghua Alley and Nipping Alley, catching snakes, birds, and fish, as if there were no feats beyond his capabilities. Eventually, those peers who once trailed behind Lu Xianyang either apprenticed at the Dragon Kiln or dispersed to various small shops in the town as clerks, or assisted relatives with accounting. As Song Jisun remarked, only those lacking ambition would resort to farming for sustenance. In the end, the only one left still mingling with Lu Xianyang was him. Chen Ping'an presented 3 stone slab fish to the girl, threading them together. She received the string of fish, lifted it slightly, and found it rather light, feeling it would hardly suffice for a dish of green pepper fish. She tilted her head and glanced at the small waterhole, filled with anticipation. Understanding her unspoken wish, Chen Ping'an expressed his apologies, saying, "The next fish I catch will be used to make soup for a friend to nourish him. I cannot give them to you." The girl pointed to a nearby open package, suggesting she could exchange some pastries for the fish. Chen Ping'an shook his head with a smile, replying, "That won't do. Pastries are delicious and can fill your stomach, but they cannot compare to the nourishment of fish soup." The girl nodded, not pressing the issue, and quietly returned to her spot, carefully placing the fish at her feet before continuing her endeavor of sitting idle and consuming the mountains. Although Chen Ping'an was curious about her identity, he refrained from prying. Her attire did not resemble that of a refined lady from Fulu Street or Taiyao Alley. Rather, she bore some resemblance to the neighboring child Jige, delicate and not particularly talkative. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of concern. Could she be a maid who had stolen something from her home to eat? He had heard that the rules in those grand households were quite severe. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisun often enjoyed speaking in jest. Yet this particular matter was an exception. Lu Xianyang's account was rather alarming, stating that if a maid walked improperly within those high-walled estates, the sharp-eyed steward could have her legs broken and tossed into the street to await her demise. Song Jisun, however, claimed Lu Xianyang exaggerated, explaining that while the maids indeed walked as silently as cats, it wasn't as dire as Lu portrayed at that moment. Upon catching sight of the secretly amused maid Jige, Lu Xianyang had erupted in anger, berating Song Jisun, "What nonsense! Can your geese even talk?" Ultimately, Chen Ping'an managed to catch 7 or 8 stone slab fish, the bamboo basket teetering under their weight. The pale-faced youth recognized he was nearing his limit. The cold spring water seeped into his bones, exacerbated by the wounds on his left hand. After his final ascent to the shore, he swiftly descended the green stone cliff, diving into the grassy thicket by the stream, creating a rustling sound. Before long, he emerged with 3 or 4 types of grass, many roots still caked with soil, a sizable handful in his palm that he picked up a common stone and returned to a natural depression on the cliff, about the size of his palm. After drying and cleaning it, he began to gently pound the herbs, soon transforming them into a green paste, the juice exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of wild grasses by the spring waters. With his back to the girl, Chen Ping'an inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he commenced unraveling the cotton cloth from his left hand. Sweat quickly beaded on his forehead, mingling with the icy stream water that slid down from his hair. The gruesome wound, though improved from its earlier state of exposed bone, remained a ghastly sight. Chen Ping'an had not anticipated his left hand would come into contact with the stream. Thus he had not prepared any cloth strips. His mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of snake gallstones for profit and catching fish for soup, only now realizing the significant oversight he had made. The youth found himself slightly dazed when suddenly a hand appeared before him, offering several clean, dry strips of cloth. It turned out the girl in the green attire had torn a piece from her sleeve unbeknownst to him. With a grim smile, Chen Ping'an, disregarding pleasantries, applied the herbal paste to his palm's wound, brought it to his mouth, bit down on one end, and wrapped it around his hand, tying it off after 2 complete rotations. Each movement was methodical, akin to a butterfly flitting around a branch, leaving bystanders dazzled. Once the binding was complete, Chen Ping'an slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat from his brow, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The girl in the green attire, squatting nearby, gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, her expression one of admiration. Chen Ping'an pointed to his own eyes, managing a wry smile as he confessed, "In truth, the pain has brought me to tears." The girl turned to glance at the large basket and the green bamboo fish trap he had woven, a hint of confusion apparent. Chen Ping'an, feeling awkward, explained, "Those stones can earn money, and catching fish is quite important." The girl seemed to understand somewhat, but remained silent, her gaze vacant, her attention drifting to the shimmering stream. The gentle water caressed the stones jutting from the surface, creating a soothing sound to at that moment. The stars sparkled above, the world was silent, and it felt as if only the young man and woman existed in this realm. Chen Ping'an's body gradually calmed, his previously hurried breaths beginning to slow, transforming into a long, languid rhythm, akin to a stream that had calmed after a torrential flood. This subtle transformation went unnoticed by the youth, occurring so naturally, as if the water had simply found its course. Aware that he could not remain exposed to the brisk early spring wind for too long in his damp clothes, Chen Ping'an resolved to return to the town and change into dry garments. Although the boy had no understanding of the medical texts regarding health and pathology, he had developed a keen instinct regarding the changes of the seasons and his body's adaptation to them, born from a lifelong fear of illness. Consequently, he quickly donned his grass sandals, secured the fish trap around his waist, slung the basket over his shoulder, and waved goodbye to the girl in green with a smile, saying, "I'm off now. You should return home early as well." As Chen Ping'an descended the stone cliff, he couldn't help but turn back to remind her, "The water near the corridor bridge is particularly deep. Do be careful not to slip. When you head home, it's best to stick to the side near the rice fields. Even if you fall, getting muddy is better than plunging into the stream." As he spoke, Chen Ping'an suddenly realized his words sounded rather ominous, akin to the superstitious curses often uttered by the women of Mud Bottle Alley. He quickly shut his mouth, ceasing his chatter, and quickened his pace toward the north and the town. The basket felt heavy, yet the boy was unusually elated. After unraveling the knot in his heart, for the first time, Chen Ping'an felt a genuine determination to live well, to truly thrive. For instance, he wanted to have money, enough to buy uniquely scented spring festival couplets, intricately painted door gods, and to indulge in the meat buns from Madame Mao's shop. Ideally, he would also acquire a cow, perhaps even raise a flock of chickens like his neighbor Song Ji-sin. Meanwhile, the girl in green tirelessly continued her mountain digging, her expression serious and earnest. Each time she picked up a new pastry, it was as though she were confronting a formidable foe. Just as she grappled with a piece of peach blossom cake, she suddenly froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Instead of fleeing, she opened her mouth wide and hastily devoured a substantial portion of the cake, then clapped her hands and sat there, resigned. Unbeknownst to her, a man had appeared, not tall in stature, but exuding a sturdy and robust aura, one that did not suggest he was merely a rustic farmer. His piercing gaze was too intense for one to meet directly. The man looked at the remnants of the flowery patterned package, displaying a helpless expression that he contemplated reprimanding his daughter, but hesitated, silently observing her stubborn demeanor that seemed ready to accept the consequences of her mistakes, making him feel as though the man wished to utter words to ease the tension, perhaps suggesting, "If you're hungry, you can eat over at the Jinlu cottage. After that, I'll take you to the town tomorrow." However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, his naturally reserved disposition held him back. It was as if every word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering him speechless, unsure how to comfort his daughter. At that moment, The man felt less capable than the boy in grass sandals, for at least the boyish presence kept his daughter from being overly anxious. The girl suddenly lifted her head, asking, "Father, why didn't you take him on as an apprentice?" Her initiative to speak brought the man a sense of relief. Although his face remained stern, he settled beside her, explaining, "That boy has a good temperament, but his potential is lacking. Even if I took him in, he would soon find himself distanced from his peers, and no amount of effort would close that gap. If another Lu Shixiang were to emerge, what would be the point?" The girl's expression darkened, though it was unclear if it was due to the mention of Lu Shixiang or the fleeting encounter with the boy in grass sandals. The man hesitated, deciding against concealing the truth to prevent her from straying down the wrong path or thwarting the sage's plans. Moreover, this lad is too ordinary to die in our town. He stands out as peculiar. Sure, you might not realize, but his destined porcelain was shattered long ago, leaving him akin to a wandering spirit, devoid of ancestral protection. Consequently, various subtle oddities occur around him, which is why Song Jisin and that woman chose to be his neighbors. Otherwise, with Song Jisin's status, he wouldn't even be able to reside on Falu Street, would he? That is clearly impossible. The girl pondered thoughtfully. "Father, are you suggesting he is like bait?" The man ruffled her hair. "Something like that." He then chuckled. "If we, as father and daughter, weren't the most unconcerned sword cultivators regarding external matters, opportunities, and fate, I might have considered keeping him close to see if it could bring you some benefits." The girl appeared somewhat sullen, her spirits low. The man sighed. "Sure, my words may be rough, but they carry truth. Do not take offense." The girl remained in a languid state, lacking energy. The man contemplated, gesturing toward the distant corridor bridge that spanned the stream like a black dragon. The construction of that bridge was a monumental effort by the Delhi dynasty, solely to suppress that unassuming iron sword. Imagine 3,000 years hence, a masterless sword, fragmented and nearly forgotten, still requires such an immense cost to suppress its remaining essence. All that is sought is merely a moment of respite for it. The girl responded with a soft "oh," her head drooping, her gaze wandering toward the mountain's foot, mindlessly echoing, "Impressive indeed." The man found the situation both amusing and exasperating, rubbing his forehead. In the grand scheme of things, sustenance reigned supreme. However, the childless mother was not such a woman. Leaving him to ponder which of their traits she had inherited, he patted his daughter's shoulder gently, speaking softly, "I must go meet someone. Take your time to eat. No one will snatch it from you." The girl suddenly raised her head, grasping her father's arm, her wrist adorned with a radiant red bracelet that shimmered, resembling a dragon coiling around her wrist. The man felt a swell of warmth. "At least you still possess some conscience. Fear not. I am merely going to see Mr. Chi." The girl released his arm, immediately seizing the pastries and devouring them eagerly. The man, unable to contain his frustration, finally muttered, "Eat, eat, eat. That Lou Brad is indeed a troublemaker, but he isn't entirely wrong. Sooner or later, you'll become a plump little dumpling. Who would dare marry you then? Shall I become a son-in-law instead?" The girl paused in her consumption, cradling the pastries in her hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The man, feeling defeated, turned and fled, not forgetting to scold himself as he departed. This pattern always repeated, time and again, culminating in failure, that in the dead of night, Chen Ping'an sprinted back to Lu Xianyang's residence. Upon unlocking the door, he could hear the thunderous snoring of that fellow. What a carefree soul! If it were him, Chen Ping'an knew he wouldn't sleep soundly tonight. He first set the basket and fish trap down in the kitchen built in the courtyard, then hurried to Lu Xianyang's room to change into fresh clothing. Afterward, he returned to the kitchen to tend to the stone slab fish, gutting and cleaning them before placing them in a pristine porcelain dish, covering them with another to deter snakes, rats, and insects. Chen Ping'an then selected 5 or 6 of the most promising snake gallstones from the basket and carried them to his sleeping quarters. That he also took a glance at the long sword that Miss Ning had left on the shelf. It remained quietly lying there. Having completed these tasks, Chen Ping'an finally lay down in bed, his body gradually warming up, yet his eyes remained bright. That on one hand, the pain in his left hand throbbed. On the other, he felt no drowsiness. The true reason, however, lay in his awareness that he understood the unreasonableness of the outsiders better than Lu Xianyang did. The youth dared not succumb to a deep slumber. Thus he spent the night awake, attentively listening for sounds from both the courtyard gate and the door of the house. As dawn approached, Chen Ping'an rose and made his way to the kitchen, preparing to fetch 2 buckets of water from the iron well in Xinghua Alley. A drowsy Lu Xianyang, cocooned in his blankets, peered out with only his head visible. Upon hearing a slight noise, he groggily called out, "Chen Ping'an, why are you up so early? Where are you going?" Chen Ping'an replied irritably, "To fetch water." Lu Xianyang shouted back, "If you see Jigui, tell her I said hello." Chen Ping'an, uninterested, made to leave the courtyard when Lu Xianyang added, "Chen Ping'an, as long as you're willing to help, I'll help you find stones in the waterhole later." Chen Ping'an beamed, "Sounds good." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes, retreating back under the blankets, muttering, "What an ungrateful fellow. Only this trick works on you." On the stone steps of the corridor bridge sat a middle-aged scholar, who had remained there until dawn. As the first light of day broke, he looked up and smiled softly. In a millennium of darkness, a single lamp brings forth illumination. Chapter 31. The mountain knock. When Chen Ping'an arrived at the iron lock well, carrying a water bucket, he passed by several breakfast stalls in Xinghua Lane, and his stomach began to grumble without so much as a greeting. However, with his pockets feeling rather light, the young lad could only muster the courage to queue up for water. Ahead of him were 3 households, and just as it was his turn, Jigui suddenly barged in with a small water bucket, causing immediate discontent. Though no one resorted to outright curses, their remarks were far from pleasant, especially from an old hunchbacked woman known as Granny Ma. She had 2 sons who were quite accomplished, each owning a dragon kiln. Although their kilns were rather small and ranked at the bottom among dozens, in the context of Xinghua Lane, it was considered a prestigious household. For reasons unknown, Granny Ma had a tumultuous relationship with her 2 daughters-in-law, who had long since moved to Taiya Lane, leaving her to live alone in the ancestral home in Xinghua Lane. In the eyes of Chen Ping'an and Lu Yangxian's generation, Granny Ma was a fearsome elder, known for her sharp tongue and stingy nature. In the depths of winter, she would hoard the snow that accumulated outside her gate, and if any child dared to use the snow in front of her house for a snowball fight or removed an icicle from her roof, she would chase them down the street with a broom, scolding them without fatigue. In the past, only Gu Kan's mother could suppress Granny Ma's arrogance among the narrow streets on the west side of the town. Now, it was said that the widow Gu had sought refuge with distant relatives of her deceased husband in their hometown, and Granny Ma, who had softened somewhat over the years, had suddenly regained her vigor, finding fault with everyone she encountered. When a maid from the Song family crossed her path, Granny Ma began her sarcastic tirade with a mocking tone, her voice mild yet insincere, as she engaged the nearby women in idle chatter, saying some young ladies were finally able to show their faces and mingle, as they could now walk without having to keep their legs together. It was indeed a joyous occasion, for they could finally be addressed as madam rather than maid. Chen Ping'an felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he couldn't send Jigui away, as they had been neighbors for many years. After filling 2 buckets of water for Lu Yangxian, he hurriedly fetched another bucket for her, eager to escape the clamor of the gossiping women. Seeing that the maid from the Song family pretended not to hear her, Granny Ma became even more infuriated. This was how masters and skilled practitioners clashed. The most fearsome situation was when the opponent refused to engage, leaving one with nowhere to land their strikes. In the past, whenever Granny Ma had quarreled, but this maid from Mud Bottle Lane was different. She remained silent each time, and yet the look in her eyes as she departed was filled with a discomfort that irked Granny Ma to no end. The old woman was tempted to strike her, especially since the young men from the nearby lane seemed all too eager to dote on that shameless maid. Particularly vexing was her grandson, who, despite being perceived as a simpleton by outsiders, had recently begun to exhibit signs of madness in Granny Ma's eyes. He rambled incessantly about marrying the maid from Mud Bottle Lane, and even claimed he would punch a hole in the heavens to achieve it, When the infuriating girl showed no reaction, Granny Ma turned her ire towards the impoverished youth, hissing, "You worthless little wretch, living on borrowed time after causing your parents' demise. Knowing you're incapable of finding a wife, you shamelessly pursue someone else's maid. You truly are a match made in heaven, destined to rot together in this dump of a lane. Who knows, perhaps your offspring will reign supreme in Mud Bottle Lane one day." Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an bent down to place his burden down. However, before he could, Jige had already set her water bucket down and strode towards the audacious old woman. Without a word, the girl delivered a resounding slap that spun Granny Ma around, leaving her dazed, and it took the neighboring women's support to keep her from falling. Before Granny Ma could gather her wits, Jigue stepped forward again, delivering another slap and scolding, "You old hag, I put up with you for far too long." Granny Ma shook her head, fuming with rage, ready to retaliate. Yet, whether due to some misperception or the overly zealous support from the two nearby women, she found herself unable to break free, suffering a third humiliation as the maid struck her forehead with a curled finger, warning, "If you dare to insult again, I'll rip out your tongue. For every word you utter, I'll jab you with a needle." Granny Ma was petrified, momentarily forgetting to retort, let alone retaliate. The maid turned on her heel and quickly departed, only to find that the young neighbor had taken up her water bucket, smiling as they returned to Mud Bottle Lane together. Before Chen Ping'an could speak, she declared, "Don't thank me. My quarrel with her has nothing to do with you." Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. The girl, empty-handed, continued to murmur to herself, having no intention of reclaiming the water bucket from the grass, shoe-clad youth. Beside the iron lock well, Granny Ma sat on the ground wailing, "That little wretch deserves 1,000 curses. My life is so miserable. Why doesn't heaven strike that little harlot with lightning?" The girl walked lightly, her hands raised towards the sky in an odd gesture. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an, having been her neighbor for many years, found nothing strange about it. As they passed the breakfast stalls, Chen Ping'an spotted a familiar figure, a short girl clad in blue, purchasing freshly made meat buns, steam rising in fragrant wafts down the street. This morning, the sky was covered with thick clouds that hung low, resembling a wealthy family's thick quilt laid out to bask in the sun. Thunder rumbled overhead, and Granny Ma swiftly stood up, hurrying back home, her small bucket swaying precariously, spilling water all the way. It was likely she would return with less than half a bucket. Perhaps Granny Ma was aware that if heaven truly opened its eyes, the first bolt of lightning would most likely strike her. After hearing the thunder, Chen Ping'an looked up puzzled, for it didn't seem like rain was imminent. The girl cheerfully remarked, "My young master once said he read in a book that every early spring, a heavenly deity clad in golden armor beats drums in the clouds, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, intimidating all evil in order to celebrate the spring." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Your young master certainly reads a lot." The girl sighed. "He is good at everything except being a bit lazy and being fond of cursing at heaven. I think that is not right." Chen Ping'an, who had no habit of speaking ill of others, chose not to comment. Next door, Song Jisun had a peculiar temper that had persisted for many years, often cursing heaven and expressing grievances against it. Yet scholars had their own etiquette. On snowy nights or stormy days, when the sky was adorned with colorful clouds, these were the 3 occasions Song Jisun refrained from cursing. He believed it prudent to take advantage of heaven's momentary slumber to vent his frustrations, ensuring that heaven wouldn't be angered, thus allowing him to find relief while killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Noticing Chen Ping'an's silence, Ji Gue casually asked, "Did you not return home last night? Did you stay with Lu Yongxian?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "There were guests at home. It wasn't convenient." She then asked abruptly, "By the way, has Mr. Chi met you? Did he say anything?" Chen Ping'an countered, "Why do you ask?" She innocently smiled. "Just curious, because this morning when I went out to fetch water, I happened to run into Mr. Chi, who mentioned he was taking a morning stroll and asked if you were at home, so I answered truthfully." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "I coincidentally met Mr. Chi before. He spoke a few words of small talk, suggesting that I should have gone to the academy with Lu Yongxian back in the day. I could only say that my family was poor, and there was nothing I could do about it. Otherwise, I too would have liked to study." Jigui looked puzzled. "Is that so?" Chen Ping'an gazed into her eyes and playfully asked, "What else did you think?" She merely smiled in response. As they parted ways at the street corner, Zhigui took the water bucket and headed towards Mud Bottle Lane, while Chen Ping'an returned to Lu Yongxian's home. Afterward, he would need to go to the Eastern City Gate to collect family correspondence. Each letter cost a coin. Had he been able to engage in this trade earlier, given his stamina in traversing the mountains, he would have likely already saved enough for a wife. At the entrance of Mud Bottle Lane, Zhigui spotted her young master standing there, yawning. She hurried over, curious. "Young master, why are you out here?" Song Jisun leisurely stretched, responding with a lazy drawl. "It's boring to just stay put," she whispered. "Young master, when will the new supervising official return to the town? After that, can we go to the capital?" Song Jisun pondered. "That should be within 10 days or so." Zhigui hesitated, her small water bucket swaying in her hand. Song Jisun smiled and asked, "What is wrong?" "Are you troubled?" She timidly replied, "Young master, could I borrow that local county history book? Just for a night or two. I want to learn some characters so that when I get to the capital, I want to be looked down upon and embarrass you." Song Jisun chuckled. "There's nothing to be shy about. Just remember to wash your hands before turning the pages. You wouldn't want to soil the book, and be careful not to let candle wax drip on it. Other than that, there's nothing special to worry about." "It's just a worn-out book." Zhige beamed. "I thank you, young master." Song Jisun laughed heartily. Come, I'll help you carry the water." Zhigui stepped back, adopting a serious tone. "Young master, didn't we agree that gentlemen keep their distance from the kitchen? Such trivial matters are beneath you. If word gets out, I'll be the one ridiculed by the neighbors." Song Jisun chuckled in exasperation. "Rules, principles, and etiquette can be used to fool and frighten others, but I—" He paused, this scholar born from humble beginnings, choosing not to continue. She curiously asked, "What are you?" Song Jisun resumed his playful demeanor, pointing to himself. "I, young master, am just a farmer dividing a piece of land into rows and ridges, letting people sow seeds and irrigate, and then I simply await the harvest, year after year, that's all." She appeared bewildered. Song Jisun burst into laughter. Suddenly, he grew serious, addressing her earnestly. "Zhige, didn't Chen help you carry the water all the way here?" The maid nodded, her eyes innocent. The young man spoke with a weighty tone. "A sage once said that it is wrong to cherish the kindness of strangers as a rare treasure, while taking the efforts of close ones for granted and ignoring them." Zhigui remained perplexed. "Ah." The young man rubbed his chin, musing aloud. "How did she not catch my underlying meaning? How am I to respond? Well, I need to find a more clever and understanding little maid in the capital." Unable to contain herself, Zhigui laughed, not taking her young master's threat to heart, revealing the truth. "You were actually waiting for me to ask who that learned sage is, right? Young master, I know it's you." Song Jisun burst into a hearty laugh. "Only you, Zhige, truly understands me." Inside the study of the academy, a middle-aged scholar sat upright, and all the black and white chess pieces before him disintegrated into dust amidst the rumbling of spring thunder. The children of the town were catching fish in the creek. One method involved striking stones in the water with iron hammers, stunning the fish that lurked beneath, causing them to float to the surface. This bore a striking resemblance to the concept of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger. Yet, if one were to warn a sage not to act against the heavens and transgress the principles of the Tao, then the only fitting instrument in the world to match such a status would likely be the overwhelming force of heavenly thunder. Chapter 32. Peach leaves Chen Ping'an returned to the courtyard of Lu Xianyang's home after fetching water, pouring it into the water tank of the kitchen, that he then ran to the doorway and called out, "Lu Xianyang, may I borrow some firewood, oil, and salt from your household? I wish to prepare fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her health. Is that acceptable?" Lu Xianyang, blissfully lost in a nap, was jolted awake and shouted in anger, "Chun, are you ever going to stop bothering me? I was just dreaming of Zhigui smiling at me. You owe me a Zhigui." Chen Ping'an shook his head, recalling something, and apologized. "I actually ran into Zhigui over by the iron lock well just now, but I was sidetracked by Granny Ma and forgot to pass on your message. I promise to convey it when I deliver the fish soup to Miss Ning." With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Xianying quickly dressed and sat on the threshold of the main hall, watching the busy, slender figure in the kitchen. He chuckled, I'll accompany you to deliver the fish soup to be by the way. Is Jigue wearing that big red pomegranate skirt today, or the light green one? Alas, once I save up 200 coins, I could purchase that exquisite silver powder box. I know she has coveted it for a long time, but hesitates to buy it, that it's all that miserly Song Jisun's fault. He is so stingy. He dresses like some commoner from Falu Street, while poor Jigue hardly has a few new garments all year round. If I were the young master of her household, I would ensure she gets whatever her heart desires, far more lavishly than those daughters of privilege from Falu Street. Chen Ping'an chose to ignore Lu Xianyang's fanciful musings. He simply could not comprehend why Lu Xianyang was so enamored with Jijiu that it was not out of disdain for her status as Song Jisun's maid, nor did he think her unattractive. It was merely a feeling that they seemed ill-fated as a couple. Curiously, Chen Ping'an asked, "Why do you call her Jigue instead of Wang Zhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned. "Now that I know you also don't know how to write, I don't mind anymore." Chen Ping'an sighed. "What does it matter to compare yourself with me? You should compare with Song Jisun. Jigue is not my maid." Lu Xianyang scoffed. "That fellow is not superior in every way to you. For instance, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? No, right? That makes him inferior to you." Chen Ping'an. "No wonder Gu Qian's mother and those other women in the neighborhood have such sharp tongues. Song Jisun's family is hardly a paragon of virtue. If not, why does he not live openly in the official residence, but instead chooses to lead a miserable life in your mud bottle lane? He even dares to look down on others, and thus deserves the scorn of being called a Chen Ping'an, your stubbornness is tiresome. My grandfather has said that your parents are quite amiable, especially your mother, who speaks softly and enjoys smiling. Her temper is truly commendable. Then why grandfather also mentioned that Granny Ma used to scold everyone in the nearby alleys, yet you would never find fault with your mother, often greeting her with a smile." Chen Ping'an chuckled broadly. Lu Xianyang waved him off. "Hurry and go make soup for your little wife." Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes. "If you're so brave, say that in front of Miss Ning." Lu Xianyang laughed. "You're foolish, but I'm not." Before long, Chen Ping'an emerged with a small ceramic jar. The two secured the doors to the house and courtyard, making their way toward Mud Bottle Lane. Upon reaching Chen Ping'an's gate, Lu Xianyang realized that this fellow had left the house keys with the girl in black, concluding that he was truly beyond redemption. The girl in black, not wearing her hood while at home, opened the door to reveal a fresh and delicate countenance. Lu Xianyang felt an inexplicable fear towards this unsmiling girl, even though he himself could not articulate the reason. While her demeanor was certainly cool, Jigue next door was no less so. Lu Xianyang had the audacity to be shameless, and even though he had fled like a stray dog from the aristocratic youths of Falu Street during their confrontations, he had never truly felt intimidated. Yet he found himself somewhat afraid of the girl named Ning. The girl in black sat at the table and opened the jar. The aroma wafted up, and she slightly narrowed her elongated eyes, nodding gently. "Thank you." Chen Ping'an, ever observant, understood this to mean that the aloof girl was in good spirits. He first prepared a pot of porridge for her, advising her to monitor the heat, then turned to Lu Xianyang. "Are you waiting for Jigue to come out? I must deliver a message." Lu Xianyang sat on the threshold, straining to listen for any sound from the other side, anxious that he might catch a hint of celestial conflict. In a foul mood, the tall youth impatiently replied, "You do your thing." As Chen Ping'an left the courtyard and was about to reach the entrance of Mud Bottle Lane, he suddenly noticed a dimming of his surroundings. Looking up, he saw a tall man clad in a pure white robe, one hand resting behind him and the other placed on a jade belt at his abdomen, gazing into the distance. Perhaps realizing he obstructed the narrow alleyway, the man smiled slightly and stepped aside to let Chen Ping'an pass. Chen Ping'an, filled with bewilderment, quickened his pace out of Mud Bottle Lane, glancing back to see the man slowly entering the lane. Even with just a fleeting glance, Chen Ping'an noted that the pristine white robe was adorned with sparse golden threads on the front and back, subtly forming two patterns that seemed to depict living creatures wandering amidst mist and clouds, a truly marvelous sight. Chen Ping'an dismissed the thought, assuming it was merely a traveler like Fu Nanhua seeking fortune in Mud Bottle Lane. After walking past the old locust tree with Mr. Chi, the grass shoe youth had grown less worried, feeling that as long as Mr. Chi was in town, he could always seek justice should anything untoward occur. As Chen Ping'an hurried past Xinghua Lane, he spotted the blue-clad girl from the previous night still seated at a wonton shop, one hand holding a chopstick upright on the table, gently tapping it. Her round, youthful face radiated vitality as she eagerly watched the wontons boiling in the pot, completely oblivious to Chen Ping'an standing just a few steps away. For her, with delicious food at hand, even if the sky were to fall, she would finish her meal before fleeing. Chen Ping'an sincerely admired this unfamiliar girl and chose not to disturb her, continuing to run toward the eastern side of the town with a smile. Some people and events, even the scenery by the roadside, could evoke a sense of beauty with just a glance. Upon arriving at the eastern gate, he saw the disheveled man standing on a tree stump, tiptoeing to gaze toward the east, as if awaiting an important visitor. Chen Ping'an had previously overheard the elderly folks by the old locust tree discussing the grand entrance of the current official when he first arrived in town, noting how the elders of the 4 surnames and 10 clans almost mobilized the entire community to receive him at the eastern gate. However, after waiting for several hours under the blazing sun, a hurried clerk from the official residence finally arrived to inform them that the official had just woken from his nap in the courtyard, and that everyone should proceed directly to the residence for a meeting, which left the wealthy gentleman in a fit of rage. Yet it was said that once they entered the official residence, none dared to utter a word, each smiling like obedient grandchildren. Chen Ping'an found it odd how those elders spoke, as if they had witnessed the events firsthand. Whenever they recounted tales from Falu Street or the rumors from Taoyuan Lane, they seemed more vivid than reality itself. For example, they would recount how the second aunt of the Liu family fell for the training instructor of the guards, detailing how, when caught in a compromising situation, she hurriedly gathered her clothing to conceal her ample bosom with incredible precision. Every detail recounted as if the instructor himself were telling the tale. Liu Xianying would swallow hard each time he heard these stories. Occasionally, Song Jisun would join in, but never brought Ji Gui along. He would laugh more subtly than Liu Xianying. Yet when the group began to tease, he participated with greater enthusiasm, louder than their twice-daily readings of the sages. Chen Ping'an squatted beside the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town gatekeeper. The man cursed under his breath, hopped down from the stump, and upon spotting the grass shoe youth, remained silent as he retrieved a stack of letters from the yellow earthen hut. 6 letters in total. He handed over 5 coins for 1 letter. Chen Ping'an briefly scanned the addresses on the letters without comment, noting that 2 were intended for neighbors of Falu Street. He had no desire to take advantage of this, though if the man had uncharacteristically shown kindness and initially offered 6 coins, Chen Ping'an would not have declined the money. After determining the order for delivering the letters, Chen Ping'an casually asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" The man glanced at the broad avenue to the east, seething, waiting for the master. Not wishing to remain as a target for his frustrations, Chen Ping'an hurriedly departed. The man chuckled, "Oh, so you have some sense after all." The man looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had dissipated, and the heavy clouds that seemed on the verge of draping over the rooftops had gradually begun to lift. He plopped down on the tree stump, sighing, "When the gods fight, it's the mortals who suffer." Among the 6 letters, there was one for each of the 4 prominent families, Liu, Li Zhao, and Song, on Falu Street, along with 2 addressed to Taoyuan Lane. Coincidentally, one of the letters was from the kind old man Chen Ping'an had encountered earlier, and even more fortuitously, it was the old man himself who opened the door to receive the letter. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, the old man recognized the grass shoe youth and jested, "Child, aren't you coming in for a sip of water?" Chen Ping'an shyly smiled and shook his head. The old man, unfazed, pulled a handful of coins from his sleeve and handed them to Chen Ping'an, cheerfully explaining, "Today, we have some good fortune at home. So here is a little gift for you, a token of good luck. It asks just a few coins, so feel free to accept it." Chen Ping'an accepted the coins with a smile. "Thank you, Grandpa Wei." The old man nodded, suddenly adding, "Child, when you have nothing to do, you should often sit beneath the locust tree. If you find any locust leaves or branches on the ground, take them home. They can ward off ants and centipedes. How wonderful, and it won't cost you a penny." Chen Ping'an bowed in gratitude at the steps. The old man smiled gently. Go on, go on. The year's plan begins in spring. It's certainly good for the youth to be active. The young man ran off from Taoya Lane, his feet tapping against the bluestone pavement. The old man lingered at the door, gazing at the peach trees on either side, that a slender maid approached him and softly inquired. Ancestor, what are you looking at? It's cold outside. Dante catch a chill. The maid had served the old man for several years and understood his kind nature. She approached him with a blend of respect and affection, playfully asking, Ancestor, are you reminiscing about a girl you met in your youth? Wasn't she standing beneath the peach tree at that time? The elderly man chuckled. Tuh, you are just like that letter-delivering youth. You, too, are a thoughtful person. Receiving praise, the maid beamed with joy. The old man suddenly remarked, In a few days, a distant relative is coming to visit. You should accompany the children from our family and leave the town. The maid was momentarily taken aback, her eyes turning red as she protested. Ancestor, I don't want to leave here. The usually affable old man waved his hand. Let me enjoy the scenery a moment longer. You go back first, to be obedient, or I will be displeased. Reluctantly, the maid departed, glancing back nervously. Taoya Lane was lush with peach leaves, yet devoid of blossoms. The old man sighed softly, crossing the threshold and descending the steps toward the nearest peach tree. Standing beneath it, he lamented, The peach trees are so vibrant, yet their blossoms will not be seen again. He glanced back at his home, murmuring, This town's unique fortune has never aligned with the great Tao. The sages forcibly altered the course of fate, allowing us to enjoy 3,000 years of great fortune. Many who have departed from this town have flourished across the eastern continent, yet heaven is astute, and it is time to settle accounts and collect debts. You children, if you do not leave promptly, do you intend to linger with us, the already shattered old porcelain, waiting for death? Know this, death comes in degrees. The thousands of souls in our town, should we perish, do you think your little kindness can change anything in this impending disaster? The old man's gaze wandered, looking at the similarly white-haired woman, and he muttered, Ah, you've come. The old woman stood beneath the peach tree, still fuming, regretting her moment of weakness that led her to wander into Taoya Lane. Eventually, she lifted her head, observing the tender peach leaves sprouting. She made her way back to Falu Street, her cane echoing against the bluestone with each step that in a town that had flourished for a millennium. It was unexpected that in the end, all were pitiful souls without a chance for rebirth. Was there truly no glimmer of hope? The creek ran shallower. The well water grew colder. The old locust tree aged further. The iron lock rusted, and the clouds hung low. This year, the peach leaves would not witness the blossoming of peach flowers. Chapter 33. The white dragonfish garment once again. Chen Ping'an caught sight of the girl in the green attire, who trailed silently behind a middle-aged man, her head bowed as she nibbled on a scallion and egg pancake. The man wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an, he halted his steps and inquired, Aren't you the same fellow I chased away last time? The girl in green, having bumped her back heavily against an unseen wall, looked up in confusion. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, she was about to smile but suddenly turned away, presenting her back to him, her hands flustered as she wiped her mouth. Chen Ping'an stifled a laugh and nodded at the man, saying, Greetings, Master Ruan. It appeared that the young lady was most likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, their resemblance was strikingly absent, and perhaps that was for the best. The man, referred to as Master Ruan by Chen Ping'an, was the blacksmith who had recently relocated to the stream side of the southern part of the town. He continued, Why hasn't Lu Xianying shown up to help at the forge these past few days? Just as Chen Ping'an was about to provide an explanation for Lu Xianying's absence, the man interjected coldly, Tell that boy, if I don't see his face today, he can forget about coming to my shop tomorrow. In a hurry, Chen Ping'an replied, Master Ruan, there was a family emergency. The man interrupted him brusquely, That's his problem, not mine. Not particularly eloquent by nature, Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with anxiety, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts for fear of making matters worse. He had first-hand experience of Master Ruan's blunt temperament. The girl in green attempted to speak a kind word on Chen Ping'an's behalf, only to be swiftly reprimanded by her father, who commanded, Eat your pancake. Feeling aggrieved, the girl quickened her pace, stamping her foot hard on the man's instep before vanishing into thin air. The man sighed and continued on, leaving Chen Ping'an behind. Chen Ping'an also sighed, hastening to the breakfast stall to purchase a steamer basket containing 6 buns, then made his way to Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching his residence, he discovered Lu Xianyang perched atop a wall, half his body leaning into the yard of Song Jisin, eavesdropping intently. At tea times, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but think that Lu Xianyang. He felt compelled to remind him, "I just saw Master Ruan, and he insisted that you help out at the forge today, that he said if he doesn't TC you, you'll be dismissed." Lu Xianyang, seemingly indifferent, replied, "What's the rush? A diligent apprentice like me, who is both nimble and hardworking, is hard to come by. Master Ruan is just making idle threats. It's fine to go tomorrow." Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I'm certain Master Ruan is not joking." Lu Xianyang, now irritable, retorted, "I'll go in a bit, but don't." In no time, Lu Xianyang devoured all the meat buns, wiping his mouth as he whispered, "A distinguished guest just visited the Song household, someone of great importance. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the current official supervisor of the... When he visited our dragon kiln in official attire, old Yao regarded you unruly apprentices as a nuisance, and didn't he allow you to witness anything? Unlike you, old Yao even asked me to demonstrate what jumping the knife entailed for that gentleman." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "It's common knowledge that the new supervisor favors Song Jisin." "Why are you being so paranoid?" Lu Xianyang expressed his concerns. "That pretty boy Song Jisin can't possibly compete with me, but what if Shigue takes a liking to this refined official? My chances would dwindle. What if your future sister-in-law runs off with someone else? What then? What will you do?" Chen Ping'an directly returned to the house, leaving Lu Xianyang to wallow in self-pity on the wall. The girl in black sat at the table, her posture erect, gripping the hilt of her knife as if facing a formidable adversary. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. That was the first time Chen Ping'an had seen her in such a state. Though her body was tense and alert, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Ping'an retreated to the threshold, and she inquired, "Do you know the identity of the guest next door?" Chen Ping'an replied, "I heard from Lu Xianyang that he is the current supervisor of kiln affairs in our town. He seems quite amiable. Just a moment ago, he even yielded the way to me at the alley." The girl scoffed. Such individuals are to be feared. Chen Ping'an was perplexed. She asked, "If a person walks along the roadside and spots an ant, will they crush it underfoot?" After pondering, Chen Ping'an responded, "Gu can certainly would. He often waters ant hills or blocks their exits with stones. Lu Xianyang likely would too when he's in a foul mood." The girl in black fell silent. Chen Ping'an smiled broadly. "I believe I understand what you mean, Miss Ning." She expressed her surprise. "Is that true?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "I sense you conveyed 2 meanings. First, that the common folk of our town are seen as mere ants crawling beneath the feet of outsiders like you. Second, among outsiders, there exists a hierarchy. Figures like Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian are akin to children, finding amusement in controlling the lives of ants or deeming them bothersome. However, that official who came to Mud Bottle Alley is different. His words and actions reflect his status. Thus he appears particularly courteous. Am I correct, Miss Ning?" She queried. "How did you deduce that?" The boy jested. It would be better for you to ask Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian. They might have seen something." She snorted. "Oh, such arrogance." After saying this, she fixated her gaze intently on the boy in straw sandals. Chen Ping'an felt a flutter of unease. "What's wrong?" The girl furrowed her brow, a hint of frustration evident as she muttered in her native dialect. "My family's swordsmanship, whether it be the sword techniques or the methods to refine the body and spirit, are all unique, closely guarded secrets. I haven't even mastered them fully. How could I dare teach others? Moreover, I've never learned the rudimentary techniques from elsewhere. Otherwise, I could at least guide him on a path, even if just to strengthen his physique and prolong his life. Where am I to find the most accessible entry-level manual now?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Robbery? No, not robbery. I could borrow a manual from someone. After all, Just you wait. I'll turn your palace upside down." With a sorrowful countenance, she lamented, "Must I truly seek out that blacksmith named Ruan? I can manage with cutting, having inherited some of my mother's skills, but asking for help is truly not my forte." The boy in straw sandals sat at the threshold, observing the girl named Ning Yao, who spoke to herself, her expression shifting like the clouds in the sky. In Song Jisun's room, a handsome man clad in white robes with a jade belt surveyed the surroundings, slightly furrowing his brow. "Is this the meager place that Song arranged for you?" Song Jisun pursed his lips, refraining from responding. The maid, Ji Gue, had already taken the hint and retreated to her own quarters. According to the most widely circulated tale in the town, the previous supervisor, Lord Song, was inept in his duties, failing to produce the imperial porcelain that satisfied the court. After leaving behind a corridor bridge and a few meager accomplishments, he returned to the capital, leaving behind the illegitimate son, Song Jisun, who was only afforded a personal maid for his care and entrusted to a friend, the newly appointed supervisor, who also bore the surname Song. However, the truth remained obscured. Those in power are often blind to the reality that outsiders may discern. Song Jisun himself was unclear about the nature of the relationship between the imposing. Before leaving, the man named Song had vaguely mentioned that the new supervisor would soon arrive in town, intending to take both Song Jisun and his maid to the capital, where Song Jisun was to show the utmost respect to that gentleman without any hint of negligence. Song Jisun felt no affection for the imposing man from the capital, likely due to his association with the man he despised. His earlier display of confidence in front of Ji Gue regarding their impending departure from their hometown was merely a facade of youthful pride. The man chuckled. "Well, that Song fellow has always been overly cautious, more like a woman than a man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you here to look after him." Song Jisun's brow darkened. The man casually glanced at the large trunk containing the boy's possessions, curling his lip in disdain as he slowly remarked, "Before coming here, I met with Fu Nanhua from Old Longqing. What a wretched character he is. He almost shattered his own resolve here. You may continue your dealings with him. The profits and losses are yours alone, and I shan't interfere in such trifling matters. However, before leaving, you must accompany me to the corridor bridge, bow a few times, and then your affairs with me will be at an end. Return home, conduct yourself as you ought, and fulfill your responsibilities. It's as simple as that. Is that clear?" "I certainly understand." Lord Song's words are not cryptic. The boy retorted with a sneer. "But on what grounds?" The man laughed, turning for the first time to regard the boy directly, countering, "That delicate Song fellow claims you possess exceptional talent. Such praise is hardly modest. Why don't you take a guess as to what gives me the right?" Upon closer inspection, one might notice a striking resemblance between the two. Song Jisun's anger intensified, yet he remained silent. The man, no longer playing coy, remarked with amusement, "On what grounds? Of course, it is because I am a remarkably unfortunate individual, and I happen to be your uncle." Song Jisun's heart jolted, and his complexion paled. The man in white robes paid no heed, resting his hands on his jade belt as he gazed out the window with a smile. "And also because I am the foremost martial artist of the great Li dynasty." In truth, rephrasing that statement would render it even more impactful. However, the man preferred to be the head of a small group rather than the tail of a larger one, believing that as long as he remained behind others, even if only by one or two, it was not worth boasting about. The man recalled the Confucian sage who held sway in this area, a sneer curling his lips as he let out a cold snort. He thought to himself, had he not been confined to this realm, he could easily crush the likes of Qi Jingshun with a single hand. Inside the humble schoolhouse, Mr. Qi was listening to the melodic recitations of the young students, sitting upright with proper decorum. The true essence of sitting properly was something that Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, among other scholarly seeds, could hardly grasp. Confucianism has a classic text titled Establishing Teachings and Opening Canons, known as the Great Rite. Within the section on self-cultivation, it specifically states that a gentleman should sit as if he were a corpse, for the corpse embodies the spirit. Thus, a posture resembling that of a corpse conveys solemnity and gravity. At this moment, Qi Jingshun seemed to hear the unvoiced thoughts of the man in white. With a calm demeanor and a smile, he remarked, "A martial artist governing the state, quite remarkable indeed. However, the white dragonfish garment is not an auspicious omen." Chapter 34. Convergence at the entrance of Song Jisun's residence. The sound of footsteps echoed. Lu Xianyang was about to leap down from the wall when he heard a warm voice inquire. "Are you the apprentice of the old man Yao from the Baoshi kiln? Your surname is Lu, correct?" It was the kiln's supervisor, dressed in white with a jade belt, who strode out, casting a smiling glance towards the boy atop the wall. Lu Xianyang stiffened, realizing he lacked the strength to jump down, and nervously chuckled. "In response to your honor, it is indeed me. When you visited our dragon kiln for the opening ceremony, my master had me demonstrate a few techniques for you." The man nodded, scrutinizing the tall youth, and straightforwardly asked, "Perhaps to enlist in the army, to engage in battle? I assure you, if you endure for 10 years, you shall ascend to a high office at that time. I will personally host a celebratory feast for you in the capital. What do you say?" Behind the man, Song Jisun's expression darkened like a still pond, gripping tightly the old dragon-patterned jade pendant gifted by Fu Nanhua. This young scholar, who had borne the titles of illegitimate child and bastard for many years, now understood the true identity of the man before him. Thus, he comprehended the weight of the words spoken, especially personally hosting a feast, which would serve as a powerful talisman for survival in the treacherous world of officialdom, a lengthy ladder to ascend in rank. Lu Xianyang racked his brain for eloquent words, stammering, "I am deeply honored by your kindness, esteemed supervisor. That, however, I have already committed to being an apprentice at Master Ruan's black. It would be unseemly to go back on my word, so I humbly request that you do not. Please do not hold it against me." His words choked in his throat, and he could not recall what he wished to say, his face flushed with embarrassment. Song Jisun seemingly understood the situation and gently reminded, "It is your honor that does not hold the minor against the lesser." The man chuckled dismissively, not taking offense. "No matter. When the opportunity arises for you to leave this small town, seek out a martial artist named Lu Linshi at the nearest Danyang mountain pass. Inform him that Song Chongjing from the capital recommended you for military service, that if he doubts you, mention that Lu Linshi owes him 3,000 heads of the great Sui border cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded foolishly. "Understood. I wish to introduce you to someone." Song Jisun's feet were rooted to the ground like nails, his face darkening as he declared, "I will not go." To the townsfolk, that place was of lofty status. But to a youth raised amidst whispers and rumors, it loomed. The man, usually decisive in his actions, showed no irritation at the youth's obstinacy and slowed his pace significantly. "According to the reports from the office spies, you have encountered that Prince Gao of the Sui dynasty. Are you aware that the Gao family of Sui has been an archenemy of our Song family for a millennium? He, a prince, dares to come to this small town deep within the territory of our enemy. Yet you, Song Jisun, also a prince, hesitate to visit a mere official residence within your own domain." Song Jisun did not immediately grasp the profound implications of this statement, but turned sharply to look at Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on the wall, rubbing his hands and legs, seemingly oblivious to the man's discourse. The white-robed prince of Dali wore a smirk, having unexpectedly gained a modicum of delight. Indeed, the blood of the old Song family runs strong. However, considering the boy was still that woman's son, the prince found the situation somewhat vexing and troublesome. Gritting his teeth, Song Jisun turned to the youth standing at the door, Zhigue, and said, "I will return shortly. Do not worry about my lunch." As he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned back with a smile, saying, "Take the silver coins from my bedside and purchase that pair of dragon and phoenix incense pendants from the Du family shop. After all, we will no longer need to save money." Zhigue nodded, making a cautious gesture with her hands. Song Jisun smiled brightly and left with an air of nonchalance. Once Song Jisun had distanced himself, Lu Xianyang cautiously asked, "Zhigue, what is the relationship between Song Jisun and the supervisor?" Zhigue regarded the tall youth with pity. Lu Xianyang could not endure such a gaze, retorting, "What of it? He's merely acquainted with an official who oversees kiln operations. Is that truly remarkable?" Zhigue pursed her lips, retreating into the house to fetch food, beginning to feed the old hen and the fluffy chicks. Lu Xianyang felt an inexplicable sense of despondency and jumped down from the wall, shouting into the house, "Chen, let us head to the blacksmith shop. I will not endure this humiliation any longer." The girl, with her back turned to the neighboring yard, jested, "But if a person fights for a breath of air, yet alas, a coward can only harbor a belly full of grievances." Lu Xianyang felt his blood surge, his ears reddening as he approached the yellow mud wall, slamming a fist down hard upon it. Wangzhu, if you have the guts, say it again. The maid, dropping all the corn and vegetable leaves, turned with a smile and replied, Who do you think you are, that I should say it on your command? Lu Xianyang stared at the girl, who was growing more radiant and striking, unable to find words, feeling as if his heart were a porcelain bowl that had shattered upon the ground. Chen Ping'an had actually been standing at the threshold, and upon witnessing this scene, hastily walked into the courtyard, softly saying, Let us go. The two youths walked side by side down the narrow alley, when the tall one suddenly asked, Chen Ping'an, am I truly a failure? Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, The neighbors in the alley all say my mother is wonderful and that my father is notoriously taciturn, so I believe that whether or not one likes someone may not be closely tied to one's accomplishments. Lu Xianyang's face fell. Then I am even worse off. Even if I were to forge a dragon kiln or master Ruan's craft, would she not still dislike me? Chen Ping'an wisely chose to remain silent, lest he exacerbate the situation. As they walked through the familiar alley, Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled a scene from his past, when he accompanied old man Yao along the stream into the deep mountains, where he had seen a young deer drinking from the water's edge, unafraid of his prey. After drinking, it lowered its head to gaze at the stream, lingering for a long while. Alongside the deer's reflection, a fish swam restlessly beneath the surface. Before departing from the ancestral home, Miss Ning had advised him that since he possessed a piece of locust leaf, he should leave the town early. With the intangible protection of the ancestral locust leaf, he would not face significant mishaps. That it was best not to linger in the town too long, for she was unsure if the matter concerning Lu Xianyang would bring misfortune upon him. Chen Ping'an. Yet, he insisted on witnessing Lu Xianyang being accepted as Master Ruan's apprentice before he could feel at ease leaving. After all, without Lu Xianyang's help back then, he would have starved to death long ago. Of course, Chen Ping'an also harbored hopes that Miss Ning would recover from her injuries at his home, though at that time he dared not voice it, fearing she might perceive it as frivolous. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an asked, That treasured armor your grandfather left you, you would never sell it to outsiders, would you? Lu Xianyang replied with righteous indignation, Of course not. I would rather die than sell it. He playfully punched the shoulder of the boy beside him, jesting, I'm not a money grubber like you. The tall youth cradled the back of his head with both hands. Some things can be earned with money, but others, once lost, are irretrievable for a lifetime. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, I understand. As they approached the mouth of the alley, Lu Xianyang suddenly cursed, causing Chen Ping'an to rein in his thoughts and look up, feeling a weight in his heart. It was Lu Jingchun, the eldest son of the Lu family from Fortune and Prosperity Street, who had once led a gang of ruffians to corner Lu Xianyang in this very alley. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an shouting for help, Lu Xianyang, without any elder or relatives, would have likely been discarded in a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun had perched on the wall, watching the spectacle, and had later told a shaken Chen Ping'an that such behavior outside the town was referred to as acting bravely for the sake of honor. Lu Zhengchun blocked Lu Xianyang's path, forcing a smile as he said, Do not be alarmed. I am not here to settle old scores today, but rather. Lu Xianyang interrupted, What now? A good dog does not block the way. Step aside. Lu Jingchun's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he maintained a forced smile. Lu Xianyang, I could Last time, you left before we could finish our conversation, which is rather unseemly at the very least. Hear out the conditions I present, all right? If we are to speak candidly, we might as well acknowledge that we have come to know each other through conflict. There is no need for animosity, that I, along with my guests, am quite sincere. Lu Xianyang tilted his head, mocking, What, you have become addicted to playing matchmaker. I find it curious that you, Lu Jingchun, the grandson of the wealthiest family in our town, so revel in acting as a lackey for outsiders. Lu Jingchun's face turned pale, yet he forced a smile, appearing utterly ridiculous. He pleaded, Lu Xianyang, as long as you speak, they will do their utmost to satisfy your demands. For instance, how about some copper coins? State a number, perhaps. 150 guan? If you prefer. 200 guan? I can negotiate that for you. 200 guan would allow you to buy half a house on Fortune and Prosperity Street. Lu Xianyang studied the man's eyes and expression, deriding. 200 guan? Are you trying to insult me? Where's the sincerity in that? I advise you to spare me the frivolities. I have important matters to attend to. Now, be on your way. At the corner of the alley, a little girl, adorned in exquisite clothing, perched on the shoulder of a robust elder, while a boy in a bright red robe was led by a woman. Despite their tender age, their faces bore a grimness unbefitting their years. The girl remarked in her native tongue, "Is this Liu family member not a bit foolish? What use is he to us?" The woman shook her head, laughing softly. To bestow kindness upon others, one must understand that a grain of rice given can lead to a pound of resentment. When negotiating a business deal, to maximize profit, one must probe the psychological limits of the other party, just as Liu Jingchun is doing. The child questioned, "Is it truly so complicated to conduct business with these lowly folk?" The woman chuckled. "Human nature is intricate, and hearts can be dark, regardless of one's cultivation level. Even if the characters from small towns are somewhat short-sighted, they are not all fools. Should you think otherwise, you will inevitably suffer losses." The child pondered. "If you are so well-versed in human nature, why not speak directly?" The woman patiently explained, "Look at our attire. Wherever we go to purchase goods, any shrewd seller would seize the opportunity to overcharge us." The child sighed. "Yet, our reluctance feels uncomfortable." The woman knelt down, cupping the child's face in her hands, gazing at the strength is honed in favorable circumstances, and the heart is refined in adversity. Both are indispensable. The child shook his head, breaking free from her grasp, grumbling, "Here we go again, it's tiresome." The woman felt somewhat helpless, but refrained from continuing her earnest teachings, believing her child to be gifted and well-connected by two family names, thus providing a solid foundation for a long journey ahead. Though his temperament appeared somewhat stubborn and dark, he could be nurtured gradually, for hastening growth is the greatest folly. Listening to the mundane conversation in the alley, the girl expressed concern. "Grandfather White Ape, what if that person refuses to sell anything?" The elder, whose hands reached his knees like a monkey, chuckled. "Then let him be. I came here precisely to prepare for such a worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be as good as thrown away without a trace. However, if that happens, the safety of the young lady may become troublesome, and I would likely need to entrust her to the Song family or the Li family. Setting aside other matters, should it come to murder, though the elder would face expulsion by the saints, it would be better than letting the opportunity slip away unnoticed. At least, it would create some ripples, akin to tossing a stone into the water. Yet, the elder would only resort to such drastic measures if absolutely necessary, for no matter how significant that sword scripture may be, or how treasured Jingyang Mountain is, it pales in comparison to the longevity path of the young lady on his shoulders, or at least, that is how the elder perceives it. In the small town, the 4 surnames and 10 clans were led by the Liu family. However, in the grand scheme beyond the town, the opposite was true. The Liu family was at the bottom, a result of their main branch having once ruled a dynasty that was overthrown by the 2 major border armies of Dali, leaving the Liu family on the other side of the alley. Liu Xianying listened as Liu Zhengshun spoke of high-ranking officials, immense wealth, and beautiful women, akin to addressing a pedantic Song Jisin, which infuriated him. He stepped forward, pointed a finger at Liu Jingchuan's nose, and declared resolutely, "That armor is my family's heirloom. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you offered me a place in your home, and from now on you called me grandfather, I would still ignore you. Liu, do you understand?" Standing alone at the alley's mouth, Liu Jingchun stared at this audacious youth, feeling as if he might perish from the humiliation of such a situation. Previously, he had acted as a mediator by the corridor, blocking Liu Xianying's path to the blacksmith shop. Now, facing this setback, he returned home to find his grandfather had entertained the esteemed guests without revealing any harsh words or grandiose family ambitions. Instead, he merely pointed to a corpse beneath a white cloth, saying, "Jingchun, I have no other demands. I simply hope you do not let your brother die with regrets to be why the 7th day after his passing. I hope you have left this town, and that will serve as your tribute to him." Liu Jingchuan's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture as he choked on his words. "Liu Xianying, I beg you please." Liu Xianying was left dumbfounded. This well-fed young man appeared increasingly fragile and helpless, his lips quivering as he sobbed. "Please, I will kneel for you. I will apologize. Is that all right?" With a thud, Liu Jingchun knelt firmly on the muddy ground of the alley, bowing deeply. A man's knees are said to bear gold. The young man knelt with fervor, each bow resounding loudly. Nearby, the little girl kicked the elder's chest gently with her feet, pondering which peaks she had found appealing on their journey, and which one to bring back home. The boy, finding amusement in the situation, casually remarked, "Mother, has this Lu gone mad? Are we truly going to take a madman with us when we leave the town? That would be so embarrassing." The woman wore a complex expression, recalling many peculiar events she had witnessed, hesitating to speak before finally shaking her head. "That will not happen." Lu Xianying felt at a loss. The tall youth could hardly comprehend Lu Jingchuan's actions. The eldest grandson of the wealthiest family in the town was kneeling at his feet, bowing his head. Lu Xianying's expression twisted in confusion. Just then, the sandal-clad youth observing the scene tugged at his sleeve. Lu Xianying felt a pang of sympathy. This is too absurd. Chen Ping'an's gaze was resolute, his silence speaking volumes. The boisterous tall youth was beginning to show signs of softening. Yet to the black-clad girl, the seemingly soft-hearted sandal-clad boy appeared extremely hard-hearted at this moment. Chen Ping'an's intuition warned him that if Lu Xianying accepted the deal before Lu Jingchun knelt, he might endure some hardships, but his life would be safe. However, now Lu Xianying had fallen into the same predicament Chen Ping'an had once faced. Had it not been for Mr. Chi's intervention back then, his fate would have been to either kill Fu Nanhua and then be killed, or fall victim to the people of Yinxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. Moreover, the most perilous aspect was that, according to what Miss Ning had informed him about the rules, if Lu Jingchun was indeed a townsman, he or the Lu family might kill Lu Xianying, and Mr. Chi would likely be powerless to intervene. Chen Ping'an's mind raced, and while Lu Jingchun was still fervently bowing, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xianying, "If it comes to it, just pretend to agree with him. Let us first meet Master Wan, and then we can discuss it once you have been accepted as an apprentice." Lu Xianying nodded and said to Lu Jingchun, "My friend, perhaps you should rise first. Let us speak while standing. What you are doing is utterly ridiculous." Lu Jingchun did not rise but lifted his head, his forehead smeared with mud. Lu Xianying sighed. "However, you need to return and confer with them properly to negotiate a fair price. Do not try to fool me again, that I am not a fool. And what is this nonsense about 200 guan in copper coins? Let alone whether I would lose my shirt. Do you think those nobles would not feel it devalues them?" Lu Jingchun slowly rose, smiling. "That is indeed the case. As long as you are willing to relent, Lu Xianying, I, Lu Jingchun, will be your brother from now on. Whether you acknowledge me or not is irrelevant. I will recognize you." Lu Xianying stepped forward, slinging an arm over Lu. "Once this deal is settled, I shall treat you to a fine drink." Lu Jingchun, wiping his forehead, chuckled joyously. "Drinking is easy. It is no trouble at all. Moreover, I shall treat you. How could I let you spend your money? It is settled then, or else I shall be quite upset." Lu Xianying laughed heartily. "I knew you were a good man, old Lu. Following you will surely bring me fortune." Chen Ping'an trailed behind the two, slightly shifted. The white-robed man led the youth Song Jisun toward the rear hall of the kiln supervisor's office, guided by an elderly steward. The steward mentioned that A.M., our Li from a distant academy, had been waiting for over half an hour and intended to depart for a visit to a learned elder in the Confucian circle. Song Chongjing remained silent, merely inquiring, "Have we determined which faction the assassin who died in the alley belonged to?" The steward hesitated slightly. Song Chongjing frowned. The elder Song Jisun remained silent, his eyes ablaze. Within the academy, Qi Jingshun gently set down his book and turned to see a handsome young man standing at the entrance, clad in a high cap and scholar's robe, smiling without speaking. Qi Jingshun's countenance was calm, devoid of any smile, that I in the small town. A bald man in unusual attire walked barefoot, his expression weary, arriving at the iron lock well, gazing into the depths of the well, hands clasped. Beyond this realm, an elongated path inclined skyward, shrouded in swirling clouds, devoid of any discernible scenery, that a young Taoist, wearing a yellow crown, rode a white deer, ascending slowly. Beside her was a handsome Taoist whose steps were light and fluid, accompanied by two long-bearded fish, one red and one blue, swimming around him. The teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, along with martial prowess, We're about to converge upon the small town deities, the blacksmith shop by the creek in the town's southern region. A father and daughter forged iron, sparks flying like a splendid firestorm. The man held a sword blank, addressing the girl with a ponytail who was swinging the hammer. Do not visit the town for the time being. The girl's strength immediately waned, feeling as if the man chuckled in exasperation. Have some ambition. Transforming her frustration into strength, the girl struck down hard upon the glowing sword strip with renewed vigor. Under the dazzling sparks, she resembled a deity of fire, descending into the world. Chapter 35. Licorice. After Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an exited Mud Bottle Lane, they encountered two groups of individuals standing on either side, that a small girl perched on the neck of a robust elder, while a haughty boy clad in a vibrant red robe stood beside a stately woman. As Lu Xianying passed through their midst, he maintained an air of composure, exuding a certain dignified presence in the eyes of the white-haired elder, whereas the cautious demeanor that the grass-sandal-clad youth endeavored to conceal appeared quite conspicuous. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Jingchun lingered nervously in place and cautiously reported, Lu Xianying has proposed that the esteemed masters provide a suitable price, and he shall reluctantly part with his family heirloom next time. The woman turned her gaze toward the elder from Jingyang Mountain and inquired with a smile. Prior to that, as Lu Xianying suggested, we shall grant him immeasurable wealth. Jingyang Mountain can bestow upon this youth the status of an inner disciple, and in addition, I shall privately lend him a treasure for a century. As for your Qinfeng City Sioux family, you may manage as you see fit. The woman was taken aback. The status of an inner disciple of Jingyang Mountain is already exceedingly prestigious. Elder Yuan, you intend to provide him with a treasure as well. Is this Lu Xianying truly a prodigious talent in cultivation, one who was overlooked by the porcelain merchants at the tender age of 9? The elder feigned ignorance and merely smiled at the young mistress, saying, the small town has numerous shops, each with its own origins. You might stroll around and perhaps uncover a hidden gem. The little girl, with childlike exuberance, shouted, Giddy up, giddy up! The elder, being the chief devotee of Jingyang Mountain, the boy remarked, Jingyang Mountain certainly commands great authority. The woman gestured for Lu Jingchun to return home first while she wandered the streets with her son, explaining the background. Apart from the ordinary primary route up the mountain, Jingyang Mountain has a dedicated sword path that has been passed down through generations, having opened 6 distinct routes to the summit. This signifies that Jingyang Mountain has produced 6 genuine sword immortals. The boy scoffed. What good is a thick, old almanac? How long can one survive on past glories? Those who can enter the town, even if they come later, every household has had its share of prosperity. Taking her son's hand, that girl, who is of your age, possesses a remarkable ability. She can navigate freely upon the sword's summit amidst the sword energy, remaining there longer than even several of Jingyang Mountain's esteemed ancestors. The boy was momentarily stunned, then abruptly halted, filled with vexation. If that silly girl has such a distinguished background, why didn't you tell me sooner, mother? I wouldn't have been at odds with her all along, provoking her to clash with me at every turn. If I were to marry her in a few years and eventually cultivate a partnership, wouldn't that be a tremendous advantage for our Qinfeng city? The woman gazed at her son's youthful, yet strikingly beautiful face, her anger dissipating into laughter. To pursue it with stubbornness and intent is rather ungraceful. Do you truly believe that she solely harbors a dislike for you? The boy frowned. If not, then what? The woman softly replied, let it unfold naturally. The boy suddenly stated earnestly, Mother, I dislike that fellow who follows Lu Xianying. From the very first glance, I found him unappealing. Curious, the woman asked, why is that? The child pondered for a moment before answering. That fellow is peculiar. He is different from the knowledgeable Lu Jingchun and the oblivious Lu Xianying. Moreover, I particularly detest his eyes. The woman dismissed it as childish whimsy and advised, in the town, one cannot act on whims, but consider this. Knowing the fates that await everyone here after the collapse of this realm, doesn't that make you feel more at ease? The child nodded and instinctively repeated the 2 words he had used upon first seeing the grass-sandal youth. Ants. Upon leaving the town, Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianying soon spotted the covered bridge. Lu Xianying casually asked, Why do you think Song Jisun's father decided to build this bridge? He could have just built it, but why cover up the old stone arch bridge? I heard they didn't tear it down, just draped it with a covering, like putting on a garment. I wonder if it will be hot in summer. Ha ha ha. As he concluded, the tall youth amused himself. At the entrance of the covered bridge hung a golden plaque bearing an unknown author's 4-character inscription, Wind, Rising, Water, Soaring. As the two youths, he said that when the bridge was first constructed, one night, Song Jisun's father ordered a large pit to be dug here, burying a porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you afraid? Chen Ping'an replied irritably. What is there to be afraid of? Entering the shaded covered bridge, Lu Xianyang whispered. Do you think it could be because of the deep pool beneath the bridge where a few people drowned, necessitating the invitation of monks and Taoists to perform rituals to quell the spirits? Chen Ping'an was not one to indulge in superstitions. Lu Xianyang, dissatisfied with the lack of response, lost interest. The newly constructed wooden-covered bridge still exuded a faint aroma of wood and lacquer. The main beams and pillars were hewn from ancient. The meandering stream's water level was usually low, insufficient to float the massive timber. Thus, they were only transported during heavy rains when the mountain roads became muddy and slippery, posing significant danger. Fortunately, no able-bodied villagers had perished during that endeavor, as some claimed that the scholar Qi Jingshun personally assisted in the process, demonstrating how to manage the operation, leading to their safe passage. Upon reaching the northern steps of the covered bridge, Lu Xianyang suddenly sat down heavily on a large slab of blue stone, prompting Chen Ping'an to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang inquired with a grin. If it weren't for me, do you think you and Song Jisun would have become good friends? Chen Ping'an shook his head. Perhaps we would have been somewhat closer, but not by much. Lu Xianyang, intrigued, asked, Why not? You two are neighbors of similar age. Honestly, although Song Jisun has a penchant for quoting texts and speaks harshly, he hasn't done anything particularly heinous, and you have a good-natured temperament. What is the obstacle? Chen Ping'an smiled. Let us not discuss that. When we arrive at the blacksmith shop, you mustn't act carelessly. Whether you can secure your family's treasured armor depends on whether you can become Master Ruan's apprentice. I know. Chen Ping'an, to be honest, you really need to work on your incessant chatter. Otherwise, you'll drive me mad. Lu Xianyang reclined, resting his head against the top step of the covered bridge, gazing at the azure sky. You followed old Yao far and climbed high. Just how far can you see? Chen Ping'an casually plucked a piece of licorice, brushed off the dirt, and began to chew, mumbling, The farthest I've seen was probably 2 years ago when I went back and forth with old Yao for about 10 days. We circled over 10 sealed mountain peaks, eventually reaching a rather peculiar mountain that was terrifyingly high. You might not believe it, but when we reached halfway up, all we could see was clouds and mist. Finally, after much effort, we reached the summit, and then Lu Xianyang waited for a long moment, not receiving any further elaboration, turned and laughed. You can't just leave it hanging like that. Chen Ping'an sighed softly. You know, old Yao has a poor impression of me. He rarely explains things or is willing to teach me the true skills of pottery. Every time we enter the mountains, he doesn't like to talk. Often, from entering to returning to the dragon kiln, we hardly exchange a few words. However, after we reached the summit that time, old Yao seemed in a good mood and spoke more, telling me to observe the scenery over there. Just observe and keep quiet when we descend. One should focus on their work. Merely relying on words would be embarrassing even if one leaves the town. Lu Xianyang consoled him. It's not that I'm defending old Yao. He may not like you, but he certainly doesn't dislike you either. He is just grumpy towards everyone, and he is a bit better towards me. Chen Ping'an nodded. So deep down, I've always been quite grateful to old Yao. Lu Xianyang suddenly exclaimed in frustration. After all that, you still haven't revealed what you saw. I can't even describe how high it is. Lu Xianyang cursed. So you merely saw a tall mountain. I thought you were going to tell me you saw some celestial beings riding the clouds. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, filled with longing. Perhaps there are indeed immortals atop that mountain? Lu Xianyang laughed and asked, Chen Ping'an, do you think immortals also need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves? Chen Ping'an rubbed his chin. If immortals need to relieve themselves, that would be quite absurd. Lu Xianyang playfully slapped Chen Ping'an on the head and then took off running. Then the immortals... He consider chasing after the tall youth. After standing up, he muttered to himself, "When it thunders, is it the immortals snoring in their sleep? And when it rains, surely it's not the immortals urinating, right? That would be too tragic." Chen Ping'an quickened his pace and soon caught up with Lu Xianyang. Amidst their playful banter, they finally arrived at the blacksmith shop by the stream, which had already constructed 7 or 8 buildings, including yellow clay houses and thatched cottages. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, these represented heaps of copper coins that a large group of young townsfolk and able-bodied men were busy digging wells. Most of their peers, like Lu Xianyang, came from backgrounds as dragon-kiln apprentices, and having lost the porcelain bowl bestowed by the emperor, being able to continue working at the blacksmith shop was already considered fortunate. However, according to Lu Xianyang, among those lending a hand, many were temporary workers. Master Wan stated he would take only a few disciples, while the rest could at most become regular laborers. Lu Xianyang waved. "You wait here. I'll go greet Master Wan and see if I can let you witness the spectacle of blacksmithing. If you see his daughter wielding the hammer, I guarantee it will scare you to death." Chen Ping'an stood still, not wandering about. Looking around, he could already see the nascent forms of 7 wells, their openings still retaining the pulley frames and enclosures, with some individuals emerging from the wells, heads topped with dustpans. Watching the busy workers digging wells, Chen Ping'an instinctively squatted down, picking up a handful of soil and slowly rubbing it between his fingers that it felt moist, but it wasn't water-rich soil. Rather, it was the last type of fire soil, known as July-flowing fire soil, according to Old Yao. This soil tends to transform into a cooler state, not overly dry, possessing strong plasticity, which is beneficial as it means the well walls won't easily collapse. It was evident that even if Master Wan wasn't an expert in well digging, he was certainly no novice. However, Chen Ping'an didn't quite understand why so many wells were being dug in such a small area. Turning to look towards the stream, he smiled broadly. Tio the grass sandal youth. This nameless stream appeared as a treasure trove brimming with gold, silver, and copper coins. Nevertheless, tonight after he finished examining the snake gallstones, Chen Ping'an planned to sneak into Mud Bottle Lane. According to the whisperings of Gukin before leaving the town, he was to excavate something beneath the large water vat at his home. Gukin had been in a hurry when he left and hadn't elaborated, merely mentioning it was a family treasure, something even his mother was unaware of. Thinking of that little rascal made Chen Ping'an chuckle that in the past, Chen Ping'an had been Lu Xianyang's shadow, following him to catch fish, snakes, and bird nests. Now that he had grown, he too had a little follower behind him. For the orphan grass sandal youth, one was his elder brother, and the other his younger brother. One sought to repay a debt of gratitude, while the other needed his care. Thus, over the years, while Chen Ping'an's life had been arduous, it had not been bitter. Chapter 36. Ancient books. Lu Xianyang soon returned, carrying a wicker basket on his back. Chen Ping'an was observing the scene of digging and transporting soil beside the well. Lu Xianyang playfully kicked Chen Ping'an in the rear, causing the lad in straw sandals to nearly tumble over. Upon turning to see the tall youth, he chose not to take offense. Lu Xianyang boisterously declared, "It's settled. Master Wan instructed me to stay put these days and not wander about. I'll dig wells by day and forge iron by night." "Ah, the foundational disciple. I brought you a basket to help you gather stones, from the blacksmith's shop all the way to the covered bridge. But let me be clear, I cannot assist you with the waterhole by the green ox's back." Master Wan warned that if I dared to venture even half a step north or west of the covered bridge, he would break my legs. Lu Xianyang then threw his arm around the neck of the lad in straw sandals, whispering conspiratorially, "Master Wan said that things don't go missing in our town." He mentioned that those outsiders abide by a rather peculiar rule. Merchants who engage in fair trade can also be swindlers, and even beggars who scavenge can partake, yet they cannot be sneaky thieves. He claims that here, the heavens are vigilant, never dozing off, always watching us. Doesn't that give you the shivers? because it certainly unsettles me. Suddenly, Lu Xianying threatened. As for you, Chen, you may continue residing in my house, but don't think I won't notice if you sell my family's treasured armor while I'm away. Chen Ping'an retaliated with a punch to Lu Xianying's chest, causing the tall youth to quickly release his grip, rubbing his chest to regain his breath, and grumbled. You scrawl. Do you think that trekking 100 miles through the mountains with old Yao or chopping firewood in the depths of the forest for months will make you stronger? Chen Ping'an chuckled. Regardless, I am carrying a basket of stones and can still beat you back to town. Lu Xianying shot him a sidelong glance. How about we see who can hold their breath underwater longer? As they neared the stream, Chen Ping'an rolled up his pant legs and casually replied, I won't engage in such trivial contests. Before entering the water, Chen Ping'an gathered a handful of spring grass from the stream's edge to cushion the basket, grumbling that he needed to replace the grass every 20 stones collected. This exasperated Lu Xianying to the point where he nearly tossed the basket back to Chen Ping'an, who refused, insisting that if Lu Xianying were to carry it, he would carelessly toss the stones in, causing him distress. Lu Xianying nearly threw a fit, questioning why these vibrant stones, which had been worthless for centuries, suddenly became precious in Chen Ping'an's hands. How dare he criticize Lu's handling skill? Ultimately, the tall youth reluctantly waded into the water to gather stones, while Chen Ping'an worked alongside him, determined to scour the entire stream. The water generally reached knee-height, only rising. It was in these areas that Lu Xianying showcased his prowess, first handing the basket to the lad in straw sandals before diving beneath the surface, extracting the coveted snake gallstone from the crevices of the massive rocks. Of course, Chen Ping'an could accomplish the same, but it would be far more arduous and time-consuming than it was for Lu Xianying. That'd be why the time they neared the covered bridge, the basket was already 3/4 full, including a dark green snake gallstone that Lu Xianying. It was as large as a hand, speckled with golden flecks and adorned with wave-like patterns, dense and heavy to the touch. When Chen Ping'an rubbed it, he felt a spark of brilliance emanating from it. Anyone with eyesight could discern that this stone was exceptionally rare. Eventually, the two youths sat shoulder to shoulder on a large rock in the stream. Lu Xianying propped himself on the stone, gazing at the gently flowing water. To travel far, one must have money, and besides, what will happen to the house? No one will help tidy it up. What if it collapses one day, and I need to regularly tend to my parents' graves? Lu Xianying sighed. No wonder Song Jisun says you're destined to be trapped in a dead end, endlessly circling in this tiny place. Chen Ping'an turned, smiling, and asked, Do you remember what I mentioned last time about that tree? Lu Xianying retorted, A tree growing on a grave is worth. Besides, that belongs to another branch of your family. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged, softly reflecting, I wonder how many people with the surname Chen exist beyond this town. Lu Xianying countered, As for outside the town, I have no idea. But within it, there are only a few cats and dogs with the surname Chen. And aside from you, it seems like all of them are the offspring of those 4 surnames, born into servitude for generations. Ironically, these people act like cattle and horses within the house, bowing and scraping. Yet the moment they step outside, they change their demeanor, looking down on everyone. Oh, old Yao is right. If one day you, Chen Ping'an, become their servant, your branch of the Chen family that hasn't migrated will surely be doomed. According to old Yao, there were originally 2 branches of the Chen surname in the town, but one had migrated long ago. Chen Ping'an's branch had once thrived, but that was a very long time ago. So long that even old Yao could not specify whether it had been hundreds, 500, 800, or even 1,000 years. Eventually, it split into several families, and the population dwindled. Their luck seemed to have been carried away by the branch that had moved, leading to frequent interruptions in their lineage. As a result, many graves gradually fell into neglect, and most of the burial sites were located on hills that the government later ordered to be turned into restricted areas. The last time old Yao took Chen Ping'an into the mountains, he pointed out a spot, saying it was the burial place of another branch of the Chen family, with excellent feng shui. As for Chen Ping'an's branch, old Yao remarked that even deities could not locate it, For centuries, the descendants of this Chen line have been unsuccessful, mere dilapidated households, hanging on without becoming servants to the four surnames. Chen Ping'an once secretly sought out the grave of that Chen ancestor, but upon arrival, he found only weeds and numerous foxes and rabbits, without sight of the grave. There was a tree there that the lad in straw sandals could not identify, short and much smaller than the old locust tree in the town. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an said, "Before she passed, my mother made me swear that I could beg for food, even starve, but I must never serve those wealthy families." Lu Xianying blurted out, "So your mother also made you swear not to become an apprentice at the dragon kiln before?" Lu Xianying felt a pang of guilt, not the type to readily utter an apology after wrongdoing. So he pretended nothing had happened and stood up, saying, "Let us go, let us dig the well. Oh, and I'll speak to Master Wan again and try to get you a short-term apprenticeship here, so you can gather stones more easily." Chen Ping'an replied, "No rush. Let those two groups leave the town first, and then we can talk. For now, I'll keep an eye on your house." Lu Xianying curiously asked, "Why do you think I can escape misfortune just by apprenticing with Master Wan?" Chen Ping'an pondered, uncertain. "It's like when it suddenly rains. You need to find a roof to take shelter under, right?" Lu Xianying turned his gaze toward the blacksmith's forge. "Who exactly is Master Wan? Doesn't he seem particularly formidable, does he?" "Can he really handle those two groups?" Chen Ping'an reassured him. "One should not judge by appearances." Lu Xianying shot back, "You Chen Ping'an look like a poor so. Are you a poor man?" Chen Ping'an grinned, speechless. Lu Xianying rose and asked, "Do you want me to help you carry it to the covered bridge?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "No need, it's not heavy. Just remember to return the basket next time," Lu Xianying said before jumping down from the large rock and splashing through the stream. Chen Ping'an carefully descended from the boulder, shouldering the basket, and made his way slowly toward the covered bridge. After walking a short distance, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Lu Xianying. Under the warm spring sun, the tall youth snatched the basket from the lad in straw sandals and slung it over his shoulder, mocking, "From a distance, you look like a little grasshopper carrying a big stone. Such a pitiful sight." Just show some kindness and carry it to the covered bridge. In the spring breeze, the two youths strolled side by side. With the surname Chun, if I become skilled in my craft, I will definitely venture out to see the world. Marry a wife even more beautiful than Jige. Drink the finest wines, live in the grandest house, and ride the swiftest horse. I want to see mountains as high as the sky and rivers far larger than our little... Chen Ping'an returned to Lu Xianying's yard with the basket of stones, carefully selecting a few that caught his fancy and taking them to a side room, leaving the rest in the kitchen. After locking the house and courtyard doors, he hurried toward Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching his own yard, he found the girl in black sitting in the sun. After greeting her, he began to prepare medicine. From the neighboring yard came the sound of chopping, which was peculiar. Although Song Jisun lived a life that seemed devoid of parents, he had always been well fed and clothed over the years, even maintaining a comfortable lifestyle. It wouldn't be accurate to say he lived better than the young masters of the four surnames, but he certainly had nothing to complain about compared to the direct descendants of the 10 clans. His study was filled with luxurious items that Chen Ping'an had neither seen nor heard of, which appeared in Song Jisun's house from time to time, in fact. Song Jisun's home had never truly been burdened with dirty or laborious. The pickled vegetables were too pungent for him to allow his maid Ji Gue to handle, and he always purchased bundles of firewood and bags of quality charcoal each year. When Chen Ping'an brought the medicinal broth to the girl in black, he couldn't help but peek over the courtyard wall, discovering Ji Gue wielding a kitchen knife, chopping at what appeared to be a person, though it was merely a wooden puppet. Having burned ceramics for years, Chen Ping'an recognized the quality of the wood at a glance. It was a deep, jade-like hue, undoubtedly an aged piece. The puppet was covered in Suddenly, the girl turned and spotted Chen Ping'an, her face glistening with sweat and grime. She raised her arm to wipe her brow, forcing a smile as she said, "You're back. I wanted to borrow a chopping knife from you, but your guest Wu Ti opened the door." Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. "I'll get you the knife right away. Just don't use too much force at first. The chopping knife is different from the kitchen knife and can slip easily. Be careful not to hurt yourself." The girl, sitting on a small stool, exhausted, waved him off. Her awkward and clumsy movements, along with her ineffective technique, made Chen Ping'an anxious. However, since she hadn't asked for help, he refrained from overstepping. Turning back, he realized the girl, Ning Yao, had already left the yard. Remembering something, he quickly walked into the house and placed an item on the table opposite the girl in black. That it was a snake gallstone, small enough to fit comfortably in his palm, resembling frozen honey, with intricate patterns and a rich hue. Ning Yao looked at it with curiosity. Chen Ping'an smiled. "Ning Yao, this is for you." The girl, still holding the knife, suddenly asked, "Is this your favorite?" Chen Ping'an felt a bit embarrassed. "This one is probably fourth on my list." The three best ones are already hidden away. Only then did she accept the stone, pinching it between her fingers, lifting it above her head as light streamed through the window, illuminating the stone. She tilted her head, squinting to examine its subtle patterns. She gazed at the stone, while the boy watched her. Late at night, a youth stealthily crept in a mud bottle alley like a night cat, silent, and he found the large water vat that had been placed in the corner of the yard and crouched down, discovering that the once neatly stacked snake gallstones had been rummaged through, scattered haphazardly, as if someone had known their value even before Chen Ping'an. Gukin was the only eccentric in the town who collected snake gallstones, and no matter how many he found in the stream, he only ever took one home at a time, always selecting the one he found most pleasing. Over time, he accumulated 50 or 60 stones, using them to cover the gaps at the bottom of his water vat. After moving aside several dried-out snake gallstones, Chen Ping'an found that the bottom of he began to scrape away the dirt with his right hand, and when he finally encountered a piece of yellow oil paper, his heart raced, and he slowed his movements. Ultimately, he extracted the object wrapped in the oil paper, which resembled a book, concealed in his embrace. Chen Ping'an carefully filled the earth back in, examining the remaining snake. The stones left behind were all dead, starkly different from the vibrant stones he had freshly collected from the stream, in terms of color, texture, and weight. The stones before him resembled lifeless old men, while the ones Chen Ping'an had gathered were like lively newborns, full of vigor. After contemplating, Chen Ping'an decided to leave Mud Bottle Alley, heading in the direction of his own house. When he reached the entrance of Song Jisun's yard, he heard a creak as the door opened. He feigned knocking on his own door, calling out, "Ning Yao, are you asleep? I came back to fetch something." The light inside soon brightened, and the girl in black opened the courtyard door for him. From the neighboring yard, the maid Ji Gue sauntered out, and upon seeing the shadowy figure of Chen Ping'an, she shook her head and clicked her tongue as if she had caught a couple in a compromising situation. Alone in Mud Bottle Alley, she hopped along merrily. Her golden-hued eyes appeared particularly cold and sacred in the dimly lit alley. The slender, graceful girl moved like a dragon traversing narrow stone crevices, as if once she stepped out of the alley, she would transform into a celestial being. Although Ning Yao allowed Chen Ping'an into her yard, and even into her house, her expression was far from pleasant. Sitting at the table, one arm resting on the scabbard, her fingers gently tapped the hilt of her knife. Once Chen Ping'an was certain Ji Gui had entered the alley, he awkwardly explained, "I went to Gu Kan's house to retrieve something, and she happened to be leaving, so I had to hide here." "Ning Yao, please don't misunderstand," she inquired. "What was it?" Chen Ping'an hesitated, pulling out the yellow oil paper. "I don't know what it is yet." She turned around, saying, "You should open it and see for yourself before deciding whether—" The cover bore only 2 characters, one of which Chen Ping'an recognized as mountain. He placed the book on the table, turning it toward the girl in black, curiously asking, "Ning Yao, how do you read this character?" The girl turned back, glanced down, and replied, "Huh." The fist manual the black-clad maiden furrowed her brow. Reaching out to seize the ancient tome, to her surprise, Chen Ping'an shifted backward slightly. In that moment, the maiden's body stiffened, her anger surging, as if she had never before experienced. As a proud descendant of the Ning family, with both parents being eminent sword immortals residing in the 12-story tower, she had been heralded as the most exceptional sword cultivator since her birth. Even after years of wandering, she had only ever faced defeat in swordsmanship or magical duels. Never had anyone dared to demean her dignity in such a manner. Tio think that she, Ning Yao, would need to resort to underhanded means to peruse a mere tattered book, to spy upon it, to claim it as her own? Clenching the hilt of her blade, she narrowed her strikingly elongated eyebrows, her delicate eyes and ruby lips embodying her essence. Upon closer inspection, Ning Yao was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. However, the next words from the grass-sandaled youth possessed a transformative power that nearly brought the maiden to the brink of internal injury. "Miss Ning, this book was borrowed from Gu Kan's residence. While I don't consider it theft, it should eventually be returned to him. But as we are now friends, I hope that whatever is written within this tome, you will simply keep to yourself after reading." Taking a deep breath, the maiden slammed her palm on the table, glaring. "What are you staring at? Go read it yourself. I have no interest." The next remark from Chen Ping'an left her in a state of bewildered laughter. "Miss Ning, I cannot read. Would you kindly teach me?" A flicker of thought crossed the black-clad maiden's mind, and she scoffed. "Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? Just think about it. Gu Kan is clearly a person of immense ancestral fortune. Even the natural sword prodigy Lu Xianyang pales in comparison. For centuries, few in this town could rival him. So, how could his carefully cherished heirloom be anything less than extraordinary? Are you not concerned that I might covet its immense value and claim it for myself?" Under the dim flicker of a solitary oil lamp, the grass-sandaled youth smiled gently, offering no explanations. The maiden huffed in exasperation, shifting her position to invite him to sit beside her. Yet, Chen Ping'an remained seated across the table, unmoving. The maiden, half amused, half annoyed, remarked, "With just one hand, I could defeat 100 of you." As she spoke, she began to chuckle to herself. "Are you afraid I might take advantage?" Ning Yao remained lost in her earlier thoughts, becoming increasingly engrossed, muttering to herself, "With one hand, I could defeat 100 Chun Pis. That phrase is quite versatile. Upon encountering someone, after besting them, I could simply declare, 'You barely possess—'" If confronted by a fearsome beast from the primordial wilderness, I could tell myself, "This creature is equivalent to 30,000 Chun Pis. I must flee." Haha, splendid indeed. Chen Ping'an found the situation baffling as the black-clad maiden suddenly erupted. In that moment, neither of them realized the weight and significance that the jest about one hand defeating 100 Chen Pis would carry in the long years to come, especially when the grass-sandaled youth was no longer a mere boy. As time passed, this truth would only grow more profound. Finally regaining her composure, Ning Yao cleared her throat, straightening her posture. She took the ancient book, flipped through a few pages quickly, and then closed it, lightly tapping the cover twice with a finger. She turned to Chen Ping'an with a calm demeanor and stated, This is a manual of martial arts, specifically a technique known as shaking the mountain. According to the customs of the martial world, you may refer to it as the Shaking Mountain Manual. Chen Ping'an's face lit with anticipation, and then the black-clad maiden struggled to suppress an eye roll, striving to maintain a serious. They emphasize the spirit and intent rather than the forms. When one perfects these 6 techniques to their utmost, their lethality is tremendous, capable of inflicting deep wounds upon the lungs of their foes. Although the Shaking Mountain Manual has never ranked among the esteemed manuals of our time, I firmly believe that in the grand tapestry of martial arts, there must be. I hope that a fated individual will elevate its status. Ning Yao, exercising her patience, read the preface to Chen Ping'an line by line. The slim volume contained only 6 techniques, yet the preface was quite substantial. After finishing the reading, she pushed the manual towards Chen Ping'an, patted his shoulder dismissively, and said, "Take good care of this. Don't let it fall into the hands of thieves." Chen Ping'an nodded, cautiously extending his hands to cradle the ancient manual. Ning Yao found it amusing, wondering if the book might sprout legs and flee from the table, or if Chen Ping'an was truly concerned it might tumble. Chen Ping'an rubbed his right hand against his clothing, finally opening the pages, reading the preface word by word, while the illustrations alongside the text left him utterly bewildered. Ning Yao sat sideways, resting her elbow on the table, observing the boy's profile, teasing, "Do you feel like you've struck it rich? Will you be chopping wood with a golden axe and eating from a golden bowl?" The boy did not look up, deeply engrossed in deciphering the illustrations and the cryptic text, candidly replying, "To be honest, when I saw your expression earlier, I suspect, but it matters not. For me, it is already more than sufficient." Ning Yao raised an eyebrow, straightforwardly stating, "I have encountered or heard of many things that are indeed remarkable, but beyond that, I can only distinguish between good and bad." However, the extent of how good something is or how bad it may be is difficult to articulate. Chen Ping'an looked up. "So this Shaking Mountain Manual falls into the category of good, yet not exceptionally so?" Ning Yao replied irritably. "I cannot even begin to describe just how dreadful this wretched manual truly is." The grass-sandaled youth blinked. Clearly, he had been aware all along, merely jesting with the maiden. Ning Yao unsheathed her blade slightly, threateningly. "Are you seeking to be cut?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the green-sheathed sword at her waist, sincerely complimenting, "It looks exquisite." Ning Yao accepted the praise with grace. The sword Ning Yao, personally select. Despite being of the same age and in a foreign land, she radiated the indomitable spirit of a rising sun. This was something Chen Ping'an could sense during his cautious interactions with her, marked by his keen perception. Involuntarily, Chen Ping'an exclaimed, "How wonderful it would be if sunlight could be exchanged for coins." Ning Yao, perplexed, responded, "Chen Ping'an, have you lost your mind over money?" Chen Ping'an hastily shifted the topic, flipping to the first page of the manual. "Miss Ning, could you please read the text accompanying this illustration for me?" Ning Yao pondered for a moment, then did not refuse, but instead asked, "Do you know why I was able to discern the inadequacies of this manual at first glance?" Chen Ping. The first is precisely this Shaking Mountain Manual, which utilizes ordinary paper pages, whose longevity is subject to luck. Aside from the dangers of wars and calamities, the ravages of time, moisture, and pests can lead to gradual decay and disappearance, correct? Chen Ping'an, realizing the truth, nodded. The maiden continued, "Thus, within this method of conveying text through physical materials, an unwritten rule emerges. The rarity of the material should correspond to the value of the content it bears. It is akin to not using a box fashioned from elm wood to house a national treasure, jade seal." Chen Ping'an contemplated this notion. Ning Yao hesitated briefly, then candidly addressed the youth. The second method does not rely on written text but emphasizes oral transmission and practical demonstration. These are often the hidden techniques of sects and clans, kept secret or bound by intricate rules, such as passing down only to male heirs. Even many so-called direct disciples may not receive the true teachings, which reside in the essence of the transmission. Ning Yao sighed. As for the final method, even if spoken, it cannot be conveyed. For instance, the two factions that have recently entered this town, Kai Jinji from Yunxia Mountain, has a technique called observing the Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds is tumultuous, with, in contrast, the rich sword energy atop Jinyang Mountain is said to occasionally reveal the sword spirits of its ancestors, evolving into swordsmanship. If the first method were to inscribe text upon a jade disc or within the bamboo sea, one of the 72 blessed lands, where a unique and enigmatic type of bamboo, known for its ability to absorb writing, grows, then it would be a different story altogether. Beyond that, there are countless peculiar artifacts awaiting discovery. As long as you venture far enough, surprises await you in this vast world. Wonders abound. It would be why the Nine Realms with a skeptical expression. Chen Ping'an gazed at Ning Yao, who was glaring at him, pointing at the string of characters, the true essence of the word roll. This fist technique is derived from the rain-watching of the Great Li. The force of the punch rolls away like a deluge, the fist energy pouring down like ink in a heavy rain, cascading to the dragon wall of the Great Li Palace, gushing downward. Chen Ping'an concentrated on the series of dynamic illustrations of the punch techniques, arranged on a single page like a military formation. Each figure throwing a punch was small, and the charcoal sketches lacked refinement. Yet, thanks to Chen Ping'an's keen eyesight, he could discern every detail under the dim light. Upon hearing Ning Yao's somewhat incomprehensible words, the young man murmured, "It sounds quite formidable, this particular style of boxing." Ning Yao leaned closer, examining the illustrations, and nodded. There is a certain boxing technique that has been passed down in the martial world for thousands of years without fail. It bears a resemblance to this punch manual. Curious, Chen Ping'an turned to ask, "How so?" In the flickering light, the young girl's long brows arched slightly, as if a gentle spring breeze had bent a branch of peach blossoms. Suppressing a smile, she replied, "There exists a rather popular boxing style, known as turtle boxing, which, when executed haphazardly, is sure to land a chaotic punch that could potentially—" The boy sighed in resignation. "You can't possibly say it like that." Chen Ping'an envisioned the scene in his mind, realizing it was reminiscent of Gu Kan's signature move and renowned skill. He recalled that many years ago, Gu Kan's mother had engaged in an unseemly dispute outside a perfumery in Apricot Blossom Alley, during which Gu Kan had just begun to walk. His father, an outsider who spent years away from home, had long been forgotten by the neighbors of Mud Bottle Alley. The women of the town began to worry that their husbands, when passing by Gu's widow's door, would involuntarily slow their pace, easily entranced by the garments hanging on bamboo poles. On one occasion, Granny Ma gathered a group of 5 or 6 women to confront Gu's household. Gu's family suffered considerable losses in that confrontation, yet Granny Ma and her cohort gained. Both sides were left wounded. However, as time passed, Gu's family, ultimately outnumbered, found themselves at a disadvantage. Their garments were torn apart, and due to their already thin attire, they could not help but expose themselves, driving the other women to madness, clawing and biting. Fortunately, at that time, Chen Ping'an happened to be returning from the dragon kiln to the small town. Having been cared for by the Gu family over the years, he stepped in to shield Gu Kan's mother from many treacherous attacks. Throughout, the boy in straw sandals refrained from retaliating, not out of fear of trouble, but from the worry that one punch might prove fatal to that time. The boy, under the shouts and curses of Elder Yao, he sat at the entrance of the courtyard with the women, while Gu Kan remained confined inside, likely wishing to spare the child from witnessing his mother's humiliating state. The boy turned to the women, gesturing towards his mouth. The woman nonchalantly pursed her lips, then wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb. The woman first smiled at the boy in straw sandals, but then tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The next day, a reluctant burden accompanied the boy in straw sandals. Ning Yao's question broke Chen Ping'an's reverie. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Ping'an inquired. "Do you think that after Gu Kan and his mother left the town to follow the river-crossing true monarch to that lake of books, they will truly lead a good life?" Ning Yao countered. "Do you believe they fared poorly in Mud Bottle Alley?" Chen Ping'an pondered. "Gu Kan is rather ungrateful, and at such a young age he probably doesn't find life difficult. However, his mother, that I doubt she considers the town a good place, especially not the women of Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. She harbors disdain for all of them. Moreover, it seems to me that Gu Kan's mother was not meant to dwell in the town. She always appeared discontented." Tio echo Elder Yao's words. "A man with an unsettled heart aims for distant horizons, while a woman, similarly unsettled, may seek to—" "I find that sentiment rather flawed." That Ning Yao suddenly straightened, slamming her hand on the table. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you still wish to study the boxing manual?" Chen Ping'an jumped. "Miss Ning, please continue." Ning Yao retorted, "Discussing cultivation with you is futile, for you are destined to be unable to cultivate. Thus, I can only speak to you about martial arts." Just as Chen Ping'an was about to respond, the girl continued on her own. "Martial arts are divided into 9 realms. Of course, some assert that there exists a 10th realm beyond the 9, much like how various dynasties maintain a—" At this point, the girl's mood brightened considerably, and she cheerfully asked, "Chen Ping'an, do you know what a chess player at the ready is?" Naturally, Chen Ping'an shook his head honestly. The girl's face radiated with brilliance. "In the realm of Go, the highest rank is the 9th Dan, equivalent to a first-rank official in the court. However, there are certain— Your greatly dynasty's chess players at the ready are particularly embarrassing, as it is said that your 9th Dan only equates to the 7th Dan strength of the Sui dynasty. In all of Great Li, only one individual, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, is regarded as a true rival in the Sui chess scene. Oh, by the way, do you know what Go is?" Chen Ping'an nodded. I understand the rules somewhat, though I cannot play myself." Song Jisin and Ji Gui have a board and pieces at home. The girl's face fell. "Is that so?" Having gone in circles, the boy still did not grasp the essence of the 9 realms. Yet even if you reach the pinnacle of the 9th realm, the view is akin to standing on a mountain, gazing towards another distant peak, only to see the midway point. Chen Ping'an contemplated. "I see." For the boy had witnessed this very scene. The girl, indifferent to whether Chen Ping'an truly understood, continued, "The 9 realms of martial arts are divided into body refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refinement, each with 3 tiers. One must ascend step by step, each step critical and irreplaceable. The more solidly one progresses, the better. The pace of advancement, whether fast or slow, is of lesser significance." The 3 tiers of body refinement. The first tier, the Mud Embryo realm, as the name suggests, is akin to the roughness of Mud Bottle Alley. Yet upon reaching the pinnacle, one's essence resembles, though made of clay. It possesses an extraordinary demeanor, with energy sinking to the Dantian, immovable as a mountain, marking a true entry into the second tier. The Wooden Embryo realm signifies a gradual refinement of the physique. To attain its completion, the skin's texture becomes intricate and orderly, akin to a body inscribed with talismans. Indeed, it resembles this stone, a snake gallstone, pulled from the stream, which is fundamentally different from an ordinary pebble. The profound meaning of this tier is mountain opening, broadening the meridians, transforming a narrow path akin to a goat's trail into— The quality of a martial artist's foundation becomes evident in this realm. She spoke these words. The girl in black raised the stone gifted by the boy high. She gazed at the beautiful stone illuminated by the lamp, softly stating, "The final realm to break through this threshold requires crossing a tribulation known as mud bodhisattva, crossing the river. Whether one can successfully traverse this final barrier, akin to a..." Chen Ping'an listened, somewhat bewildered, his gaze fixated on the oil lamp, its flickering light swaying in tandem with his thoughts. The girl yawned, resting her head on the table, lazily saying, "That should suffice for now." The 3 tiers of body refinement are already sufficient to deter 80% of aspiring martial artists. Advancing further is increasingly challenging. One must understand the principle of wealth and knowledge, poverty in martial arts. Outside my hometown, considering your background and understanding, I estimate that reaching the 2nd tier in this lifetime would be a cause for celebration. Chen Ping'an asked, "How does one practice this boxing manual?" The girl raised an eyebrow. "We shall discuss it tomorrow. I am feeling somewhat fatigued." Chen Ping'an replied, "Then I shall go gather stones and return to seek out Miss Ning tomorrow." The girl said, "If you trust me, leave the boxing manual. I will check for any discrepancies, or if it might be some kind of trap." Chen Ping'an smiled. "Very well, but Miss Ning, do be cautious." "I intend to return this shaking mountain manual to Gu Can in its entirety." The girl turned, frowning. "How many times must I hear you say that before you feel reassured?" The boy chuckled as he picked up the basket in the corner, reminding her as he left, "Miss Ning, don't forget to lock the courtyard door." The girl lay on the table, not turning around, waving her hand weakly. I know, you're even more talkative than my father." The boy moved swiftly, his figure disappearing into the narrow alley. Once Chen Ping'an had departed Mud Bottle Alley, the girl immediately straightened up, glaring fiercely at the shaking mountain manual, then slumped back onto the table, her brow furrowed in distress, muttering to herself, "How on earth am I supposed to teach this? I was born with the body of the world's greatest sword immortal. Why must I tread the paths of these foothills? I can't even remember the names of the 365 acupoints." How can my breath flow naturally? I've known that since I was in my mother's womb. The girl tugged at her hair in frustration, utterly exasperated. Suddenly, a timid voice called from outside the door, "Miss Ning?" Ning Yao stiffened and slowly turned, only to be met with an infuriatingly smug, dark face. She adopted a stern expression, saying nothing. The boy swallowed hard, apologetically stating, "I was worried you might forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Also, if Miss Ning gets hungry tonight, I could go to Lu Xinyang's house to make some late-night snacks and bring them back for you before heading to the creek." The girl waved her hand dismissively. The boy promptly fled. Today as he made his way, Chen Ping'an's mind was filled with the images of the first stance from the boxing manual. The punch in motion, the body grounded, as if traversing through mud, the force like snow reaching his knees, moving slowly. Unbeknownst to him, as he attempted to practice the stance according to the illustrations, he instinctively altered the rhythm and length of his breathing. The boy even fancied the idea of practicing his punches in the stream. Wouldn't that be even better? Before Qi Jingshun lay 2 seals, carved from the finest snake gallstone, both small and uninscribed. During the day, the young scholar, whose demeanor was as gentle and warm as jade, visited the school. The two engaged in private conversation, during which the distant Confucian gentleman posed a question. "Do you wish to inherit someone's last wish and continue to create peace for the ages?" Qi Jingshun replied, "Allow me to consider it." This was clearly not a particularly satisfying response. However, the esteemed young gentleman, renowned across half the continent, did not press further, instead engaging Qi Jingshun in conversation about the local customs and the changing tides beyond the town, before taking his leave. Throughout their interaction, the young gentleman did not inquire about the disposition of the jade tablet. Yet, Qi Jingshun understood that this gentleman from the Dong Beipingzi Confucian Academy could afford to be patient. But the golden boy and jade... However, all this was expected that Qi Jingshun sat upright, holding the carving knife, feeling unusually troubled as he pondered how to inscribe the seal as characters to sacrifice oneself for righteousness. For this child, is peace of mind and uprightness too vague? Yet if it were 3 hastily carved seals, it would seem too insincere. Qi Jingshun turned his gaze toward the night sky outside the window, where the stars twinkled like luminous pearls suspended against a dark backdrop. Lost in thought, he remained in a daze for quite some time before regaining his composure, picking up the seal and beginning to carve. Ultimately, he etched the 4 ancient characters' peace of mind and fulfillment. With particular emphasis, gently, Qi Jingshun set the seal down, the engraved side facing up, that a sense of relief washed over him. This scholar, whose hair was streaked with gray, felt a stirring in his heart and casually waved a sleeve. Finally, Qi Jingshun peered closely, witnessing the boy and girl seated side by side in the dilapidated ancestral home of the small town, discussing the nuances of the 9 realms of martial arts. Above the 9 realms, there lay a 10th that Qi Jingshun, having read extensively, was no stranger to the intricacies of both court and martial affairs, and a hint of a smile appeared on Qi Jingshun's otherwise stoic face. Thus, the sage of the Confucian school, presiding over this realm, made a harmless jest that he inscribed 3 characters upon the second seal. Chen 11. Chapter 39. Cursing the Sephora. As Chen Ping'an contemplated the possibility of feeling stones during the day, he decided to start from Lu Xianyang's side and trace upstream until he reached the covered bridge. Hence, he chose a location further upstream for his first foray into the water this night, distancing himself from the bridge and the bluish cliff colloquially referred to as the Green Bull's Back, which was the very spot where he first laid eyes on the girl in green. As a result, he missed the opportunity to meet Song Jisin and the supervising official down on the other side of the bridge. A plaque inscribed with the words, "Wind rises and waters surge," hung high. The man clad in a white robe and adorned with a jade belt was ostensibly the supervisor of the dragon kiln, but in reality, he was the most powerful vassal prince of the great Li dynasty. Under his guidance, Song Jisin arrived at the foot of the steps leading to the bridge. Before their arrival, he had not only bathed and donned clean garments at the official residence, but also donned a scented pouch and a rather unremarkable jade pendant shaped like a dragon, which was dull in hue and wholly unremarkable. Ironically, the exquisite old dragon's rein jade pendant, notable for both its quality and significance, was forcibly removed by the man, who absolutely forbade its display. Holding the vassal prince of the great Li, Song Chongjing, turned, extended a hand, and with 2 fingers lightly rubbed the tops of the incense sticks, igniting them. The man casually instructed, "That will suffice." Despite harboring deep suspicions, Song Jisin complied with the directives of this seemingly celestial uncle, kneeling and bowing thrice. Although the man spoke with a nonchalance, after inserting the incense into the earth and rising, Song Jisin inquired, "Is it permissible to offer incense here?" The man chuckled. "It is merely a ritual. Do not take it to heart. From this moment on, learn to navigate the pretense." He feigned levity, saying, "Is it wise to use those 4 characters so casually?" The man patted his belly with one hand while steadying his jade belt with the other. "Here, it matters not. There are neither courtly hounds nor wild dogs of the rivers and lakes to hound this prince." Curiously, Song Jisin asked, "Are you also afraid of being criticized?" The man retorted, "This prince has vanquished all. If I had nothing to fear, would I not be more comfortable than the one seated upon the dragon throne?" "Boy, do you think that makes sense?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Jisin hesitantly resolved to inquire, Are you biding your time? Or are you merely keeping the enemy at bay? The man chuckled in disbelief, pointing at the brimming confidence of the youth, shaking his head. You dare to utter such rebellious words. You are woefully unaware of the gravity of your statements. Whether in the capital or in some celestial abode atop the mountains, I advise you to refrain from reckless speech and actions. Otherwise, calamity will surely befall you. Song Jisun nodded. I shall remember that. The man gestured towards the gilded plaque. Wind rises and waters surge. Tell me, how does the water surge? With resolute clarity, Song Jisun replied, I do not know. The man muttered, To know is to know. That is wisdom. What nonsense. Scholars are truly convoluted. Even their farts must traverse 9 bends and 18 turns. Yet, in the presence of the youth, the man softened his tone. If I recall correctly, in your town, for 3 millennia, regardless of how great the floods may be, the highest water level of this stream has never surpassed the tip of a rusty sword. Is there truly some mystery behind it? The man pointed towards the distant exit of the stream from the mountains, smiling. In the wilderness, snakes have their paths, and within dwellings, mice have their routes. As for the rivers and streams, dragons have their ways. Withdrawing his finger, the man patiently elucidated. In many other regions of the Great Li dynasty, there exist customs of hanging swords beneath bridges. However, those copper coins, peach wood, or talisman swords can only ward off a mountain dragon or serpent for a single incursion. They cannot withstand a second. Moreover, many practitioners who hang their swords possess shallow skills. Only this one sword. The man trailed off, falling silent. Song Jisun held back his inquiries. The man sighed. This sword, from the day it was hung beneath the bridge, was never aimed at the dragons traversing the waters. Rather, it was employed by the sage to suppress the mouth of the locking dragon well. This mouth refers to the deep pool beneath the bridge, preventing the dragon's energy from dissipating too quickly, lest it forcibly rupture this small realm. Song Jisun, do you think all of them were fools, or that the sages lived so long only to nurture a dragon like a common pet? Song Jisun countered. Perhaps they were unable to completely slay that dragon. They might have only been able to employ delaying tactics and gradual erosion. While I am unaware of the original intentions and schemes of the sages from millennia past, I can surmise that the true dragon was undoubtedly extraordinary. The man shook his head but nodded in agreement. The true dragon is undoubtedly dead. As for its true identity and symbolic significance, the phrase not simple cannot even begin to encompass it. Song Jisun hesitated, words unspoken. In any case, but if you were to ask why you were abandoned here, and why you are a noble prince of the Great Li, I could certainly divulge the truth in detail. With his head bowed, Song Jisun's expression was obscured. The youth's silence prompted the man not to indulge in sentimentality. Upon reaching the top step, he turned to face the small town, remarking, In the future, be more magnanimous, competing with someone like Lu Xianyang. Now, we have merely earned a measure of respect through sheer strength. Song Jisun continued to keep his head down, though his gaze was ablaze with fervor. The man named Song Chongjing stated plainly, Upon your arrival, Song Chongjing chuckled, He is currently our national teacher in the Great Li, and also your half-brother's mentor. That in the past 50 years, our Great Li has expanded from 70 counties and 800 cities to 140 counties and 1,500 cities. This man has contributed half of that achievement. Song Jisun abruptly looked up, The man smiled. You guessed correctly, boy. The man, taking a seat on the steps, rested his hands on his knees and gazed into the distance. The other figure who had played a significant role in the expansion of the Great Li was evidently both distant and close at hand. Did I end that moment? Song Jisun trembled all over, his scalp prickling. After a long silence, Song Jisun suddenly spoke. Uncle, although I harbor thoughts of killing Lu Xianyang, and even considered making a deal with Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City to find a way to eliminate him, I have never believed that he is worthy of standing on equal footing with me, even with his long-standing family heritage. My intent to kill him stems merely from the belief that his death would not come at too great a cost to me, and nothing more. Intrigued, Song Chongjing remarked, So, you possess another fixation? The youth rubbed his neck, falling into silence. In the dead of night, amidst an eerie stillness, the small town still had figures traversing its streets. One slender figure, clad in scant attire, walked past the iron lockwell on apricot blossom. Upon reaching the archway tower, she kicked a stone pillar with considerable force. Finally, she arrived beneath the sprawling old Sephora tree, which, according to the elder's tale, the girl, swaggering boldly to the tree's base, held considerable disdain for such tales. She opened the ancient book borrowed from her family's young master, beginning her quest guided by the text. One by one, she called out names, akin to a general recounting troops on a battlefield. When her throat grew parched, she ceased her enumeration, holding the local county annals, which Song Jisun referred to as books from outside the wall. The girl stomped her foot and berated. Of the 4 surnames and 10 clans, let's start with the 4. Lu, Li, Zhao, and Song. You 4 prominent clans, be wise and considerate. Hurry and let at least 3 Sephora leaves fall from each surname. If even one leaf is missing, I, Wang Zhu, will ensure that I hold a grudge against you for life. After I emerge, I shall deal with each one of you, regardless of whether you are young, strong. Surely you know the answer in your hearts? Are you feigning ignorance? Do you believe that once I step out, I will allow the Great Li to be identified with the surnames Lu, Li, or Zhao, but not Song? From the 10 great clans, each must provide 2 leaves, while other ordinary surnames must at least contribute 1. Of course, anyone bold enough to wager more will be welcomed. I shall ensure they reap a bountiful reward. Regarding the Chao family among the 10 clans, yes, the one that produced that scoundrel Chao Shi. What despicable deeds did that brat not commit? Even in his youth, he was filled with malice. You must provide me with an additional leaf on top of the 2, as compensation. Otherwise, I, Wang Zhu, swear that once I emerge, I will ensure Chao Shi is left without descendants. How could such a scoundrel, who dared to urinate in the well, ever become a true monarch? And what of the Xie family? One of your kin, named Xie Shi, right? I have some acquaintance with him. Had it not been for me, he would have been swept away by the flood long ago. Thus, if you do not provide an extra leaf, can you justify it? From a distance, Qi Jingchun silently observed the scene beneath the Sephora tree, speechless, akin to a stern father who only knew how to discipline his wayward child, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, when he saw the girl flipping through the book, with leaves cascading from the branches and fluttering onto the pages, he felt a flicker of comfort. With myriad unspoken words, Qi Jingchun finally murmured, "After leaving home, take care of yourself." The girl seemed to sense something, abruptly turning her head. Yet, there was no figure in sight. Feeling a sense of loss, she shook her head, dismissing the thought, and turned back to her cursing of the Sephora tree. Chapter 4. As he approached the verdant stone cliff, he abruptly halted, for he discerned a number of individuals standing nearby, each countenance almost exquisitely detailed. This clarity was not merely a result of the shimmering starlight, but rather the white deer lowered its head, and a little girl clad in a bright red cotton coat rose on her tiptoes, reaching out to caress its antlers. Beside her stood 2 young individuals garbed in Taoist robes. Perhaps under the influence of the deer's ethereal glow, their skin appeared as pure as fresh snow, translucent and radiant. To illustrate, If the townsfolk were akin to crude clay figurines, then these two outsiders resembled exquisite porcelain crafted through meticulous artistry, truly a stark contrast. Their robes bore similarities to those of Taoist Master Lu, yet with numerous intricate differences. Most notably, while Master Lu wore a lotus crown, the crowns adorning these two resembled the tails of fish. The boy in straw sandals gazed in a daze, finding the pair beside the white deer reminiscent of celestial beings stepping forth from a divine portrait, as if they would ascend to the heavens at any moment, plucking stars and moons at their leisure. A little farther away stood another pair, one of whom Chen Ping'an recognized as the daughter of Master Wan, the swordsmith. This young girl in green attire had not brought a bundle filled with food this time. Instead, she cradled a small embroidered handkerchief containing only a few delightful pastries. With her head bowed, she appeared hesitant, uncertain of which treat to sample first. The companion beside her, roughly in his 30s, bore a long sword on his back and a peculiar ornament hanging from his waist. As Chen Ping'an spotted them, nearly everyone else became aware of the sudden appearance of the boy in straw sandals. The young Taoist nun, somewhat surprised, bent down to tousle the hair of the little girl in the red coat, gesturing towards Chen Ping'an while whispering. The little girl perked up her ears, intently listening to the inquiries from that celestial sister, and upon vaguely recognizing Chen Ping'an's likeness, she began to chatter animatedly, likely explaining his identity to the white deer's owner, that celestial sister. In that moment, Chen Ping'an also recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. Their earliest encounter had been prior to his journey to the dragon kiln for porcelain firing, when he had encountered a small girl with horn braids in Mud Bottle Lane. Despite her tender age, she sprinted swiftly, clutching a paper kite in her hands, her slender legs as nimble as bamboo shoots, moving with the swiftness of the wind, leaving a lasting impression on Chen Ping'an. He had seen her intermittently since, recalling one instance where she had crouched by the iron well, mischievously tossing pebbles inside, until he inadvertently caught her in the act, causing her to flee in fright. She had dashed several steps before remembering the candied hawthorn skewers left at the well's edge, and unable to resist her craving, she rushed back, only to trip and fall, scrambling to snatch the skewers before abruptly halting to pluck a loose tooth from her mouth and stow it away, continuing her escape without shedding a tear. The last time he had seen her was in a desolate, overgrown area littered with remnants of idols, during a twilight in autumn last year, when he had returned from the dragon kiln to the town and stumbled upon her joyfully chasing. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an, she had recognized him as well and vanished like a breeze. Later, Chen Ping'an had heard from Gu Kan that this perpetually grimy young lady, though appearing to be a wild child with no supervision, was actually from the Li family of Fortune and Prosperity Street, and not a mere servant. However, for reasons unknown, she preferred to wander alone. Her family seemingly indifferent. Gu Kan had spoken of her with a mix of pride and disdain, recounting an incident where they had been fishing in the stream together, and despite her frantic efforts, she had only managed to catch a single crab, failing to net. The only reason she had caught the crab was that its pincers had clamped down on her fingers, causing her to proudly show off her catch to Gu Kan, who had found her antics utterly amusing, laughing until he rolled on the wooden bed, remarking on her foolishness. The handsome young Taoist cast a glance at the white deer and smiled at the young female Taoist beside him. Sister, you ought to be cautious and not indulge it too much. It has been less than 10 days since then, and besides, it's merely an illusion, not hindering its freedom. Yet, you seem to have overlooked this, and now a mere mortal has stumbled upon it. What shall we do? The enchanting Taoist nun, after listening to the little girl's introduction, smiled and replied, "Let it be as it is." The young Taoist furrowed his brows and gazed again, scrutinizing the straw, sandal-clad boy for a moment longer. He could discern no remarkable traits about the lad carrying the wicker basket. Their sect, renowned for its skills in fortune-telling and geomancy, may not be unparalleled across the continent, but they were certainly skilled. Since this Taoist was sent by their sect to retrieve a precious item, ensuring its safe return to present to their higher sect, he could not be an ordinary individual. Thus, upon failing to perceive anything extraordinary about the boy, he lost interest in inviting him to join their sect. The two were part of one of the 3 Taoist sects in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, and indeed the foremost among them, with immense prestige. This time, He and sister he had ventured out together, each granted a precious opportunity to recruit a true disciple for their sect, who would also become their apprentice. Therefore, he wished to handle this matter with utmost caution. It was well known within the sect that sister he was in the process of refining her heart, and her seemingly casual remark about letting things flow naturally could very well indicate her intention to take on a disciple. He and Xiaoyang were celebrated as the golden boy and jade girl of the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent, the pride of Taoism, deserving the same respect as monarchs when encountered, with ceremonial decorum no less important than that of true sovereigns of great nations. As the young Taoist nun took the little girl's hand and descended from the azure ox's back, followed closely by the ethereal white deer, not only did the young Taoist beside her find it astonishing, when he saw the young Taoist nun approaching, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He truly did not wish to engage with these celestial beings from afar, for he understood that their simple affections and grievances could dictate his fate and reputation. Moreover, he was aware of his own rather unfortunate luck, making him even more reluctant to provoke them. Yet, Chen Ping'an did not retreat in panic. Rather, he took a few steps forward, ensuring that his actions appeared somewhat dignified to the onlookers. The white deer quickened its pace, trotting around the boy in straw sandals before lowering its head to affectionately nuzzle the impoverished youth. Returning to its owner, she gently stroked its back, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a magnificent steed. The young Taoist nun looked at Chen Ping'an, sighed softly, smiled, and the girl translated in the local dialect, shyly stating, "Sister," he said, "you are a person who cherishes blessings, but unfortunately, our fates are shallow, and we cannot become Taoist friends." The boy was rendered speechless, as he had no idea how to respond without seeming impolite. With his wicker basket on his back, clad in straw sandals, and with his trousers rolled up, he appeared rather comical. The Taoist nun inquired playfully, "So you are aware of the marvelous uses of these pebbles?" Chen Ping'an, "Worry not. I was merely asking casually." The little girl eagerly echoed the explanation, her words tumbling out rapidly and crisply. Chen Ping'an hesitated momentarily before nodding. "A Taoist once advised me to often come to the stream to collect stones and catch fish." Despite his fondness for the young Taoist nun, he prudently refrained from revealing Master Lu's surname. Furthermore, it was Ning Yao who had truly divulged the considerable value of the snake gall stones. The Taoist nun smiled. "You are acquainted with our Master Lu?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The Taoist nun shared a knowing smile and explained, "Master Lu, strictly speaking, is not of our sect. He visited our sect many years ago and became friends with one of our elders, staying for quite some time. As juniors, we naturally became familiar with him and grew accustomed to calling him Master Uncle." Chen Ping'an grinned widely, his apprehensions dissipating entirely, that he held a deep sense of gratitude towards. Remembering something, he bent down to set his wicker basket aside, retrieving a stone he had previously admired, large as an egg, glimmering green and translucent as ice, distinct from other snake gallstones. He extended it towards the elegant young Taoist nun, inquiring, "Taoist, if I encounter Master Lu in the future, could you please help me deliver this stone to him?" After considering the little girl's explanation, she took the stone, speaking slowly. "Before coming here, I happened to meet. He is headed to Nanjing country for an important ceremony of the Taoist sect. It's uncertain when we will meet again, but rest assured, I will definitely pass it along to Master Lu if I see him." Chen Ping'an beamed at the little girl's words, expressing his gratitude with a deep bow to the young Taoist. The boy had always trusted his instincts regarding the character of strangers, whether it was regarding Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian or Master Lu and Miss Ning. Chen Ping'an took out yet another snake gallstone and offered it to her. The young Taoist nun, renowned as the fortune's first among her generation in the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent, accepted it with a smile, not forgetting to express her thanks. The little girl in the red cotton coat twisted her clothes nervously and whispered, "I want one too." Chen Ping'an chuckled as he turned to select a stone for the little girl. She approached him cautiously and said, "I want a bigger one, if possible." Chen Ping'an replied, "As long as you can carry it, I'll give you the biggest one, however. The journey back to the town and then home is quite a distance. Moreover, I think the smaller ones are better than the larger ones." She pondered for a moment, leaning her hands on the edge of the wicker basket. "All right then, I'll choose a smaller, prettier one." Chen Ping'an picked out a lovely, low. Suddenly, she tilted her head, grinned widely, pointed at her teeth, then flashed a proud smile at Chen Ping'an, likely showing off her newly grown teeth. Chen Ping'an cheerfully suggested, "Next time, let us go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed, and with his wicker basket on his back, Chen Ping'an bade farewell to the young Taoist nun, waved at the little girl, and jogged back to the town alone. Though both were celestial beings, the young Taoist nun's worth was far beyond that of Yinxia Mountain Eskai Jinjian, comparable to the essence of the divine in contrast to mere worldly gold. She returned to the azure ox's back alongside the little girl and the white deer, while the young Taoist, having shifted his gaze away from the straw sandal-clad boy, concluded, "A shallow fate signifies a meager fortune, naturally not deserving of great use." The Taoist sex and the Eastern treasure. He and sister He Xiaoyang were this generation's destined Taoist couple. However, a surprising development had occurred. Though the golden boy's aptitude was not inferior to past candidates, the jade girl's fortune was astonishingly exceptional. From the moment of her birth, a white deer, a harbinger of good fortune, had approached her, recognizing her as its master. Since then, her path in cultivation had been remarkably smooth, with many claiming she would only encounter her first bottleneck upon reaching the upper 5 realms. Regarding her junior brother's disdain for the boy in straw sandals, she chose to remain non-committal, merely smiling it off. Just then, a short boy emerged from the depths near the bridge, making his way to the puddle beneath the azure ox's back, clutching a snake gallstone that the boy, seemingly dull-witted, stood atop a rock jutting from the water, appearing like a celestial being holding a tiny moon in his grasp. The young Taoist's 2 large fish, red and green, did not enter the water, but swam leisurely atop the stream. Should Chen Ping'an have seen this boy, he would recognize him as the grandson of Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Lane. This boy, simple-minded since childhood, had been shunned by his parents and was often taken care of by Granny Ma, frequently isolating himself to gaze at the clouds from rooftops. Growing up under Granny Ma's surname, he had endured bullying to the point that people considered stepping on him too dirty for their shoes. This unfortunate child seemed only to have smiled at the Meiji Gue from Mud Bottle Lane. Thus, Granny Ma harbored a deep resentment towards that maid, believing her to be a shameless seductress who had undoubtedly enticed her precious grandson. The young Taoist nun approached the man with a long sword slung across his back, asking, "Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding Ma Kushuan?" The man replied coldly, "If your little master uncle truly wished to take this child as a disciple, why not come himself? What does his renowned name matter? He has not fought me, so why should I concede him? If he is dissatisfied, let him come to Jinwu Mountain and challenge me that if he wins, he can take the child." The young Taoist smiled. "It merely requires our little master uncle to make an extra trip. Why make it so difficult?" A subtle tension lingered in the air. The man adorned with the sword and talisman squinted. "Oh!" The young Taoist nun felt somewhat frustrated, glancing at her junior brother. The young Taoist chuckled, choosing not to engage further, and remarked, "What a lovely moon tonight." She felt a sense of helplessness. Whenever it involved her sect's master uncle, it was not just her and her junior brother. All young Taoists across the continent would take pride in being associated with him. Down on the other side of the bridge, at the foot of the steps, stood a barefooted monk with a square face, radiating a rugged determination. This ascetic did not look up at the golden plaque, but instead focused on the ground where Song Jisun had placed incense earlier, clasping his hands together and bowing his head in compassion, murmuring, "Amitabha." The short boy climbed ashore and approached the azure ox's back, glancing at the 2 ethereal young Taoists and then at the stern man with the sword. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the latter, gritting his teeth. "I don't want to learn the path of longevity. Can you teach me how to kill?" The man laughed proudly. "I am a swordsman of the martial family. Since ancient times, I have been the foremost in the art of killing." The young Taoist retorted with a smile. "Oh." The young Taoist nun shook her head, realizing the situation was beyond salvage, feeling guilty for failing her master uncle's trust. At that moment, the atmosphere by the stream on the azure ox's back became tense, with the little girl in the red cotton coat hurriedly hiding behind her celestial sister. The young girl in green, having just finished her last pastry, was in a foul mood and snapped, "If you have the capability, go fight my dad." The man, who had deep ties to the girl and her father, relaxed his demeanor, smiling. "How do you propose we do that?" The young Taoist teased, "Xiuruan, now that would be somewhat unfair. Your father is the next sage to succeed Mr. Qi, akin to the sovereign of this realm." The girl in green pouted, remaining silent. The monk slowly approached and ascended the azure ox's back. The young Taoist nun stated, "Your Buddhist Thundersound Tower, our Taoist Heavenly Master Seal, along with a small sword mound from the Martial family and a jade tablet from the Confucians, are the 4 precious artifacts left by the 4 earliest sages." Without delving into the internal machinations of the Confucians within our 3 factions, although we are justified in retrieving them, wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate to do so without notifying Mr. Qi? The monk remained silent. The young Taoist expressed concern. "It is indeed a bit inconsiderate, but the higher-ups' orders are hard to defy. Sister, it's best not to complicate matters." The Martial family member scoffed. "I am not here to curry favor with anyone." Meanwhile, in the town, Chen Ping'an returned to the alley where Lu Xianying's home was located, only to find Mr. Qi standing at the entrance. The boy hurried over, and before he could inquire, Qi Jingshun handed him 2 private seals, smiling. "Chen Ping'an, these are not given freely. I have a favor to ask. In the future, should the Cliff Academy face difficulties, I hope you can assist as best as you can. Of course, you need not feel compelled to inquire about the Academy's news." The boy merely replied with a single word, "Okay." Qi Jingshun nodded solemnly, saying, "Remember what I told you before about a gentleman does not lend assistance. That was my heartfelt advice, not a test of character." Chen Ping'an grinned. "Sir, I cannot guarantee that." Qi Jingshun hesitated, ultimately saying nothing more as he prepared to leave, but he had intended to convey that should the Cliff Academy find itself in dire straits, he could simply pretend he had neither seen nor heard anything. Yet for reasons unknown, deep within, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart, puzzling him greatly. After much contemplation, the Mountain Lord of the Cliff Academy concluded that it was solely due to the presence of this boy, Chen Ping'an. He seemed unlike anyone else. Entrusting him with a task was immensely challenging. Even knowing the boy might ultimately fail, he could firmly believe that once the boy had pledged to undertake it, he would indeed strive to fulfill it, even if it cost him dearly. This was a source of genuine comfort for Qi Jingshun, something he had sought for many years and never attained. The scholar who had voluntarily requested exile to this place had once felt that the world was filled with unfamiliarity. As Qi Jingshun was about to turn away, the boy, still carrying the wicker basket, hurriedly bowed deeply in respect. "Did I end the alley?" The Confucian sage returned the boy's bow with the same gravity. Chapter 41. Practicing fist techniques. As the night deepened, Song Chongjing returned alone to the official residence. The young Song Jisun had already ventured off to the muddy alley of Mud Bottle Lane, a place akin to a dog's den. The man did not press him. After all, as a seasoned general who had fought on the battlefield for many years, he could still snore soundly amidst the carnage of corpses and rivers of blood. Thus, he felt no guilt over his nephew, who had lived a life not quite befitting his noble lineage. Merely surviving to return to the grand capital of Dali was a commendable feat in itself. The elderly steward of the yamen awaited at the entrance, lantern in hand. Song Chongjing stepped through the threshold of the only ajar side door, striding forward with confidence, stating, "There is no need for a guide." The aged steward nodded silently, slowing his pace before quietly departing. The yamen on Falu Street was modestly constructed, far less opulent than the residences of the Liu and Li families. The previous overseer of the kiln had lived a frugal life, and the affluent families in town had found no cause for discontent. However, Song Chongjing was different. As the current emperor's half-brother, he had achieved remarkable feats of territorial expansion and was also a distinguished martial arts master in Dongbeipingsao. His presence was akin to a dragon entering a small pond, and while the local bullies may not have felt outright fear, they would invariably adopt a respectful demeanor in the face of such a figure. As Song Chongjing passed a small courtyard, he noticed someone still studying by lamplight within. The individual sat upright, diligently immersed in their studies even when alone. Truly a paragon of virtue. With a flicker of derision at the corner of his mouth, Song Chongjing swept past, recalling a youth who had once excelled in calligraphy at the Guanhu Academy, whose fame had reached the court of the Southern Wei. Summoned by the emperor, he had composed edicts in the side hall during a fierce winter snowstorm, even requiring palace maids to warm the ink for him. This tale quickly spread throughout Dongbaiping's Hao, becoming a celebrated anecdote. Yet few pondered how the common folk came to know of such events. Given the strict secrecy of the imperial palace, as he walked along the dimly lit path, Song Chongjing suddenly erupted in a hearty laughter. Dressed in plain white garments, Song Jisun returned to Mud Bottle Lane. The courtyard door was unlocked. Upon entering his room, he spotted the maid, Jige, perched on a chair in the main hall, half asleep, her head lolling to one side, only to straighten up again when it tilted too far. Clearly, the girl was exhausted. Leaning down, Song Jisun gently shook her shoulder, saying softly, "Jige, wake up and hurry back to your room to sleep. You mustn't catch a chill." The drowsy girl rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Young master, why are you back so late?" With a smile, Song Jisun replied, "I went to the corridor bridge. The journey took longer than expected." Jige noticed the unfamiliar formal attire Song Jisun wore and exclaimed, "Oh, young master, why have you changed your clothes?" Wishing to divert the conversation, Song Jisun replied, "Let us not dwell on that. How have you fared with the local gazette I lent you? Do you need me to teach you?" The girl shook her head, "No need." Returning to his dimly lit room, Song Jisun shed his outer robe and boots as he settled onto the bed, murmuring, "Wangzhu, Wangzhu, so that's how it is." Jige, back in her room, extinguished the lamp and curled up under the covers, making soft sounds as if she were sneaking a bite of something. Ultimately, she let out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyang, though not yet officially a disciple of Master Wan at the Sword Forge, was clearly favored by the master, who personally taught him how to forge blade strips. The row of forging rooms was not a place just anyone could enter. During the midday break, a young man, hailing from a porcelain kiln background, approached Lu Xianyang with a knowing smirk, claiming someone was looking for him, describing her as a stunning beauty, more alluring than the ladies of Fulu Street. With a cheeky grin, Lu Xianyang followed him, though his heart sank with trepidation. Sure enough, by a nearby well stood a tall woman, surrounded by robust young men energetically digging. As the small scholar Song Jisun would scorn, Lu Xianyang was indeed a Na'vi bumpkin. Yet the beauty of a woman had nothing to do with education or literacy. Perhaps the tall youth was unaware that the vague notion of beauty often harbored a charm, especially when it exuded both grace and allure, captivating to the core. The unnamed lady before him had delicate brows like the antennae of a moth, a forehead broad and smooth, exuding an air of refinement. Today, she had come alone, without the demeanor of seeking confrontation or exerting her influence, which eased Lu Xianyang's apprehension. However, no matter how exquisite her visage, Lu Xianyang did not falter. In the past, he might have whistled at a lovely lady encountered on the street, but this did not mean he would be swayed. The girl he admired had once been a maid in Mud Bottle Lane, and she remained his heart's desire. As Lu Xianyang approached the lady by the brook, he firmly stated, "Madam, if you wish to persuade me to sell that heirloom of mine, I advise against broaching the subject." The lady smiled charmingly. "Let us not rush to reject my proposal. Allow me to clarify the stakes before you make your decision." Lu Xianyang's expression remained unchanged, feigning ease, even as his heart plummeted. In the distance, a girl squatted on the threshold of a forging room, holding a bowl of rice piled high, devouring it ravenously. After finishing the peak of her meal, she reveled in the sight of the braised pork hidden within, radiating sheer delight, turning her back to the man seated at the other end of the threshold, inquiring, "Father, should we not concern ourselves with that outsider?" The man grumbled in a deep voice, "Not concerning ourselves." The girl, clad in green, expressed her worries, "But he is to be your first disciple here. Aren't you afraid he might stray?" The man replied nonchalantly, "Then that lad simply lacks fortune." The girl, puzzled, asked, "Father, do you not find that regrettable?" For instance, she reflected, witnessing the exquisite pastries in the shop. Lacking the means to purchase them was one thing, but if she had the money, bought them, and then accidentally dropped them, it would be a fitting punishment from the heavens. The man changed the subject. Is the braised pork delicious? The girl nodded enthusiastically. Delicious, very delicious. Suddenly she stiffened. Her father had declared she could only have one serving of meat per day. Hence, she pretended to serve herself a bowl of plain rice, hiding the braised pork within, hoping to enjoy a proper portion in the evening. Embarrassed, she turned, raising the bowl high, justifying, "There's only one piece. I haven't broken any rules." The man chuckled. "Then what of the piece hidden at the bottom of the bowl? Won't you feel regret for not being able to eat it?" The girl's mouth dropped open in shock, as if the man continued to poke at her wound. "If you hadn't pried in a Lu Xianyang's affairs, I would have chosen to overlook it." The girl fell silent, nibbling on the braised pork, clearly destined to be frugal in the future. After finishing his meal, the man glanced toward the woman and the youth by the brook, stating, "As long as that lad does not ascend to the middle 5 realms, I shall not concern myself with his life or death. Even if he enters the middle 5 realms, I may intervene once or twice, but certainly no more. 3 is the limit. Fortune and misfortune do not come from without, but are summoned by the individual." The girl retorted, "Why not care?" The man replied tersely, "Literati take students, martial artists take disciples. Neither is a mere gang recruiting lackeys, nor do they intend to engage in quarrels or fights relying on numbers. Ultimately, in my eyes, whether teacher and student or master and disciple, they are all fellow travelers. Moreover, Lu Xianyang is not yet my disciple." The girl remained silent. The man sighed, "Silly girl, do you know how many people reside in this isolated Dali dynasty? Over 20 million households, with so many people in the world and so many troubles. Can you manage it all? In the next 60 years, I shall take over the town from Qi Jingshun, so you needn't wander aimlessly. Focus on forging swords here. Otherwise, if trouble arises, will I be responsible or not?" Before he could finish, the girl blurted, "No need for you to manage." Her words nearly caused the man internal injury. The impact was as formidable as the secret techniques of a certain sword immortal, and he wanted to knock some sense into this stubborn girl. "Your affairs. How could I not manage?" The man felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The girl feigned surprise. "Oh, how did an extra piece of braised pork appear at the bottom of my bowl?" "Alas, I've finished my share for today. Perhaps I should let you have it, father?" Without needing to turn, the man sensed the girl's poor acting skills and sighed. "Fine. Eat it. I'll pretend you only had one piece of braised pork today. Remember to forge iron in the afternoon. Don't slack off." The girl's gratitude was genuine. "Father, you are truly kind." The man chuckled. "It's the braised pork that's good." The girl lowered her head, taking a bite of rice, murmuring, "You're good too, father." With a stern expression, the man suppressed his laughter, contemplating that having a daughter was indeed a blessing. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. "Father, can I have another piece tonight? 2 pieces and 3 pieces aren't too different, right? If you don't respond, I'll take it as a yes." The girl dashed away before he could respond, her last words trailing off as she ran far ahead. The man rubbed his cheeks, muttering to himself, "My daughter values food above all else." After delivering letters through the streets, Chen Ping'an bought breakfast for Miss Ning of Mud Bottle Lane, then began the familiar task of preparing medicine. Today, Ning Yao donned a brand-new dark green robe, crisp and neat. With her naturally spirited appearance, this attire, coupled with the long sword at her waist, exuded a nobility that surpassed the rich signs of Peach Leaf Alley on Falu Street. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. "At present, if you truly wish to study the mountain-shaking manual, before learning the fist techniques, you must first accomplish 3 tasks: standing post, walking post, and sleeping post. The last task is particularly intricate, requiring the accumulation of vital energy and the flow of breath, which is difficult to articulate, so I want to elaborate that in any case. The first 2 tasks do not require much consideration of innate talent. Simply follow the postures depicted in the manual and persist over time. Ultimately, this will be beneficial, even if it doesn't lead you to mastery in martial arts. It may still strengthen your physique and prolong your life." Chen Ping'an shared his thought. Would practicing walking post in the stream suffice? Ning Yao nodded. "Of course, start at the knees, then to the waist, and finally to the neck." Chen Ping'an inquired, "Wouldn't that mean being entirely submerged?" Ning Yao scoffed. "What, do you want to practice holding your breath underwater and emerge as a 1,000-year-old turtle?" Chen Ping'an fell silent, slightly disgruntled. Ning Yao pondered a moment. "Come, let me demonstrate walking post. Watch closely." Ning Yao moved the table aside. then took 6 steps forward, her strides alternating between 3 small and 3 large. With a heavy stomp of her last step, the earth beneath the house seemed to tremble with a dull resonance. The girl executed the movement fluidly, seemingly effortless, yet flowing with a hidden force, imparting an indescribable sensation to the grass-sandaled youth. It resembled a waterfall cascading down, natural and powerful, while also evoking the image of leaves swirling gracefully in a stream, gentle and soft. All was right, yet Chen Ping'an could only grasp the surface without understanding the essence. Seeing the boy's bewildered expression, Ning Yao returned to her position and demonstrated once more, "Do you understand now? Give it a try." Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and attempted it. He swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken man. Standing still, he scratched his head, clearly recognizing his own awkwardness. Ning Yao frowned, her voice stern, again. After 3 attempts, Chen Ping'an showed slight improvement, yet Ning Yao's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing. She could not fathom how someone like Chen Ping'an existed in this world, lacking comprehension in martial arts and possessing such poor aptitude. Ning Yao, having been raised at the pinnacle of the sword path, with her background, constitution, talent, and vision, could not understand how those at the foot of the mountain, so far removed from her, climbed step by step, nor could she grasp why they stumbled along the way. Finally, feeling exasperated lest she draw her sword in frustration, she had a flash of inspiration, patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, attempting to console him. "Chen Ping'an, one reads 100 times to comprehend the meaning." The same applies to martial arts, that if you can't achieve the essence after practicing your fist techniques thousands of times, then practice for tens of thousands, or even 100,000. Go collect your stones. Even the slowest bird must take flight first, that don't lose heart. Take your time and practice this walking post repeatedly in the stream. Chen Ping'an reflected, indeed, this was the truth. He recalled hearing Song Jisun once say something akin to Ning Yao's reading 100 times notion, along the lines of one must read 10,000 scrolls to write with divine inspiration. However, he felt that Ning Yao's assertion of needing tens of thousands or 100,000 repetitions resonated more profoundly. With a smile, Chen Ping'an dashed out of Mud Bottle Lane, chanting 3 small, 3 large as he mimicked Ning Yao's walking posture from memory. In his heart, he reassured himself that perhaps after practicing 1,000,000 times, he might finally grasp the essence of the fist techniques. Thus, the journey of mastering this mountain-shaking manual began with 1,000,000 repetitions, after which he would be qualified to discuss further matters. Ning Yao sat alone on the threshold, muttering to herself, "Why do I feel as though I've dug a monumental pit? Will that guy ever climb out?" Chapter 42. Genius. The small town has seen an increasing number of unfamiliar faces from afar, and as a result, the business of the inns and taverns is flourishing. Meanwhile, on Falu Street and Taoye Lane, many young scions from affluent families have begun to quietly leave the town. Among them are precocious young talents, as well as obscure illegitimate sons and devoted household servants, with the esteemed Zhao Yao being one of them. An exception is the child Gu Qin from Nipping Lane, who caught the discerning eye of the true monarch Lu Zhimao. Chen Ping'an went to Lu Xinyang's home to retrieve a basket for fish and left the town for a nearby stream. When there were many people around, he naturally refrained from practicing the shaking mountain stance. Once he was beyond the town and alone, he began to silently recite the incantation, recalling every detail of Miss Ning's movements, posture, and aura as she practiced the stance, striving to capture every nuance as he executed the 6th step. When Chen Ping'an first attempted to imitate Ning Yao in the house on Nipping Lane, he was clumsy and ridiculous, far inferior to the average person. In truth, a peculiar misunderstanding arose in the minds of the young boys and girls. Chen Ping'an was aware of a flaw he possessed, having discovered, since his days as a porcelain kiln worker, that although his vision was exceptional, his hands were slow to be precise, his youthful gaze was too keen, causing his limbs to lag behind. This meant that had anyone else attempted to imitate Ning Yao's stance, they might have achieved a rough resemblance on the first try, perhaps scoring 3 or 4 points for similarity. However, Chen Ping'an's attempts were so lacking that they barely amounted to 1 or 2 points of similarity. This was precisely because he understood every detail too vividly and was overly critical of each element, resulting in a comical disparity. Beneath the 9 points of dissimilarity, however, lay a rare essence of resemblance. Ning Yao was unaware that mimicking her stance as a prodigy of the sword immortal, even if it bore a resemblance of 9 points, could not compare to a single point of genuine resemblance. Of course, to be fair, not only was there no resemblance of even 1 point, but even if there were 7 or 8 points, Ning Yao would not be particularly impressed. In her eyes, the vistas she beheld were only the distant realms of martial arts, sparsely populated, and a few individuals standing shoulder to shoulder at the pinnacle of the sword path. Chen Ping'an sat resting on the steps beneath the plaque of the corridor bridge that he calculated that in a day of 12 hours, even if he persisted with 5 to 6 hours of repetitive practice, he would only manage about 300 repetitions at best. In a year, that would amount to 100,000, and it would take a decade to complete 1,000,000 repetitions. The boy in straw sandals turned to gaze at the clear stream, murmuring, "If I can persist for 10 years, that should be possible, right?" Although Chen Ping'an had not displayed any unusual emotions during this period, there was one matter Chen Ping'an had not mentioned to either Taoist Lu or Miss Ning. After Cai Jinjian had pressed his finger to his brow and struck his chest, he had sensed an unsettling discomfort within his body while still in Nipping Lane. This prompted him to linger at his own gate for an extended period, steeling himself with the resolve that, come what may, he would confront Cai Jinjian with all his might. At that time, according to the young Taoist Lu Chun, Chen Ping'an was far too listless, utterly uncharacteristic of a vibrant youth. Regarding matters of life and death, Chen Ping'an was far less concerned than the majority of his peers. Cai Jinjian's martial arts method of pointing had forcibly opened Chen Ping'an's mind, causing his body to resemble a house without doors, capable of welcoming more items, but collapsing under adverse weather. Thus, Taoist Lu asserted that, barring any extraordinary occurrences, Chen Ping'an could expect to live only until his 30s or 40s. Afterward, when she struck Chen Ping'an's chest, she damaged the very foundation of his cultivation. The heart is the bastion for those who cultivate, and after the city gates collapse, Cai Jinjian effectively sealed the normal operation of this vital passage. This not only severed Chen Ping'an's path of cultivation, but also accelerated the decay of his physical form. The true terror of Cai Jinjian's two-pronged assault lay in the fact that, with the gates wide open, Chen Ping'an was unable to cultivate the methods of longevity, meaning he could not compensate for the breach with techniques, nor could he nurture his essence. Even if, by some stroke of luck, the boy were to step into the realm of martial arts, relying on the tempering of his physique to grow stronger, immense risks would accompany the opportunities. A single misstep could ensnare him in the vicious cycle of practicing external martial arts invites calamity, leading him not to a prolonged life, but to an early demise. The pressing concern for Chen Ping'an was to find a form of martial arts that could nurture his essence steadily. Whether this martial art was characterized by fierce techniques or unparalleled might was of little importance. Chen Ping'an's hope rested entirely in the shaking mountain stance that Miss Ning dismissed, as she had mentioned that after practicing the stance, there was also the sword furnace for standing practice and the 1,000 autumns for lying down practice. However, Chen Ping'an dared not to practice recklessly. Having merely glimpsed at those techniques, he refrained from delving deeper, believing it prudent to await Miss Ning's assessment before commencing his studies. As long as one walks the correct path, even with a lack of understanding, diligent perseverance will eventually yield progress. Conversely, wandering the wrong direction, no matter how clever or industrious one may be, will only lead to an accumulation of errors. These were the words of Lu Xianyang, who emphasized the last statement. You, Chen Ping'an, belong to the first category of individuals, while that clever rascal Song Xiaofu belongs to the second. Only I, Lu Xianyang, am the true genius who is both intelligent and walks the right path. At that time, while Lu Xianyang was boasting, he was inadvertently overheard by the elderly Yao, who had always regarded Lu Xianyang with favor as his proud disciple. Unbeknownst to Lu Xianyang, one of his remarks struck a nerve with the old man, leading to an unprecedented outburst of fury as Yao pursued Lu Xianyang with an angry beating. After that incident, Lu Xianyang never again uttered the words genius. Chen Ping'an exhaled heavily, rising to his feet and ascending the high steps. Upon entering the corridor bridge, he noticed a group of 4 or 5 people gathered in the distance, either standing or leaning, seemingly guarding a woman among them. Chen Ping'an caught a glimpse of the woman from the side. She sat on the railing of the corridor bridge, her feet naturally suspended above the stream's surface, eyes closed in meditation. Her fingers formed peculiar gestures, intertwining, or bending, giving Chen Ping'an the impression that although her eyes were shut, she was intently focused on something. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an decided not to proceed. Instead, he turned and descended the steps, intending to wade across the stream to find Lu Xianyang. Today, he carried 2 baskets, one large and one small, intending to return the smaller basket to Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, as it was borrowed by Lu Xianyang. Upon seeing the humble-looking boy in straw sandals turn away, the group exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent lest they disrupt the woman's enigmatic water observation state of mind. This method, fundamentally rooted in Buddhism, has been adopted, selected, integrated, and refined by numerous cultivation sects, leading to many divergent paths along the final road. However, Dongbao Pingzhou has long been regarded as a land of Buddhist decline. After several catastrophic waves of persecution against Buddhism that swept across the region over the past millennium, the influence of Buddhist teachings has waned, overshadowed by the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. Only hearing of true monarchs and celestial masters, unaware of protectors and great virtues, reflects the current reality of Dongbao Pingzhou. Nevertheless, countless celestial sects have benefited from the teachings of Buddhism. Chen Ping'an rolled up his pant legs and waded across, reaching the opposite bank when he suddenly heard shouts of surprise and anger from the direction of the corridor bridge. After contemplating, he chose not to involve himself. Upon arriving at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, the atmosphere was still bustling with activity. Chen Ping'an refrained from wandering aimlessly, standing by a water well, seeking someone to inform Lu Xianyang. Originally expecting a long wait, he was surprised when Lu Xianyang arrived shortly, pulling him towards the stream's edge while lowering his voice. "I've been waiting for you half the day. Where have you been?" Chen Ping'an, puzzled, replied. "Did Master Ruan urge you to return the baskets?" The tall youth rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What is the worth of a mere basket? I have something important to discuss with you. After you finish collecting stones and return to my courtyard, wait for that lady to find you. The one in a bright red outfit with her son, the pair we encountered at the entrance of Nipping Lane. When she approaches, say nothing. Simply hand over the large box to her. She will give you a bag of coins. Make sure to count it in front of her. It should be 25 copper coins. Not a single one less." Chen Ping'an exclaimed in shock. "Lu Xianyang, have you lost your mind? Why sell our belongings to outsiders?" Lu Xianyang tightly embraced the straw sandal boy's neck, glaring as he admonished. "You don't understand a thing. A bright future lies before me. Why let it slip away for nothing?" Chen Ping'an's face was filled with doubt, unable to believe that this was Lu Xianyang's true intention. Lu Xianyang sighed and whispered, "That lady wants to buy our family's ancestral armor. Additionally, that pair of master and servant wishes to acquire a sword scripture. My grandfather advised me before his passing that in times of dire need, the armor could be sold, but it must not be sold cheaply. However, the sword scripture must never be acknowledged as belonging to the Lu family. Even at the cost of my life, that I agreed to sell the armor to that lady. But aside from negotiating the price, I also insisted she convince that imposing old man not to trouble me for the time being. It's merely a delay tactic. Once I become Master Ruan's apprentice, these matters will no longer pose a problem." Chen Ping'an asked bluntly, "Why not stall that lady instead? Surely she won't come looking for trouble at the blacksmith shop. Besides, she cannot just break in and seize our ancestral armor." Lu Xianyang released him, squatting by the stream, casually picking up a stone and tossing it into the water, muttering, "The armor can be sold, and since there is a fair price now, isn't it good? It can make things more stable. Perhaps Miss Ning won't even need to take risks, so I think it's not a bad idea." Chen Ping'an also crouched down, urgently advising, "How can you be sure the price she offers is fair? What if you regret it later?" The tall youth turned his head and grinned. "Regret? Think about it. In all our years of knowing each other, when has Lu Xianyang ever regretted anything?" Chen Ping'an scratched his head, feeling something was amiss, but being somewhat tongue-tied, he didn't know how to persuade Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang had always lived freely and easily, never facing insurmountable obstacles or unresolvable dilemmas. Lu Xianyang stood up and kicked the basket on Chen Ping'an's back. "Hurry up, I'll return this to Master Ruan. Afterward, when I formally become his apprentice and pay my respects, you can come and witness it all." Chen Ping'an slowly rose, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Xianyang teased, "Chen Ping'an, you old rascal. Am I selling your family heirloom? Or your wife? As Chen Ping'an handed him the basket, he tentatively asked, Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Lu Xianying took the basket, stepped back a few paces, and unexpectedly leaped high, executing a flashy spinning kick. After landing steadily, he grinned triumphantly, asking, Impressive, right? Are you scared? Chen Ping'an retorted, You old rascal. After distancing themselves from Master Ruan's shop, Chen Ping'an, deep in thought, waded into the water to collect stones. Perhaps due to his distracted mind or the receding water level, his haul was meager today. That it wasn't until he neared the corridor bridge that he had gathered only 20 or so snake gallstones, none of which were particularly striking. Chen Ping'an set down the fish basket, placing the stones in the grass by the stream. Taking a deep breath, he turned in the water and began practicing the stance. After a round trip, a sense of tension gripped his heart when he noticed a small boy squatting by the place where he had hidden the fish basket, chewing on a tuft of green dogtail grass. It was the grandson of Granny Ma from Xinghua Lane, who had long been regarded as a fool. Coupled with Granny Ma's unsavory reputation in Chen Ping'an's youthful mind, stingy and harsh, often causing her precious grandson to be treated as a punching bag, it was no wonder that the boy had been bullied each time he ventured outside. Whenever he donned new clothes or shoes, within half an hour, he would invariably return home covered in dust, having been trampled by a group of peers. This true name, Ma Kuxuan, had long been forgotten. He maintained a placid expression and a detached gaze. Consequently, the children from Xinghua Lane avoided playing with this little fool, and Ma Kuxuan had learned early on to entertain himself, finding joy in watching clouds from a dirt mound or rooftop. Chen Ping'an had never bullied Ma Kuxuan, nor had he ever felt pity for this peer. He had never considered joining forces with another soul who shared a similar plight. For Chen Ping'an always felt that Ma Kuxuan was not foolish at all, but rather had a nature akin to Song Jisun, perhaps even surpassing him. It seemed they had no need for words, yet they appeared to be waiting, as if silently communicating with one another. Heaven owed them much, and one day, they would reclaim it all. If Song Jisun sought a copper coin, he might expect to receive a couple of silver coins in return, while Ma Kuxuan might even demand a gold coin. Chen Ping'an did not perceive their dynamic as problematic. He simply did not prefer it. The boy was no longer the same fool he once was. He spoke clearly and smiled, asking, You're Chen Ping'an from Nipping Lane, living next to Jige, right? Chen Ping'an nodded. Is there something you need? The boy smiled and pointed at Chen Ping'an's basket, advising, Perhaps you haven't noticed, but the water level has dropped significantly. The only good stones left are in the deep pool beneath the corridor bridge and the water hole on the back of the green ox. Other places are no good. The stones in your basket can't hold that energy. Their quality will change quickly. Some lucky ones may become fine whetstones, while others might serve as inkstones for scholars that in the end, these are still good items, and selling them for a high price shouldn't be difficult. But never mind, you might not understand. Chen Ping'an chuckled and replied with a simple, choosing not to elaborate further. The small boy suddenly remarked, Were you practicing your punches in the stream just now? Chen Ping'an remained silent. Ma Kuxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed. So you're not a fool after all. That makes sense. You're just like me, one of us. Chen Ping'an circumvented the boy, saying, I'll be on my way, and then shouldered his basket to ascend the bank. The boy squatted in the distance, spitting out the chewed grass and shaking his head softly. Your punch stance is lacking, full of flaws that no matter how much you practice, you won't develop any finesse. Ma Kuxuan did not turn around, instead asking, Have you retrieved our martial arts token? A voice behind him chuckled. Remember to call your master first next time. The boy ignored him and got to his feet, inquiring, Can you show me that small sword mound? It was a martial arts master bearing a sword and the talisman of a tiger, claiming to hail from Jinwu Mountain. He had once boasted of wanting to duel with a young master from the sect of Jin Tong, and you knew the man shook his head. It's not the right time yet. He then grew, somewhat irritated. Why did you deliberately disrupt that lady's water observation state? Don't you know that once such a thing is done, it becomes a lifelong adversary of life and death? The boy shrugged. The path of the great is arduous, that if one cannot endure even this slight, aren't you afraid of straining your tongue? The boy grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. In the future, if I encounter such a breakthrough opportunity on my cultivation path, I'll be sure to inform that lady. At that point, master, you must not intervene. Let her come and ruin my good fortune." The man sighed. "Do you understand that opportunities in this world vary in size, fortune in abundance or scarcity, and foundations in height or depth? If you measure others solely by your own standards, one day you will encounter someone with a larger fist, deeper cultivation, and higher realm. And if they are in a bad mood, they may very well break your bridge to longevity. How will you cope then?" The boy smiled. "Then I shall accept my fate." The man self-deprecatingly remarked, "From now on, I shall no longer reason with you. It's like playing a lute to a cow." The boy suddenly asked, "How did that fellow from Nipping Lane come to know the secrets of the stones in the water? Has he begun practicing punches?" The man's expression turned stern. "Ma Kuchuan, regardless of your rebellious nature, you must remember one thing. We are the Orthodox. However, we absolutely must not indiscriminately kill the innocent, nor must we humiliate the common folk. And above all, we must never resort to underhanded tactics against fellow practitioners out of jealousy." The boy stretched lazily. "Master, you worry too much. That guy from Nipping Lane, as long as he doesn't provoke me, is of no concern to me. Ultimately, the achievements of these townsfolk will merely serve as stepping stones for me. Jealous? I'd be grateful to them instead." The man sighed helplessly. "It seems I cannot get through to you that I suspect Jinwu Mountain will soon be restless." The boy curiously, "It's a matter of face." The boy rolled his eyes. "Had I known, I would have delayed my apprenticeship." The man merely smiled in response. He had one thing he did not clarify to his disciple. In this world, there are many types of geniuses, and talent comes in various forms. The seemingly unremarkable six-step stance practiced by that boy in straw sandals actually embodied the essence of martial arts. Chapter 43. The boy and the old dog Chen Ping'an did not head directly to Lu Xianyang's residence, but instead returned to Mud Bottle Alley first, where he shared Lu Xianyang's intentions with Ning Yao. After hearing this, Ning Yao refrained from offering her opinion, merely stating that it was a matter between them. She would only concern herself with collecting fees and averting disasters for others. If Lu Xianyang could avert a calamity without her intervention, she would gladly return the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Chen Ping'an insisted that this was not merely a matter of money, to which Ning Yao coldly retorted, "Are you trying to discuss feelings with me? Have we reached that point?" Chen Ping'an was nearly choked by her remark, forcing him to squat on the threshold, scratching his head. Ning Yao cast a glance at the pastries Chen Ping'an had brought, which included both the inexpensive yet delightful glutinous rice day cake and the relatively costly dew cakes. Evidently, the boy had spared no effort in his hospitality. The girl, for the first time, felt a pang of softness and guilt, realizing that she might be somewhat ungrateful, having benefited from his generosity and hospitality. Thus, she inquired, could it be that Lu Xianyang is facing genuine threats at the blacksmith shop, compelling him to sell that ugly black armor? Perhaps there are henchmen from 4 clans and 10 families lurking in the shop, secretly teaching him a lesson? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ping'an shook his head. No, Lu Xianyang is certainly not the type to bow down to threats. When I first met him, even after being beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the ruffians from Fortune and Lu streets, he never uttered a word of surrender, enduring it all. He nearly got killed, yet his character has remained unchanged over the years. Ning Yao then asked, youthful vigor and boldness, placing promises above life and death. Such reckless wanderers are never in short supply in the alleys. I have witnessed many along my journey. However, when faced with great temptation, can Lu Xianyang truly remain steadfast in his convictions? Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought again, finally asserting with his affection for his grandfather runs deep. Unless, as he claims, his grandfather instructed him on his deathbed to sell the armor, but not at a bargain, while the sword scripture must remain with the Lu family for future generations. Ning Yao replied, from what I understand, that black armor is of decent quality, though not exceedingly rare. However, the sword scripture, given that Jingyang Mountain has coveted it for so long and went so far as to send 2 people here to seek it out, clearly implies that it is a prized possession. Therefore, the decision to sell the armor and retain the scripture makes perfect sense. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. Ning Yao, stroking the green scabbard, regarded him with a steely gaze. For precaution's sake, I will accompany you to Lu Xianyang's home. We shall first send that woman away. Since Lu Xianying himself has expressed his intent to sell, we can move the chest containing the armor. Afterwards, I will join you at the Ruan family shop to speak with Lu Xianying and ascertain his true thoughts. If it genuinely is his grandfather's last will, then we need not meddle. Every family has its burdens. If it is not our place to intervene, then we should refrain from doing so. If it is otherwise, let him express his grievances. If need be, I will reclaim that chest. Chen Ping'an, concerned, asked, Miss Ning, is your health all right? Ning Yao scoffed. If it is against the mountain-moving old ape of Xinjiang, it would surely be a disgrace. But if it is that woman, in this small town, one hand will suffice. Curious, Chen Ping'an inquired, mountain-moving ape? Ning Yao casually remarked, a remnant of an ancient malevolent beast. Its true form is a giant ape as large as a mountain. It is said that once it reveals its true self, it can uproot a mountain and carry it away. But these are merely tales, as no one has truly witnessed it. Xinjiang Mountain has remained dormant for hundreds of years, yet its foundation is substantial. Though its sect does not rank highly on Dong Baoping Island, it should not be underestimated. Therefore, it is best for us to avoid disputes with them. If a conflict arises, Chen Ping'an cautiously asked, what if a conflict arises? Ning Yao stood up, drawing her knife from its sheath slightly, casting a look of disbelief at the grass-sandaled boy. She declared, what else could we do? We shall slay them. Chen Ping'an gulped nervously. Shortly after, the boy, bearing a basket, accompanied by the green-bladed girl wearing a veil, gradually made their way towards Lu Xianying's ancestral home. Ning Yao turned her head to glance at the boy's basket, inquiring, why is there so little today? Chen Ping'an sighed. Ma Kushuan, oh, the grandson of Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Alley, is about my age, but he seems to have completely transformed. According to him, the town's feng shui has changed, causing the stones in these streams to increasingly lose their qi. Ning Yao's expression grew solemn as she replied, he speaks the truth. This town is on the verge of upheaval. You should resolve this matter as soon as possible and leave the town. Even if you must return later, it is better than lingering here indefinitely. Chen Ping'an, not one to stubbornly persist without reason, having grown accustomed to solitude from a young age, understood the warmth and coldness of human relationships and the urgency of priorities. He nodded with a smile. I will. As soon as I see Lu Xianying and Master Wan share the tea of apprenticeship, I will leave this place immediately. Ideally, at that time, Master Wan will also agree to forge a sword for you. Observing the joy radiating from him, Ning Yao queried, is it truly worth being so happy over something unrelated to you? If you are such a good person, why do you refuse to accept it? Perhaps feeling a sense of familiarity between them, Chen Ping'an spoke more openly than before, asserting confidently, Lu Xianying, Gu Kan, and you, Miss Ning, consider it. How can I be labeled a good person? Ning Yao smiled and asked, among those three, where do I rank? Chen Ping'an, both sincere and somewhat embarrassed, replied, for now, third. Ning, upon reaching the corner of Lu Xianying Street, a shadow suddenly darted out. Ning Yao nearly unsheathed her blade, but managed to hold back just in time. It turned out to be a yellow dog, affectionately circling around Chen Ping'an. He bent down to stroke the dog's head, rising with a smile. It belongs to the neighbors of Lu Xianying. Its name is Lai Fu, and it has been around for many years, though it is rather timid. Lu Xianying and I used to take it up the mountain frequently. It would merely follow us, trying to join in the fun. Lu Xianying often complained that it could not catch mountain hares or chickens, claiming Lai Fu was even inferior to the cat owned by Ma Kushuan's family, which some have seen bringing back wild chickens and snakes. But Lai Fu is old now, over 10 years, quite ancient. At this point, the grass-sandale boy could not help but bend down again, gently stroking Lai Fu's head, softly saying, being so old, you must accept your age, right? Don't worry. Once I earn a fortune, I will ensure you are well fed. Ning Yao shook her head, unable to empathize with him. Despite having witnessed many people and events along her journey, the lofty celestial beings, the common folk, the wealthy heirs clad in finery, and the ethereal presence of immortals, she had seen countless tales of joy and sorrow. Ning Yao resembled a Buddhist practitioner traversing a stormy night barefoot, chanting sutras with resolute steps. There were impoverished scholars heading to the capital for examinations, painting delicate brows for fox spirits in tattered temples, setting forth again with no regrets despite their graying hair. There were young Taoists with the title of Heavenly Master, wandering through ancient battlefields and mass graves, silently reciting prayers to the infinite celestial guardian, selflessly leading lost souls towards liberation. There were middle-aged officials, upon taking office, who personally forbade the worship of lewd temples, their lips cracked and bleeding, setting up incense altars beside dry riverbeds, hoarsely reciting rain prayers to the Dragon King, ultimately kneeling in repentance for the sake of the people and their jurisdiction. There were ancient relics of the previous dynasty, elderly men unwilling to bring their sons into the new regime, only taking their young grandsons to recite verses, weeping for their beloved homeland, lamenting the changed names of once familiar places. There was a single-leaf boat drifting swiftly down the long gorge, while scholars, amidst the cries of monkeys on either bank, raised their heads to the heavens in exultation upon reaching moments of understanding. There was a peerless beauty clad in armor, drinking merrily after the smoke of battle had cleared. Along the journey, witnessing and experiencing all that unfolded, Ning Yao's heart remained steadfast in its pursuit of the Tao, unwavering and resolute. Now, Ning Yao beheld yet another scene. A lonely, destitute boy in a dilapidated alley, bearing a basket and a fishnet, gently stroking an old dog's head, filled with hope for the future. Shortly after their return to Lu Xianyang's home, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Chen Ping'an and Ning Yao exchanged glances before he stepped out to open the door, while Ning Yao lingered at the doorway, casting a glance at the long sword quietly resting on the counter. The visitor was Lu Jingchun, accompanied by a woman and two loyal servants of the Lu family. With a friendly demeanor, Lu Jingchun softly inquired, "You are Lu Xianyang's friend, Chen Ping'an, correct? We are here to move the box. Lu Xianyang should have informed you this. Oh, please accept this bag of money. Additionally, the conditions promised by Our Lady to Lu Xianyang will be fulfilled without exception in the future." Chen Ping'an accepted the bag of money and stepped aside, allowing the gracious lady to enter the courtyard first, followed by Lu Jingchun and the two servants. The lady personally opened the red lacquered wooden box that had been placed in the main hall, crouching down to stroke the unattractive armor within, her gaze momentarily lost in a daze before revealing an unmistakable fervor and longing. Yet, this emotion was swiftly reined in, and she returned to her normal composure. Standing up, she signaled to Lu Jingchun to proceed with moving the box, which was not heavy, containing only a suit of armor. The lady was the last to leave the room, and as she reached the threshold, she turned to look at the grass-sandaled boy, smiling. "Lu Xianyang truly regards you as a friend." With no understanding of the deeper meaning behind her words, Chen Ping'an could only remain silent, quietly seeing them off as they exited the courtyard. In the end, Chen Ping'an stood outside, reluctant to step away, until Ning Yao approached him. After the lady had walked past Lu Jingchun and the others and reached the end of the alley, she turned back to see the boy and girl standing side by side, playfully remarking, "Youth is splendid, but one must also live to enjoy it." Within the corridor bridge spanning the creek, a tall boy lay in a pool of blood, convulsing and continuously expelling blood. However, this time, the tall boy could no longer hear the heart-wrenching cries of a certain scrawny figure shouting, "Someone has died." At the northern end of the bridge, a crowd had gathered, murmuring and watching the commotion from a distance, all too fearful to approach the boy, lest trouble befall them. Two figures swiftly entered the corridor, then a man crouched down, checking the pulse at the boy's wrist, his expression growing increasingly grave. The girl in green, filled with hatred, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "A single punch shattered his chest. What a ruthless method!" The man said nothing. The girl with a ponytail, furious, shouted, "Father, are you just going to stand idly by while Lu Xianyang is beaten to death? Lu Xianyang is your half-disciple." The man continued to hold the boy's wrist, his face impassive. "I can also kill." A storm of fury brewed in the man's brows, partly due to his daughter's reckless boldness, but more so at the malicious actions of the old ape from Xinjiang Mountain. He pondered, since he had not yet formally assumed Qi Jingxuan's position, did that mean he could act without adhering to reason? Suddenly, the girl in green halted in her tracks. She noticed a slender boy racing towards her from the far end of the corridor. Recognizing the familiar figure clad in grass sandals, his expression was emotionless, unwavering like an ancient well. In an instant, they brushed past each other. The girl wanted to say something, but found herself unable to voice it. Inexplicably, she felt a swell of grievance, and tears began to flow. When the Grassandale boy sat beside the tall boy, grasping one of his hands, Lu Xianying, whose vision had grown hazy, seemed to gather a fragment of spirit, attempting to force a smile as he stammered. That woman said if I don't hand over the armor, she will kill you. She also said that since she came to our town with her son, the cost of one being exiled is within her means, that I was scared, truly scared that she might really go after you. What I told you before wasn't entirely a lie. My grandfather indeed mentioned those words to me. Thus, I thought selling it was no big deal. But just now, she sent someone to find me, claiming the old man had gone mad. Upon hearing I didn't have the sword scripture, he insisted on killing you first before coming for me. I was genuinely worried about you, and wanted to give you a heads up. I ran all the way here, only to be struck by that old bastard that I hurt a bit. The Grassandale boy lowered his head, gently wiping the blood from Lu Xianying's lips, his face tightly furrowed, softly saying, "Don't be afraid. It's all right. Trust me, don't speak anymore, that I will take you home." The tall boy's feigned strength gradually waned, his gaze drifting, murmuring, "I have no regrets. You mustn't blame yourself, truly. It's just, I'm a bit scared that I never knew I was afraid of death." Finally, the tall boy gripped his only friend's hand tightly, sobbing, "Chen Ping'an, I am truly afraid of dying." The Grassandale, breathing heavily, he struggled for air. The youth, at that moment, resembled an old dog. The Grassandale boy's eyes were reddened. As he sought justice from the heavens, he felt even more like a dog. Chen Ping'an did not wish for this, not ever again in this lifetime. Chapter 44. The truth revealed in the quaint residence of the Lu family on Fuyaji. Though modest in size, it harbored its own unique charm. Even the esteemed women of the Su family from Qingfeng City acknowledged it as a remarkable venue, crafted to perfection, beyond reproach. Within a lakeside pavilion, a woman, basking in the glory of her recent triumph in acquiring Lu's ward armor, leaned languidly against the railing, her demeanor radiant with joy. Perhaps her spirits soared so high that even the presence of Lu Jingchun, akin to a bothersome fly on the pavilion steps, did not seem to irk her. Her son, clad in a resplendent red robe, stood upon a bench, casting fish bait into the small lake. Hundreds of red-backed carp congregated, creating a magnificent spectacle of rolling red waves. The woman instructed Lu Jingchun, "You need not linger here on standby. Once matters conclude, you shall accompany us to Qingfeng City, where not only will my husband accept you as an inner disciple, but he will also acquiesce to your grandfather's rather unreasonable request, ensuring that you may one day ascend to the fifth realm. Such a promise is invaluable. Hence, your grandfather is indeed a cunning old fox." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. "In my view, had your grandfather been the helm of the Lu family, even the lofty Prince Song Changjing of the Dali Kingdom conceded that he could achieve the destruction of a nation within a year, with half the credit going to your Lu royal family. Of course, your branch of the Lu family in this small town has not been particularly fortunate. Glory and misfortune do not necessarily befall all branches equally. Thus, this rare opportunity in Qingfeng City must be seized without fail." Lu Jingchun bent low, his hands raised in a respectful bow above his head. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Jingchun shall never forget the profound kindness of Lady Su. In the future, upon reaching the illustrious Qingfeng City, I shall serve Lady Su with unwavering loyalty, vowing to dedicate my life solely to her. Lady Su of Qingfeng City smiled alluringly, narrowing her eyes, and gently remarked, "Such heartfelt declarations should not reach my husband, your future master. Perhaps you could reiterate them before him at that time." Perhaps after kneeling before Lu Xianying in the mud bottle alley, Lu Jingchun had cast aside any lingering resentment. Upon hearing the woman's poignant words, he immediately knelt, prostrating himself at the top of the pavilion steps, trembling as he declared, Lu Jingchun would never forget his roots. With a playful smile, the woman waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, rise. Once in Qingfeng City, the path of cultivation consumes time. The truth of your character will naturally reveal itself." As Lu Jingchun retreated from the pavilion, he turned slowly at the bottom of the steps, appearing as though he had never stood tall before her, despite having once commanded respect in this small town. Beyond the confines of the town, the Lu family, a once mighty clan, lay severely weakened after a devastating blow from the Dali frontier forces, struggling to regain their former glory. From top to bottom, the Lu family, both direct and collateral branches, found themselves humbled. Otherwise, with the wealth and prestige of Qingfeng City, they would never have dared to intrude upon the Lu family estate as they did, nor would they have felt entitled to treat the Lu offspring with such disdain. Even the master and servant from Xinjiang Mountain would find such behavior intolerable that in this challenging era, the Lu family was akin to a dragon stranded in shallow waters, forced to exhibit humility. The boy in the red robe scoffed. Truly a sycophantic wretch. Mother, why would you accept such a worthless individual? Do you truly intend for my father to take him as a disciple and grant him access to the fifth realm? Since when did the fifth realm become so cheap? The woman smiled, though Lu Jingchun may be unappealing. He possesses redeeming qualities. His talent is mediocre, and his becoming an outer disciple would indeed be a stroke of luck. However, ultimately, he is merely a minor addition to a grand transaction, incapable of stirring any significant waves that on the surface. I have promised the small-town Lu family much, assuring those royal relatives and aristocrats fleeing the calamities of the Dali Song family refuge and a chance to establish themselves in Qingfeng City, where they will be treated with respect as honored guests. A sizable area will even be designated within the city as a private territory for the Lu family, for a term of 100 years. After the boy finished casting his bait, he dashed out of the pavilion, returning with a handful of stones. He leaned over the railing, hurling the stones at the carp with immense glee, then turned to his mother. Mother, our search for the ward armor in this small town, is it after all? Even a dying centipede does not easily perish. I hear the Lu family still has over 3,000 royal members, along with their retainers and those unwilling. This can only benefit our standing in Qingfeng City. Thus, is this town the true hub of information for the fallen Lu family? The woman smiled with satisfaction. To discern this is a sign of intelligence, my son. However, you are mistaken. The boy furrowed his brow, awaiting an explanation. The woman blinked. The ward armor holds secrets. To put it simply, it is no less valuable than that sword scripture. His eyes burned with fervor. My father excels in the art of warfare, his killing prowess rivaling that of Song Chongjing of Dali. That it is a pity he is hindered by his frail constitution, especially against opponents who fight ruthlessly, exchanging injuries, which has prevented him from achieving renown and turned him into a laughingstock. Even the people of Qingfeng City dare to mock us behind our backs. Mother, if my father acquires this precious armor, can he then be well equipped for both offense and defense, able to contend with Song Chongjing? The woman shook her head. The boy slammed his hand on the railing, his expression fierce. Do not keep me in suspense. With a fierce grin, he resembled a young leopard ready to pounce. The woman had never deemed it inappropriate for her son to express himself so animatedly, for since his birth, he had been blessed with an exceptional sheer force will overwhelm 10 adversaries, crushing them underfoot. The boy erupted in laughter, filled with exhilaration. Kill, kill, kill. Let my father begin his slaughter from within Qing. Furthermore, I have always been puzzled. Since that Lu fellow already had a buyer for his porcelain and possesses excellent roots, coupled with the ward armor and sword scripture, such a prized asset is indeed rare. Even I must acknowledge him with newfound respect. Why has the buyer not revealed himself, allowing you to fish in troubled waters, and why did that old ape from Xinjiang Mountain take care of the mess? After he killed Lu Xianyang with a single punch, everything became tranquil, and the great trouble was borne by Xinjiang Mountain, granting us considerable leeway in Qingfeng City. The woman spoke with assuredness. That ancient mountain-moving ape from Xinjiang Mountain may not be the sharpest tool in the shed. In truth, he has already surmised my means of leveraging others to do my bidding. Why, then, does he willingly walk into the trap? The reasons are complex, involving both his arrogance in courting trouble and a hidden history that is not. The young Lu Xianyang's buyer had once been a powerful ally of the Lu dynasty, but after its downfall, they suffered tremendous losses. Before the dynasty's collapse, they were a prestigious family within the mundane realm. It was no wonder that, upon recognizing Lu Xianyang's potential, they invested heavily to keep him in the town for the subsequent 9 years. Upon discovering this, Xinjiang Mountain sought out that impoverished household, attempting to acquire Lu Xianyang's life porcelain, offering an exorbitant price. Yet the family, as if bewitched, stubbornly refused to budge, claiming it had already been sold to someone else, keeping the identity of the buyer shrouded in secrecy. Perplexed, Xinjiang Mountain later caught wind of the situation, learning that their arch-rival, the Wind and Thunder Courtyard, had seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the chaos. Naturally, that household would not dare to admit to the Sword Immortal of Xinjiang Mountain that they had sold the item to his adversary, to AS for the ward armor and sword scripture, who had leaked that information to Xinjiang Mountain. It was none other than the Su family of Qingfeng City. Though they remained hidden behind the scenes, that AS, the primary architect of this scheme, she had invested considerable resources into this venture to ensure the deal would be profitable, lest her standing in Qingfeng City plummet and her power wane, making it impossible to govern the city independently. In truth, the small town was teeming with hidden talents, not to be underestimated. Leaving aside the declining Lu family, the other three prominent clans, within the realm of Dongbeiaping's Hao, stood tall and proud. The true foundation of these 4 families and 10 clans does not lie in the number of formidable practitioners they possess, but rather in how many dragon kills they control and how many doorways they govern. This directly determines the amount of life porcelain they can supply yearly. When a promising cultivator emerges, the porcelain buyers, provided they are not financially strapped, often bestow an additional generous gift, thereby solidifying the bond between both parties, which is far weightier than mere acquaintances. Suddenly, the woman cautioned her son, "Never underestimate anyone, even a small fry like Lu Jingchun. Do you think that coming to this town will allow you to easily acquire opportunities and treasures? It is not so simple. The likes of Fu Nanhua of Old Long City, nearly shattered in spirit, and Kai Jinji of Yinxia Mountain, who has seemingly vanished without a trace. Moreover, a promising junior, appearing fortunate across the corridor, has faltered in his cultivation, akin to someone being forcefully struck at the bottom of a serene lake, creating a gaping pit that lowers the water level. Such occurrences will not cease. In fact, they will only multiply. Thus, on the path of cultivation, there is no such thing as a leisurely journey." The boy pondered. "A cautious approach is prudent, mother. I will be vigilant." The woman nodded. "That is for the best." As the boy hurled the last stone, he inquired, "What is the situation with Qi Jingchun?" The woman, rarely angered, scolded sternly, "Impudence! Address him as Mr. Qi." The boy paused, quickly correcting himself. "Is Mr. Qi in trouble?" The woman hesitated for a moment before replying slowly. Mr. Qi's mentor not only officiated at that Confucian temple, but was also the second. This meant that Qi Jingchun's mentor was a Confucian sage, perhaps the 4th most significant figure in the long history of Confucianism. Such an inconceivable presence. Should anyone boast that this saint could, in a fit of anger, crush the greatest mountain in Dongbeiaping's Hao, the boy would not dare to claim total belief, but would certainly entertain doubts. The woman felt a pang of sadness, murmuring, "Yet that paragon among paragons now finds a status inferior to the dilapidated idols of this small town." The boy swallowed hard and casually asked, "What shall be done with Lu Xianyang's friend?" The woman contemplated. "You mean the orphan named Chun from Mud Bottle Alley?" The boy nodded. The woman chuckled. "Did you not refer to him as an ant upon first meeting? Allow them to fend for themselves." Chapter 45. Sunshine. 2 weary guests arrived at the official residence, both in their youth, standing tall and elegant, akin to majestic trees. Upon hearing they had come to visit Mr. Chui, the doorman did not even inquire about their identities, hastily leading them into the official compound and to the villa where Mr. Chui was temporarily residing. That he knocked on the door and then respectfully took his leave. The door was opened by a gentleman representing Confucianism, who had come to request a powerful item. In his youth, he had earned the title of a skilled calligrapher and was regarded as the prime candidate for the next head of the Guanhua Academy. Upon seeing the 2 young men, he expressed both surprise and delight, looking toward one of them leaning against the doorframe, and asked with a smile, "Ba Qiao, who is this friend of yours?" The young man referred to as Ba Qiao grinned and replied, "This fellow here is from the Chen family of Longwei County in the Daong dynasty. You can call him Songfeng. Chui brothered he has little interest in beauty or wine, but he possesses an obsession for stone inkstones. Upon hearing there are some old pits near the stream here, he wished to try his luck." He also has a distant cousin who is accompanying us. If it weren't for her, Song Feng and I wouldn't have delayed our arrival in town. We should have come 2 days earlier. She dislikes socializing, so she went off to explore the town on her own. Alas, what a pity! On the way here, I heard that a prince of the Sui dynasty had a great fortune, catching a golden dragon carp, and is now expected to— It made my eyes turn red with envy. Chui brother, look at me, I'm positively bloodshot, am I not? The young man leaned his head toward the Confucian gentleman, who smiled and gently pushed him away, reminding him, Lu Baqiao, since we have already delayed our journey, let us attend to our business without further ado. When did the affairs of the Wind and Thunder Academy become so sluggish? The Chen family scion from Longwei County wore an apologetic expression and said with a wry smile, there was an unexpected conflict on the way here. Ba Qiao was injured in a vital point of his sword training, and had to risk transferring his life sword to the Ming-Tang channel. If it weren't for my inadequate skills becoming a burden, Ba Qiao wouldn't have been hurt. Lu Ba Qiao laughed heartily. Just a few sneaky wild cultivators. In any case, they are now souls under my sword. Hardly worth mentioning. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd have prepared a few burial mounds for them, with tombstones inscribed with their demise under Lu Ba Qiao's sword on a certain date. Who knows? It might even become a scenic spot in the future, right? The Confucian gentleman, familiar with this talented sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Academy, knew of his carefree nature and led the two into the courtyard. Lu Ba Qiao suddenly lowered his voice. Chui brother, do enlighten me. Is this world about to collapse? Is that wandering Mr. Qi from the Mountain Cliff Academy truly determined to act against heaven's will? Mr. Chui feigned ignorance. Lu Ba Qiao chuckled, pointing at Mr. Chui. I understand now. The Confucian gentleman casually remarked. Song Feng, I previously visited Mr. Qi at the academy, and he expressed some sentiments regarding self-cultivation, lamenting that time does not wait for anyone. Self-cultivation. Chen Song Feng initially thought it was mere pleasantries between scholars, but upon seeing the other's gaze, he suddenly understood. He clasped his hands and said, Chui, sir, I shall go seek my distant cousin and return to discuss statecraft with you afterward. In his words, he intentionally bypassed the family governance aspect, only mentioning statecraft. Chen Song Feng hurriedly departed at Mr. Chui's side and sat down at a stone table in the courtyard beside Lu Ba Qiao. Lu Ba Qiao casually crossed his legs and spoke frankly. This Chen Song Feng is indeed clever, very perceptive, but his manners are rather lacking. At least he could have sat down and exchanged a few words before rushing off to seek his family's blessings, that I see no need for such urgency. Apart from the Chen family of Longwei County, how many other respectable surnames remain on Dong, Baoping Island? Those blessings will surely fall into Chen Songfeng's pocket rather than into the hands of the local townsfolk. The Chen family of Dong, Baoping Island, led by the Longwei County branch, though long silent, still held a legacy of great heroes. Even in their diminished state, they commanded respect, making even the likes of Lu Ba Qiao, who belonged to the flourishing Wind and Thunder Academy, unwilling to underestimate them, considering them half a friend. The scholar curiously inquired, Are you here to seek that Master Ruan's help in forging a sword? Lu Ba Qiao hesitated, speaking vaguely. The gist was that he sought assistance for the sect, and if successful, the Wind and Thunder Academy would intercede with Master Ruan on his behalf. As for the specific task, Lu Ba Qiao seemed reluctant to divulge. The scholar continued, Are you aware that someone from Xinjiang Mountain has also arrived, and it is a master and servant duo? Lu Ba Qiao was taken aback and exclaimed, I had no idea. Who from Xinjiang Mountain has come? The young swordsman, notorious for his arrogance in the Wind and Thunder Academy, closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and muttered a prayer. Please let it not be the enchanting Sioux fairy. I beg for her absence. If she were to gaze upon me, how could I draw my sword? One look from her, and I would be utterly helpless. How could I dare to summon my flying sword? If it's not the Sioux fairy, then all is well. Lu Ba Qiao sprang to life, laughing heartily. What do I have to fear? Why should I cower before an old beast? We may fear many things in the Wind and Thunder Academy, but Xinjiang Mountain is not one of them. The scholar hesitated. The Wind and Thunder Academy and Xinjiang Mountain are both rooted in the same swordsmanship tradition. Why then can't we resolve our conflicts? Lu Ba Qiao's playful demeanor faded, and he solemnly replied, Cui Ming Wang, you must never speak of such matters upon your arrival at the Wind and Thunder Academy. The scholar sighed deeply. The rivalry between the Wind and Thunder Academy and Jingyang Mountain was long-standing. From the sword immortals of old to the newly initiated disciples, a mere disagreement could lead to drawn swords. Suddenly, the doorman and an elderly steward rushed to the courtyard, prompting both Cui Ming Huang and Lu Ba Qiao to rise simultaneously. The steward entered the courtyard, bowed, and said, Cui, sir, we have just received. Cui replied with indifference. In our town, there is only one person named Lu Xianying. Lu Ba Qiao's face changed dramatically, and with a cold smirk, he retorted, What a brazen act by Jingyang Mountain. Cui Ming Huang remained composed, inquiring, Did Mr. Qi intervene? The steward shook his head. Not why it is said that the youth has been taken to Master Ruan's sword shop. Even if he has not perished, he is barely hanging on. Someone witnessed him being struck in the chest, leaving him grievously injured. It is difficult to survive such an ordeal. Cui Ming Huang chuckled lightly. Thank you for informing me of this matter. The elderly steward waved his hand. No need for thanks, it is my duty. I apologize for the disturbance, Cui, sir. After the steward and doorman departed, Cui Ming Huang observed Lu Ba Qiao slump back onto the stone bench. Perplexed, he queried, Were you indeed here for— The situation is about to become very troublesome. A significant trouble. Cui Ming Huang asked, Does this extend beyond the enmity between the Wind and Thunder Academy and Jingyang Mountain? Lu Ba Qiao nodded. Far beyond that. The scholar sat with his hands tucked into his sleeves, murmuring softly, The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. It seems I must set off to retrieve that square town's jade, even if Mr. Qi misconstrues it as us from Guanhua Academy adding fuel to the fire. There is no other choice. Cui Ming Huang rose. I shall visit the academy and return shortly. After leaving the official residence on Falu Street, he paused at the 12-feet archway, gazing up at the plaque inscribed with Taking the Initiative. Under the sunlight, the scholar shielded his forehead with his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he unexpectedly turned back to the official residence down on Falu Street. A white-haired, burly elder, leading a girl with a porcelain doll-like face, did not enter the Lu family mansion, but instead proceeded to the Song family. There, someone awaited at the entrance, welcoming them inside. Did I end the main hall adorned with the Ganlu Hall plaque? A dignified elder stood and approached, cupping his hands. Li Hong pays respects to the senior ape. The ancient ape from Jingyang Mountain nodded casually at the head of the Li family, releasing the little girl's hand, and gently said, The Li family had assured. Rest assured, senior, we of the Li family will ensure Miss Tao is safely escorted out of the town. The elder grunted in acknowledgement. I trouble you with caring for the young lady this time. Jingyang Mountain owes you a favor. Let me speak with the young lady. The elder immediately left the main hall, issuing orders for all family members to keep a distance of at least 100 paces from Ganlu Hall. The elder sat on the threshold, pondering. Miss, there are things I should not tell you, but given the circumstances, it is pointless to hide any longer, so I will share everything. This trip to the town was likely a carefully orchestrated scheme. That woman from Qingfeng City, Xie, is certainly involved, though she may not be the most influential person. The danger lies in the fact that even if I have my suspicions, I can't— You may not know, but the owner of that sword scripture was once a wayward disciple of Jingyang Mountain. He created it himself. According to your grandfather, the most valuable aspect of this scripture is that, although its author barely reached the threshold of sword immortality, its content points directly to the Great Tao. Consider this: the ancestor of the CF family, who has been on good terms with us at Jingyang Mountain, has given this scripture an extremely high valuation. The elder's tone turned colder, and this swordsmanship genius, who betrayed his master and ancestors, he spent a long time as a coward, later leaving the Wind and Thunder Academy quietly to seek validation of the scripture, consulting several renowned sword immortals, including the CF family ancestor. Although they all held him in disdain, they did appreciate the scripture as content. The CF family ancestor once privately remarked that the scripture merges the sword philosophies of both Jingyang Mountain and the Wind and Thunder Academy. Once someone from either side attains mastery, the rivalry between the two will come to an end. The elder spoke solemnly. Thus, if I can acquire this scripture and pass it on to you for cultivation, it would be the best outcome. Even if, hypothetically, we do not obtain it and it falls into the hands of the likes of Longsheng or Yangtze Mountain, Jiang Mountain can endure it. However, one thing we absolutely cannot allow is for the scoundrels of the Wind and Thunder Academy to possess this scripture. She challenged the then leader of the Wind and Thunder Academy when Jiang Mountain was at its weakest, and after valiantly fighting, her body was not returned with honor to Jiang Mountain. Instead, it was left exposed, even with a sword from a Wind and Thunder Academy swordsman thrust into her skull for mockery. For 300 years, 3 whole centuries, even though Jiang Mountain acknowledges its talented individuals, it has been unable to extract. Generations of sword cultivators from Jiang Mountain have borne this immense disgrace. Until the day Jiang Mountain overcomes the Wind and Thunder Academy, it will remain a laughingstock across Dong Baoping Island. Why is it that every time one of our ancestors achieves the status of Sword Immortal, they refuse to hold celebrations to announce it to the world? However, previously, her elders had always spoken of these matters in a light-hearted tone, far from the intense indignation expressed by the ancient ape who laid bare his feelings. The little girl asked innocently, "Grandpa, White Ape, why not simply kill that stubborn boy with a single punch? Even though his meridians are shattered and his breath is in disarray, destroying the scripture along with him would render it irretrievable. But what if someone were to save him? What if someone else obtains the scripture? What then for Jiang Mountain? The methodology of transmitting that scripture was exceedingly peculiar and profound. Impossible to articulate, that it was as if inscribed by the Liu family ancestors upon a wall, or perhaps it was the work of that traitor from Jiang Mountain, leaving an unpredictable sword intent within the descendants, passed down through generations, awaiting a prodigious talent to manifest the sword intent that encapsulated the scripture's essence. Thus, if the boy were to die, both his buyers and the Wind and Thunder Academy would be left with no hope. The scripture, never truly present in the world, would vanish without a trace. The elder chuckled. If I were to kill that boy on the spot, I would be immediately expelled from this realm. What would you do then, miss? Would you face the Wind and Thunder Academy's people alone? Moreover, all techniques are forbidden here. Master One may forge swords and slay foes, but when it comes to healing, he is rather inept. Furthermore, if I truly angered him, I could simply reveal my true form. I would like to see if this realm can withstand my 1,000-zhong form. The elder stood, exuding a formidable aura. Miss, you need not concern yourself with the matter of the young man on the bridge. Allow me to deal with the Wind and Thunder Academy's people. I will wait for you at the mountain's peak. But if Qi Jingshun knows his place, he will watch from the sidelines. Should he dare to intervene, I will shatter him to pieces. Even if Master Ruan intervenes, I shall fight him to the end. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. The little girl contemplated for a moment, then smiled radiantly. Grandpa, White Ape, go ahead. Do not worry about me. The elder laughed heartily. And you need not worry about me either. In a room at the streamside sword shop, a strong scent of blood lingered. Bowls of blood were taken out, only to be replaced with bowls of clear water. An elderly man, nearly being dragged like a chick by a girl in green, the owner of the Yang family pharmacy, sat on a small stool by the window, washing the blood from his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He looked up and shook his head helplessly. Master Ruan, this boy's injuries are far too severe than if he were outside the town. Spare me the useless talk, Master Ruan said sternly, crossing his arms. The elderly man could only smile ruefully that he had indeed spoken out of turn. If it were outside the town, he would not have needed to intervene. The girl in green, Ruan Xiao, fixed her gaze intensely on the withered Huai leaves resting on the boy's forehead. They had lost their vitality, remaining green but devoid of any life. Suddenly, she turned her head, indignantly asking, wasn't it agreed that if Chen Ping'an offered his Huai leaves, Lu Xianying would have a chance at life? The owner of the Yang pharmacy sighed. If the owner of the Huai leaves himself suffered such grave injuries while bearing the blessings of the leaves, then there would indeed be a 50% chance of survival. However, using them for another's benefit is an entirely different matter. Ruan Xiao shouted angrily. Yu Yang, why did you previously claim there was a 50% chance? Why not say it sooner? The elderly man, with a face full of grievances, replied, If I hadn't said that, the boy might not have died, but I would have been beaten to death by you. Ruan Xiao's face turned pale with anger, ready to unleash a tirade. The man spoke sternly. Xiao, do not be rude to Master Yang. Ruan Xiao clenched her teeth and fell silent. After a moment of silence, the man glanced at the dazed old shopkeeper, who had been motionless throughout this ordeal. The boy in straw sandals remained calm, not crying out or wailing, simply repeatedly fetching water in and out, exchanging bowls of blood for clear water. After another quarter of an hour, the shopkeeper was utterly exasperated, staring down at the bowl of clear water, and suddenly slapped it. He then looked up at Master Wan with deep frustration. Master Wan, you might as well stab me to death. I'm just a pharmacist, not a god of resurrection. The blacksmith's brow began to furrow deeply. The elderly man immediately shrank back. Finally, the boy spoke. Young shopkeeper, try again. As the old man turned to look at the boy, he saw the boy's eyes were clear, and he emphasized, try again. The elderly man exhaled heavily, feeling a pang of compassion. Child, I truly am powerless. The boy managed to squeeze out a smile, one more painful than bitterness. Young shopkeeper, I beg you. The elderly man, weary to the bone, shook his head once more. The last glimmer of hope in the boy's eyes faded away. He knelt down, placing the basin down, sitting beside the tall boy, grasping his already cold hand, forcing out a smile even more difficult than agony, whispering, I will return. The boy stood and left the room, reaching the threshold. Suddenly, he stepped over the threshold. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. After a brief pause, he strode forward. If heaven does not provide justice, then it is of no matter. I will seek it myself, taking as much as I can. Chapter 46. The ironing knife. Shortly after the young man in straw sandals departed the house, the girl in the green attire stamped her foot, eager to follow him. However, she was halted by the middle-aged man, now addressed, If you involve yourself now, you will only complicate matters and endanger Chen Ping'an, leading to irreversible consequences. Ruan Xiao did not turn around, but abruptly twisted her head, her glossy ponytail slicing through the air in a graceful arc. Her eyes flashed with intensity as she reproached, Father, you did not intervene in Lu Xianyang's affair. What was the outcome? The man hesitated, almost divulging a secret, but the greatest assistance you can offer that young man is to share some secrets and rules of this small realm, urging him to act within those confines. Every advantage, whether time, place, or human relations, counts. Ruan Xiao appeared to comprehend partially, caught in indecision. The man waved his hand, patiently reiterating, Pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. You are my daughter, Ruan Xiong. The boy from Mud Bottle Lane may throw a stone into the pond. This implies that matters can be maneuvered. However, you, Ruan Xiao, are different. Remember, in times of great importance, maintain your composure. That I have always urged you to read more, yet you seldom heed my advice. Your temperament is inferior even to that of a boy from a back alley, and you are supposed to be a practitioner. Regrettably, the man felt a pang of remorse upon uttering the last sentence. When it came to his daughter, he could not restrain himself from delivering that final, potentially disheartening remark. To his surprise, the girl did not take offense. Instead, she dashed out of the house, leaving behind a man with a complicated heart. The man, whose real name was Ruan Xiong, chose a stool to sit upon, grasping the wrist of the tall youth beside him. The chaotic pulse he felt was alarmingly dire. His already somber expression darkened further as he vented his frustrations. Qi Jingchun is truly exasperating. With such opportunistic behavior at Jingyang Mountain, even if we cannot expel them according to the rules, they should at least be taught a lesson. A punishment to serve as a warning. If we cannot kill them, what harm would a few blows do? Otherwise, as new faces continuously flood into this realm, chaos will ensue. What? Is he thinking that since he will soon step down, he can leave me with a mess to clean up? Where is the responsibility of a scholar? The clumsy old doctor, seated nearby, observed with a detached demeanor, avoiding involvement to prevent attracting trouble. Internally, he could not help but, "You may disregard my earlier words, but do not overlook this one." The old shopkeeper of the Yang family had been eavesdropping intently, and upon hearing this, was immediately in awe, thinking to himself that this man would undoubtedly become the next sage to oversee the cave. Suddenly, Ruan Xiong turned to the old man and inquired, "I have heard that a married daughter is like water spilled. Yet, there is no one married yet, and already, she is turning her elbows outward." The elder, having held his tongue, "You are indeed losing your sight." The old man responded with a similarly pitiful gaze. Silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, at the well, Ruan Xiaoxiao caught up with Chen Ping'an, both remaining silent, as if unsure how to begin. Chen Ping'an smiled at her, recalling their first meeting by the back of the green ox, when he had thought she was mute or perhaps unfamiliar with the local dialect. Now he realized that she simply preferred not to speak, that as she walked alongside the young man in straw sandals towards the covered bridge, Ruan Xiaoxiao finally mustered the courage to say, "Chen Ping'an, my name is Ruan Xiaoxiao, and my father is Ruan Xiong, a swordsmith. I have been forging swords with him since childhood, but we came to your town because my father said it was due to the sex trust, and the local environment is most suited for crafting a sword furnace. However, I understand that my father seeks to provide me with an opportunity. He is quite proud, much like your friend Lu Xianyang. Deep down, my father wishes to take him as a disciple. You may not know this, but if my father decides to establish a sect here, choosing the first disciple is crucial to so. He is not indifferent to Lu Xianyang's plight. Do not blame him." Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I do not blame your father." At this point, the young man paused, wiping his "I am angry that your father did not accept Lu Xianyang as a disciple sooner, and enraged that no one intervened when Lu Xianyang was in trouble. Even though I know it is wrong, I still feel angry." Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded. "That is human nature." Unwilling to linger on the topic, Chen Ping'an asked, "Miss Ruan, do you need something from me?" Ruan Xiaoxiao cautiously inquired. "You are not planning to seek revenge against the people from Xinjiang Mountain, are you?" Chen Ping'an remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. The girl, who was not particularly eloquent, decided to speak her mind openly. "Do not be reckless. Xinjiang Mountain is a renowned sect in Dong Baoping continent. The old ape status is almost equivalent to that of the ancestral master of Xinjiang Mountain. Even if he cannot wield magic here, it would be simple for him to deal with you. Furthermore, after injuring Lu Xianyang, Mr. Qi will surely punish him, so you need not worry that this matter will be overlooked." Chen Ping'an interrupted her. "Miss Ruan, when you speak of punishment, do you mean that the murderer will be Chen Ping'an smiled reassuringly, his gaze sincere and clear as a mountain stream. "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your concern that I certainly would not foolishly charge headlong into a confrontation with such a formidable opponent." Ruan Xiaoxiao felt a... She smiled, albeit a bit bashfully. Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Last time, I only gave you 3 fish. I was too stingy." Ruan Xiaoxiao blushed, quickly asking, "What about your left hand?" Chen Ping'an raised his heavily bandaged... "It no longer bothers me." Ruan Xiaoxiao gathered her thoughts and slowly stated, "Chen Ping'an, please do not act impulsively. Currently, Mr. Qi's situation is quite precarious, and when he hands over responsibilities to my father, it is highly likely that the town will... Therefore, it is wise to remain calm and not act hastily." Chen Ping'an nodded, understood. Ruan Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable urgency. Deep down, she was anxious. Given her temperament, she should have been charging towards the old ape from Xinjiang Mountain by now. Yet, she found herself imploring the young man not to take risks, which felt contrary to her nature. However, as she had stated, the prevailing circumstances dictated caution, and her intuition urged her to be prudent. If she, Ruan Xiaoxiao, were to recklessly seek answers, even if it led to catastrophic trouble, her father would undoubtedly intervene and likely manage the situation. After bidding farewell to Ruan Xiaoxiao, Chen Ping'an hurried towards the covered bridge. Not long after parting with the girl, he encountered another at the southern end of the bridge. Seated upon the stone steps was a girl with swords stacked beside her, her expression solemn. Clad in a dark green robe with long brows and tightly pursed lips, she had two exquisitely woven silk pouches of gold thread beside her. As Chen Ping'an approached the bridge, reaching the bottom of the steps, the girl, Ning Yao, tossed the 2 bags of coins to him, stating coolly, "Return." Ning Yao, with a serious demeanor, declared, "It was agreed that I would ensure Lu Xianying's safety. Now that I have failed, I, Ning Yao, owe you and Lu Xianying an apology." The girl was acutely aware that, furthermore, if there were any hope for Lu Xianying, even the slightest chance, Chen Ping'an's inherently kind disposition would prevent him from leaving the blacksmith shop, even at the cost of his life. Chen Ping'an ascended the steps, squatting a short distance beside her, and gently returned the 2 bags of coins, saying, "Miss Ning, you should keep the money, along with the bag hidden in my family's. In the future, if possible, please help hire someone to look after the homes of Lu Xianying and me." The girl did not take the bags, laughing in frustration. "Should I also help you put up spring festival couplets and door gods every year?" Chen Ping'an replied with utmost seriousness, "If you are able, that would be best." The girl was nearly driven to the brink of rage, exclaiming, "You think being struck by a cow's tail as a child makes you special enough to act foolishly? It drives me mad. In any case, do not involve yourself in this matter, Chen Ping'an. You really believe your meager skills can contend with a mountain-moving ape from Xinjiang Mountain? As for that dilapidated house of Lu Xianying's, you can manage it yourself. And as for your spring festival couplets and door gods, you can buy those yourself. Ning Yao will not serve you." Chen Ping'an looked at her and replied, "Miss Ning, though I have known you for only a short while, I can confidently say that if you were truly determined to help Lu Xianying seek revenge, you would not be returning those bags of coins to me, at least not at this moment." He placed the money on the steps between them, saying, "Miss Ning, given the circumstances, do you think I have the leisure to exchange pleasantries with you? You and I, along with Lu Xianying, are merely conducting a business transaction. This is not a matter of intentionally deceiving us. It is merely an unfortunate calamity that none of us anticipated. There is no reason for you to risk your life. Trust me, I am not the only one who does not wish to see such an outcome. Lu Xianying, that fool, would feel the same." If he could speak, he would say that this is a matter for men, and women should not interfere. The young man suddenly grinned and added, "Of course, I would never dare to say such a thing to Miss Ning." Ning Yao pressed her hands upon the hilt of her white-sheathed sword, narrowing her eyes. "I only expressed half my thoughts earlier. One half is guilt. The other half is that since I, Ning Yao, left home, I have never encountered a hardship that I could simply bypass." The girl pointed to her heart with her thumb. "This is also true." Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment. "Miss Ning, before you act, could you allow me to find... After that, we can each do our own thing." Ning Yao inquired, "How long will that take?" Chen Ping'an replied without hesitation, "At most half a day." Ning Yao then asked, "Besides Qi Jingchun, do you truly believe this is a matter of petty theft or street brawling?" Just as Chen Ping'an was about to stand, Ning Yao commanded sternly, "Take the money back." Reluctantly, Chen Ping'an, "Wait, turn around first." After instructing him to turn, Ning Yao suddenly bent down, lifting her robe to retrieve an ancient short dagger bound to her calf. Standing upright, she solemnly handed it to the young man. "Given the urgency of the situation, I will set aside customs. However, do not forget, this knife is a loan, not a gift." Chen Ping'an, somewhat bewildered, extended a hand to accept the short knife. The girl scolded, "Use both hands. Show some manners." The young man quickly raised his other hand, still perplexed. Ning Yao retorted, "Do you think a few shards of porcelain can defeat that mountain-moving ape? Kai Jinjian is merely a minor character on the path of cultivation. Moreover, that old beast from Xinjiang Mountain is exceptionally tough-skinned. Not even ordinary celestial weapons can inflict harm on it. At most, they would leave a scratch or two, which is meaningless." With the knife in hand and unsure how to secure it, Chen Ping'an's expression grew odd. Ning Yao glared. If you're going to kill someone, are you not allowed to curse a little? Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. For some reason, he returned to his previous position, sitting on the steps and gazing up at the southern sky. The girl stood beside him. Chen Ping'an made one last attempt to persuade her. People can truly die from this. The spirited young girl, with her snow-white sword sheath and light green knife scabbard, was a sight to behold. In that moment, she embodied the most beautiful image the young man had ever seen in his life, without exception. At that instant, Chen Ping'an felt that even if he could leave the town, he would never encounter a scene more captivating than this. His life had not been in vain. Thus, the young man, who had become somewhat fearful of death due to a conversation with Lu Daolong, once again found himself unafraid, as he had been before. If death were to come, then so be it. Chapter 47. Solitary Journey. Chen Ping'an and Ning Yao parted ways at the 12-foot archway, with Chen Ping'an heading towards an Ping lane. He knocked on the door and called out, "Song Jisun, are you at home?" A girl, who was in the kitchen scooping water with a gourd ladle, hiccuped several times. After drinking the water, she felt significantly refreshed. She set the ladle down, sauntered out of the kitchen, and opened the courtyard gate. With a hint of curiosity, she replied in a formal tone, "My young master is not at home." "Chen Ping'an, why are you knocking? You used to just stand in your courtyard and chat with us." From behind the gate, Chen Ping'an responded, "There's a matter I need to discuss." After Ji Gui opened the door, she teased, "If it's not urgent, I can relay a message for you. That if it is urgent, I suppose you'll have to go to the construction office to find him. After all, you've seen for yourself that my young master has a good relationship with the newly appointed supervisor, Lord Song." "Why are you just standing there? Is my home a den of tigers and dragons, or will you be charged a silver tael for a glass of water?" At this, the girl covered her mouth and giggled. "For you, I suppose the latter is far more frightening. I called out earlier to avoid any misunderstanding from Song Jisun." Ji Gui chuckled knowingly and asked, "Then speak. What is it? Let me make it clear, neighbors are neighbors and friendships are friendships. However, if you're looking to borrow money, that is a matter I can assist with. I happen to have a little trick up my sleeve." Chen Ping'an sighed. "It's not really about money. Let me be straightforward with you. Lu Xianyang has been severely injured at the bridge, and the old shopkeeper from Yang's store went to check on him, but found no solution." Ji Gui looked puzzled. "I haven't heard about this. Who did Lu Xianyang offend?" Chen Ping'an replied helplessly. "He offended an outsider from a place called Jingyang Mountain." Ji Gui tentatively asked, "Are you hoping to use connections to secure a burial site for Lu Xianyang?" "That wouldn't be difficult. That I could have my young master speak to the supervisor, and then the office staff could approach Old Way from Taoye Lane to find a location. As long as it's not in a place prohibited by the court, it should be manageable." Chen Ping'an's already dark face grew even darker. Perhaps Ji Gui sensed she had misstepped. She flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, leaned against the wall adorned with spring couplets, tilted her head in a playful manner, and asked, "Chen Ping'an, are you seeking to repay your life-saving debt?" "But I'm just a maid, and if the old shopkeeper from Yang's couldn't do anything, what can I possibly achieve?" After a moment of internal struggle, Chen Ping'an slowly responded, "Wang Zhu, I know you are not an ordinary person. The year it snowed heavily, I saw you at my doorstep and knew you were different. You were also the first to notice that the snake gallstone was unusual. Looking back, your gaze towards us neighbors was no different from how those outsiders regard us now." The girl grinned widely. "In truth, it is different. I do not merely regard you mortals in that way. I look down upon those immortal practitioners as well." However, she kept that final thought to herself. Some principles were self-evident to her, yet could be perceived as arrogance by others. Chen Ping'an asked, "I came to ask if there is any chance of saving Lu Xianyang, that I used a piece of locust leaf to barely keep him alive. Though its effect was limited, it was still useful. Thus, I want to know if you have any locust leaves, especially any surplus. The girl pointed at herself, asking, "Are you inquiring whether my young master, Song Jisun, possesses locust leaves, or me, a girl without parents?" Chen Ping'an stared intently at her, stating plainly, "Even if Song Jisun had them, he wouldn't give them to me." "I am asking you, Wang Zhu, that if you have any, would you be willing to lend them to me? If not, do you know of any other methods to save Lu Xianying?" The girl, often referred to as Wang Zhu, rubbed her chin with one hand while gently patting her abdomen with the other, shaking her head. "No, truly, I have none. I am not deceiving you. Had you come earlier, I might have had a few locust leaves left. As for other methods, of course, I have none, that I am not a deity. How could I possibly know how to bring someone back from the dead? Chen Ping'an, you cannot force me into a corner. Alas, I truly misjudged you, thinking you were different from those who repay favors." Chen Ping'an remained undeterred. "Are you really sure there is nothing? Regardless of whether I can manage it, you could at least share your thoughts." Jige resolutely shook her head, declaring, "I really have none." Chen Ping'an smiled faintly. The girl stood at the entrance of her home, watching the boy's retreating silhouette with a complex expression, tinged with a mix of pity for his misfortune and frustration at his helplessness. She muttered indignantly, "You squandered the precious locust leaves we could have used. You might as well die alongside Lu Xianye. After all, dying early means an early rebirth if luck permits. Perhaps you can continue to be brothers in your next life. It is certainly better than being one of those pitiful souls with no hope for rebirth." As she returned to the courtyard, she accidentally let out another loud hiccup while stepping over the threshold, scoffing, "I'm a bit overstuffed." Suddenly, she quickened her pace, stomping down hard. "You little beasts, if you dare to run up debts or refuse to pay, I'll skin you alive and stew you all." The snake struggled beneath her feet, emitting faint, pitiful hisses, as if pleading for mercy. After leaving Ping Lane, Chen Ping'an ran all the way to the academy, only to be informed by an elderly janitor that Mr. Qi had left yesterday with 3 outsiders to explore the deep mountains outside the town, a trip that would take at least 3 days. Feeling dejected, as he turned to leave, the old man suddenly remembered something and called out to the boy, saying, "By the way, before Mr. Qi left, he instructed me that if someone from Ping Lane came looking for him, I should tell that boy that the principal he spoke of before hasn't changed, regardless of whether he is here at the academy today or not." The boy seemed to have anticipated this outcome, his eyes dull and lifeless. The still waters stirred, devoid of vitality. Yet he still bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, sir." The old man quickly stepped aside, waving his hand with a smile. "There's no need to address me as sir." Watching the boy gradually depart, after he had walked some distance, the old man seemingly raised his arm to wipe his eyes. He gently shook his head, recalling 2 other peers of a similar age, Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, and then contrasting them with this boy, whose life circumstances were worlds apart. Some thrived in the spring breeze, while others faced the autumn of troubles. Chen Ping'an made a trip to Ping Lane, picked up the last bag of copper coins hidden in a clay pot, and with 3 bags of money, he walked into Fu Lu Street, seeking the construction office. Upon hearing the introduction, the doorman appeared somewhat bewildered. "You're looking for Song Jisun and Lord Song, the neighbor from Ping Lane?" Chen Ping'an discreetly handed him a gold coin he had prepared in advance, remaining silent. The doorman glanced down, weighed it in his hand, and with a knowing gesture, chose not to rush his response. Soon, the elderly steward and the doorman arrived together. The doorman signaled to the boy. Fortunately, the boy refrained from making such a foolish move, simply following the steward into the back hall of the office. The doorman sighed, puzzled as to why the steward readily agreed upon learning that the boy from Ping Lane was named Chun. When did the threshold of the office become so low? Feeling somewhat guilty, the doorman had earlier attempted to subtly advise the steward against letting the boy in, but he didn't tease. The young doorman had initially harbored hopes of pocketing a coin without incurring any risks, feeling justified in doing so. Now, he could only hope that the impoverished boy was not a source of trouble. In the main hall of the office, a tall man clad in a white robe sat at the head table, sipping tea. Song Jisun occupied a chair on the left, idly playing with a bamboo folding fan, repeatedly opening and closing it, smiling at the boy in straw sandals being brought in. The stark contrast of the dark chair against the white robe was striking. As the steward withdrew, the man set down his teacup and smiled at the boy. Chen Ping'an, make yourself comfortable. We've actually met before in Ni Ping Lane, though I didn't recognize you at that time. Otherwise, I would have greeted you. Song Jisun found this amusing, knowing that only he was aware how the man struggled to pronounce I when referring to himself. The boy seated opposite Song Jisun rose, stating, I hope Lord Song will severely punish the culprit from Xinjiang Mountain rather than merely expelling him. The man chuckled. This town is essentially a lawless land, meaning there are no official laws here. The construction supervisor is in quite an awkward position, lacking the authority to intervene in local affairs. Furthermore, this town has always adhered to the principle of if the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. Whether a servant is killed in a grand household or a brawl occurs in a humble home, there is no tradition of seeking redress at this construction office. Chen Ping'an placed 3 bags of copper coins on a tall stool next to him and addressed the unflustered man. Lord Song, I know you are formidable, that I wish to know if you can save Lu Xianyang. Even if you cannot, can you at least ensure he receives justice so that the murderer does not escape unscathed? The man laughed heartily. Am I really formidable? From this, I see your martial arts talent is exceptional, perhaps even better than your friend Lu Xianyang. To be frank, I only know how to kill. Saving lives is not my forte. Moreover, why should I jeopardize the long-standing customs of this place for a boy I've only met once? Pointing at the 3 bags of coins, he continued, without the bow, would I risk conflict with Xinjiang Mountain over just 3 bags of coins? Absolutely not. It would become a joke across the entire Dong Baoping continent. Chen Ping'an, you may not fully understand this now. Even if you believe my death is inevitable, you could at least share your thoughts. The man, showing no signs of revealing any hints, looked at Chen Ping'an with a hint of surprise in his eyes and smiled. Chen, on the contrary, I find you quite interesting, which is why I am willing to spend time calmly discussing these matters with you. Chen Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Song Jisun sat in a casual manner, cross-legged in his chair, gently tapping his knee with the closed fan. Observing the situation with detached interest, he remained uninvolved. Song Changjing, unconcerned with Song Jisun's unrefined posture, was only second to Qi Jingshan in terms of information control within the town. He finally revealed the hidden truth. Chen Ping'an, you need not feel overly guilty, thinking your friend might die because of you. Lu Xianyang has long been trapped in a deadlock. As long as this boy no one can intervene. Not Qi Jingshan, nor Master Wan. It's not that no one has fought against that old monkey. It's just that the cost is too steep and not worth the risk. The man took a sip of tea, leisurely. Have you pondered that question? Chen Ping'an replied. I apologize for interrupting, Lord Song. The boy gathered the 3 bags of copper coins and took his leave from the esteemed supervisor. Although Song Changjing did not stop him, he personally saw him off, while Song Jisun, initially reluctant to rise, found himself sitting back comfortably as his uncle. As they reached the threshold, Song Changjing unexpectedly declared, There are 2 things I can do but cannot act upon. Therefore, if you accomplish either, I might consider helping you deal with that old monkey. The boy quickly halted, turning around with a solemn expression. The man calmly explained, One task is to find an opportunity to kidnap the girl from Xinjiang Mountain who is close to the old monkey, disrupting his focus and forcing him to remain in town. The other task is to secretly cut down the old locust tree at night and remove the iron chain from the well. You may choose to do either or both, that if you succeed in one, I will help you severely injure the murderer. If you accomplish both, I will kill that old monkey from Xinjiang Mountain for you. With a smile, Song Changjing promised. Once I speak, I will not go back on my word. Then, the powerful prince of the Dali kingdom uttered a cryptic remark. Not noticing the boy's fervent declarations, Song Changjing found it entirely normal. Standing at the door with his back to Song Jisun, he asked, "You know him better. Do you think he will act?" Song Jisun shook his head. "It's hard to say. In normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to convince him to do something against his principles. But for Lu Xianyang, that might be a different matter." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky, inquiring, "Suppose the boy unexpectedly brings joy, and I take this opportunity to intervene. Whether to ally with Xinjiang Mountain or Fenglai Courtyard, it would be impossible to pursue both without creating animosity with one. Compared to my passive observation, allowing Dali to remain indifferent to both forces, which outcome do you think is better for Dali?" Song Jisun stood up, tapping the palm of one hand with the fan, and after, "In times of turmoil, choose the former." Then the boy smiled. "Regardless of whether the world beyond the town is peaceful or chaotic, it seems at least you have made your choice, uncle." Song Changjing scoffed. "What place is there for warriors like us in a peaceful world? Should we become mere watchdogs for scholars?" Turning to the boy, who wore a stiff expression, he added, "I have discerned that this boy is your true emotional knot, and it will be difficult for you to untangle it in a short time." If you leave the town with this emotional burden, it will hinder your future cultivation. Thus, you shall witness how a pure-hearted boy transforms into someone filled with resentment and worldly desires. At that point, you will realize that quarreling with such a person is utterly meaningless. Song Jisun opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from retorting, sinking into contemplation. The man returned to his seat, tilting his head back to finish the tea in his cup. Most importantly, my aim in playing this tedious little game, aside from seeking an excuse to muddy the waters, is to help you understand a principle. On the path you are about to take in your cultivation, anyone could become your enemy, including your own uncle, Song Changjing. The boy was taken aback. Song Changjing sneered. "Because of emotional knots, if they are not thoroughly resolved, the consequences will be dire, akin to wild grass in the wilderness that springs back to life with the spring breeze." With a mocking disdain, he continued, "The future Dali prince, Song Jisun, may be filled with righteous indignation, but what can you do now? So, do you feel you are in any way better off than Chen Ping'an, who is merely being toyed with?" Song Jisun fixed his gaze on the nonchalant man, his fingers gripping the fan tightly, muscles taut. The man sat in deep contemplation, gazing outside as if speaking to himself. "As you encounter more people, you will discover something interesting. Notions of good. Therefore, your fists must be strong. Relying on me? Relying on your biological parents? I advise you to abandon that thought as early as possible. Otherwise, taking you away from this town would be akin to carrying your corpse to a mass grave." In a royal family, one's life is self-determined. The boy was drenched in sweat, slumping down in his chair. Despite the boy's efforts to conceal his triumphant feelings upon discovering his true identity, he exhibited no signs of deviation in his conduct within the office. However, to the princely Song Changjing, it was as clear as day, revealing the boy's naivety as he transformed into a being of resentment amidst laughter. Song Changjing gazed into the distance, his sight seemingly reaching the southernmost tip of Dong Baoping continent, to the faraway Old Long City. For some reason, this prince recalled a phrase: "The human heart is like a mirror. The cleaner it is, the more it cannot withstand scrutiny." He mused that while the scholars in the court may be tedious and detestable, sometimes the profound truths they articulate are beyond the comprehension of warriors who wield blades, no matter how long they live. Collecting his thoughts, Song Changjing pointed towards the south, as if wielding a spear, exuding an aura of authority. "Song Jisun, if you believe I am wrong today, that is fine, but bear with. Only when we reach Long City and switch places will I consider whether to listen to you." The Dali Prince, Song Ji-sin, had regained his composure, smiling. I look forward to it. At the entrance of the office, the boy in straw at the 12-foot archway, Chen Ping'an spotted the figure of the girl in black and quickly made his way over. Ning Yao stood under the plaque inscribed, furious as a bull, asking, "How did it go?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. Two of them were seen, but I couldn't find Mr. Qi. Nonetheless, I already knew the answer from the start. A gentleman does not save that Mr. Qi had indeed mentioned this beforehand. Ning Yao furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Chen Ping'an then warned the girl to be cautious before sprinting away, that he first arrived at Yang's shop, using a gold coin to purchase a large quantity of medicines for treating injuries and internal wounds from an elderly acquaintance. The boy was well-versed in how to use and brew these remedies, as working in the dragon kiln required quick action due to frequent accidents. Although old Yao could only regard Chen Ping'an as a half-apprentice, he had to admit that the boy was agile and straightforward, making him the go-to for running errands and spending money, such as buying medicine for the injured workers at the kiln. After returning to the ancestral home in Ping Lane, Chen Ping'an closed the door and began preparing the medicine, following a prescription for treating internal injuries. While waiting for it to simmer, he laid out a washed but still clean garment on the table, tearing it into strips for binding. Known for his frugality, the boy felt no remorse at this moment. Besides binding the pressing knife borrowed from Ning Yao to his arm, he also wrapped layers of cotton cloth around his shins. Chen Ping'an took down the self-made wooden bow from the wall, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against bringing it along, opting instead to retrieve the slingshot and a pouch of stones. His stubborn nature drove him to act despite knowing the odds were against him. After 3 failed attempts, he had no regrets. It was a matter of principle for the boy, akin to his last plea to the old shopkeeper at the blacksmith's to give it one more try. He first sought out the peculiar Jige, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for Lu Xianyang. Next, he approached Mr. Qi, harboring a sliver of hope that he could dispense justice. Finally, he sought out Ning Yao, the so-called master of martial arts, and Lord Song, making it clear he was willing to risk everything for this venture. The boy had been clear about his intentions from the beginning. In truth, Prince Song Chongjing and neighbor Song Ji-sin had no understanding of Chen Ping'an. Some things must be done even at the cost of one's life. While others, crouching in a corner, the boy quietly awaited the completion of the medicinal brew. This peculiar concoction served no other purpose than to relieve pain. Once, a man at the dragon kiln had suffered from a strange illness, enduring half a day in bed, half alive and racked with agony, his face and limbs contorted. Eventually, Yang's shop provided a remedy, and although the man died shortly thereafter, he did so without suffering, even managing to sit up and deliver his final words before, with old Yao's assistance, taking a last look at the kiln. Chen Ping'an felt he could use something similar. Noticing some scraps of cloth on the table, he removed his tattered straw sandals and retrieved a pair of brand-new shoes he had been reluctant to wear, moving a clay pot. About half an hour later, after completing all his preparations, the boy opened the door and silently stepped out of a Ping Lane. As dusk approached, the sun was no longer blinding, and layers of fiery clouds adorned the horizon in splendid hues. The boy in straw sandals walked towards Fu Lu Street, the bluestone street devoid of pedestrians, his solitary figure moving onward.